Welcome in to Football Debate Club's live 2026 NFL Draft Show, Day 3. I'm your host, Cam Mellor. Third day in a row, boys. I'm back with PFSN's Jacob Infante and Ian Cummings. We're here to discuss Day 3 of the NFL Draft after a shocking, surprising, questionable Day 1 and 2, but a very fun event so far in the NFL Draft. I want to take this moment to get instant, quick takeaways from what we've seen. What your honest thoughts of the first 3 rounds? Jacob, I'm going to you first. Honest thoughts.
The quarterback situation has been really interesting to me in particular. I think Carson Beck going as early as he did to the Arizona Cardinals was it looks like a head shaker now in the moment. I mean, we'll see how it ages, but I just think that's way too early for a guy with such a limited ceiling. Drew Aller made his way to Pittsburgh. I get it. You know, like the tools are there. Absolutely. I think if you're going to take a developmental QB, then it's worth a shot on a guy like that. But at the same time, I think that Ian said it best yesterday, where the idea of Drew Aller is a lot better than what Drew Aller actually is. So factor in that, along with Ty Simpson getting drafted as early as he did by the Rams on Thursday. It's an interesting situation. I'd rather take a guy like Garrett Nussmeier or a guy like, Cole Payton, Taylor Green. If we're taking a shot on upside, I'd rather do that on day 3 than either than the day 2 pick that was made with Carson Beck or Drew Aller, honestly, for that matter.
It's the quarterback value. I feel like there was a smokescreen that was said about like Carson Beck, and then they rumored that it was going to happen, that he's going to be drafted higher than we all thought. It happened. It came to fruition. Another thing, in this new era of college football, Beck is the antithesis. He's the player that we want to talk about because of how much money he got after leaving Georgia to go to Miami. So the transfer portal era, the NIL era of college football has dramatically reshaped the rosters and the roster structure and how players play the game and where they play the game. So noticeably, I believe the first time in 47 years that an FCS prospect has not been drafted in the first 3 rounds. So who from the FCS goes first today? And when do you think we see that person? Ian Cummings.
I'm going to go with there's two answers to me, Caleb Proctor or Bryce Lance, but I think we'll see them pretty early on. In my mock, I mocked rounds 4 through 7 this morning. I had Bryce Lance going to the Raiders with the second pick in round 4. So I think getting him with Fernando Mendoza, that would be a fun fit. But I think it's one of those 2 guys, right? I think it's got to be Charlie Demings from SFA as another potential option. But there's a lot of talent on the board, man. And I will be honest, I think several of those guys were deserving of going on day 2, but it just kind of goes back to you get the moment you get to round 2 and round 3, the boards get weird, and by weird I just mean really not echoing the consensus board, right? And that can be good or bad, right? We don't know how these picks are going to pan out, but specifically I think the reaches on blocking tight ends, right, on a lot of the QBs that were mostly graded day 3 for us at the highest. It was confusing. It was a very chaotic day, but it's also fun. It's fun to review those as they come in. But I'm going to be very intrigued to see how those picks that were off the wall, unexpected, pan out.
Yeah, one quarterback that was not debated was Fernando Mendoza going first overall, obviously. And so before we even get underway here, the Buffalo Bills were supposed to be on the clock to start round 4, start off day 3, but they've made a trade. They've traded back 1 spot to go from 101 to 102. They pick up Las Vegas's 2027 7th rounder in the process. So the Raiders moving up a single spot here. It's like they felt jealous. They started off Thursday night. Crash. We started off. The Raiders started off Thursday night with Mendoza. They move up a single spot and give up a 7th rounder in next year's NFL draft. So it'll be interesting. Right now, we have the Raiders on the clock to start round 4, start day 3. Jacob, the Raiders draft so far, I know we talked about a lot of winners and losers last night, but Raiders draft class so far, where are we at? What are we thinking?
So I'll admit, I honestly kind of expected they'd be a little bit more active in the offensive weapons market, but at the same time, I think they've gotten good value with the selections they've made. I really like Traden Stukes, adding him to the secondary, his versatility to play all over the field. I'm really intrigued by Kieron Crawford. I like as a situational pass rusher type, and Trey Zune as well. I liked converting from tackle likely to guard in this scenario, where you already have Tyler Linderbaum at center. I think that Zune has the potential to be a solid starting guard at the next level. So all things considered, you're protecting your quarterback, you're adding a likely day one starter to the secondary. Crawford, I think, will factor into the rotation pretty quickly. I'm curious here to see if they can surround Mendoza with some weapons, and most notably, Elijah Surratt still available. Going into day 3, one of Mendoza's top guys at Indiana. So I'm curious from that perspective to see if they want to do that QB receiver stack that we've seen, a handful of times in, places like Miami, Cincinnati as well, where you pair the quarterback with one of their collegiate receivers at some point. So I think that would make a lot of sense, but there's also some pretty good receiver value outside of just Surratt here still on the board.
It is. I love that rapport with how quickly they developed, because obviously Mendoza, a one-year starter at Indiana, Elijah Surratt, a JMU transfer 2 years prior to that as well in the Cincinnati offense, but a guy who they clearly had a rapport, even though Omar Cooper was the higher drafted of those two receivers that are going to hear their names called in this NFL draft. That Indiana, who's your national champion team? Well represented
for sure
so far. Mendoza, Cooper, Surratt. We got Kalen Black. Who else from Indiana do we have coming off the board, do you think, today, Ian?
Today, Aiden Fisher is one of my favorite players in the draft at linebacker. Yeah. He's so instinctive and intelligent, and I think he's going to play for a long time, even though he doesn't have the elite testing athleticism. I think you look at that defense, if you want to go for, the talent, you look, and obviously Roman Hemby, right? That was a two-headed tandem at the RB room. I really love both of those guys, but Aiden Fisher, Lewis Moore, I'm a big fan of at safety. Again, he didn't have the high-end 40-yard dash speed, the full field range, but super instinctive. He can play too high. He can enforce in the box a little bit, but again, physical, plays beyond his frame, and then had 6 interceptions this past year. So a ball hawk on the back end, super intelligent, and he's going to make a secondary better. Devin Boykin, a nickel safety hybrid, I think is a really fun player as well. So I think that defense, you look at that, Mikhail Kamara is another one who could be a late-round PFA guy, but Aiden Fisher is probably my highest-graded remaining Indiana player, but it just speaks to how well coached they were, right? But also how intelligent. Clearly, Kurt Cignetti had a type, and that was guys who can fulfill their roles at a high level, and he fits that for sure.
And if I can jump in real quick, I'm interested. We saw a lot of run-blocking tight ends go off the board pretty quickly. I mean, maybe a little bit earlier than we were expecting going in. How about Riley Nowakowski?
That's a good shout.
It's a good shout.
I love me some Riley Nowakowski.
You know what's a good shout, though, as well? The slide officially ending for Jamad McCoy, landing here with the Las Vegas Raiders.
Really?
Of day 3.
Wow,
so Jamad McCoy is the pick.
Right.
No, I don't mean to cut us off, but I feel like we have a lot to talk about with Jamad McCoy.
We do.
What he's done on the field, what he's obviously the medicals have been very well documented. So the Raiders securing Jamad McCoy here, moving up, sure, just a single pick, but giving up a 2027 7th rounder to make sure that they grab Jamad McCoy here with the first pick of round 4, first pick of day 3 at 101. So Jamad McCoy, it's an A+ across the board for us. Obviously, we don't have access. We're not privy to those medicals. So we go with what we know on the field. We know there might be some setbacks with him and not seeing him in his rookie season, at least until later in the year. And so it's an A+ on the board without those medicals there. A first-round player. When he's on the field, when he's healthy, Jamad McCoy, give us our thoughts, give us our takes, and we can go as in-depth as we need to here.
Yeah, Jamad McCoy, if he's healthy, this is a fringe top 10 player in the class. This is a guy who, off of his 2024 film, was at that caliber, right? Obviously, it was between him and Delane, but I comp him if he's healthy. I see a lot of similarities between him and Darius Slay. It's a lofty comp, I know, but it comes from 2 specific elements of his game. I think the hip fluidity is hyper elite. I think the athletic profile, again, is hyper elite. Obviously, we need to see how he recovers, and there's the new surgery that he needs that could affect his availability in 2025. But the Raiders are positioned to invest in this type of long-term asset. They've got Darian Porter, Eric Stokes, Teron Johnson, so they don't have an immediate need for Jamad McCoy right away if he's not fully healthy, right? But if he can get back to 100%, he's got the hyper elite fluidity and the click and close and the plant and drive efficiency of a Darius Slay, and he's got the elite playmaking imprint at the catch point as well. Not as consistent in run support, right? But I think you're looking at a guy who's got all of the tools to be a lockdown CB1 at his max, and ultimately it's a great long-term investment for a defense that continues to get better.
It's that's where we're at. This feels like long-term play, obviously, for a team that doesn't necessarily. They've got maybe a little bit of a runway here with a new quarterback being ushered in the building. Maybe we're not expecting them to win as many games. There's going to be an influx in wins perhaps with Mendoza, but this feels like a 2027 play. And if you're only giving up a 2027 7th rounder to get this type of caliber of a player in round 4 of a draft, I mean, Jamad McCoy, your thoughts, Jacob Infante?
Yeah, I mean, I think with a lot of players, trading up in a vacuum for a guy with injury concerns, you'd be like, oh, what are they doing here? But when you're moving up one spot to secure Jamad McCoy, I know Ian, you said you have him, as a fringe top 10 player based off his 2024 film. For me, I think his film would have him as a top 10 prospect in this class. So, we're both very high on him as a player. Obviously, the athleticism, the ability to cover all three portions of the field, the instincts that he demonstrates, the ball skills, the catch radius that he has, the ability to, work through his back pedal, process what route the receiver's running and be able to act on it. Really, really good stuff. And to take him in the 4th round potentially could be unbelievable value. I think the floor is, all right, well, he has a lot of injury concerns. Maybe he's never going to be the same. It's a 4th round pick, though. I think that's one thing if you're taking him in the 1st round with all those injury concerns. But if you're taking him in literally the 4th round, that's absolutely a swing that you should take if you're Vegas. So I love that pick.
Honestly, I think we all sat here last night surprised that no one took a swing in the 3rd round. So here to move up, obviously I'm a huge fan of McCoy. I was a huge fan of that secondary, him and Colton Hood locking down. They have some incredible talent on that defense, obviously. The pick is in for the Buffalo Bills as well at 102, and so it is officially offensive tackle Jude Bowery from Boston College. So they gain a 2027 7th rounder. Get Jude from Boston College. So I want to know our thoughts. It's definitely probably not one that maybe we thought we'd see right away, but this tackle market where we are, he was on the board as one of our top tackles available here. Jacob, you had him at 110 on your draft board, your final draft board. So at 102, good value, but I don't know if Buffalo had the biggest need at tackle at this point. So maybe this is a longer term play as well, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, it's not their biggest need, but I feel like there's no such thing as too much depth along the offensive line, especially with, any of your guys can go down at any moment, and usually you're not starting all 5 offensive linemen at the same time that are all healthy. I mean, you'd love for that to be the case, but usually somebody's hurt. And that's just the reality of, playing in the NFL. So to have depth like this could be potentially huge. I like Bowery a lot as a swing tackle for Buffalo. I love how he moves in particular. I mean, didn't allow a single sack, tested really well at the combine. I like the burst he shows coming out of his kick slide. I think he climbs to the 2nd level well as a run defender with good body control, moving around in space. I think that he times his strikes well, and even if he loses out at the point of attack in terms of his hand placement, I think he does a good job of hand fighting to recover. Like to see a little bit more play strength and a little bit more flexibility in his lower half, especially in the run game. But I think as a pass protector, the ceiling's pretty high for Jude Bowery.
You can see it on the screen. There's 0 sacks allowed this past season. So there was not a whole lot to write home about with this Boston College offense last year, but I felt like he was one that sort of took the taco, so to speak. So we do have the Jets pick in as well. I've got that for you.
I haven't heard that before, by the way.
Ian,
take the taco.
Jude Bowery, though. Take the taco.
I like that. I'm
the
hungry for
taco.
tacos now, guys.
Yeah,
Come
It's
on.
almost lunchtime. Let's face
What
it.
are we doing
Go
here?
back to local cantina, baby.
Yeah, hey.
Shout
there
out
we
local
go.
cantina.
Yeah,
Shout out.
local-
But
shout
yeah,
out local cantina.
Jude Bowery. I think also an element that we need to address is they do have a need at guard. And I do think he could slot inside to guard if you want. 6'5", 313, can get up to 320 probably, near 34-inch arms. And I think some of the deficiencies that I saw in film, the slight hip stiffness, right, on redirections, heavy-handed, powerful, explosive, really physical too, translates in a phone booth in my opinion.
Well, the Jets pick is in. I like the idea, obviously, of getting depth at tackle. And I like the idea if you do have to swing him inside, push him inside. So the first Florida State Seminole is off the board. Darrell Jackson Jr. going to the New York Jets
I like
at
that.
103. Good value. It's an A on your board, Jacob, excuse me. An A because you had him an 82nd overall. So you had him as a day 2 prospect. Ian just off 113. So a B for you gives a consensus grade here of an A for Jackson. So this is obviously a point of contention for Miami and FSU fans with his transfer from Miami to Florida State. Again, our Seminoles, my Seminoles, not quite anything to write home about defensively over the past last 2 seasons, but there were some stars, there were some studs. So Darrell Jackson, I'll go to you, Ian, as well. 113th on your board, 82nd on Jacobs. So what do we got on Darrell Jackson?
Well, he's a massive man. I mean, I think he's around 6'5", 340 with 35-inch arms and I think 11-inch hands. So just incredible size specimen, violent player in the trenches. And, he's a guy who can occlude gaps at a high level because it's just so difficult to move him, right? And then that stacking strength, that power is overwhelming at the point of attack. And then he's got the motor to capitalize too. As far as a team fit, right? The questions that I have is that I don't know if he contrasts the players they have in that room as much as I would like, right? You got Tavondre Sweat, who they got in the trade from the Titans. You got Harrison Phillips as well, who's more of a nose tackle. Darrell Jackson Jr. Jr. is probably going to slot in more to that role. Even though he has some versatility to kick outside of 3-tech, I question that. But if you want an immovable interior line with a penchant for violence and physicality, this is not a bad way to accomplish that.
It's quite a draft here. 3 first-round picks, obviously. So David Bailey, defensive end from Texas Tech. Kenyon Sadiq, tight end from Oregon. Omar Cooper Jr., wide receiver from Indiana. And then D'Angelo Pons, a cornerback. And now they add Daryl Jackson Jr. to that class. The Jets making some moves. Do you like the Daryl Jackson fit, though, on that defensive front, Jacob?
Yeah, so with Jackson, you're looking at just beef, man.
It's what's for dinner.
I think, like Ian said, the size, the physicality, unbelievable length, gigantic hands. I think as a run defender, he's going to be a contributor right out of the gate. He's a space eater type of guy. He's got that grip strength to control offensive linemen, move them around to the point of attack. Look at I'm going to pull up some of these testing numbers here that he's had. So on top of having 99th percentile arms and 97th percentile hands, squat over 600 pounds, bench over 400 pounds, and he's listed as running a 20.6 miles per hour in full pads.
Good Lord.
That's pretty
good. Lord.
That's pretty scary. I'm not gonna lie.
If I saw him running after me, I think I need a new change of pants. But I think
at least you're wearing pants today.
I am wearing pants this time. Thank goodness. But yeah, I think when you're looking at Jackson in particular, I think he, still raw as a pass rusher. I think his plan, stringing moves together, working off a counter could work a little bit. He's not super flexible. I mean, as you'd kind of expect for such a tall defensive tackle. I don't necessarily think the timing in his get off is as tremendous as his time speed would indicate, but the raw tools are there for him athletically in a straight line. The size is there, the play strength is there, the tenacity is there.
Yeah.
I think this is a really good value for the Jets here. And again, they just have so many needs. I think that this is just a great pick here.
There's a nastiness to him. You said gigantic hands. You know what that means, right? Big gloves.
Yeah. Big gloves.
So the Arizona Cardinals.
Sure.
The Arizona Cardinals are on the clock here. The pick is in. And so at 104, obviously, they made a splash at the top of round 1 by drafting Jeremiah Love third overall. Mm-hmm. Their pick here is, though, we have our answer. Our first FCS prospect off the board. It is Southeast Louisiana, Caleb Proctor, a defensive tackle who played all around the edge. A guy who, on our FCS grades, sort of broke the mold for what you want to do, setting the thresholds for pressure rates in the FCS level. A dominant player. So, Ian, I know you love Caleb Proctor. I need you to tell Cardinals fans why they need to show some love and get excited for a guy from the FCS.
For sure. And I will say, I think you want to double up at nose tackle as well if you can potentially. That's another thing, another archetype they don't quite have. But Caleb Proctor, the athletic potential, the physical potential is through the roof. 6'2", 291. 33-inch arms. My combination that I always look for at defensive tackle, when you have natural leverage, easy. It's basically saying you're short. So I have natural leverage too. But 33-inch arms as well. So that proportional length, he's got the explosiveness, the agility, the twitch, but also the power profile where he can play to proper leverage with pad level, but then also get inside the torso with those 33-inch arms. And he's an elite athlete, ran a sub 4.8 40-yard dash that shows up on the film and at the Shrine Bowl as well. So I think alongside Walter Nolan with Roy Lopez in the rotation is kind of a hybrid 3-tech nose tackle. This is a picture-perfect fit for if you want to do some more one-gapping penetration upfield. He is that guy. He can get through gaps quickly. He's got a pass rush arsenal in the works, and I do think the run defense ability is there with the proportional length and the natural leverage.
Caleb Proctor, Jacob, what did the eyes tell you?
Yeah, so this is very unfortunate for me as a clearly biased Bears fan. I love Proctor's fit there, so I think, it makes sense to take him here near the top of the 4th round. His pass rushing upside at defensive tackle is tremendous. I agree with Ian. I love what he could potentially do as a 3-tech. The explosiveness coming off the line of scrimmage, the closing speed once he gets out into space and frees himself up from a block, the arsenal that he has to work with as a pass rusher, having that natural leverage, like Ian said as well. And I look at how he performed against better competition. Against LSU, he had 2 sacks. He had 9 sacks this past season. 2 of them came against literally LSU. I think that he has the rare pass rushing production from an interior defensive lineman. Not only did he dominate against FCS competition, which you'd expect for a guy that you'd want to take this high, not only did he have really impressive athletic testing, but he really, really showed up when he had the chance to go up against higher caliber competition. So I think the ceiling here with Proctor is pretty dang high.
So correct me if I'm wrong. That means we have Caleb Proctor off the board before any LSU offensive lineman and Garrett Nussmeier. thus proving the Southland greater than the SEC.
Yeah,
Basically,
transitive property. There you
heard
go.
it here first.
It's undefeated.
Here you go.
It's undefeated.
It's undefeated. It truly is undefeated. All right, so we have our first FCS prospect off the board. Bryce Lance, obviously, next up. We have Demings as well from Stephen F. Austin. So as we wait for the Chargers pick, I do also want to ensure that we all understand that the mock draft simulator, the PFSN, our free PFSN NFL mock draft simulator is being updated live in real time, probably even ahead of the broadcast. So if you want to know up-to-date best prospects available, NFL Draft HQ as well on PFSN. But our mock draft simulator live, updated with every single pick. So if you're drafting for the Texans here at 106, if you're looking for the Chiefs at 109, you can go there now and look and see who truly fits your mold. Click on our player modules, which has all the information you're going to hear from these two, and then some, as well as some comps. So again, this class for this Chargers team, I think we have some question marks. It was maybe a point of contention, but certainly an interesting draft so far for the Chargers with a few limited picks at least. But Chargers, I don't know where we go at this point. If you're LA.
Yeah, I think, obviously the Jake Slaughter pick was a little interesting, right? Because they had a need at guard. They signed Tyler Biadasz.
That's his rap name.
That's his Taya. There we go. I like it. It's got a ring to it. But they had a need at guard. They drafted a guy who was really a center only. It's a projection to guard. Akeem Mesidor was a reach for some. I liked that pick personally. I'm cool with it. I think at this pick, you look to the secondary. There's a lot of talent left at corner and safety. I look at Kamari Ramsey as a potential option here. I would love him in that defense, being that glue guy who can play too high, who can play in the box a little bit, but then also play a nickel defender as well. Versatility, but if they want a single high guy, Genesis Smith is still on the board too. And even though he needs to clean up his tackling, his support play, I think the full field range, the athleticism, the route intelligence, those things take him over the top in coverage. So secondary to me is the move. I could also see linebacker though. I think they have a potential need there as well.
Linebacker. What's our best available linebacker then at this point? It feels like we were all over the map.
There's some guys. Caleb Elarms or Aiden Fisher is a potential one as well.
Look at Tyler going
Lewis.
going to the big screen. Kyle
There
Lewis.
it
You know
is.
they had him listed as a safety. Kyle Lewis at some of these things on some of the broadcasts.
Yeah,
I've noticed. So I'm
he
very
is kind
interested
of
to see where
he
goes.
is kind of a hybrid for
It's
sure.
super interesting. I love the kid. I love Kyle
He's
Lewis.
so
I love
fun.
his
Yeah,
game.
because they have him at like 6'2", or something like that, right?
That's a very undersized
he's a
linebacker.
smaller linebacker for sure.
He's a
but
dime linebacker.
He can move.
All right,
Oh,
so
this-
we
this
have
is a good pick
someone,
too, by the
the
way.
Los Angeles Chargers at 105. They go speed.
Yeah.
Speed for days. Jacob Infante, I want to shout out you here as well. It's an A+ on your board.
Yes.
You have him at 60th. So to
Yeah.
get him at 105, excuse me. You called it out. We predicted who was going to have the fastest 40 time ahead of the NFL Combine. Brandon Thompson ran the fastest 40 time at the NFL Combine. The speed for days for this Chargers team.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm basically the smartest man alive. Like, if we're looking at this, though, I think this is really good value, and especially when, over the years, you see so many speed receivers kind of get overdrafted. I think that Brendan Thompson, honestly, getting underdrafted here as, like you said, the fastest wide receiver at the Combine this year, and that obviously it shows on tape. The acceleration coming off the line of scrimmage, the ability to stretch the field vertically, having that breakaway speed after the catch, and also the lateral quickness and the vision after the catch. He's somebody I like. Get him out in space, have him on screens, jet sweeps, end around. Just get the ball in his hands and let him do the rest. I think he's the type of guy who could really thrive in that regard. Now, obviously undersized, not very physical. I'd still like to see a little bit more in terms of the ball security, in terms of cutting down on drops and stuff like that. But at the same time, too, I think that the athleticism, the playmaking ability is top notch. The raw athleticism as a route runner is absolutely there. The twitch coming out of his breaks really impressive. So I'm a fan of this pick for sure. I'm intrigued to see. They're talking about maybe trading Quentin Johnston. Very, very different type of receiver from Quentin Johnston, but I like the direction.
I want to see them standing next to each other, actually. Just to put them truly in that.
sure.
So
It'd be like
Brendan,
the picture of Derrick Henry and Deion
Let's
Lewis,
get-
where it's like absolutely dwarfs him or whatever.
Yeah, so Johnston, that experiment, that is fun. All right, so we have the Houston Texans coming up here as well, and I'll give you final thoughts. So, Ian, on Brandon Thompson as a markedly lower, but Jacob a little bit higher, obviously, for you, but still good value for you, 128, grab him at 105.
Yeah, no, I think I would have gone defense here, but again, he's a speed guy who is pretty nuanced as a route runner too. He's not just a linear player. You can see him stem guys up. He knows how to offset DBs and create space for himself to capitalize with that vertical range. And then when he is in the deep third, he does have that diving extension ability. So, I like this pick a lot. But I do like Brandon Thompson.
Talk about it.
Yeah, Fabechi Nwaiwu going to the Houston Texans, man. This is a fun one. They just got Keelan Rutledge, who could transition inside to center, but I think Nwaiwu can do it as well. Fabechi Nwaiwu was originally a walk-on at North Texas, and he ended up winning the Burlsworth Award as the best former walk-on this past year. Played at Oklahoma, was a starter at guard for most of his career, but late in the year when injuries hit, he shifted inside to center, and he put up some of the best film that I saw at the center position. Against Alabama, he was calling out blitz looks, right? This is a guy who's in his first or second career game at center, and he's calling out blitz looks. He's got a great anchor, 6'4", 320, 34-inch arms. Not the best athlete, but he's intelligent, he's strong, he's powerful in the run game. This is one of my favorite players, and he was actually a top 75 prospect on my board. So Houston doing exactly what they need to reinforce the offensive line and getting a lot of positional versatility along the way.
I like that you touch on the Keelan Rutledge, maybe moving inside, obviously kicking it all the way to the center of that offensive line. So high on your board. Shout out to that Oklahoma coaching staff
For sure.
Bill Bedenbaugh for the ability for him to coach up this guy and get him to where he is. So Jacob, though, I want to throw to you because this is where we have it lands as a C on the consensus because of maybe the value not being there at center. Or at guard they've already drafted one. But if we move him Rutledge in, perhaps maybe that's the play here for this. But yeah, lower on your board at 176. So I would like everybody to know maybe why he was a little bit lower on your board than Ian's.
Yeah, I mean, and I think too, with this pick, you have potential versatility as well. So I do have it down. It's Fabechi Nwaiwu. Wee-woo, like the like the SpongeBob. Wee-woo. But yeah, so I like the versatility he brings to the table.
Guy.
He's got starting experience at both guard spots and at center. He played 135 snaps at right tackle as well, so the versatility is there. I like the lower half flexibility he plays with. There's good power, obviously, as you'd expect for a guy who can lower himself and get that sturdy anchor properly. I think that, as a technician, though, as far as his hand placement, he's still a pretty big work in progress. The body control as a blocker on the move, I think, needs a lot of work. There's some times where he's just a little can be a little wild and uncoordinated, once he's climbing to the second level or he's executing a reach block, trying to get out in space. Also didn't run incredibly well. You're looking at a 5.32 in the 40-yard dash, which comes in at the 16th percentile for offensive linemen. I don't love the athleticism there. I like the versatility. I like the strength he plays with. Not a bad pick, especially when you consider the versatility he brings to the table. A fourth-round offensive lineman you're not drafting to start right away. But yeah, I mean that's just why I'm a little bit lower
Fair
on
enough.
him. I don't despise the pick, but it's
I get it.
A tiny bit rich.
I like
me.
his upward trajectory that we've got, obviously, ever since his walk-on days to win the walk-on of the year award, essentially the Burlsworth. So to me, then landing at Oklahoma and being coached by one of the better offensive line coaches that we have in the college ranks right now. So the pick is in for the 49ers. We're going to let them announce it here, but I want to talk about it. They made the first, I'd say, splash in which we saw DeJon Stribling go to start round 2 last night. He was 180th on the consensus, landing at 33, and then they went down from there. Romello Height, maybe a little bit of a reach as well there. A C- grade. Kalen Black, also running back from Indiana, a little bit of reach at 90. And so here we are with them. We already have, which is interesting, we already have the Broncos pick behind them. So it looks like the Broncos ran their pick in to get from the Niners here. So as they're announcing, where do the Niners go from here? They're sort of all over the map in terms of not drafting with the consensus.
Yeah, they got a wide receiver, an edge, a running back. And even though we criticize the picks, to the acceptable degree, also acknowledge Stribling, Black, Height, they're all Shanahan picks. They're all picks that you think they can make right. But I would look at the offensive line here. I do think the tackle talent has fallen off pretty quickly, especially on day 3. So if you can get a tools-rich guy like Demetrius Crownover, right, I feel like that has to be a potential option for you. With Trent Williams, obviously they reached a short-term resolution, but he's getting older, right? The cliff will hit at some point. And on day 3, I feel like investing in high-end tools on the offensive line is always a good option. There's a lot of good interior offensive line guys as well. My kind of cheap favorite fit, like my guilty pleasure fit, would be Delby Lemieux from Dartmouth. He's an elite athlete. You can play guard or center. I would love that for the San Francisco 49ers, but I feel like offensive line would be my move here.
Delby, you need to know Delby Lemieux. I'm actually surprised we didn't talk about him last night. So go Big Green. Jacob, where did the Niners go here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with you here on. I'd like offensive line. I don't think you can go wrong with the skill position player here as well. I like some of the value at wide receiver, especially. I know we talk about Bryce Lance. I don't know if 49ers fans would be super stoked about drafting Trey Lance's brother, but he's a tremendous value, at least in my opinion. So I like that. Skylar Bell, obviously, still on the board as well. Elijah Surratt, Kevin Coleman out of Mizzou, I think is another guy with his
I like him
separation ability. I think that he'd be a really underrated pick here. Solid running back value too. I mean, we didn't see anybody go on day 2, if I'm not mistaken. So
Kalen Black, the only one we saw.
Yeah, that's right. Kalen Black's the only guy.
None in round 2.
I would
no
say-
quarterback, no running back. In
So
round
like
2.
Emmett Johnson, Mike Washington, Katron Allen, Jonah Coleman, Damon Claiborne, Eli Heidenreich maybe. Eli Heidenreich. It would be fun to see what he could do in a Kyle Shanahan offense.
Would love that.
I don't know. We'll see. I like that or offensive line here.
I like tight end too. Matthew Hibner could be a potential option.
Without tipping the pick after them, I can tell you the Niners are not drafting Jonah Coleman. We'll leave it at that.
Okay. I'm not gonna spoil it.
Don't spoil.
I got the inference. I got
pick
the
here
inference.
as well. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna not be able to spoil picks here. So
Valid.
Valid.
As we get into it, let's face it. We're gonna talk about these kids more than anybody else is gonna talk about these draft picks especially as we get into round 5, 6, and 7. So if you're here for that, stick around for that analysis. I did say 6, 7, and Jacob Infante is about to be fired because he's doing that. One more time, I swear.
I swear, I've done this like 4 or 5 times.
These are empty threats, Cam.
I've done
You're
this
right.
4
I
or
can't fire
5
this guy.
times.
He's too good. He's wearing pants, so he listens.
Thank you, but I've done it 4 or 5 times. Maybe if I do it two more, I'll be
times,
reaching
you'll be 4 or 5. My
6, 7 more times. I won't do it. I won't do that.
All right, so the Bears were sniped, apparently.
Great, awesome, sweet, love it.
The
Wonderful.
Bears draft class is falling down around
out.
him.
He's
crashing out over here. Valid crash out with Grayson Halton being off the board to the. All right, 49ers. The pick is in. Grayson Halton, the pick. 6'3", 293, and 82.9 PFSN defensive tackle impact grade. Jacob, why did you want the Bears to draft him?
He's too good to be available.
Feverishly typing over there.
Yeah, he's too good to still be available here at 107. I mean, I love the explosiveness, especially we talk about pass rushing upside, the quickness coming off the line of scrimmage, the closing speed, the agility as a defensive tackle. I love what he can do as a stunt defender, get him out in space, the ability to chase down ball carriers. Naturally, a little bit lower to the ground, 6'3", 293. Not the biggest or the strongest against in run support. But I think as a pass rusher, he has all the tools. The athleticism's really impressive. The deep toolbox that he has as a pass rusher, I like him a lot as a 3 technique, as a guy who's going to factor into that rotation pretty quickly. I mean, I know they drafted Alfred Collins. They brought in C.J. West last draft as well. Now you get Halton into the mix, into that rotation.
They also traded for Osa Odigizua as
Absolutely.
well. So a deep rotation there.
That's a really talented group at D-tackle for the 49ers now.
Back-to-back Sooners we see off the board here, and then the Denver Broncos drafting Jonah Coleman from Washington by way of Arizona. So Jonah Coleman off the board at 108 here to the Denver Broncos. I will say maybe not quite a reach. Ian, you had him 96, so he gets an A on your board. A B- on our consensus grade, though. Jonah Coleman, a somehow unheralded, underrated running back based on all of our impact grades.
Yeah, he's I like this pick a lot, and because they're big body back that they have, J.K. Dobbins, he's dealt with injury concerns in the past. I feel like he's probably a short-term asset, right? So day 3, investing in this type of talent at the running back position. Jonah Coleman is around 5'8", 5'9", over 220, so super rocked up. He's got that compact, dense mass, right? But then also he's very energized in short spaces. He's not the most explosive on the vertical plane. He's not the fastest, but he does have the quickness and the cutting flexibility that you want from a volume back. I think his spatial IQ is very, very strong, where he can process angles very quickly and redirect and press outside gaps to bait DBs out of those gaps, clear open lanes for himself, and then he can finish with physicality. I'm a big fan of him. Again, top 100 guy on my board, and I think for the Denver Broncos, especially if RJ Harvey doesn't work out, we're kind of still up in the air with that pick. Jonah Coleman is a real volume back in waiting, and this is phenomenal value.
You saw he was the semifinalist for the Paul Hornung Award, the most versatile player, a guy who catches the ball in the backfield really well, run between the tackles really well, bounce off contact. I love his ability after contact. Don't sleep on him as a pass protector as well, sliding pass protection. So the Kansas City Chiefs are now on the clock at 109, and that pick is in. So going through, they obviously made the splash. They traded up to get Mansour Delay, the cornerback from LSU, at 6. And then after that, we landed on Peter Woods, also with their second first-round pick, R. Mason Thomas, the edge from Oklahoma. And here we are at 109 with the Kansas City Chiefs. An interesting draft class so far to get Delane. I love the pick of Delane. At 6, you made him CB1. We didn't see the cornerback board fall after that. We didn't see a run on cornerbacks as well. So maybe they could have stayed put at 9, perhaps, and gotten Delane. But with that overall, or with 109 overall, they draft my favorite player of day 3, Jaden Kennedy. This is a pick. Okay, he's announced as a safety. It looks like so. I don't hate it. Slide him into the nickel. Probably a little bit undersized to play pure outside cornerback or even a downhill thumping safety. But this is a guy in the nickel that you need to know and you need to watch him play football. From Tulane, Ole Miss, now to Oregon, where he blew up and had probably his best season since that freshman year at Tulane. So give me Jaden Kennedy. Give me our thoughts. Both of you have him a little bit higher than probably most did. Ian, you mainly though. A- on your grade there for him. Jaden Kennedy, the Chiefs.
Yeah, he's a football player, man. I mean, in 2025, 85 DB impact on PFSN, only a 38.7 QB rating allowed, just 0.3 yards allowed per coverage snap. So this is a guy who can play the safety, he can play the nickel as well. Again, a little undersized, around 5'10", around the 180s, right? So you want him to bulk up a little bit, but he's a playmaker. And at this stage in the draft, again, we talked about it yesterday, getting guys who can be that type of glue guy, right? Being able to play nickel or safety. And even though he's undersized, man, he plays so urgent and physical and run support. Sometimes you need him to dial back a little bit to stop over pursuing.
He was coached by Lito Shepherd in high school as well. So you go all the way back to Kennedy's days in high school. A dude who does it all and willingly does it all as well. I can guarantee you will be a special teams contributor, or at least at the first in that building to volunteer to be a special teams contributor right from the start. I have to announce a trade. So as much as I could talk about Jaden Kennedy probably for the rest of this show. But we have the New York Jets trading up. They send 128, 140 to the Bengals for 110 and 199. So they move up to get Cade Klubnik, the quarterback from Clemson.
Whoa.
So the New York Jets drafting a quarterback here at 110. The pick is Cade Klubnik from Clemson. Tools for days. Obviously a high recruiting platform that he never really lived up to at Clemson. Jacob, 199 on your board, a C- by the grade here with what they gave up. What are your thoughts on Klubnik?
Yeah, so I mean, I'll say that my board doesn't factor in positional value. So I think if you do factor in that, I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense. I still had guys like Nussmeier higher to the point where, tongue twister, Nussmeier higher, say that 10 times fast. But Klubnik, I think, really impressed me in 2024, but again, kind of like Nussmeier, fell off in 2025. I think there's flashes of really, impressive accuracy. I think he's shown that he can do a good job of sensing pressure, knowing when to move around the pocket, having that agility to make defenders miss, and knowing how to scramble to extend the play or take off himself. You can find the check down pretty well, but I think that all told, I don't know, the arm talent, it's all right. I mean, you're not looking at the strongest arm in the world. You're not looking at the biggest quarterback in the world. Obviously, you see the measurements, 207 pounds. He's a little bit skinnier for the position. You'd want to see him bulk up, obviously, especially if he does end up in a starting sort of role, even if it's just in the short term, to be taking so many hits. That's a skinnier frame. You're worried about durability potentially there. For a guy who, at least in 2024, I was impressed with the accuracy and the intelligence that he showed. It was a little more inconsistent in 2025. So the highs are there, absolutely. The consistency, maybe not quite where you want it to be. But I do like the Jets making a move for a young quarterback to sit under Geno Smith, take a swing at a guy in the 4th round. If it doesn't work, so be it. I think he could still be a solid backup in the league.
And I do want to speak candidly about Cade Klubnik, because my preseason evaluation, he was my QB1A in the preseason next to Fernando Mendoza. And I will be honest, I think there were some things that I could have evaluated better in the preseason. And, QB evaluation is very complex. There are a lot of different parameters that you need to take into account. But with Cade Klubnik, I was so enthralled by what Jacob was saying, the talent, right? Obviously, the off-platform ability, even though he's not the prototypical guy, I think he has enough arm strength. The arm elasticity and angle freedom is really strong. And then working even against his dominant hand, I think the angle freedom, the arm elasticity, the off-platform freedom, very reminiscent of Bo Nix, right, from a pure talent perspective, in my opinion. But the fact of the matter is, QBs in the NFL, if you're going to be considered as a starter, you need to pass a certain threshold as a processor. And I did see instances of leverage identification in one-on-one situations on this 2024 film, but I think when the picture speeds up over the middle of the field with so many overlapping, elements, you need to be able to parse through that. And I think what we saw in 2025, and maybe it was probably more there on 2024. And again, it's something that you learn to see more with more time as an evaluator, but I do think I overvalued the processing heading into the year. So I think he needs a little bit more time behind the scenes to cook that part of his game. He's got enough physical talent to invest in, obviously, but there are still pieces that need to fill the puzzle. So kind of the right range for him, I think.
They moved up 18 spots to get a guy who was 124 spots below his draft position on your actual board there, Ian. So to me, it's a very interesting selection. I like Jacob Garrett Nussmeier would have been the pick there. He would have been the pick ahead of Carson Beck as well for me, a guy who is a consummate professional and has been his entire college career. So the Jets pick was there, 110. We already have pick 111 to the Denver Broncos. Local scouting. They stick with the Pacific Northwest. They're going Cage Casey, offensive tackle from Boise.
Oh, wow.
As a guard.
There you go.
Boise State, I believe. We have him listed as a guard here. So Cage Casey, a guy who very highly graded his entire career on our PFSN offensive tackle and offensive guard impact rating. So Cage Casey, higher on your board, Jacob. So I'll give you time here to discuss what Broncos fans should get interested. Now that's their second pick in the last four. Jonah Coleman, running back from Washington, and Cage Casey, offensive lineman from Boise State.
So I was a little bit higher on Casey in 2024 than I was in his 2025 tape. Not to say that 2025 was bad. And again, maybe part of it was he had Ashton Genty kind of, amplifying the good that he did in the run game. I do like him, kicking inside to guard, because you look at his tape, some of the weaknesses, and doesn't have elite length. I think the change of direction, the flexibility is just okay. I mean, didn't test incredibly well as the relative athletic score numbers would indicate, but he's a technically sound guy. You see 0 sacks allowed in 2024, only 3 career penalties. When you consider, 3-year starter at Boise State, that's really impressive to only be called for, what averages out to 1 penalty a year. He's a nasty run blocker. I like what he brings, and I think that's going to factor in well in a phone booth. The play strength, the hand placement, the ability to win and get inside a defender's chest, I think is really impressive. I think he did a better job of showing some of that short area quickness and then being able to convert that into churning his legs and then moving guys off the ball over the course of his collegiate career. Nasty, powerful blocker. I do like him kicking inside to guard here, so I might be a little bit higher on the pick because I like what he can bring in the run game for sure.
Yeah, and I think Ben Powers is going to be a free agent after this season at guard, so I think they're going to have a void coming up at the guard spot in the starting lineup. So I believe, obviously he played tackle pretty much the entirety of his collegiate career, but I think projects best inside, and he did take reps on the interior at the Senior Bowl too. So I think, the proportional length is not high level, right? But he's got good knee bend, he's got good frame density, and ultimately that experience has imbued him with a sense of, good leverage acquisition, a good sense of timing, I believe, as well, and then a clean pass set too. And again, in a phone booth, that's where that square power can take over a little bit more, and then he's a mauler in the run game too. So I like the pick. I think this is the perfect value for him, and ideally with a year to keep refining his game and acclimate to the interior, I think he can end up being a solid player for the Broncos, who, let's face it, they have proven that they can find these types of gems in the middle rounds on the offensive line.
He feels like one of those ferocious maulers that they love, to not afraid to get nasty, get dirty. Do little extracurriculars, as they say. It's a nice way to say he continues after the whistle.
I like that.
I like Casey's ferocity and tenacity, like to use all the words, all the isities. So I want to go back. I want to circle back to Jaden Kennedy because I said I could talk about him all day long. So I pulled up some of the stats that I've got on Jaden Kennedy. The fewest yards allowed per reception among all cornerbacks in this class, 6.1. Next closest was 8.0. He also, per snap and coverage, this reached the threshold, 0.30 yards allowed per snap that he spent in coverage in the Big Ten. Yeah. It's not like they had a cake schedule. It's not like they played nobody. And it's not like he didn't ball out against Washington and against Indiana as well. And so, they ultimately lost those games. But to me, when we watched D'Angelo Pons also play really well, Jaden Kennedy played just as well, and for most of the game against the Hoosiers there. So shout out again to Jaden Kennedy. The Dallas Cowboys now on the clock at 112. the Cowboys with an interesting draft class. I will recap for us. For those that are unaware, they do have 2 picks in the next 3 picks overall. So they got Jayshon Barham yesterday, the edge from Michigan, Malachi Lawrence, edge from UCF. I'm assuming we don't go edge here for the Cowboys in these next 2 picks. And, of course, Caleb Downs to start their draft.
Yeah, I think linebacker could be a good option for them here. Also secondary, because we know they got Caleb Downs at safety, but they could use a pure corner. And I still think there's a lot of good value on the board. There's some athleticism as well. So we'll see what they do, but they went offensive line.
The pick is in. It is Drew Shelton, offensive line from offensive tackle from Penn State, announced as a tackle, offensive lineman from Penn State. So Drew Shelton is the selection here.
I still do like this pick.
Higher on your board actually, Ian, 85th. So the value is there. The need not their top, but certainly not along on the bottom of their needs.
Yeah, and he's an interesting player because I do think he projects pretty well inside at the next level as well. You know, I think he has enough length to stick at tackle and enough athleticism as well. I think that's one of the strong points of his game. He's quick-footed. He's pretty fluid on redirections, explosive in recovery too. And 2024 was, I think, a little bit better of a year for him. He still had a solid 80.3 PFSN impact rate in 2025, but in 2024, he put up a literal compilation. I went through like 5 games of his snatch and trap move. It is nasty, man, on the outside. And it kind of shows like he's got the synergetic feel. He's got the violent hand usage. And in the run game, he's not as much of a people mover. He's not powerfully built. But again, I think he can reach his landmarks and at least, limit displacement in some respects. So I think, honestly, if you're looking at Terrence Steele, the long-term situation is kind of uncertain. He was kind of, what's the word I'm looking for, speculated as a cap casualty this year. Obviously, he's still with the Cowboys, I think on a revised contract, but that still is kind of clouding over him in years to come. So Drew Shelton, a really good future-minded pick.
And I want to jump because we have their next pick as well at 114. So while we wait for the Colts to drag their feet here, cold feet for the Colts at 113 apparently. 114 is off the board. Devin Moore, the cornerback from Florida for the Cowboys. So we go Drew Shelton, Devin Moore.
All right.
112 and 114.
Yeah.
Both of you with a top 100 prospect at 114. Great value. Devin Moore. Jacob.
Yeah, so I mean, you're looking at size and length here at cornerback. My hair's a mess. That's all right.
He just woke up.
I did. I just woke up. I'm a sleeper. Anyway, so like I like the length that he brings to the table. A large catch radius you're working with, and I think that he demonstrates that well in press coverage and competing at the catch point. I love the competitiveness. The scrappy demeanor that he demonstrates. I like for what he brings to the table. I mean, he's got a pretty extensive injury history. He played 6 games in 2022, 8 games in 2023, and 7 games in 2024. So at that rate, it's kind of a fair assumption he's going to miss a few weeks over the course of the season. And him being as tall as he is, yeah, sure, he's a little bit more high-hipped than you'd like. But I do think that, especially defending more vertical route concepts, you can see the fluidity and the body control on display. Some of those sharper, in-breaking, out-breaking routes can be a little bit tougher for him to defend. But across the middle of the field, vertically, I think Devin Moore brings a lot to the table and, pretty good deep speed as well. So, and I like the physicality he plays with in the run game too. Obviously, it helps being as big as he is to, be able to bring down ball carriers. But I think he does a good job too of, demonstrating that physicality and that effort at the wrap-up point and bringing ball carriers down. So I think this is good value here at 114 for a Cowboys team that, they could continue to use all the defensive help they can get. So I think this is really good value.
Real quick, I'll say I think he's a very good fit for Christian Parker's defense. I think he's very instinctive in zone. I think for a guy who's 6'3", the long strider range to close gaps quickly, the recovery speed is there, but also very, very good reactive quickness on the click and close. And if he can stay healthy, that's the biggest thing. But if he can stay healthy, I think this is a potential impact starter and waiting on the boundary. And a guy who's got experience, intelligence, physical traits, the ceiling is very, very compelling.
Ian, I'm putting you on the spot here for the layperson that's watching. When you say click and close, what does that mean?
So click and close is basically if you're an off man or zone, right? We're not talking about press, but off man or zone, if you're working with a little more cushion over top a quick route break, like let's say an in breaker or a slant, the moment you see that receiver's hips transition inside, you have to plant your back foot, plant and drive with efficiency, and close on the ball, accelerate quickly. So that's kind of what we call click and close. I like to phrase it as kind of recalibrating your base, snapping your base into phase, and driving downhill. But it's basically just the efficiency of responding downhill toward route breaks. Because if your click and close isn't efficient, or if you're late to react, then that receiver not only gets the uncontested catch, but also potential space to acquire a run after catch. That's basically what we're talking about there.
Click and close, what I have to do with the iPad sometimes with my children. So
For sure.
Segue here is immaculate, I'm not going to lie, to thanking the families of ours. We're here. It's a long day. We're already halfway through 4th round. We got to go 5, 6, and 7. So to my children at home, Sutton and Deckard, my wife, Brittany, thank you for allowing me to do this. The other families here, the Kanata clan, allowing Matthew to come. Caitlin allowing Ian to come. Jacob, your mom, you're done.
Missed
We'll
my
allow you to come.
son's Little League game today. But
Yeah. So
out this side.
Oh,
there you go.
Really?
And Tyler
There you
behind
go.
us here.
Let's
His
go.
daughter Mila with a 3-goal game. We're missing family events to bring this to you. So it's This is what we do. This is our Super Bowl. This is what we do. But I would be remiss if I did not shout out the families, my family, everybody's family here, for allowing us to do this. We thank you guys. And so we're here now with the Colts pick at 113. It is Jalen Farmer, guard from Kentucky, to the Colts at 113. Jacob?
Yeah, so I'm intrigued by this.
Yeah.
Didn't allow a single sack in pass protection this past year. Only had 1 penalty on 818 blocking snaps in 2025. I love the density that his frame has. 6'5", 312 pounds. Listed a little bit heavier than that during his time in Kentucky. I think that he only has reps at right guard, so he's going to have some questions to answer about his versatility. Can he snap? Can he play center? But you're looking at a guy tested incredibly well, explosive coming off the line of scrimmage, that short area burst, and that combination of the quickness in a vacuum, but also the tenacity in the lower half drive that he has is really impressive. I think he absorbs contact really well in pass protection too, to the point where I think if you're going to try and convert speed to power against him, it's going to be very difficult for defensive tackles to do so just because of how strong his lower half is. I'm intrigued by this pick. I think it's pretty good value, all things considered, at 113. Honestly, I continue to be impressed with what the Colts have done.
Yeah.
I know our the mock draft simulator doesn't grade out the Farmer pick very well, but I'm personally, I think, a little bit higher on him than the consensus. I like this pick, and I think the Colts are doing a really good job of adding talent, despite the fact they don't even have a first rounder.
Recap it here, right? They got a first-round prospect or fringe first-round prospect on a first-round prospect by your board, Jacob. Ian, not quite. The consensus was 30, so almost there, like the full-on top 32, but a first-round grade on C.J. Allen, linebacker that they got 53rd overall. Then they landed with A.J. Halsey, a guy also great value at 78, safety from LSU by via Houston. And then now obviously here landing Jalen Farmer. So it's quite a draft class for us so far. Farmer, not quite there overall with the grade, but it makes a lot of sense perhaps for this team.
I will say, Quentin Nelson has not been extended yet. He is due for a new contract after the 2026 season. Matt Gonzalez is emerging as a truly quality starter at the other spot. So I'm willing to bet this is maybe the Colts in a financial bind where maybe they won't be able to extend Quentin Nelson. You're thinking that they have a tools-rich guy in Jalen Farmer. Like I said, I was a little lower on him personally. I do think there's a little bit of hip stiffness there on redirections, which in a phone booth it's a little easier to mask. I also think the hand usage is a little bit rudimentary. He's very reliant on two-hand extensions, just using his length and his explosiveness to get in proper position and outreach guys and force them to make additional moves. So, but he's physical. He's got the A+ physical foundation as well. It's a pick that's future-minded, I think, for the Colts. The opportunity cost is the main thing for me. They had some edge guys on the board, denied Dennis Sutton being one. Would have maybe considered that over him, but Farmer's, if he can reach his ceiling, it's very compelling. Let's move on to the next one. We got the Ravens picking Elijah Surratt from
We got to talk
Indiana.
about this one here. This is I love this for Lamar Jackson. He's gonna. The
Ball winner.
size
It's a ball
doesn't
winner.
match. The profile doesn't match. So no one get mad at me, you draft pundits out there, when I tell you that Elijah Surratt is Mike Evans light. Doesn't play just
That's bold.
doesn't
It's
look
very
just
bold.
like him. Doesn't but the way he gets open, the way he wins at the catch point, and the way he's able to, it's early career Mike Evans.
Okay.
Not
Okay.
lumbering later career Mike Evans where
Okay.
he's just running straight lines. Mike Evans when he
Yeah.
had the full route tree or half the route tree, the in-breaking. Surratt has it all. To me, I think Surratt was a day 2 prospect for me, probably a round 2 for me, maybe a little bit rich for a lot of people here. But Ian, 103, Jacob, 80th on your board, an A grade for us at this point for the Ravens at 115.
Yeah, and I think Jacoby Lane, who they picked in round 3, Jacoby Lane, he is kind of, we talked about it, a finesse big guy, 6'4.5", with the catch radius, but some inconsistency with the hands, right? I think Elijah Surratt complements him very well in the sense that he can operate a little bit in a slot on the boundary. He doesn't have the vertical athleticism to be that true X at this level as a starter, I don't think, but I do think his short area of mobility and athleticism is understated a little bit, right? I do think he's pretty quick-footed. I do think he's very fluid in his hips for his size and his ability to play catch point positioning. This dude has the badge for me. Not many guys get this. He is a true late hands master. I think along with Mekhi Lemon in this class, his ability to play catch point positioning on slot fades, right, on 50-50 balls, on point and shoot passes in the red zone as well. It's truly, truly extraordinary. And you mentioned the production at multiple levels. St. Francis, he was immediately productive. James Madison, he was immediately productive. And then, of course, Indiana getting that red zone production as well. I think it's, again, Lamar Jackson needed a ball winner in the rotation. This is that guy.
Shout out to JMU West in the Indiana Hoosiers with 3 draft picks so far. 5 total for the Indiana Hoosiers, but 3 of them transfers from JMU with Coach Kurt Signetti over to what they call JMU West. I want to talk about Elijah Surratt some more. We'll have some more time, but the Tampa Bay Buccaneers coming up here at 116, getting a guy that I know we all like in this draft class, and I know will make Buccaneers fans happy. It's cornerback Keontae Scott from Miami.
Yeah, I think this is tremendous value. I mean, Keontae Scott, I know we talked about him, I think, a little bit yesterday, too. Yeah. And I love the versatility that he brings, the straight line explosiveness that he brings to the table. He's just relentless. I think that shows up, and whenever he goes through his diagnosis and makes a read on a specific route, his longitudinal agility.
There we go. You weren't here last night. Longitudinal has been a word coined.
Yeah, play a game. Take a shot every time I say longitudinal agility.
We'd be hammered.
Will.
Yeah.
We do have the Pittsburgh Super Punch. We
have
this.
Literally.
Beer man.
Oh, brother.
Super Punch. Super Punch. Get it right.
I'd rather just have a beer.
He wants the mustard. He wants the mustard.
I'll take a beer. I'll take a beer and some mustard if we have it. But
Keontae Scott, bring it back here. Bucks fans are watching.
But yeah, Keontae Scott, I love the physicality he plays with. 13 tackles for a loss, 5 sacks, 2 interceptions as well. Both of them got returned back for touchdowns in 2025. Good ball skills. I think whenever he gets the chance to get underneath a pass, you see the good tracking ability, the coordination, the ability to not only on some of those deeper routes whenever he's, in deeper, coverage shells, but also when he's shooting downhill, getting in front of a route, especially whenever he's in the nickel. I love, the quick mental trigger he plays with and having the closing speed to be able to get out in front of the route and make a big play. Capable of playing in the box, very, very good for a defensive back. In terms of, not just taking blocks head on, stacking and shedding, but having that closing speed and that pop in his pads. I mean, he's, a little bit of an older prospect for sure, but I love the value here.
The Bucks are kind of in win now mode.
Yeah. And I love bringing in both Ruben Bain and Keontae Scott from that Miami defense. Sure. That unit was unbelievable. That's the reason that, they're my go-to whenever I'm not playing as Mizzou. Miami this year was my go-to in NCAA football this past season because that defense is just absolutely loaded. Keontae Scott, high motor, really good athlete, older prospect, but I love the versatility there. I love the playmaking ability, and he is going to light people up, especially on special teams if he plays there.
As a college football analyst, I love this draft because of how good these guys all were in college. Ian, your thoughts though
Bucks
on this Bucks class right now?
Yeah, real quick, I'm very curious about the positional fit, right? Because they have Jacob Parrish in the slot, who had a very good rookie season. They do have Antoine Winfield Jr. and Tyke Smith on the back end. I wonder if they utilize him on the boundary a little bit. I'm very curious to see what they do. I do think he has the traits to translate there in kind of a limited role, right? I think he's got the explosiveness, the closing speed coming downhill, the long strider athleticism, the quick trigger, the route recognition, and the physicality. The missed tackle rate is a little alarming. I do think even though he's got a quick trigger and route recognition in support, he does need to be a little bit better about wrapping up and breaking down at proper timing. But hey, you get more versatility and dynamic talent in the secondary. That's never a bad thing, and I think this is a phenomenal value. He was a top 50 guy on my board, so this is a really, really good pick.
Top
for the
30, you have 26
on
our final board.
Yes,
so
Win
Bucks
now
fans,
move.
Bucks fans, you love it. So we have a trade The Texans trade back. They sent 117 to the Chargers for 123, and they picked up a 204, so a 6th-round pick here as well. That means now the Chargers move up to draft Memphis tackle Travis Burke.
Whoa.
So the tackle class is clearly all over the board. This is consensus player number 246. However, if you watch the mountain of a man that Travis Burke is, shout out to the Burke family, by the way, for this guy. Travis Burke is a physical beast, a physical feat, but a little rich for the blood here, it looks like.
Yeah, he's a mauler. Let's be honest. Like 6'9", 325, and he plays up to it. He is pound for pound, which that's a lot of pounds for him, to be fair.
A lot of pounds.
But he is the most physical blocker in the entire class, and actually put up really good numbers in 2025. You're looking at 88 PFSN OL impact grade, a RAS over 9 at 6'9", 325.
Height percentile.
Is very, very impressive. But the 30 career penalties is obviously the other side of the coin, right? He's incredibly physical. He's got to know when to dial it back a little bit and not use extraneous physicality or grab too much, because when he does get beat with an angle advantage by smaller, more explosive edge rushers, that is when he can reach and grab, because again, he doesn't quite have the hip flexibility and the elite recovery athleticism of a smaller, more lean tackle. So that's kind of what you're working with. But in terms of being just an immovable force, a domineering size threat with that tone setting physicality and the athleticism, he's got to work on the leveraging, right? As you would expect. Markel Bell had the same issue. Can be a little lopsided with his center of gravity and a little bit out of sync with his timing and his upper lower synergy. But Joe Alt and Rashawn Slater both dealing with major injuries in the last 2 years. Getting a swing tackle with this level of physicality and raw talent, I think it's a good move.
We're possibly looking at maybe a run on players that people don't necessarily know about, by the way, now. So the Detroit Lions, and also maybe a common motif or theme here, local scouting.
Yeah.
So the Detroit Lions drafting Michigan linebacker Jimmy Rollner.
Wow.
So
that's two Michigan guys for them.
That's at 118 for the Lions to draft the Michigan linebacker, giving the Michigan Wolverines 4 day 2, day 3 prospects now combined. Maybe not at all where we thought these guys were going to go across the board, with Derek Moore landing also with the Lions. Local scouting. Is it lazy scouting, or is this pick of Jimmy Rollner? Tell people what they need to know, because I feel like this is a guy who not necessarily pop on film when the Michigan Wolverines were on field, but maybe didn't even really make a splash play if you watch casually.
Yeah, I mean, so I'll say Rolder, at least to me, him only being a 1-year starter, I mean, it makes sense why he fell to day 3, but I like what I saw with him, what he brought to the table. First of all, an alumnus of Marist, I think it's Marist High School or Marist Academy, I don't know. Shout out to the East Suburban Catholic Conference in Chicago. My brother
depth of knowledge.
Yeah, my brother played against him. My younger brother played against him. Said he was just an unbelievable athlete.
Yeah,
and you can see it right there. The 9.53 relative athletic score. I like to think he got a little faster than he was during his time in high school, playing in that Michigan system. But fluid mover at the second level. I like the how loose his hips are. He can change direction pretty well, pretty seamlessly. I think that diagnostically he's a work in progress in coverage, and I think a lot of that comes down to inexperience in a starting role. He's certainly more comfortable in run support than he is in coverage. Diagnoses well in the run game, executes his run fits, takes precise angles to the ball. I like the motor that he plays with, the effort. He's capable of stacking and shedding in the run game. I like that effort as well. Plenty of special teams experience, which is where I think he's going to come into factor really early for the Lions, where you have a guy who's thickly built like that, who has that that raw athleticism. Maybe he's still trying to figure out what to do with it on passing downs, especially in coverage, but he's a hard hitter. He's a thumper. He's got a little bit of juice athletically too. Yeah. So I do like this value, honestly.
It seems like there's upside. So I want to announce a trade though at 119 here, though, why the Jaguars are on the clock. So they traded. We have full compensation officially. So I'm reading from the Carolina Panthers official account. The Jaguars trading round 4 119, or receiving round 4 119 and round 6 196 in exchange for a 4th and 5th rounder. So the Panthers move back to 124, grabbing 166, while the Jaguars move up 119, and it's edge defender from Duke Edge, Wesley Williams.
Oh,
a little rich for the blood on the consensus, a little rich for the blood across the board here. It looks like 233 on your board. Blew up in 2024, though. 8 sacks in 2024. Dozens and dozens of pressures, it felt like, for him. Yeah. Took a little bit of a step back this past year, though. Duke, talent on that defensive front, but Wesley Williams sort of a step back. Lower on our board, though, overall. And also, Jaguars moving up for Wesley Williams when we have edge as sort of the lowest tier of positional need.
Yeah, and real quick on Rolder, he seemed like a guy that the NFL would have fallen over, right? The tools, the size, the athleticism, the run support profile. I think I can see it for sure for the Lions. With Wesley Williams, you're looking at a guy who, again, we knew the edge class dropped off after day 2, right? We knew that that was a factor this year. And he's a guy who does have multiple years of solid production at a 78.5 PFSN impact grade. But 2024, he was a little bit better. That pressure rate is strong from 2025. 13.7%. And then also the yards allowed per run stop, less than 1 yard, which is really impressive. So Wesley Williams was not a guy that was super highly graded on my board around the 250s, but he was a guy who did have trait bonuses in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 categories. So I think, not any elite traits, right? His athleticism maxes out a little bit, but he is explosive for his size. I think 6'4", 256 with around 32-inch arms, has decent density and mass, right? And the motor is hot. And then he's got pretty good bend for his size as well. The agility and twitch, the lateral explosive range is very sound. And then as a pass rusher too, I do think you're working with at least a functional rush arsenal too. So it's a little rich for me. I wouldn't have traded up for him, but he's got experience. He has a measured degree of athleticism for his size, and the motor, the two-phase ability. On day 3, the margin for error, the opportunity cost is a little bit lower.
So I think I just heard a scoff in there from our Browns fan with the Steelers' next pick. I think he's very happy at 121. But so I'm questioning this here. The Packers sitting there at 120. The Jaguars sniping the Packers for an edge because we go deny Dennis Sutton here for the Packers at 120. Why? To me, on your boards, on all of our boards, Jacob's 70th on your board. So the Jags snipe the Packers, or so maybe they thought they were doing that to grab Wesley Williams when deny Dennis Sutton is sitting there.
Yeah.
Shout out Sutton, my little girl. Deny Dennis Sutton, though, the edge from Penn State landing with the Green Bay Packers here at 120.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is really good value for Green Bay in particular. I think that looking at that defensive line, I mean, you lose Rashawn Gary. Lucas Van Ness is expected to step into a starting role. Still don't really know what you have in him, and you're coming up on some pretty big decisions about whether you need to extend him or not. So I think that it's really good to have, a little bit of a backup option there. Dennis Sutton has physical tools for days, and I think the way that I describe it is he has day 1 tools, but day 3 tape. Mm-hmm. I just didn't end up thinking that he'd fall to day 3 as a result of that. No, I think the size is there, the length is there. He's explosive coming off the line of scrimmage, tested incredibly well. The raw power that he brings to the point of attack is really impressive to me. I mean, 9.96 relative athletic score, productive at the collegiate level. I think that his, the diversity in his pass rushing arsenal needs a little bit of work. I think that for a guy who's as big and as strong as he is, maybe there are some instances that he's not as refined as you'd like in terms of pushing the pocket with speed to power. But the physical upside is definitely there for a guy who was able to produce in the Big Ten. I come away particularly impressed. A good motor as well. Raw as a pure football player, but I love the tools that he brings to the table. I think this is really good value for Green Bay, as much as I hate to say it.
Where's the cheese head? I need you wearing the cheese head now.
Oh, brother, you'd have to pay me to do that, man.
Sadly, it's gone. Wait, Matthew Cannata, our CEO. Sorry.
Well, no.
What?
Annual salary?
Annual salary plus benefits?
See, not empty threats anymore here.
Whoa.
Jacob, you're on thin ice over there,
that
buddy.
did not come off the way I wanted it to. I apologize.
All right,
sorry to our fearless leader. I'm sorry.
I want to get to the Pittsburgh Steelers here. Unique pick here, given their selections. Max Ihanachor, offensive tackle in round 1. We then land Jeremy Bernard, wide receiver from Alabama, at 47. Drew Aller. We talked about Drew Aller quite a bit. To start the show, we talked about Drew Aller last night. Drew Aller will be talked about for a while here. The pride of Medina, Ohio. Dalen Everett, cornerback from Georgia at 85. Then we went Jennings Dunker, a true Steelers pick on the offensive line, interior from Iowa. They go back to the Iowa well here. Caden Wetjen, wide receiver. So they've double dipped at wide receiver. 290 on the consensus. 293 on your board, Ian. 290 on your board, Jacob. It gets our lowest grade that we're given at a day 3 prospect here.
Well, here's the thing. On day 3, right, we talked about the opportunity cost being a little bit lower, and this is a guy who is an elite return specialist, and I think that's where the main value in this pick is going to be.
3 return touchdowns.
Yeah, he had 6 career return touchdowns, 4 total this past year. I think he was an All-American as well, right? And did he win the Jet Award? Was that him?
I think
so.
twice.
Twice. Yeah, he won the Jet Award twice.
Yeah.
So this is a guy who is an elite return specialist. This is what the value of the pick is for the Steelers, right? I don't expect him to have a ton of offensive value on day one, but in terms of being a returner, the athleticism, the explosiveness, the agility, the twitch, the fluidity, and the ability to set up spacing, right? The angle IQ, but also the full field vision where he knows how to stem a little bit, draw defenders to that side, create space for himself, and capitalize. He's going to be a great special teams player. That's the crux of the value for this pick. Like it, don't like it. They've hit enough needs to this point where I can rationalize it.
They still need a quarterback.
They're not going to get one on day 3 of the 2026 NFL draft.
They still need a quarterback. I grew up as a Steelers fan because of Rod Woodson. So shout out you, Rod Woodson. Even he couldn't throw the football for them. So they could do just about everything.
They did
The
get Drew
NFL
Howard.
all-time leader in interception return yards, by the way. So as much
There
as
you
I
go.
love prime time and grew up as a Deion Sanders household as well, FSU represent Purdue, the Boilermaker, Rod Woodson, the all-time great interception
This guy knows
return man.
ball.
I know ball. It's not. I'm
knows
not
ball.
gonna lie. My
Ball
shout out
knows.
to my older brother Brandon Mellor as well. We used to do fantasy drafts with the 1993 Score box set. This is back in the summer of like '93.
That's so
Okay.
cool.
So we would pull out the cards, draft our players, write down the player names, and then we would score them. Naturally,
Yeah.
like by hand on Mondays. We read
Wow.
the tours.
Wow. That's
Memories,
dedication.
core
Yeah,
memories
that
from
is
Daytona
dedication.
Beach,
I
Port
like
Orange,
that.
New Smyrna Beach, growing up on the Atlantic coast
Yeah.
of the state of Florida. So, trade to announce. I don't have the full confirmed details yet, but the Raiders picking here at 122, moving up with the Atlanta Falcons, and they get a guy who blew up the pre-draft circuit, Mike Washington Jr., Arkansas running back to the Las Vegas Raiders here. So, Ian, you had him
Whoa.
61st on your
Yeah.
board, so an A+ grade on your consensus. Jacob 114 value, not necessarily a need for the Raiders, but a guy who I think absolutely slides into a role to help Fernando Mendoza and help that offense sort of give some juice.
Yeah, and this is a fun little nugget on our PFSN NFL Draft HQ. You can go through and sort similar player comps. So go there, check the tracker, but you can sort similar player comps based on athletic testing and measurables. And again, it's only athletic testing and measurables, right? If you want a more refined comp, we can watch the film for that. But the closest athletic comp to Mike Washington Jr. is Adrian Peterson. So it's like we're not saying that he's Adrian Peterson. Again, day 2 prospect in this class, but I think you look at the size speed profile, 6'1.5", 233, sub 4.4 speed, and then the ability to finish with physicality, right? I think he's got some receiving versatility as well. At the Senior Bowl, he was very, very impressive with his ability to, press outside of gaps. Again, that pressing IQ, right? The ability to create space for yourself and capitalize with that north-south speed. He's definitely got it, and the proof is in the pudding. 88.6 PFSN impact grade in 2025, over 1,000 yards, the 9.88 RAS, but that said, there are some things to work on. I think the ball security was a major issue for him more than most prospects in this class. And as well, I do think the hips can be a little stiff sometimes on sharper redirections, mainly a north-south guy, right? But you are working with a really, really good RB2 to spell Ashton Jeanty, I think, adding to that rotation and getting a guy that has some pass down value too. I'm a fan.
We have the next pick here, but Mike Washington, we have more to talk about with him than we do the next player. I feel like we can prognosticate on why the Texans did what they did. I told you I could talk Jaden Kennedy for days. So I was reminded of his second play, his second snap ever as a collegiate football player. It's with Tulane. Second play, they're playing in Norman against Oklahoma. He intercepts Spencer Rattler. So the timeline there of everything that we've seen happen here, Kennedy now an NFL pro, Spencer Rattler. His second ever play, though, picking off as an under-recruited athlete.
In the words of Uncharted, best video game series of all time, greatness from small beginnings. Sic Parvis Magna.
Oh, Call of Duty, OG Fortnite. I mean, we're talking Grand Theft Auto, which we're all waiting for. Which, Matt, I need to take some time off later this year in November. It may or may not be around when Grand Theft Auto is released later this year. I'm gonna have to take a week off. I think.
It's just a coincidence.
I know I'm gonna be sick. So I'm gonna need the time off. No one else is getting time off though. Sorry, guys. All right, so we have the Texans pick here at 123. Another Clemson Tiger off the board. Wade Wood, the linebacker. So I'm not gonna lie, 332 on the consensus. This may be the biggest reach when we push down and look at everything here as well.
Yeah.
Our man James Fergoza putting together on our NFL Draft HQ as well. Biggest
Shout out
reaches and
James.
biggest steals. It's an actual visual delight for your eyeballs to look. You can actually visualize and see
What
how
else
far.
would it be a visual delight for than your eyeballs, though?
Well, visual delight. I mean, it's half your senses when
I
you.
know, but it's redundant. visual
Redundancy
eyes.
is a specialty of mine as a host.
All right.
We're talking NFL draft picks, 257 of them here. We're going to use the same euphemisms and expressions over and over. I feel like, at
I've
this
said
point.
longitudinal agility a
Yeah,
thousand
longitudinal
times.
doesn't
there
even
we go.
exist before this weekend.
Drink up.
So go to NFL Draft HQ and you can find it. It shows you how far they've strayed from the consensus, and then what's fun is that you actually go back to say, okay, well, whoa, this linebacker or this player would have been here. So 332nd on our board here for Mr. Wade from Clemson. 332 on the consensus. Ian, 369 for you though as well. So it gets a C-. We're not doing anything lower than that. We're a little bit friendly, in my opinion, right now at this point. But I understand because it's a day 3 pick. You're getting day 3 value.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit too rich though. Other linebacker prospects could have been here for the Texans.
Yeah, it's one of those things where he's experienced, right? I think you watch the film and he's got the toughness, the physicality coming downhill. I think that's one of the things, especially on day 3, right? We see these teams pay a premium. The Lions, we just saw it with Jimmy Rolder, right? Guys who I think have the experience and the physicality and the ability to size up well at the contact point while also having some special teams projection as well too, right? Would I take that this high? No. And I think there's better pure linebacker prospects on the board. I would have loved to see Caleb Elarms-Orr with DeMeco Ryans. I would have loved to see, Elliott from Arizona State. He's another really fun player.
Keyshawn Elliott, one of the better
Keyshawn
blitzing
Elliott.
linebackers
I forgot
and
his
coverage
first name
linebackers
for a
overall.
second.
It's fine. We're in that
but
stage.
I thought there were better players on the board. I think getting a primary special teams, maybe he can overplay his value, but to me, this is a little bit of a reach.
So I'll go back real quick too as well. I have confirmation on the draft capital that the Raiders gave up to get Mike Washington. They traded 134 and 208. So 134 today, early 4th round or late 4th round pick, I believe that math is, or early 5th round pick. But then 208, a 6th round pick to move up 12 spots to get Mike Washington. But
Okay.
back to you now, Jacob, for some talk on Wade Woods, the linebacker.
We have
Texans
another
here.
trade to announce, though.
Oh, snap.
We sure do.
Another one?
And look who's on the clock at
Oh,
number
boy.
124.
We have our Chicago Bears, and I'm saying our because
Whoa.
by this point we have Jacob Infante's pure, unadulterated enthusiasm for the Chicago Bears has bled into this set. So,
Yes.
do you have the confirmation of any details here for the Bears on the clock at 124?
So it's a pick swap. The Bears are moving up from 129 to 124. I'm trying to avoid Twitter because I want my reaction to be genuine for the stream. But it was
He's
it was
doing
like,
it for the stream.
like 144. I think the Texans are getting 144 and the Bears are getting 169 or something like that, give or take. It's a pick swap, I know. So it's 2 picks for 2 picks. I don't know exactly the slots, and again, I'm not checking because I don't want the pick to be
We'll be
spoiled.
confirmed here. We'll get confirmation from the great Ben Rolfe back home in the UK. So
Yeah.
we'll get that here. Moving up the Bears. We know you wanted them to get Caleb Proctor. You wanted an
Yeah.
explosive defensive tackle, interior defense lineman.
Yeah.
Where do you want them to go?
I still like some of the defensive tackle value. Zane Durant out of Penn State's a guy. You're looking more for like maybe a little undersized but explosive defensive tackles, guys who can rush the passer, create that interior penetration.
Renee Conga as well.
Yeah, Renee Conga,
Yeah.
Landon Robinson out of Navy. I feel like I'm a little bit higher on him than the consensus. I'd be fine with him here. However, Jordan Vandenberg maybe out of Georgia Tech, somebody who didn't get invited to the combine for some reason because he would have lit it up and made everyone else, look worse in comparison. But any of those guys, I love the defensive back value here too. So let's see what the pick is. But a lot of good corners and safeties if they want another backup as well. Let's see.
We will we'll get confirmation on the trade. It was with the Carolina Panthers. Marks the Panthers' second trade back now today in round 4. Is that not Adam Sandler? If he was a little bit chunkier announcing. So hang on. I do have, I believe, confirmation here on this Bears pick. 124 for 129 with 166, 144 being swapped as well. So
Okay.
not a lot to be given up here. And then with that pick,
Ooh.
there you go. Malik Muhammad,
All right.
quarterback
Whoa.
from Texas.
All
I
right.
believe,
I
correct
like
me if
that.
I'm wrong, this is the first Longhorn? No, after Anthony Hill. So the first Longhorn of the day and only the second Longhorn off the board. We had Anthony Hill earlier, 60th to the Tennessee Titans, and then now just our second Texas Longhorn off the board. Malik Muhammad to the Chicago Bears.
Well, while Jacob's typing real quick, I'll throw in my 2 cents. I
Oh,
think he's
good
a
golly.
very intriguing player in this scheme. He's a guy who can play a little bit of press man, obviously has the willing physicality. I think he's even better in off man and zone with his route vision and his intelligence, his ability to, again, we talked about it earlier, click and close. He's got that closing speed. I think for a guy who's around, 6 foot, a little bit lighter, but he's got, near 32-inch arms as well. So the proportional length, the disruptive reach is very strong. And then you're working with a guy who's got the athletic foundation to build from. You need to add more mass to his frame. I think he needs to clean up the tackling form and the block engagement technique as well. But he is a guy who has all the athletic and temperamental qualities that you want. The physicality, the heady processing as well, the route vision, the intelligence. And at the end of the day, I think 2 years down the road, you might be looking at an impact starter. So he needs to clean some things up. But day 3, I think it's phenomenal value. Jacob, what's your take?
Here you go. So after not liking day 2, I'm all the way back, baby. Ryan Poles, in Poles we trust. Muhammad, I had number 93 on my board, so to get him at 124, I think is really good value for Chicago, especially when you have Tyreek Stevenson coming in on an expiring contract here. I love the aggression he plays with. He's just such a scrappy corner. You see it, through a receiver stems, the hand activity that he demonstrates, the physical mentality at the catch point, the willingness to get a hand inside the catch radius of opposing receivers is pretty intriguing. I like the instincts he brings to the table. Good athlete. He can get, his form as a tackler could improve a little bit. He could be a little bit wild. And I think that aggression, kind of like with Keontae Scott, that high level of aggression can come back to bite him sometimes. But I like the instincts, the physicality, solid size. He could stand to gain a little bit more weight, but all things considered, I think this is a potential starter. Maybe not in year 1, but I think year 2, year 3, I wouldn't be surprised at all if Muhammad ends up becoming a starter for Chicago. So you heard it here first from all of us. Good pick.
He's all the way back.
We are so back. Yesterday, it's never been more over. Today, we're so back. Oh man,
speaking of all the way back,
I love it.
This feels like when we just had Elijah Strat and Keontae Scott go back to back with A's and A pluses on the board. The Buffalo Bills with 2 selections in a row here, making our Dolphins, once upon a time Dolphins fan CEO very upset, who is a UConn fan. Skylar Bell,
I'm sorry.
to the Buffalo Bills.
Love this pick.
That's great.
When you talk about above the rim and you talk about playing bigger than your size, Skylar Bell is that. That is the epitome of Skylar Bell's game. So let's talk Skylar Bell a little bit here. First team AP All-American, one of the better receiving seasons we've seen in UConn history, if not all-time UConn history. But we're talking about a guy who dominated against UConn's schedule as you thought he would, but also played against top-tier corners when they did match up and still did exactly what you wanted him to do and dominate. So, this is a guy, Skylar Bell, who we love.
Yeah, and I think, he was my 48th overall player, and they got him at 125th overall. Just to give you a sense of the value on my board, I'm such a big fan. He's going to be an older rookie as well, but I think immediately factors into that rotation. Bills fans, if you had some fatigue with Josh Palmer, this is your new wide receiver 2/3. He's got movement Z ability. He can play outside or in the slot. He's twitched up, agile, fleet-footed, and he can use that twitch to offset DBs at a very high level in the short and intermediate ranges. Has a full release package. Has the ability to utilize double moves and stop and goes to bait DBs into oversetting. And then the drops were an issue in 2024, but he corrected it in 2025. He was much, much more consistent at the catch point. He's got the run after catch ability. He's explosive. He's got vertical speed. Love this pick, and I think he's going to factor in with DJ Moore and Khalil Shakir very well.
Speaking of the Buffalo Bills, Caleb Elam's-Orr is off the clock to the Bills, or off the board here. The Buffalo Bills going Skylar Bell,
So
Elam's-Orr.
consecutive picks.
Consecutive picks, 125 for Bell, 126 for
Both
Elam's-Orr.
really good too, honestly.
Both
Bell
very
especially.
good value. A little bit higher on your board, Jacob, for Elam's-Orr, 108. So it gets an A plus for Bell, A minus as our grade.
There you go.
The Bills cleaning up here, 125, 126. Thoughts on both Bell and Elam's-Orr?
Yeah, so Bell, I think Ian summed it up perfectly. I think he's such a fluid receiver. He's an intelligent route runner. The ball skills are really impressive. The production, obviously, in 2025 was through the roof. Elam's-Orr, though, I like him a lot as a spark plug on special teams, and I think there's potential for him to contribute on defense, to step into it's kind of a sub-package role. He's somebody who can rush the passer pretty well, reliable tackler, really good downhill athlete. I think that the special teams value with Elam's-Orr is going to be really high. And, he had a torn ACL in 2021, so he didn't play any games that year, and he only played on special teams in 2022. So there are other linebackers in this class with larger sample sizes to work with. And I think, the instincts and coverage, still a little bit of a work in progress, but he can blitz, he can hit hard. He's not the biggest linebacker out there in the world, but he's fast. He plays his ass off I like this pick a lot on special teams in particular, but with some upside to contribute on defense as well for Buffalo. So
Yeah, I want to look at
two
their,
really good picks in a row for
I
them,
want to look at their
honestly.
whole draft class here because it
Yeah.
feels like the TJ Parker pick without a first rounder. So TJ Parker going off the board 35th to them early in round 2, the edge from Clemson, and then they went Davison Igbinosun, who we talked about penalty issues, but feels like cleaned those up a little bit. Decent value for where they got him based on the cornerback market. Jude Bowery, maybe a little bit of a reach, but still decent value as well, especially if they wanted to kick him inside. And then back-to-back picks of Bell and Elam Zor. So to me, this they're hitting a bunch of needs. They're ticking off a lot of the top of their positional need boards, and so a team who just now also on the clock, finally feeling like they've drafted for a need. The San Francisco 49ers at 127 going with Carver Willis, Washington offensive tackle.
Nice.
Discrepancy in your guys' board, 100 places overall. So, Ian, I'm going to go to you first here because you had him 139th. So, decent value here for Willis based on this tackle market.
Yeah, for sure. And real quick on Elam's or 4.47 speed, elite blitzer, like Jacob said. I do like the pick a lot for the Bills, and they've adhered to the value very well, too. A lot of good value with those picks. Carver Willis is a really fun pick with the 49ers because I feel like one of the hallmarks of his game being 6'5", 307, sub 33-inch arms, right? So probably kicking inside, I would say. And he was one of the guys that we viewed as a 5-position flex lineman. At the Senior Bowl, he took reps at center and guard after playing tackle at Washington, right? So I think you're looking at a guy who's explosive. He's rangy in the run game, super physical. He can get out in space. And so looking at the wide zone fit, I think it's obviously there. On zone blocks, I think he does a really good job of latching and making contact and still driving his base through. You know, some guys fall to, you know, dying leg action once they make contact. Not the case with Carver Willis. He's going to drive all the way through, and it's a mental thing too. Like, he's a tone setter. And then in pass protection, I think his anchor is solid, right? You know, I think there are times when he drifts a little too far upright later in reps, but still, you're looking at a guy that was very, very consistent at the collegiate level, and obviously 2025, the 84.3 PFSN OL impact, just 5 career QB hits allowed. The RAS is, I think he plays a little bit beyond that with his range and explosion. I think you're looking at a guy who has a faster play pace, I would say, than his timed athleticism. But a really good pick. I think fits the versatility that the 49ers need. At the very least, is a good depth guy early on, but I could see him eventually being a starter at center or guard.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see what happens if we moved his RAS to a guard or a center and see if that improved it a little bit more, because it feels like he did play significantly more athletic than what he actually tested. So a guy, this is maybe another Shanahan pick. It feels like we're hitting the nails on the head with what they want to do. You talk about that zone run game, what they want to do and get the ball out in motion, get those guys moving. So the Bengals now on the clock. It's much to the chagrin of our Tyler Sobchak behind the scenes here. The Bengals on the clock, arch rival, and yet he lives in Cincinnati.
He's booing over there.
You know, the Paul Brown Stadium getting Cassius Howell at 41st overall, edge defender from Texas A&M, who broke the mold of quick pressures next to David Bailey this past season in college football, and then Takario Davis as well. So corner edge off the board. Bengals here at 128. Jacob, if you're the Bengals, if you're drafting for the Bengals, where are you going?
I'm still sticking defense, honestly. I think, you know, you look at who they've brought in. Obviously, that's a step in the right direction, getting an edge, getting a corner. I still think they need safety help. I still think linebacker is a position they could pursue as well. Maybe offensive line, honestly. I think that's something where, you know, Joe Burrow's taken a beating. He's missed time due to injury over the course of the last few years. Protecting him should be a priority as well. I know defense has always been the bigger need for Cincinnati, but if they don't, you know, if there's a defensive tackle, maybe they're not super high, or D tackle, linebacker, safety, literally any of those.
You hit the nail on the head. I'm going to jump down here because you and I talked about him a lot. Without a torn ACL, Connor Lew would have been a potential early day 2 guy. It's Connor Lew to the Cincinnati Bengals here.
Okay. I think he would have been the first center off the board if he didn't tear his ACL.
Yep.
Yeah.
So when did he tear his ACL, and do we have anything on the recovery timeline? But also, obviously, let's talk about what he does bring to the table when he is healthy.
That's a good question on the ACL timeline. I'm not 100% sure.
I can look it up while you guys talk. This
Yeah.
is
No,
my job. I'm sorry, I'm delegating over here. I'm used to
absolutely.
delegating you to.
Yeah.
Hey,
so-
You want to start or you want me to?
I can dive in.
Go for it.
I think Lou brings a lot of, you know, good athleticism and football intelligence too. You know, you see the low center of gravity, the ability to, you know, get proper knee bends and keep his weight underneath him, I think really helps him in the leverage game. There's a lot to like there. He's only 20 years old as of today. I mean, in a shorter season too. I mean, but he only allowed 2 quarterback hurries all season this past year. He's coordinated. I like his body control. Getting out into space whenever he's executing as a reach blocker. He's climbing to the second level as a run blocker. I like the control and the refinement, the precise angles that he takes blocking on the move. Good spatial awareness in pass pro. I think he can help out. Chip blocks, double teams. He does a good job of processing. Exotic rushes, delayed blitzes, stunts, things like that. Length isn't amazing. I think the play strength is just okay, all things considered. But I like the athleticism, the mobility, the football intelligence. I think he's a guy who can eventually start for the Bengals. I mean, they'll probably want to take it easy with him coming off a torn ACL. I don't know if he starts right away.
I have confirmation on that. October 2025 against Missouri is when he tore his ACL. He was playing through
against
a
Missouri.
sprained.
How did I not know that?
He was playing through a sprained MCL as well last year, but expects to be ready for football team activities by training camp in July of this summer. So if I'm a Bengals fan, I don't want to rush him. This is a guy who has incredible upside.
If I can provide some clarity on the timeline too, I don't think they need to rush him. Obviously, they have Ted Karras still. He's the Ted Karras successor long term, right? So you look at this guy, and just to give some more context as well, he was a freshman All-American, first year at Auburn, started 6 games, was a regular game captain in his second year at Auburn, and was a team captain, permanent team captain in his final year. So a 2-year full-time starter, but also started 6 games as a true freshman. So this is a guy who just gets it, just acclimates well. And I think a lot of things that Jacob said, just having the natural affinity for the position, the processing, the football intelligence, the angle IQ. Again, I don't think he's a people mover. I don't think he's overly powerful, right? I do think he can get a little bit stronger, but he's a good functional athlete with good balance, leverage acquisition, knee bend, and he's just always in proper position too. So I like the pick a lot. And with Karras in the wings as the veteran, he can learn from him, and he has time to get fully healthy.
I like the pick for them. I like the pick for Carolina here at 129. So multiple trade backs, and yet the Carolina Panthers are still able to get a fan favorite from formerly of Manhattan, Kansas State, transferred to Texas A&M, Will Lee III. Going off the board here to Carolina. So trading back twice in round 4 and still getting a guy with great value. 121 on your board, Jacob. Top 100 player on your board, Ian. A consensus number 1 or the 100th player on the consensus. So B plus for our grade here. Maybe not quite a big need for Carolina, but it felt like they needed to go to the cornerback well at some point here, and they grab Will Lee III from A&M. Explode on the scene at Kansas State as a freshman, I believe. And then obviously followed the money to Texas A&M, now followed the money to the NFL draft with the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, and I think he's a guy who, fits we talked about this class a lot on Football Debate Club, right? And the consensus with the CB group is that there's a lot of depth, so you might be able to play the value of the board and get a really, really nice value in day 3. The Panthers did that here. They've got Mike Jackson as the veteran coming back. They've got Show Smith Wade as the nickel, but I think Will Lee fits into that rotation as kind of a boundary nickel flex guy, right? Press man is his affinity, but he can play a little bit of off man in zone too. I actually think he's underrated in zone with his ability to execute speed turns, right, and be fluid. He's long, he's twitched up, doesn't have elite vertical speed. And I think that's the main issue with this film, is that some faster receivers can stack him on the vertical plane, and then he gets into panic mode, will get grabby. But as a press man, his mirror motor is solid. He's physical as well, so he can dictate releases. And then he's got intelligence and quick reaction ability too, and that chippy competitive mentality that you love. So I think it's a really good fit for Ajiro Evero's scheme as well, having that flexibility between man and zone, between the nickel and the boundary. At this stage, it's really, really impressive value.
Ian Cummings, a man of not only draft prospect knowledge, coaching staff knowledge, and schematics at the NFL level as well. So impressed. Will Lee III, though, Jacob, to Carolina, positional value as it was a little bit lower on your board, but still great value at this pick for Lee.
Yeah, and I think with Lee in particular, you see the size. It can come back to bite him sometimes. I mean, coming in at 6'2", he's a little bit, he's taller for a cornerback. It can be a little tougher for him to sink his hips, to stay low, and some of those like more sudden, sharp movements can be a little bit difficult for him. And I do think he's a little bit too grabby in coverage at this, but at the same time, though, the length is tremendous. I mean, you're looking at 92nd percentile arm length, nearly 33-inch long arms, 42-inch vertical, that's 98th percentile, 11-foot broad jump, that's 96th percentile. I love the physicality near the line of scrimmage. He uses his size and his length well to be a disruptor in press coverage and working through a receiver's stems. You see that good hand activity, before the top of the route, and maybe disengaging and maybe not being so grabby past, at the top of the route, and a little bit further on in the route pattern, it could be a point of emphasis, but he's physical. He's, aggressive at the catch point. He's a solid tackler because of that size and physicality he brings to the table. I like the processing that he shows in both man and zone. Solid pick. It's not one where I'm like, oh, I'm pounding the table for a guy who's got lateral quickness concerns. But at the same time, if you want a big, lengthy corner who's going to disrupt a receiver's route pattern close to the line of scrimmage, I think Will Lee's one of the top guys in this class.
I do. I flashed at Kansas State, obviously, and then you love it. So I want to talk about somebody who flashed elsewhere. We have 2 picks now to get through. Miami Dolphins drafting Texas edge Trey Moore, formerly of UTSA. So I want to go back to that 2023-2024 season for UTSA. 14 sacks, 17 and a half tackles for loss, an interception, 3 pass breakups, 4 total passes defended. This is a guy who, followed the money and the transfer portal to Texas. He had to battle through some things, I believe injuries, but also some depth on the Texas Longhorns defense. Trey Moore, though, an absolutely physical disruptor and can play sort of anywhere, it feels like, from edge, off-ball linebacker, kick him around inside, let him cover. This is a guy who does it all for the Miami Dolphins. But then also off the board to the Chargers at 131, Genesis Smith,
Ooh,
safety
let's
from Arizona.
go.
So
Wow.
we'll go to Moore first, because, and I want to kick to you, Ian. Not that I want you to talk negatively about a prospect. You have him at 347 on your board, so a big reach, 281 on the consensus.
Yeah, and here's the thing. The UTSA production and performance was very, very impressive. Obviously went to Texas and didn't really show the consistency against SEC competition. Was also, kind of buried on the rotation as well. So I think you're looking at probably an archetype as a DPR, designated pass rusher, with some attacking Sam flexibility, right? I do think he can drop into coverage and patrol the flats as well if you need him to, so that versatility is there. But around 6'2", 243, sub 32-inch arms, but tested very well at the NFL Combine. You're looking at a 4.54 40-yard dash, 38.5-inch vertical, 10-foot broad jump as well. So he's explosive, he's pretty flexible, he's twitched up, and he does have a degree of angle IQ and upper-lower synergy as a rusher, knowing how to get tackles, baiting them into oversetting, and again, capitalizing with dip and rips, swims. I think he's got all of that in his arsenal, but mainly a DPR because the run defense profile as an edge setter is not there. He'll have some versatility, but probably a rotational guy at best, in my opinion.
Rotational guy. Sorry, Dolphins fans, Matthew, but there is
round 4, that's
in
okay.
my opinion,
Round
for
4,
Trey
that's
Moore.
okay.
So Genesis Smith, real quick, while the Saints pick is coming in at 132 as well, but we'll go to Genesis Smith because this is a guy who we thought was going to be gone early day 2 with the way that the safety board was falling.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at a rangy, traditional center fielder type of safety. He's tall, he's got long arms, he's got a large catch radius to work with. He's intelligent in coverage too, and I think for such a big guy, the downhill speed is really impressive. Again, drink up, longitudinal agility, and that mental trigger too.
Hang on. Thumbs up.
I'll drink. Sure, I'll do it.
The day's over.
But yeah, the downhill quickness and that mental trigger to pick up on his concept in man or zone, and to know when to jump on the route and to have that explosiveness to physically be able to do so, is really impressive to me. I know we talked about, when are the Chargers going to take a defensive back? Now they took one. I think Smith should have gone in round 3. So to get him in round 4, especially at this juncture in the round.
I'm looking at when they picked as well in round 3. It still would have been probably an A minus. We have it an A+ grade for this one. So probably in round 3 would have been an A minus. That's how good and how high we have him.
Real quick too, schematically, I think he's a perfect fit over top Derwin James. He's a center field safety, like Jacob said, elite range, but also the route intelligence, the fluidity for a guy who's 6'2". You could have him as the post safety, and you have a post and an intermediate dig concept, right? He is so disciplined and quick to react and quick to adapt on the back end. Complete safety blanket. Now, that comes at the cost of tackling ability. He's one of the worst run support safeties in the class. But
that's why you have Derwin.
Yeah.
But he's so good in coverage. And he's got the 6'2" frame. I think you can be willing to let him develop there.
All right. Speaking of someone might need to develop as well, we're reaching here. I maybe understand why we reach for a player with SEC starting experience like Jeremiah Wright does, but the New Orleans Saints drafting Auburn guard Jeremiah Wright at 132. 195 on your board here, Ian, so you're a little higher, almost 100 picks higher than the consensus rank at 279. Jacob, though, 367 for you on your board, so not quite a draftable grade, maybe not even a priority free agent as well for you there. But grabbing our lowest grade of day 3 here with the Saints drafting Jeremiah Wright.
Yeah, and he's a guy who was at the Senior Bowl, was a little up and down at the Senior Bowl. I think, again, I would have picked him mid to late day 3. I can see why the Saints are picking him here. They had a need at guard. I think he can fill that spot and compete for a starting role. And looking at my grading sheet, he does have elite power and core and grip strength, I think. That's the appeal with him, is that 6'5", over 330, near 34-inch arms. This dude is a domineering physical skill set where once he latches on, it's very tough to erode his anchor, and then he's got the ability to impose his will in the run game too. He's better in a phone booth. Again, he's not the rangiest blocker. You're probably looking at a lot of inside zone, duo, gap scheme, power, but in that scheme, he at least can acquit himself physically. And then I do think he has pretty good awareness as well. You know, in terms of balance and leverage, he's good at acquiring leverage, but his pad level can drift a little too high. Not a ton of knee bend as well. So mainly a strong, powerful guard who fits the phone booth mentality, right? And at least can do his job in the run game, but not the most dynamic, not the most well-versed. I think probably, you know, a low ceiling but higher floor type of player.
So I'm working on getting confirmation here, but the Ravens pick is in at 133, and yet I believe this was the Niners pick. So a trade happening. So we'll get confirmation of trade details here very shortly. But the Baltimore Ravens, which Niners have plenty of picks to work with, still have 139 in this 4th round as well, coming up here shortly. So Baltimore's draft class so far to date, we like what they did with their 1st round pick, going interior offensive line, then Zion Young off the edge in round 2, Jacoby Lane, and then double dipping with Elijah Surratt at the wide receiver position. So we'll get to confirmation on our trade details if I can. Actually, I do have them just now. Baltimore's trading number 154 and a 2027 6th rounder to move up to 133 in the 4th. So interesting as we get the pick selection being read here. I will again want to say thank you to Ben Rolfe for helping me out. They move up, the Ravens do, to draft Matthew Hibner.
Let's go.
SMU tight end.
I knew you'd like that pick.
Yes, sir. I love it, man. Matthew Hibner is a top 100 guy on my board. 6'4", 251. Began his career at Michigan, but I ended up transferring to SMU later in his career. And at SMU, man, here's the thing with Matthew Hibner. He came to the Senior Bowl, and I had not gotten much exposure to him before the Senior Bowl. And he comes to Mobile, and he was the best tight end at the event. He was so consistent in route running drills, one-on-ones, just dicing up linebackers and safeties with the seam running awareness, right? With the STEM IQ, the ability to, again, you know, get guys to void upfield and then, you know, operate on a post route. He's got some rack ability as well. I think he has a really full route tree for a tight end too. He can operate inline or out in the slot. He's got a whip route as well, in breakers, out breakers. You know, the full palette is available to you. And I do think as a blocker, there are times where he can improve his sustain a little bit. I think only 32-inch arms, so, you know, a little bit shorter range in terms of being able to latch and extend and maintain those extensions. But in the run game, he can play inline. He's got pretty good pass protection ability too. He's got heavy, proactive hands. And at the same time too, you know, the route running, the seam threat ability is so strong with him. This is a fun fit. And I love that he gets the Ravens, right? Because Matthew Hibner is a guy who has all of the two-phase parameters, but he's still kind of reaching that ceiling. I think with the Ravens, learning from Mark Andrews, with their level of schematic knowledge and versatility, he can reach his ceiling. And ultimately, I would have taken him day 2. I think over a lot of the tight ends that went day 2, I'm a big fan of
He
this
can
move.
catch a little bit better, perhaps, than Mark Andrews. Sorry, Ravens fans. For their top 50 picks now on offense, the Ravens. So a team historically known for their defense going to the offensive side of the ball in this draft with 4 of their 5 picks in this top 133 selections on the offensive side of the ball. Interesting of note, too, perhaps an Isaiah Likely replacement.
Yeah,
so a short-term play maybe with some upside, but also a long-term play, it feels like, at tight end.
And you lost Charlie Kolar, too. I mean, they love using multiple tight ends, and, you know, losing 2 of your top 3 tight ends, especially now with Mark Andrews, probably, you know, nearing the end of his career at this stage, you know, at his age, to be able to bring in a guy like Hibner, you know, Ian is a little bit higher on him than I am, but I 100% understand the reasons that he is. You know?
Jacob, I do want to ask you a question because the Ravens' new offensive coordinator is Declan Doyle. He was the Bears' offensive coordinator in 2025.
Indeed.
Off of that experience, because obviously different than the Todd Monken offense that was previously there, how do you think they're going to utilize Hibner?
Yeah, so one thing that the Bears did a lot last year with, you know, Declan Doyle not being the primary offensive play caller for Chicago, but still having a massive role in the influence of that offense. It's a lot of multiple tight end sets. I mean, you had both Cole Kmet and Colston Loveland played on, I believe, over 60% of offensive snaps all told. But you also had Durham Smythe, who played, I think it was roughly around 25% of the snaps. One of the higher teams in terms of not just 12 personnel, but 13 personnel as well. Smythe, they used him a lot as a run blocker. I think Hibner is going to be more in kind of that receiving complementary sort of role.
Yeah.
Especially as he's a little bit more raw as an inline, or unproven rather, as an inline blocker compared to some of the other tight ends in this class. But the receiving upside is really impressive. The athleticism is 100% there. So I think there's definitely a path for Hibner to get some early playing time there in Baltimore.
Nice. I like it. And now we're on to the next pick. The Falcons have picked Kendall Daniels from Oklahoma. Cam, where does this fall on the consensus board?
So we're pretty close here as well. 146 on your board, Ian. 162 on yours, Jacob. But the consensus across the board, if you pull everybody's mock or everybody's big board in, 146, Ian. So Ian on the nose with where we would rank Kendall Daniels.
Let's go.
A C+ grade because lower on the positional need for the Falcons here at POS.
Yeah, and I will say probably a rotational guy early on with some special teams utility as well. But I love the upside, and if you everyone who's watching, if you remember our FDC linebacker episode, my day 3 steal that I advocated for and lost the debate was Kendall Daniels.
Those are semantics.
Yeah.
But Kendall,
who's counting?
Who's counting, right?
Ian's counting. I have a tracking sheet of every point one, by the way, so far on FTC. So we'll see that later.
For sure. But hey, and look at these stats: 2025 snaps at nickel and safety, 253. He was a former safety at Oklahoma State, transitioned to linebacker, but was kind of a dime linebacker for Brent Venables' defense, which is a very complex defense, fulfilling a multitude of roles. Right, dime linebacker, overhang, just straight up Sam or Will, and then also rushing off the edge. 6'5", 242, over 32-inch arms. He's not the fastest guy. I think a 4.75 40-yard dash, but I think he's explosive enough. I think he's very fluid for his size too, and incredibly physical. He does not have any drawback in terms of being a former safety. He comes downhill with a ton of heat. He's very willing to engage at contact, and then he's got some rush versatility too. So I love this pick. I think a bold prediction. I think he's a future starter at linebacker for Atlanta.
Well, linebacker, the motif is out. Indianapolis Colts selecting our man from Oregon. I'm gonna let you go with this one, Ian, as well.
Yeah, well, he was a fun little nugget. He was drafted, I believe, in the 13th round of the MLB draft a few years ago. So he's got some of that baseball background as a fallback, but no, he committed to football full time and was a very, very good player for that Oregon defense. He's a guy who, and this is kind of an interesting pick for Indianapolis because they already got C.J. Allen in I believe the second round. Yeah, so you're doubling up here, and they did have 2 needs at the linebacker spot, so I can see why they're doing it. But Bryce Betcher, a guy who was experienced, a guy who around 6'1", 230, the same size profile. So not the biggest guy, but he's rangy. He's very physical, and I do think he's pretty fluid in coverage too. I think he's a well-rounded three down linebacker who has solid tackling ability too. And looking back at my grading scale, I think in almost every category he graded at least a 6 or 7. 6 or 7.
Ian did it now.
I
there
didn't
you go.
know. That was not anticipated, but he's a solid player. I think at the very least special teams utility, and I think he could be a starter alongside C.J. Allen. I think these are 2 rangy, physical guys who play above their weight class and can be really solid starters.
And I will say too about Betcher. So one of my buddies who works on the Mizzou football beat, Kenny Van Doren, shout out to Kenny. I literally just texted him like, "Hey, I'm about to shout you out on my draft stream." He's also a diehard Astros fan. So. Yeah. And the Astros are the team that selected Bryce Betcher. And throughout the course of the last 2-3 years, he's been texting me like, "Hey, this Bryce Betcher kid, is he going to be in the NFL?" At first, I'm like, I'll be honest, I don't know who he is. Let me get around to him. But within the last year or so, starting to get more familiar with his game, I'm like, "Hey man, I'm sorry, he's not going to Major League Baseball. Like, I'm sorry. He put together a really good season. I agree with everything Ian said. An outfielder in baseball, you can see that in his movement skills, the fluidity that he has, some of the quickness, the ability to, shoot downhill and to have that closing speed is really impressive. I agree. He's going to be a really good special teamer. Is he going to be a starter in the NFL? I don't know, but I definitely think at the very least he's going to bring that effort and level of athleticism that you really want in the third phase.
And one more quick thing too. He was at the Senior Bowl. I think easily there were a lot of physical linebackers at the Senior Bowl. He was the most physical. I mean, this
Yeah.
guy was a tone setter coming downhill. He did not care that it was practice and not full speed. This guy was coming downhill, laying the wood, and he was exerting all of his will. So love the physicality and the willingness and the play pace, the urgency, and it's a product of his processing too. I think he's a smart player, and that magnifies the physicality that he plays with.
That's two linebackers in a row. Kendall Daniels to the Falcons at 134, and then Bryce Badger to the Colts at 135. Little note there, very close in the consensus, 146, 151. We're going here in order of the consensus for linebackers, which we did not go after Sonny Styles. So to me, Jacob, having a Betcher there at 140 on your big board, decent value then for the Colts, not necessarily in our highest of positional needs for the Colts. So a team that needs some things as well. We've talked about the Saints. We've talked about the NFC South seemingly at length here. With some unique draft classes taking place, the Colts seemingly maybe perhaps falling by the wayside, or the Saints, falling by the wayside here. Where do the Saints need to go at 136?
Corner feels like one. I don't believe they've addressed that yet, and I don't know if they've addressed edge yet either. There's not a ton of talent left on the edge board, but I would have liked Dennis Sutton for them on day 3. Obviously, he went earlier, but I'd have to say edge or corner, right? We know they got guard, we know they got receiver as well, we know they got Oscar Delp at tight end, and they got a even front nose, Cam Mellor. So to me, you're narrowing down the options. To me, corner or potentially safety. We know they have a potential long-term need alongside Jonas Sanker. He was very good as a rookie. I think they could utilize some talent there. Is Kamari Ramsey still on the board? To my knowledge,
somehow
still
on the board. I would love Kamari Ramsey for the Saints. I think he would be a phenomenal value. Keith Abney, though, as well. I think he'd be a very good scheme fit in Brandon Staley's defense with his ability to click and close in off-man zone.
Drink.
He's one
I'll
of the
take
best.
a drink on that one.
There we go. Click and close, longitudinal. We're checking all the boxes here. But I think secondary, the value of the board is playing out very well, and we had mentioned it multiple times. The meat of this class is in the middle, especially at the secondary. So the Saints, they've played down to this point. They've filled other needs. I feel like secondary is the only way that I would go. We'll see what they do.
Jeremiah right here, they win at 132. So at 136, though, the New Orleans Saints drafting North Dakota State wide receiver Bryce Lance. This is Trey Lance's little brother. Trey Lance, famously the 3rd overall pick to the San Francisco 49ers, flamed out in his NFL career, a guy with very limited experience. His brother, though, however, Bryce Lance, not limited on the experience front, a guy who can win anywhere on the field, it feels like to me.
100%. I mean, you're looking at a guy with consecutive 1,000-yard seasons at North Dakota State, so you have the production and you have the physical tools as well. I keep saying if you're taking a small school prospect, they got to have both tools and production. Lance is both. Look at the relative athletic score, 9.95. Unbelievable size speed combination, reliable hands, very rarely drops the football, keeps good focus, attacks the 50-50 ball well. Good ball skills. I love, the ability to high point, the contortion, when he's working in the air, the athleticism. I see sometimes, he can work that kind of subtle stem on the vertical route concepts to, free himself up and work the blind spot to create a little bit of subtle separation. Being as tall as he is, I think the, super sharp route concepts are going to be a little bit more difficult for him, but as a pure type of deep speed type of threat to stretch the field vertically early on in his career while he develops his route tree and kind of fleshes out his game as a true route salesman, I think this is incredible value. You have a guy who dominated the FCS, really good hands, great size, athleticism. Looking at that Saints team, I mean, you bring in Jordan Tyson and Chris Olave, but outside of that, I mean, it's Devon Vele, Kevin Austin Jr., Mason Tipton, Bub Means. They got Jalen Polk and Trey Palmer in the mix there as well, but you still have a pretty big need for a true wide receiver 3, and to get a guy like Lance this late, I think you're betting on upside. So to be able to do that this late, I think it's a no-brainer to me.
You mentioned he dominated the FCS, and I want to throw out some numbers here. So in 2025, he had an 84.3 PFSN wide receiver impact at the FCS level. He had 3.8 yards per route run, which is pretty insane.
That's nuts.
He had a catch rate over expectation of 21.05%, yak over expectation per reception of 2.44 yards. So any phase that you ask, he is hyper efficient. And looking at this offense with Chris Olave, with Jordan Tyson, medicals are a concern for both of them. But if they can stay healthy, and then Oscar Delp as well as that seam splicer with 4.48 speed, right? Don't forget about him. This has the potential to be one of the most explosive offenses in the league with
Tyler
Tyler Shuck in the
Shuck
second
is a
year.
happy man.
And
all
Tyler
the
Shuck,
time.
He
Tyler
should
Shuck,
be.
he's a QB who is willing to take those risks downfield in the intermediate and deep ranges. So I
So,
love this
You
arms
talk about
race.
taking risks. Did you see him chucking things off the float at Mardi Gras this year too?
I
Guy
did
needs to
not
learn
see
to
that.
take some things off. We're talking throwing beads, throwing something. The king cake was out there as well, making an appearance. Dude is throwing his to the fans about 10 yards off the float with a howitzer. So the Dallas Cowboys now on the clock here. The Saints happy. We're going to stick down there, 136. The Dallas Cowboys on the clock as we come to the close or near the close of round 4 at pick 137. The Dallas Cowboys draft Alabama edge LT Overton, former 5-star recruit of Jimbo Fisher at
Yeah.
Texas A&M back in the day. Jimbo never got to coach him, I believe, before he
Yeah.
was ousted. LT then transferring to Alabama in that vaunted Alabama front. I don't think, to me, ever met his proverbial ceiling in his collegiate days, and, based on that recruiting pedigree. So take it with a grain of salt. We're evaluating a high school player and how they acclimate. We're doing the same thing here, though. We're
Yeah.
evaluating a college football player who maybe never met his ceiling in college and asking where he's going to land. I still like the raw fundamentals and tools that he possesses.
Absolutely. And I think it's worth noting, 274 at the combine, 278 at the Senior Bowl in terms of his weight as well.
Inside, yeah.
I'm curious. Yeah, you have him as a defensive tackle. At his pro day, though, Brant is 6'3", 287 pounds. That's very much interior 3 technique defensive tackle, or even kick inside as a 5-tech potentially too. The tools, are there. It just didn't come together all the way at the collegiate level. You see high motor in run support as well. He's got good closing speed for a guy as big as he is. As an edge rusher, maybe didn't have the flexibility and maybe a little too heavy to stick around there full time. So I do like him kicking inside here as well. Doesn't have elite athleticism, but good length. I like the speed to power flashes that he's shown, especially in 2024. I think it's an intriguing pick. It's worth taking a shot on if you're the Dallas Cowboys, to have a guy who can, you can kick him inside, you can rush him off the edge, factor him into the defensive line rotation in a variety of different ways. Kind of bet on that upside where it's like, all right, he didn't fully maximize what he had to work with in college. Maybe he can in the NFL. Coming into this stage in day 3, I think that's worth taking a shot on.
Yeah, and 6'3", 287 is pro day, over 33-inch arms. I feel like the athletic profile translates a lot better on the interior than it does at edge. I think you're looking at a guy who's more of a linear explosion guy, not a ton of bend, right, but still a guy who can puncture interior gaps, I would say, and also reset the contact point again with that power profile. Play with natural leverage too. Being 6'3", it's a lot easier to get underneath his opponents too. So I'm really intrigued by the Cowboys because they have invested heavily in this defensive line in this class. They got Malachi Lawrence in round 1. They got Jason Barham at 92 overall, and now getting LT Overton on day 3. They still have not hit off-ball linebacker yet, so I'm intrigued by that. Their next pick is not until 218, as far as I'm aware. So they're punting on guys like Aiden Fisher and Keyshawn Elliott. I would have taken one of them. I don't know if LT Overton moves the needle for me on the interior to the level where I would pass up on a potential starter at off-ball linebacker, knowing what they need, but we'll see. The fact of the matter is that defensive line rotation is very deep. We know he's got some alignment versatility, which in Christian Parker's scheme, that can be valuable.
Talking about value here and all over the board in terms of value, the Miami Dolphins are on the clock. But I like this about LT Overton. We'll talk about the Dolphins class here in a moment. But LT Overton, you talk about moldable ball of clay. I don't know if that fits him, but I feel like there is truly untapped potential. But I am super curious to see, edge, a need, not necessarily the top need, but is it better? Is he going to be better suited inside? Is that the play? I like to see where he goes. Very interested to see. Hope he does maximize set potential. So, the Miami Dolphins, Caden Proctor, Chris Johnson, round 1. That's an offensive tackle and a cornerback in round 1. They go to Jacob Rodriguez, a linebacker, in round 2. And then they land Caleb Douglas, which was a relative surprise pick, a wide receiver, in round 3. And Will Kazmarek, a blocking tight end, in round 3 as well. And round out their day with Chris Bell, another wide receiver, coming off an ACL injury as well, I believe, or an injury, just specifically here. So just picking a little bit ago, they drafted Trey Moore. They're going to stick on the defensive side of the ball here at pick 138, and they're going to draft, it's to me another one, Curious where they put him, just like curious where Trey Moore is going to play. Where is Kyle Lewis going to play, the newest Miami Dolphin linebacker at Pitt? We just talked about it, a little undersized, but is he a safety? So it's interesting to see linebacker, not necessarily a need. Actually, I believe not even a need at all, but is safety a need? Is that maybe the play? But Kyle Lewis, an incredible athlete for Pitt this past year.
100%. And I think, if you do choose to keep him as a linebacker, it's some of the best coverage ability that you'll see at linebacker in this class. I mean, you bring in Jacob Rodriguez, again, another guy who can cover really well. Lewis definitely coming in undersized, 6 feet tall, 220 pounds. Maybe you kick him as a safety, but I think you can get a lot of use out of him in sub packages, as a substitute linebacker or as a dime, a big dime, whatever the case you might want to put it in, have him as a safety, as a linebacker. The intelligence and coverage is really impressive to me. The quick route processing across the middle of the field really shines. Fluid athlete. I mean, as you'd expect for a linebacker who's a little bit smaller, I like the fluidity, the change of direction, the intelligence to act upon his reads and coverage. I mean, you see there in 2024, his PFSN linebacker impact was just through the roof. He's shown he can rush the passer. I think some of that is more like by design, more so than, he's super physical and he can shed blocks consistently. I just think he does a good job of adjusting the tempo of his rushes and being patient in finding the open lane within the offensive line and then exploiting that accordingly. I think he's going to struggle with deconstructing blocks, taking on offensive linemen head on, just being at that size, shorter arms, on the lighter side. Maybe he's a safety at the next level, but wherever you put him, I think he'll be good on special teams right away. That athleticism, that coverage ability, I'm taking a chance on. I think this is really good value. I think I had him in my top 100. If I didn't, he was really close. So,
92nd on your final draft board.
Yeah,
Ian,
so
126 on yours, 104 on the consensus. So it is a B+. And Ben and I checked a B+ at safety or linebacker. So the positional versatility doesn't change on our grades, but it might change his impact on that defense.
Yeah, and my bold prediction, not really bold prediction, I think he plays the nickel mostly for the Dolphins. Yeah. Maybe, again, he's got some versatility between dime linebacker and nickel. He can rush off the edge a little bit as an extra rusher from the slot as well, right? The blitzing utility we talked about. And the length is a really interesting note because at the Combine, he measured in with 31 1/4 inch arms, but at the Senior Bowl, it was closer to 32 inches. So I know there was a big talking point about the Combine, the arm lengths being a lot shorter just in large, from a broad scale view. So, there's a little bit of a variance there for sure, but the fact of the matter is he's explosive. At the Combine, he ran a 4.5 340 dash, 39.5 inch vertical, 10.9 broad jump, and then a 6.97 3 cone, which is really impressive too. So agile, fluid, and then, hey, we talked about acute shin angles earlier. He's got them closing downhill. He's so explosive. He's very intelligent as well. The 96.6 impact rate in 2024 is elite, and I think he was still over 80 in 2025. A slight drop down, but a really versatile player. And they got Jacob Rodriguez in the middle. Kyle Lewis can be kind of that flex piece who plays nickel, who plays some will linebacker if you need him to, sub-package linebacker. A lot of versatility, a lot of upside there.
I want to keep on that, I think, as well, because it's interesting. They announced him as a safety. The graphics across the board here said linebacker, but we're talking about him now as a safety at this point. So Kyle Lewis, I think that safety is such a loose term to put him. I feel like you play him in the box, just leave him within 8 yards, play him off the tight end.
You could say maybe like a hybrid star defender,
and just let him feast in the flats if necessary. Let him use that athleticism, that size, and that speed. So I want to do a team that drafted a running back earlier. Yesterday, Kalen Black, the Niners not drafting a running back here at 139, but shout out to Jason Katz, PFSN fantasy analyst, who just gave us this nugget of information that when the next running back is drafted, it will be the latest a running back 4 has ever been drafted in an NFL draft. Wow. So we're making NFL draft history if you pull the right levers here. So Ephesians Prysock off the clock here, off the board to the 49ers at pick 139, the second Washington cornerback drafted. Ian, 104 on your final big board there, 129 on the consensus. It's a B+ grade overall on our grading scale for Prysock here to San Francisco.
Yeah, and he's not going to be in the starting lineup. He's a depth guy, special teamer, I think, early on, because they got Lenoir, they got Renardo Green as well. Upton Stout was really good as a nickelback early in his career. So Ephesians Prysock, though, is a really good upside play, I think, for San Francisco. 6'3", 196 around, I think, sub 4.5 speed. He's very explosive, too. And for a guy, who we're going to look at archetypally as a cover 3 defender, right? You know, he's got the long strider speed. He'll play inside saddle. I actually think he's really fluid for his size, and I gave him a better fluidity mark than his teammate Takario Davis, who went in round 3. 81.8 PFSN impact in 2025, forcing completion percentage of 16.2% in 2025, and just 0.8 yards allowed per coverage snap, but 5 touchdowns allowed. So there is some volatility with his game. He's still refining, you know, his route vision. I think when you get him on 2-on-1s in zone, he can be a little, you know, he can be hesitant, and the pauses can, you know, create space for wide receivers. I also think the playmaking ability at the catch point can be very inconsistent too, but he's explosive, he's long, he's physical, and coming downhill in support, man, I love how he engages blocks. He's so physical. So I like the upside play, probably a special teamer, depth guy early on, but has starter upside.
Prysock joins his former teammate Takario Davis as the second Washington cornerback drafted. So now, pick 140, the last of the 4th round, one of our compensatory selections here for the Cincinnati Bengals. The pride of Binghamton, New York, Lackawanna College, transfer to Miami to Georgia, wide receiver Colby Young off the board here.
Whoa.
To the Bengals at pick 140. I'm going to call it out. I said maybe earlier we had somebody with, it was Wade Woodis, actually, as 332. 387 on the consensus here for the Bengals. I'm going to let the Browns fan behind us snicker, give us a little bit of a laugh for the misfortune of the Bengals to draft probably what now will be the biggest reach, 140 on the board. So you're talking 247 selections off.
He's laughing
almost a
maniacally.
full draft class worth of discrepancy from where he was on the consensus board to
Yeah.
where he was selected as well. Colby Young did flash a little bit at Miami his sophomore season after transferring from Lackawanna College. Did not quite have maybe what Georgia thought was going to be the impact when they got him in the transfer portal, though.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it came down to availability. Only played in 5 games in 2024, only played in 8 games in 2025. So staying on the field, staying healthy was definitely, you know, an aspect of that evaluation. I mean, giant dude, obviously 6'4". It rounds up to 6'5" with him. Very, you know, can win above the rim, pretty reliable hands. For a guy who's as big as he is, you know, 218 pounds as well, a 4.49 is pretty good speed. It's, you know, kind of middle of the road as far as wide receivers go. But you look at a guy that big, he can get the job done. He's got a strong enough frame. He can box out defenders at the catch point. Again, it's a super small sample size, so, you know, take whatever with a grain of salt. But I think that as tall as he is, it's tough for him to sink his hips going into his transitions. Making those sudden movements are a little bit of a difficulty for him. Kind of limits the route tree you can work with there. I like the physicality he's shown that I've seen out of him as a run blocker as well. He turns those 50-50 balls into 60-40 balls, in my opinion. I think that's a good way to put it, to where he's got a little bit of an edge at the catch point. But, again, very raw as a route runner. He's not going to, you know, impress you after the catch by any means. Doesn't have great production at the collegiate level. I think it's definitely a reach. There are tools there. There are tools there for sure. I just think you're taking a very raw and unproven product.
To me, it looks like the old coaching mantra: you can't coach size.
That's true.
So let's get this giant, massive athlete. So round 4 is in the books. Round 5 on the clock, I believe, officially. Correct me if I'm wrong. Let's make sure. Yeah, 141 is starting round 5.
Yeah.
So round 5 is here. And round 5, I'm going to throw it to either one of you, whoever wants to be the loudest and boisterous for the Houston Texans, drafting Kamari Ramsey finally off the board.
Is that loud?
He went loud and boisterous before he even announced the pick. So Ian, to you
That was
first
loud.
now, since you
Wow.
were preemptive.
Okay.
In your loudness. I'm going to call out PFSN's free
All right.
NFL mock draft simulator is fully updated with every pick of round 4, and now even with Kamari Ramsey off the board to the Texans at 141. Round 5 is starting. Go to the PFSN MDS. Again, if you're a fan of the Cardinals, if you're a fan of the Chargers, if you want to draft for the Browns at 144 here, 146, and see who they can get, see who's best on the board, because Ramsey officially off the board, off the top of our safety class. We loved Ramsey. Thought he was gone yesterday.
The rich get richer, man. This is a very impressive pick, and a guy that I would have taken day 2 as a starter, you know, either as a safety or nickel. The Texans don't really have a spot for him in their starting lineup right now. They've got Derek Stingley, Kamari Lassiter, Jalen Petrie is a really good nickel, and they got Reed Blankenship in free agency to accompany Kalen Bullock. So he's a depth guy, but if you have an injury occur in the secondary, you know that Kamari Ramsey can play nickel, free safety, strong safety. He's in the category of players that I categorize as a glue guy, where he can really play anywhere that you ask him to. a solid 78.7 PFSN safety impact rate in 2025. The QB rating allowed, there's a little bit of volatility in coverage, and he doesn't have the best playmaking skills at the catch point. That's where I think he stands to improve, is getting his head around. Doesn't have the longest arms, so that disruptive reach is a little bit smaller. The margin for error, therefore, is smaller. But in terms of the tape, you watch the film, you watch how he manages space, right? This is a guy who's very fluid. He almost floats on his back pedal. He's so balanced, so coordinated, moving in space. And again, he's fairly quick to plant and drive, click and close. He's a guy who can play too high in the box a little bit and has a quick trigger, really good play recognition and run support as well, where he can diagnose motions and use that to trigger downhill and maintain his gaps as well. So a really smart, heady, versatile player with really good coverage mobility as well that underscores his physical foundation. A guy who's not going to be a starter right away, but very, very good depth. And if you eventually have turnover down the line, starting nickel, safety, I could see it.
So I want to say a guy who maybe actually could be blossom into a starter just went off the board here as well. So we're going to go now pick 142. The second pick of round 5, the Tennessee Titans selecting former San Jose State tackle, Arkansas guard Fernando Carmona Jr., a mountain of a man at 6'5", 316, seemingly unmovable. But my thought process here with players like Carmona, high-level starter at San Jose State, moves over to Arkansas, took maybe a year, but then graded out incredibly well at Arkansas after he got his feet wet. It sort of looks like relegation or the opposite, promotion, like maybe how the minor league baseball system does it. So you work your way out from single A, double A, triple A, and all the way to the majors, and you finally get your shot. So if the NFL is the majors for Carmona, maybe it doesn't start right away, but maybe a guy who's a developmental piece, but absolutely a need for the Titans, at least here at guard.
Yeah, and it's interesting to me because he was at tight end in high school, so he's
going in.
Yeah, as a full-time offensive lineman, he's had plenty of experience to catch up, but there's still some instances where technically he can improve a little bit. That shows in his 29 career penalties. He can still be a little too grabby. And I think the flexibility isn't necessarily amazing. The pad level can show up as an issue for him sometimes on tape. It did at San Jose State, in Arkansas as well. Maybe got a little more consistent, but still, you'd like to see him get a little more bend in those knees as opposed to, bending at the waist in particular. I like the short area quickness. The straight line burst that he showcases is really impressive to me for such a big dude. I like the tenacity as well. He's a nasty blocker, packs a mean punch at the point of attack.
He's mean.
Yeah.
When you talk to, he's mean.
When he gets his hands right, he's got that grip strength, and he can just drive.
Rotational torque as well on extensions. He's very fun. And a quick nugget about Carmona, I got to speak with him briefly after a practice at the Senior Bowl. He's mean on the field, but he's a very nice guy when he's talking.
He's a sweetheart.
The switch flips, but it was cool because it was a late day. It's getting dark. It's cold down there too, and we're after practice, and he's over there by himself in the end zone practicing getting in his stance and snapping the ball and getting out of his stance as a center as well. So hard worker, great guy. And I think, the Titans, they have a need at center and guard. If we were going a center guard flex interior offensive lineman, there were a few other guys that I would have preferred here. But Fernando Carmona is a tone setter. He's got the proportional length and the mass that you want, the explosive linear athleticism and the physicality. At the very least, is a depth guy who can compete with Cordell Volson and Austin Schlottman for a slot on that line.
Yeah, it's super interesting to me because you look at that and you look at a guy like that. I always say that the pre-draft circuit, 33% is what they put on the field at the Senior Bowl, at the Shrine Bowl, at the Combine. Obviously, the makeup of what they do, the majority of what they produce on the field on Saturdays in the fall is what you're looking at. But a lot of that aspect that they do off the field at these events as well, at the Combine, it's the meetings, it's the way they conduct themselves. And if he's out there at the Senior Bowl taking snaps at a position maybe he hasn't done a whole lot of in front of NFL scouts, in front of NFL decision makers, that speaks to the volume of the kid. So I like the pick. I like Carmona since he was at San Jose State as well. So I want to talk about the Cardinals, though. The Cardinals on the clock here at pick 143, the third pick of the 5th round. Obviously taking Jeremiah Love with their first pick, 3rd overall, and then they go Chase Bisontis on the interior offensive line in round 2. Carson Beck making the splash as the first pick of round 3.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're seriously considering him as a starting quarterback candidate like we're talking about on social media
right
now.
You said the word splash, and I was like, oh, well.
We went to Carson Beck. It's a splash maybe, but it's one of those splashes like if you're watching kids jump in the pool and you're like, oh, that's going to hurt. It's a belly flop. Yeah.
Or it's like one of those.
Carson Beck adds a belly flop.
Yeah, or like one of those splashes where you like drop something into a pool of like radioactive acid or something like that, and it's
We're going full.
and it gets all over the floor, and then there's
I
some,
can't relate to that predicament.
there's some bug on the ground, and all of a sudden it's got like an extra 15 legs or something like that. It's that kind of splash.
Is this you're writing a Marvel comic book? It sounds like at this point.
No, this happened to me yesterday.
Oh. Columbus, Ohio. If you see a 15-legged bug walking around the streets of Columbus, Ohio, in the brewery,
What would
district,
that be?
let us know.
It's not a.
You tell us, Mister.
Centipede.
Yeah.
What kind of rock
Mr.
formation? would you
Science
grow?
Man.
We'll find a term for it. We'll create one.
I know. When you have what dodecagon is the.
Dodecagon?
That's a 12-sided figure.
Oh.
So
In Spanish,
I need to go a
15
little
is
bit further.
quince. I don't know. That doesn't help. Quincepede. I don't know.
Quincepede.
Quincepede.
We've officially gone off the
It's
rails.
got a
I'm going
ring
to bring
to
us
it.
back
All right,
here,
yeah.
knowing what
How
the
did
Cardinals,
we start talking about this?
knowing what the
don't
Cardinals
know.
have done at this position. Earlier today they drafted Caleb Proctor,
Yep.
making him our first FCS prospect off the board, rightfully so. Him or Bryce Lance now both off the board. Cardinals though, it's an interesting team to look at as well. Quarterback is going to be the question for this team, obviously in the post Kyler Murray era. Feels like quarterback was the question they've had in the Kyler Murray era, at least when Call of Duty was being released. So Cardinals, where are we going, Cardinals? You think what is this plan? What is the long-term plan? Who's out there?
Yeah, I mean, edge to me is a potential option. We know they still need a full-time guy opposite Josh Sweat. Joshua Josephs from Tennessee is still on the board, to my knowledge. I like him a lot. Top 100 guy for me. Obviously needs to get a little bit stronger, right? But has the length, has the explosiveness, the bend, the run defense profile as well. So we'll see. It's coming in here. But you look at the trench play, right? They got Caleb Proctor, which I think is a good pick. You could go tackle as well. Get a guy to compete with Elijah Wilkinson at the right tackle spot. We know they still need that as well. So offensive line or edge. I feel like you got to beef up the trenches a little bit more.
You have to. The trenches are where battles are won and lost. And if you don't believe that, watch what the Seattle Seahawks did this past season and watch how they bullied that Patriots offensive line and also bullied that Patriots defensive line. So the Cardinals with some trench warfare, potentially some trench guys. They do not go trench. They go skill position, and they go a little bit light on the skill position, in my opinion. Maybe it's not one we thought. Reggie Virgil, Texas Tech wide receiver, the second Texas Tech wide receiver off the board here in this 2026 NFL draft, landing with the Cardinals at 143.
Yeah.
The numbers coming in, and the numbers not quite as favorable. 204 on the consensus, 248 on your board, and 188 on your board, Jacob. Not a need at this point either for the Cardinals, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather take Virgil here than where Caleb Douglas got drafted earlier. But at the same time, though, I mean, I don't know. There are a few other glaring needs, and there's decent value still along the offensive line. With Virgil, though, I mean, you're looking at upside. He's a taller guy, around 6'3", maybe a little bit skinny, or at least he appeared that way on tape in 2025 at Texas Tech. But I come away impressed with the combination, the size, the length, the speed, the vertical ability really shines. He's shown a little bit of juice coming out of his breaks for such a tall guy, which, I mean, I guess to that point where there's a little bit more dimension behind, he can just run in a straight line really fast. Still a little raw, as, a route runner, didn't run a super deep route tree during his time in college. Drops can be a little bit of an issue for him sometimes, a little bit more than you'd like for a big body type of receiver like that. But I like there's upside as a route runner. He's shown good tempo going through his stems, and depending on the coverage look he's facing, he's shown that he can exploit that and work off of it. It's a little inconsistent, and I'd like to think he's more of a developmental pick at this stage. It took him a little while. He played at Miami of Ohio for a little while before going to Texas Tech for 2025. Took him a little longer than I'd like to be a contributor for the Red Hawks. I think if you're looking at a guy at the group of 5 level go into the NFL, it would be more of a green flag if he were more of an instant contributor. That wasn't necessarily the case. It took him 2 years before he put together any meaningful production there. But Virgil's got tools, and this next pick too.
I love it.
I
love it.
I don't know how he was still available.
Real quick on Virgil to the Cardinals. Monty Ossenfort, I question the process. I really do. Because Demetrius Crownover is a very tools-rich right tackle with some experience who's still on the board at this point. Day 3, beefing up the trenches. The trenches have been a massive issue for this team. They didn't have enough pass rush help last year. They didn't have enough consistency on the offensive line. And we're out here taking a wide receiver who, Reggie Virgil, I was a little bit lower on him, late day 3. I don't see the team building philosophy here. I really don't, because you wait too long, you're not going to have any more right tackle options for you. And Carson Beck, if you're drafting him round 3, the best way to get him to his max is to invest in the offensive line, right? You have Kendrick Bourne as the wide receiver 3, Michael Wilson, Marvin Harrison Jr. I don't think you need to go this route this early. I think you need to play the value of the board. It wasn't there to me, but I love Sam Hecht to the Panthers. I think that's a phenomenal pick. Yeah. I'll go quick because the picks are starting to come in.
The picks
really
are, I'm not going to lie, we already have 146 as well.
Oh my gosh.
For the Browns. So we'll go 144. Sam Hecht, a guy here. I'll give you the data. It's an A+ grade for us. Sam Hecht, 59 on your board, Jacob, 53 on your board, Ian. Honestly, it's like YouTube were the only consensus we pulled, because if you consensus it, it's 56. Yeah. I swear that's a consensus board that we have with everybody's draft board out there. So 56, you guys spot on with where it's like feels like we had him. We had him as a late round 2, middle of the day 2 selection here. Great value for the Panthers, at 144.
Carolina Panthers. I think you found your starting center. I do. Yeah. He's explosive and flexible in the run game. He's angle sound. He's got a strong anchor and pass protection as well. Absolutely love this pick, and I would have taken him in round 2. He was my top overall center in the class. So I'm a big fan. I think the value is incredible, and you've got Monroe Freeling and Sam Hecht on that offensive line. That is a ton of athleticism and range on wide zone looks. I'm such a big fan, man. So I'm so excited to see how it pans out, but a phenomenal pick. And now we go to the Chargers getting Nick Barrett at 145. Real quick, Jacob, you got thoughts on Sam Hecht as well?
Yeah, so Hecht I like a lot. I think the Panthers are having a really good draft so far. You mentioned Freeling and Hecht you're adding to that offensive line. I'm with you on Hecht. The body control, the mobility, the instincts, the spatial awareness, the hand usage as well, all pretty impressive to me. I had Hecht as my top center as well. It was close. I had, Connor Liu, Logan Jones were both pretty close up there for me as well. They both went, considerably earlier than Hecht ended up going. So A+ pick in my regard. And you're also looking at Lee Hunter now, defensive tackle, Chris Brasley you added receiver, Will Lee at corner. Pretty well-rounded draft in my opinion for the Panthers so far. But as far as Nick Barrett goes, I think that you're looking at an intelligent, spatially aware, powerful run defender. I think he's going to be a solid rotational nose tackle on early downs. I mean, he's got a decent amount of experience, up the B gap, but I do like him kicking a little bit more inside in like that traditional nose sort of role. I think that's where he's better suited at the next level. Not the craziest athlete in the world, not the most flexible or agile defensive lineman in that regard, but I do think that the power that he shows, the anchor strength, the ability to stand his ground to 2 gap a bit in the run game, heavy hands too. Once he gets his hands right, he's got that grip strength to just push pull in the run game and overwhelm smaller offensive linemen. So I don't know necessarily if Barrett's going to be a long-term starter, but I think there's definitely a space for him in an NFL rotation along a defensive line. So I like this pick as a guy who can really shore up that run defense.
A pick we do like, though, and I'll get to it, that was 145, Nick Barrett, and I'll let you closing thoughts on Barrett. Mm-hmm. Parker Brailsford, the center. Yeah, from Alabama to Cleveland at 146, an A+ on your draft board grade, making Tyler very happy. I need a woo from back there. We're going bowling. They're going bowling. Did you hear it? The Cleveland Browns going bowling.
There you go.
Probably is that from? Draft day. Or Kingpin.
There's a rumor.
Uh-oh.
That they are filming a second edition of Draft Day.
Oh no!
Really?
Because the commissioner was at the podium and they announced to the crowd that they are recording for an unidentified scripted production.
Ooh.
And he announced some random name, right? Rourke was the last name. Yeah, number 1
Wow.
overall. Shocking the Browns picking a quarterback at number 1
this
overall.
This is all very fun. We have a couple quick pick analyses, and then we have a big trade, I think, that came down the pipipeline. So
snap.
Let's give
us Brailsford, because he was 57th on your
real
board,
quick.
Ian.
I like Nick Barrett a lot for Chargers fans. Even front nose, 1-year starter, late bloomer, but explosive linear power, stacking strength. Parker Brailsford, man, I think is a discount Aaron Brewer type. He's a really good athlete, a little bit smaller, but I think a really good fit for Todd Monken's scheme. Again, getting out in wide zone. If you're looking for a guy to kind of emulate Tyler Linderbaum to a lesser degree, I think Parker Brailsford, he can get a little bit stronger. There's some things at his size he's never going to be able to do, but while he's not powerfully built, I think he's rangy, explosive, physical, well leveraged, and then in pass protection has the lateral mobility to respond really well to stunts and delayed rushes. So big fan of this value.
And here we talked why we actually asked why the Saints maybe didn't go edge.
Mm-hmm.
We now know why.
We now know why.
The Saints trading for former first-round pick from the Las Vegas Raiders, Tyree Wilson. So we're gonna get what the compensation is for New Orleans to trade for the former first-round pick, but Tyree Wilson heading to New Orleans.
It's a very interesting move for them, and it's one where I can see the upside. I'm curious to know the compensation.
Yeah.
I'm curious to know what it is, because at this point in his career, he's been a rotational guy for most of his career. He's only started 7 career games, right? The power profile was very compelling back in the day. I mean, this was a lab-built specimen with that explosive power element, right? The length, the ability to cave in the pocket with bull rushes and long arms, and some impressive ability in run defense with the range, right? And the tackling ability with the length. But it never came together with him. And the pass rush arsenal, it's still raw. What's the compensation?
Tyree Wilson and a 7th to
Okay.
the Saints for pick 150.
Okay, that's not terrible.
So at
That's
that
not
point,
terrible.
if you're the Saints, you're thinking you can't get an edge defender in this class.
Yeah.
Let's get the potential ball of clay, multiple ball of. I don't know if we're quite there.
No,
with
I
him
would
anymore.
say he probably slots in as an edge 3 for the Saints, even though they don't have a ton. They got Chase Young. They have, I believe, Carl Granderson as well. But Tyree Wilson to me he's a rotational guy at this point in his career. I do like maybe there's some inside flex where he can play 4-eye, 3-tech on a situational basis. I'm curious to see what Brandon Staley does with him. But at this point, it's a reclamation project. And for this price, I like it, especially when at this stage in this edge class, there's not a lot left on the board that you can count on to take reps day one.
Yeah, at this point, I'm taking what the Raiders once banked on with is sort of traits and potential for him as well. So we have Washington now on the clock. It's at 147 overall. The Washington Commanders, a team I keep pointing back to you because you once knew them sort of relatively intimately.
For sure.
So Washington, with this draft class that we're building right now, their pick is coming in. How are we feeling if you're a Washington fan right now?
You're feeling pretty good because I think day 1 and 2, I was a big fan of what they did. Obviously, getting Sonny Styles, the value at 7, my top overall player, and then getting Antonio Williams in round 3, who was my 33rd overall player, right? So I think one of the best fits as a movement Z alongside Terry McLaurin. You could go a number of different options here. I had them picking Connor Liu in my mock draft, a center. They need a starter there. Obviously, Liu is no longer on the board, but I still think you do have options at the center position. Or
there you go.
You could go with Joshua Josephs, a top 100 player on my board as well. Not the traditional Dan Quinn fit. Dan Quinn usually likes bigger guys who are powerfully built, over 260, long, but Joshua Josephs does have the length, 34-inch arms at 6'3", 241, and even though he wasn't the most productive as a pass rusher in college, I think the flashes are there. I think you have a guy who's shown that he has the explosiveness and the bend to threaten tackles at the apex. He's shown that he can reduce underneath and reduce the surface area, and then the length gives him a level of power capacity too. When he's properly aligned, he does have the ability to cave in the pocket with, again, I come back to football is physics. If you're longer, if you're more explosive, you can generate more power, and he's got that ability, but only 9.5 career sacks. So again, you're hoping you get more pass rush production, 22 career tackles for loss, so he can make plays in run defense, and he's actually very strong in run defense in spite of his lacking mass because he's got the bend and the flexibility to acquire leverage. He's got the length to stack and establish half-man relationships outside, and then he also has the pursuit ability too. So the pressure rate in 2025 is a little more promising. Even though the sacks aren't there, he does get to the quarterback and forces them off his spot, and then he's a high motor guy as well, a high character guy. So love the value. I think he's a rotational guy right away, and if you can beef up and add mass to his frame, you're looking at a potential starter.
Yeah, this is a great draft. It's very limited. We have 3 players here off the board only for the Washington Commanders, but it feels like incredible value with Styles, Williams, and now Joseph. So another trade to announce here, the Miami Dolphins moving up a little bit. This is not right now. Browns are still up with back-to-back picks, 148, 149, and then the Raiders at 150. But the Panthers continue to trade back their day 3 picks. The Dolphins trading 151 and 227 to the Panthers to move down. So sorry, the Panthers trading 158 and 200 for 151 and 227.
Gotcha.
So we do have a trade coming up here. Joshua Joseph. So the grades are in now. A top 64 player, 83rd on Jacob's board, A+. This grade gets. So we're liking the Commanders draft
And
here.
I will say for the Commanders too, like there's still a number of positions that you need to address. They didn't have an excess of capital this year, so you really needed to hit on the value, And I think they've hit it out of the park. I think you look at what Dan Quinn and Adam Peaser have done. This is a front office and coaching staff that was under a lot of pressure, right? They went all in on 2025 and then went 5-12, had the oldest roster in the league, and it didn't really pan out for them. But I think you have an opportunity to recapture that window with Jaden Daniels as long as you capitalize on this class last and getting Sonny
Game
Styles.
away, right? They were a game away. It feels like
They were
at this
game
point
away. They were
in
the
his rookie
NFC
season.
Championship.
So,
But now you can get back, I believe. I really do.
so we are. I misspoke. The Seahawks have moved into 148 instead of the Cleveland Browns. So we have the Seattle Seahawks drafting at 148 here, and the Browns will work on what that compensation or what the trade officially was here. I'm sure Ben is working his tail off to figure out what that is. So the Seahawks drafting here again, an interesting draft class so far for the Seahawks. Julian Neal sort of falling in their lap on your board there at 99 to sort of round the day out last night. Bud Clark and Jadarian Price, sort of a vanity pick for a Super Bowl champion, getting the second running back off the board. Still no running back 4 off the board, which will make that the official latest. The fourth running back has been selected. We do have the Browns pick at 149. I won't spoil that one yet. We'll talk Seahawks here at 148. There's a couple different needs they have.
Yeah, they could go edge, but the edge down again. Joshua Josephs was the last guy I had on the board at that specific value, so I don't know if there's as many options there. They've addressed the secondary, they've addressed running back. You could go offensive line as well. Thinking back to Gray's Abel last year, they've shown that they're willing to take chances on FCS guys. I'll throw in the Delby Lemieux shout out.
There you
again.
go.
I think he'd be a phenomenal
Big Green.
fit for that scheme. I think he's athletic. I think he's got the guard center flex as well after playing tackle. Getting all Ivy League honors, first team, 2 years running at Dartmouth. I'm gonna hype it up, and then it's not gonna be the pick.
It's
But
not.
I
but
like
we
it
like
either
it.
way.
We like
Bo
it.
Stevens, yes sir. You got the wide zone fit in the Iowa offense. Again, he's a good athlete. I think he's not the most powerfully built, not the best proportional length for his frame, but an experienced player who has the ability to play square to his opponents and exert power at the point of attack. I think he's very technically sound. He's got good leverage acquisition, good knee bend heading into contact, and at the end of the day, that Iowa offensive line, they are very, very schematically sound too. They reach their landmarks. They know what angles to pursue defenders, and in pass protection, he's got heavy hands. And if you're a defender who gives up leverage against him, if you overset, if you over pursue, he will finish you into the turf too. He's got that tone setting mentality too. So big fan of Bo Stevens at this spot.
Yeah,
and the Seahawks, I believe they hosted him on a visit. I believe he was the only interior offensive lineman that they hosted on a visit. So you could see the indicator there. They showed interest and they capitalized.
There
on
you
the
go.
value
And
here.
so they traded the Seahawks traded a 4th rounder next year to move up to trade for 148 here to grab Bo Stevens. The Browns aren't done trading. They're trading 152 to the Broncos for 170 and 182. So the Browns picking up a second pick in the 5th round to move down 18 spots. Broncos moving up, giving up a 5th round pick to move up these 18 spots at 152. The Browns on the clock though still and select Justin Jefferson. Not that one.
Okay.
Linebacker from Alabama. Not necessarily need 198th on your board, Jacob. 238th on your board, Ian. A C- grade for the Browns pick here as they sat and made some wheeling and dealing and maybe forgot their big board while they were making the selection. No, I'm kidding. Justin Jefferson, a good player at Alabama, but maybe not necessarily the biggest need for the Browns with the way the board was falling.
Yeah, I think he's a guy, was not my top linebacker available on the board, but I can see the reasoning for it. You look at the Browns linebacker skill group, they got Carson Schwezinger. I could never get that name right when he was coming out, but I'd like to think I've gotten better there. But they also have Quincy Williams, they got in free agency, but Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is a player who has had...
You can nail that one, but
I can
Schwezinger
nail that
is
one,
tough.
but Schwezinger, man, that was good. I'll take it. But yeah, I think, they've got talent, but JOK is a guy who, you see, I was scared to say it fully again. I didn't know I could...
Yeah.
We're 1 for 1. It's pull the George Costanza, retire on a high note.
Exactly. But JOK has had some injury concerns, and you don't know if he's going to come back to 100% coming off of this last one. So I think Justin Jefferson can hedge for that a little bit. Probably more of a special teams guy in the immediate timeline, though. You look at the athletic profile, 6 foot 3/8, 223, so lighter guy for sure. The weight is a very low percentile at the position, but near 32-inch arms, 4.57 speed, 38.5-inch vertical, 10.5 broad. Again, looking at the statistics, 74.9 PFSN LB impact grade. You got
That wasn't the satisfying of the year. That was a twist top, so Jacob doesn't spill over there.
That was
We're getting sloppy here. Second safety from Arizona off the board here.
But
I'm not to cut you off. Finish up Justin Jefferson.
Real quick on Justin Jefferson, very good coverage defender, but he gets moved off his spot, and he's very easy to move off the second level and run defense. So I don't love the profile there, and I think he knows that he's light because you see a lot of hesitation when engaging blocks. So mainly a coverage guy with some specific rushing ability, but I think special teams, depth, coverage, that's kind of where he's at.
Yeah, so Dalton Johnson lands here to the Las Vegas Raiders, safety from Arizona.
Yep.
for as many plays as he made in coverage, 6 PBUs, 4 interceptions, a couple of them were gifted to him in coverage, but he made a lot of splash plays around the line of scrimmage behind the backfield.
Yeah,
to me.
and you have like that Arizona secondary where you have Dalton Johnson, Genesis Smith, Traden Stukes. They moved a lot of those guys around. Dalton Johnson was no different. He, played as a deep safety, played in the slot, played in the box. And, for a safety who isn't all that big, I like what he brings as a tackler. The want to is there. He does a good job of keeping, proper pad level. He breaks down in space as a downhill defender. I like the closing speed he works with, the instincts and coverage. He's a quick processor in zone especially. I think, wherever you put him, you're going to be impressed by his route recognition capabilities, good ball skills as well as this, the situational awareness to be able to take advantage of, deflected passes and then be able to have those interceptions. I think the athletic upside, it doesn't wow me. I'll come out on tape for a smaller guy. I want him to be a little bit more fast. I think his range is more so a result of how smart he is, more so than how athletic he is. So maybe not the highest ceiling in the world, but I think he has a nice floor. And even though he's not the biggest safety in the world, I think he'll have some special teams value with the effort he brings as a tackler too.
Yeah, Dalton Johnson is instinctive. I think he's good in support. He's a good playmaker. I've always felt that he was a little underrated, and by myself personally as well. I go back to my grade. I wonder if maybe he should have been higher on my board. That entire Arizona secondary was really, really strong, and Dalton Johnson going to Arizona, they reunite him, I believe, with Traden Stukes, so keeping the chemistry there.
There you go.
But we are going back to back with safeties because the Carolina Panthers have just taken Zakee Wheatley from Penn State. He's a player who comes from a team that has a pipeline at safety, right? Jaquan Brisker, Kevin Winston Jr. this past year to the Titans. Jacob, you said it was a good pick. What are your thoughts here with Zakee Wheatley?
Yeah, so I say Penn State just churns out physical safeties so well.
Safety U.
Yeah, safety U. Jair Brown. I don't know if I'm.
Yes.
Yeah, him as well.
San Francisco.
Going back a few years, Adrian Amos
Yes,
as
sir.
well. I think Zakee Wheatley's a hard hitter at safety. He's got good build. He's a muscular defensive back. He has the closing speed and the effort as well to charge downhill. He's not afraid of contact. By the way, another good pick here at 152 we'll get to in a little bit.
Nice.
But Wheatley, good ball skills. I don't get the sense he's the most explosive laterally. He's not going to wow you in terms of his range and coverage. I think he's capable, in a too high shell. But I think that if you're running single high, he's not going to be the center fielder. He's going to be the guy, covering underneath, or you're going to have him in the box or something like that. But good hitter, good tackler. I like the ball skills, good instincts and coverage as well. I think maybe the athletic upside isn't unbelievable, but I think he'll contribute on special teams. I think there's a chance he becomes a starter at the next level. Great build as well, 6'3", 203 pounds.
Yeah, he's a guy who tackles like an apex predator in run support.
Yeah.
I think that's mainly where he's going to be. I think, it's a little redundant with Trayvon Mayrick potentially, but again, a guy who can play too high, even though he doesn't have the range, is pretty sound in coverage and has good fluidity, has good route intelligence, a smart player as well. Smart, physical. I like it a lot. We are falling a touch behind, so what... Cam, I forgot what the last pick was.
Tight end Justin Jolly from NC State,
Jolly,
landing
that's right. Okay.
with George Payton and the Denver Broncos.
Cool. That's a pick and a player team fit that we had mocked at times. I don't know about you, Jacob, but I had mocked it in round 3 before.
On Jacob's
Yes.
board here.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
great value here.
I would, I'm sure I've mocked that at some point, but significantly higher than the 5th round. So,
Yeah.
Former wide receiver, he's got a lot of slot experience. I like the twitchiness he shows for his size, coming in and out of his breaks. Good fluidity across the middle of the field. Reliable hands. He's never going to wow you in terms of his blocking ability. I think that's something that you could certainly improve on, especially as an inline guy. Mentioned, former wide receiver. It definitely shows a little bit in his inexperience, and lack of ideal physicality and technique as an inline blocker. But as a receiver, there's a lot of upside there for sure.
Yeah, he's a guy who kind of fits the scheme, I think. Not quite the joker, elite athlete that Eli Stowers would have been in that team fit, but again, a player who you can split out wide in the slot as a big slot. You can play him inline or as a flanker a little bit, right? And he's got decent route running ability, decent acute angle freedom right on breaks, and then has some extension ability at the catch point, right? And he's gritty and physical after the catch as well. So I think day 3 is probably, this is a great value for him, right? Because we were talking about him as a late day 2 value. good scheme fit for Sean Payton. I think he'll be able to get the most out of him, and he can provide an outlet, a red zone threat for Bo Nix.
Yes. So again, a little behind. We'll keep the analysis though, because that's what you're here for. That's what we're watching. That's what these two study year round for as well. The run on centers continues though. However, so at 153 to the Green Bay Packers, Jacob Burton, the center from Kentucky, that gives us now 3 centers in the past 10 selections. Sam Hecht 144, Parker Brailsford 146, and now Burton at 153 to the Packers.
So I'll say with Burton, and I found it's Jagger, which was surprising.
Jagger?
I've been saying Jaeger Burton.
That's
this
a
entire
whole
time.
round boost.
All right,
Hold
hold
to
on.
confirm. Jagger Burton. That's such a sick name.
So is that why he was 205 on your board, and then all of a sudden he was 175 out of nowhere?
Yes, exactly.
I got the moves like Jagger, bro.
Yeah, it's not at all. It's not me watching additional tape on him and the relative athletic score factoring in. It's purely name, purely vibes, purely aura. He's name maxing us right now.
Name maxing, I love it.
Mute him, Tyler. Mute him.
Anyway, I'll get to the analysis before Cam pushes for my firing right away.
I need the Dr. Evil button where I push it and your chair falls backwards into the fiery pit of hell.
I'm okay with that. But yeah, so Burton, I don't have my laptop here, so bear with me. Low battery. I don't know how you guys are doing it, but 1,158 starts at left guard, snaps at left guard, 976 snaps at center, 531 at right guard. So that's really, you show the tremendous experience and versatility. He's got a lacrosse background too, which shows. You saw the pure 10 relative athletic score. Moves really well. The body control, the lateral quickness, the acceleration coming off the line of scrimmage. I like the hand placement that he demonstrates as well. I think that, maybe, maintaining control through contact is something that he can work on. I think some of that comes down to pad level, having a higher center of gravity. And as a result, too, some of the angles he takes blocking on the move aren't amazing, but he's smart, good spatial awareness, knows his assignments as a run blocker, good awareness of what's going on around him, how to pitch in, how to help him pass pro. Like the movement skills, the versatility, obviously a plus. I think this is good value for Green Bay, as much as I hate to say it. As much as
again,
I hate to say
that's now the second time you've had to say that for a Green Bay selection.
This is worse than any other consequence. It feels like.
Literally.
I shouldn't have already returned the cheese head. I should have kept the prop and used it as a punishment.
Real quick,
here.
I'd rather eat the horseradish.
Please, absolutely.
Well, how much do we have to pay him?
Wow. Okay. All right.
Timing it. All right.
That's not public information.
Jagger Burton. I will add as well. Again, the Packers. You look at what they like on the offensive line. A few things, right? Athleticism being one. Positional versatility being another, right? Sean Ryan, Jordan Morgan, Anthony Belton, who played tackle in college and kicked inside the guard. They love guys who can be positionally flexible. Zach Tom as well. Jagger Burton is another one who fits that mold, being a guy who played at guard and center. They did sign Sean Ryan to a longer-term deal at the center position, but medicals have been a concern for him in recent years. So I could see Jagger Burton filing in at guard potentially as a depth guy, or potentially succeeding Ryan if he ends up not working out or being fully available. You look at the measurables: 6'4", 312, 32.5-inch arms, 4.94 speed with a 1.76 10-yard split. Very strong explosiveness numbers. I agree with Jacob. I think the sustain, the leverage acquisition, the pad level maintenance later in reps can be an issue for him, but he's experienced. He's got a strong anchor and pass protection, and he's rangy in the run game as well. So good pick there.
Another good pick. Maybe not quite, actually. But we're going to go to the Sun Belt here. The first Sun Belt defensive player, second Sun Belt player taken overall off the board here. 154, the San Francisco 49ers selecting Louisiana linebacker Jaden Duggar. That is a Ragin' Cajun going out. So Ben Rolfe and I were actually golfing out at the Front Office Sports morning tea, the golf event there at the Super Bowl as well. And our cart girl, actually, she drove out herself from Louisiana all the way to San Francisco just for a golf event.
Wow.
Duggar traveling out to the Bay Area for a little bit more important activities here. Duggar, though, not necessarily a higher value player here.
That's
260 on the consensus board at 154.
Like that.
So Duggar.
That's a fun pick. Yeah, I think Jaden Duggar is a guy, probably special temer early on in his career. Oh, I love this next one.
Yeah.
But,
We have two in a row here. So
6'4" and 3/4, 6'5", essentially 242, 4.6 speed, 7-second 3-cone on the dot in the 96th percentile, good explosiveness numbers too. And you look at the production as well. This past year, 125 tackles, 13 TFLs, 4 sacks. Not as much coverage production. That kind of comes from being a little raw. The blind spot IQ awareness can be inconsistent, but Jaden Duggar, if you're looking at him as a depth linebacker with special teams utility and maybe some off the edge blitzing utility as well, the upside is through the roof. The instincts are very hot and cold. He's going to have to tune up to the NFL. I don't know if he's going to be able to handle the pace, especially processing and congestion right away, but toolsy, day 3, special teams utility, upside, checks all the boxes there.
You know who will be able to acclimate to the NFL a little bit faster? I believe it's his next pick as well. So we're going to get to the Colts pick at 156, but 155, the Bucks continue their hot streak of incredible value.
Yeah.
Love the Bucks draft so far. DeMonte Capehart, though,
I love that pick.
landing with the Buccaneers at 155, the defensive tackle from Clemson.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting a pro-ready run defender. You're getting a guy with tremendous size, physicality, large hands, long arms. Lions, again, another great pick. We got a great run. Capehart, I love
Let's
the
go.
physicality, the
Yes.
instincts that he
Let's
shows, being able to push, pull in the run game, but also tested incredibly well. Take a look at this, 9.96 relative athletic score. That's a 99th percentile athlete at defensive tackle, 4.85 40-yard dash, and a 1.71. That's 85th percentile 10-yard split. That quickness off the ball, good explosion in the vertical and broad jump. There's athletic upside to tap into there for a guy who's so refined as a run defender. I love that pick for Tampa Bay.
Yeah, so let's keep it rolling here. I don't think it's going to actually land on the board on the grade as well, but the way that with this edge defender class is gone, the Colts drafting George Gumbs Jr. from Florida, the edge defender here, the top of their need board they're addressing here on day 3 in round 5. So it gets us a C grade here, but eventually, I mean, where we were with this edge board value being all over the map, 164th on your board though.
Yeah, and I think my pick for the Colts in day 3 on my mock draft was George Gumbs, so I'm taking this small victory here. I'm not going to getting this one correct at least, but 6'4", 245, near 34-inch arms. He was a former tight end at, I believe, Northern Illinois, was it? And
Go Huskies.
Go Huskies, man, but he's only in his 3rd year full-time as an edge rusher, right? So you're still looking at a raw profile, right? A little bit older, right? But the run defense is very strong. I think for a guy who's tall and long, he's very good at leverage acquisition and playing with controlled lean. He's incredibly explosive with an over 40-inch vertical, and he does have some power capacity as a pass rusher. Very raw in that phase. But for the Colts, I think this was the perfect developmental day 3 pick. I think if you get him to his ceiling, again, he's got the power profile, the explosion, the run defense, the motor, and there is some really nice bend capacity as well for his size. So moldable ball of clay, a little bit older, but you can look at him as being older, but also a lot younger as a full-time edge. He's at the very start of his developmental curve. I like this pick a lot. And also real quick on DeMonte Capehart, Tampa Bay Buccaneers fans, dirty work DT. That's all I'm going to say. Explosive, resets the point. Love him. But we're on
Good movie, by the way, Dirty Work.
Exactly. Cam, where are we at now?
We're at 157. The Detroit Lions making maybe the best pick so far, in my opinion, of this entire day 3.
Love
Keith
this.
Abney, the second.
That's a good pick.
Cornerback from Arizona State, landing with the Detroit Lions. Sorry, Jacob. That's Abney to a divisional rival.
I hate my life. Like Keith Abney, not really, but yeah, Keith Abney. I mean, I think he's just a good football player.
Look at those stats.
He's not,
It's unreal.
yeah, he's not the biggest, he's not the fastest, but you watch that Arizona State defense. He was an absolute clinic in coverage, in particular. Effective tackler as well. For a smaller guy, good ball tracking skills, good competitiveness at the catch point. I like his instincts in coverage, as well as the effort that he shows in run support as well. I think that he's capable of getting, defending those underneath sort of route concepts with that good downhill speed and that aggressive mentality. Reliable runner or run defender, especially for, a smaller cornerback. He wraps up well, good form. Doesn't have the highest physical ceiling, but I think the mental is all there. The want to is there. The aggressiveness, the ball skills, all really impressive. I think that he's a high floor type of guy, high energy player. I like that ad for the Lions a lot.
Yeah, and I looking at the Lions, their depth chart, and with the uncertainty around Terry and Arnold as well, with the injuries and some off-field stuff as well, corner to me has been a much bigger need than it has been reflected. You got DJ Reed, who's a solid veteran, but has been some availability issues, right? Roger McCreary has some slot utility, but has kind of been a replacement level starter in the early stops of his career. Keith Abney II was my 37th overall player, and you're getting him outside the top 50. Lions fans, I cannot underestimate how much of a value this is. Elite, over 91 PFSN CB impact score, some of the best metrics, advanced metrics in coverage this past year. Yes, he's a little bit smaller. Yes, he's got shorter arms, but you want to talk about a guy who's got the mere motor, the quickness, the fluidity, the physicality, and press man to match guys all the way to the second level, right? And contest at the catch point, looking at the efficient click and close and off man and zone, and the playmaking at the catch point as well, the solidity and run support, the chippy competitive mentality. This guy was one of my favorite CBs in the class. I think he fits the scheme perfectly with his ability to play man or zone. And at the end of the day, I could see him really outplaying this and being an impact starter down the line.
This is where, if he would have been drafted 37th, where the Giants took Colton Hood, or 38th, where the Raiders took Traden Stukes, we would have probably banged the table as well.
Yeah.
I've been very happy
Yeah.
for Abney. So after Abney here, we do have the next pick. It's Miami Dolphins. The third Texas Longhorn of the day, Michael Taff,
Michael
safety. So this is another value pick here for the Dolphins, actually. We're going the right direction, Dolphins fans.
Yeah.
It looks like it after the Caleb Douglas fiasco. Now, it wasn't that bad. Douglas has some
I will
juice.
advocate for him. There's upside, but this is
Listen, you just
this is a
crapped
much
on
safer-
Dolphins fans by saying Dan Marino wasn't a top 5 quarterback on night one, and
I
here
will
you
be-
are.
I will be repaying that for the
My-
rest of my life.
Michael Tapp, though.
I apologize, Dolphins fans. I will admit, I was a little bit riled up by my co-conspirators here. They pressured me.
He might have been
into it.
coaxed.
Yeah,
But Michael Taff, 110 on your board, 123 on your board, Jacob.
Yeah.
A B+ grade for him here going to the Dolphins.
100%. You look at it, he's a former walk-on defensive back at Texas, very experienced on special teams, as a lot of these walk-on guys are, where, you have to prove yourself in the third phase before you work your way into the defensive role. And, he was first team all SEC, when he got that opportunity. Really good in 2025. Served on the Texas Leadership Council as well on the team, which is something that I have in my notes. I think that's a nice little anecdote about him as a locker room type of guy. Intelligent safety. You expect that for a guy who maybe coming out of high school didn't have elite physical attributes. And I still think it on tape, the deep speed isn't out of this world. The size isn't, it's solid, but it's not elite necessarily. But it's really those instincts that really shine with him. And it's his ability to understand his assignment, to, pick up on route concepts coming into his zone, particularly in zone, and make a play. Understand, all right, this is when I'm going to break on this route. This is where I need to be to make a play on the ball, and then being able to do so. Really impressive. He's got some box and slot versatility as well, which I think is really going to help him out at the next level. Maybe not the highest ceiling sort of pick, but a nice high floor guy. I think he'll contribute on special teams, which I think is going to be a good value for Miami here.
He's smaller, he's shorter armed, but I think he's fluid, twitched up, he's versatile, he's intelligent.
That walk-on mentality, too.
Yeah.
Like, do not be surprised.
Oh,
Again,
yeah.
He's one of those first person in the building, last person out type guys as well for
Yeah.
this Dolphins
I
team.
mean,
So,
looking at the safety
Lunch
room,
pail
I
guy.
think he'll be
Lunch
a starter.
pail.
He'll be a starter in that safety room.
all right. I like where your head's at. So we have 2 picks in a row here to get to. One of note here, 159, the Minnesota Vikings selecting Michigan tight end Max Bredesen. He's listed as fullback, now announced as a fullback. We put him at the tight end. He had 6 starts at the fullback position. So are the Vikings running old I formation HB toss with a fullback there? Or what are we doing here?
I hope so.
They gotta be.
I love a good fullback.
I formation, HB toss, unbeatable in Madden 97. So go play it. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers also off the board here at 160. Another one of those value picks as well. But let's talk Bredesen first before we move down here.
Bredesen is pretty simple. Probably a fullback, a lot of H-back alignments, some flanker alignment, but barely any receiving production, right? So really what he was utilized as, he's a very, very good blocker. I think back to the Connor Hayward selection for the Steelers a few years ago. Ironically, same state, Michigan, go green. I'm not in a position to say that. We're very bad. But you look at Bredesen, he's a dutiful blocker. He's very physical, leverage game, technique. It's going to be a fun fit because I think Kevin O'Connell, give him the benefit of the doubt. I think he'll know how to utilize this one, and I'm really intrigued to see what they do with the H-back alignments, but that's basically what you're getting here. H-back, fullback, extra blocker, invest in that run game.
It's
heavily.
not sexy, but it certainly makes your quarterback's job a little bit easier there as well, especially when you have a willing pass protector like Max Bredesen. So the Buccaneers here at 160 going Billy Schroff, guard from Notre Dame, 141st on your board, Jacob. So value 154th on the consensus. It gets a B+ here. Maybe not a need immediately for the Bucs, but certainly maybe a long-term play to get him in as a developmental guy.
Yeah, I'm very rarely going to complain about taking an offensive line on day 3 just to have some good depth to work with. And Schroth, I think, is going to fit that bill. Maybe not the highest physical ceiling, but you take a look at what he brings to the table. He's a refined pass protector, good instincts as a run blocker as well. He does a good job of keeping his head on a swivel as a pass blocker. Diagnosing those exotic rush packages, helping out, on chip blocks, double teams, stuff like that. I like the hand placement that he demonstrates to the point of attack too. I think pretty consistently he's able to stay inside the chest of opposing defensive linemen. Average athletic upside. I think the flexibility with him isn't amazing. I mean, the lateral quickness doesn't necessarily wow me, but I think he's a very fundamentally sound guard prospect with some good experience. I mean, 2-year starter at Notre Dame, also had a decent amount of playing time in 2023 as well. Graded out incredibly well, if I'm not mistaken, by PFSN's offensive line impact score.
92 overall.
Yeah,
92.0.
92.0. That's one of the top guards, top overall offensive linemen in the nation, and particularly in this class. So I like this as good depth. I don't know if he'll be a starter, but I think he can be really good depth.
It's a really good Bucks draft.
Oh,
it's
they're
really
killing
good.
it. They're doing an incredible job right now.
You look at what they have. Ben Bredeson, I don't think he's down long term. Cody Mock has dealt with injury issues, and that's one of the big issues with Stroth is that medicals have been a concern, availability. But again, I was a big fan of him in the day 3 range too. Again, athletically, I think he's explosive on the linear plane, but lateral mobility, hip flexibility is pretty stiff in his midsection, and that impacts recovery. But in the run game, the rotational torque, the extension force, this is a guy who can reset the contact point and seal open gaps with a lot of space for running backs to work. And then in pass protection, the heavy-handedness, the violent play style, that helps him out as well. The awareness too. So a really good depth piece, potential starter utility.
We're going to love this next pick here. Despite grabbing or substituting Isaiah Pacheco for Kenneth Walker, the third in this class, or in this free agency, the Kansas City Chiefs drafting Nebraska running back Emmett Johnson.
Wow.
Here
Okay.
at 161. Man. So
let's go.
I don't know if we see Patrick Mahomes right away to start the year with that after tearing his ACL and LCL in the late stages of the season last year, or how productive. But is this not a smart move here to grab Emmett Johnson, Kenneth Walker, and all of a sudden that backfield to alleviate pressure on perhaps a slower to acclimate to NFL speed Patrick Mahomes this season?
Yeah, I mean, Emmett Johnson, to me, he was my RB2, I think. So this is a phenomenal
60th
value.
overall, and officially the latest the fourth running back has been drafted in an NFL draft.
Dang. Well, thank you, Katz, for the nugget there. Emmett Johnson, though, I think he can outplay this capital. Obviously not the starter for the Chiefs with Kenneth Walker III, but he's a guy who is incredibly agile and fluid and an elite creator. His creative ability is insane. And you look at the advanced metrics, 95.9 RB impact score, the first in the FBS, 12 rushing TDs. The relative athletic score is where it comes into play, though. 5'10", around 200, just an average athlete. But I think his creation ability, his lateral agility, his ability to cut stack cuts and make tight angle direction changes, those elements of his game are incredibly strong. So I think there's a dichotomy between the vertical athleticism, the long speed and the explosion, but then also the creative athleticism, the short range mobility, kind of like the coverage mobility for DBs. He is so fluid and springy in short ranges, and he has elite peripheral vision and spatial feel. I think he's going to be a phenomenal player as the RB2 for the Chiefs.
There's football speed and football athleticism, I feel like we talk about football speed. That's that speed with full pads on, with also your mind racing at 110 miles an hour, with everything you have to do, and defensive backs, defenders coming at you at all angles. So Kansas City, though, Mansour Delane, Peter Woods in round 1. We went R. Mason Thomas near the start of round 2. They get Jaden Kennedy, probably my favorite pick so far of day 3. And now Emmett Johnson. Honestly, Emmett Johnson contending for my favorite pick because of what he was able to do. A pass game threat as well out of the backfield. So Emmett Johnson, this Kansas City Chiefs, rivaling the Bucks maybe for one of the better draft classes as we're getting through day 3.
100%. And I think, you needed a defensive heavy approach for sure, given the offseason that they had, all the losses they had. Trent McDuffie, Brian Cook, Leo Chenal, just to name a few. Did a great job of that, bringing in, Delane, Woods, R. Mason Thomas, and Kennedy. But now Emmett Johnson factoring into the mix. I like, him, Kenneth Walker, Amari DeMercado is solid depth as that third string running back probably as well. And
Still mad he dropped the ball, though. DeMercado for the Cardinals. Still mad on that long touchdown run.
Yeah, it's a shame. He's a solid enough football player, but that's his legacy, whether he likes it or not. But I do think you're 100% right. There's testing speed and there's game speed. And Emmett Johnson has game speed. I think that he's a lot more explosive with better breakaway speed than his 40-yard dash would indicate. He's an intelligent, patient runner in between the tackles, and I like the toughness he plays with. Maybe not the biggest or fastest in terms of his testing ability, but I think just a well-rounded, good runner of the football. I'm intrigued with what he brings to the table, and he can pass catch too.
Yeah, I love that out of the backfield. So it's of note too. KC moved up to select him.
Yeah.
So they moved up with the Steelers,
That makes sense.
trading 161 and 249 to get 160 from 160. Sorry, they traded 169 and 210 to get 161 and 249 in this draft. So moving up to get Emmett Johnson here. The Baltimore Ravens on the clock. The pick is not in. So in this time here, we talk about these athletes joining the professional ranks, and I want to give a shout out to friend of the network, friend of PFSN, PAC, the pro athlete community, and the work that everybody at PAC did. Jacob, myself, and Matt were at a PAC event earlier this year, and to say it's a moving event, to say what they do for the athletes, current and former, what they do, Chip, Travis, Caleb, Jay, everybody at PAC, and what they bring in. I'm obviously wearing this shirt because, again, it was an event that you don't forget when you were there, and I feel like the athletes, what the work they do for athletes, both current and former, as they expanded to multiple sports, it's unmatched. As an athlete advocate myself for current athletes, it hit home for me. But I highly recommend looking into the pro athlete community PAC and the mission that they're doing and the good that they do for these former athletes and current athletes as well. So the McCourty twins also heavily involved. A lot of players, a lot of people, a lot of good moving pieces out there for what they're doing. So the Baltimore Ravens, as we usher in another professional into the world here, Chandler Rivers, cornerback from Duke, sticky, maybe felt like he played a little undersized at his best, but a sticky coverage corner, a top 100 guy across the board, 92nd on the consensus here, landing at 162 to the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, he can get outmatched in press man a little bit to be understood, but like he's a smaller guy. Bigger guys can outwork him, right, with targeted physicality, swipes, and rips to get inside. But as a guy who can play the boundary and the slot, he's got the versatility. He's got a ton of starting experience as well. And I think you look at the Ravens, they got Nate Wiggins, they brought back Chidobe Awuzie, they got Marlon Humphrey at the nickel position. But Humphrey's getting older and kind of past his prime. You can see him depreciating as an asset. And Chandler Rivers, man, is a really solid depth guy immediately, but also has starting utility. 84.4 PFSN CB impact in 2025. 36 career forcing completions, 16 career tackles for loss, and in 2025, an 84.9 QB rating allowed, which is not terrible, right? I think he can let some big plays by being over aggressive, and he doesn't have elite vertical speed for his size, but he is a player who's got the slot boundary versatility. He's got the blitzing utility from the nickel and run support, and then he's a guy who just has that elite football intelligence and route vision as well. Very, very high floor player with the fluidity and the twitch to make his money in coverage. I think he's going to be a really good player, and I think the Ravens fans probably happy you might be getting a starter here.
And if you're Vikings fans, you have to be happy with your next pick as well.
Sure.
We finally go to the
There you
cornerback
go.
ranks. They needed to. We talked about it yesterday. We talked about it today. The Vikings drafting Stephen F. Austin cornerback Charles Demings, highly productive ball player. This is our third FCS player now. Caleb Proctor, Bryce Lance, now Charles Demings.
Yep.
A sticky corner for SFA, a guy with incredible ball knowledge, ball IQ, and ability to play proverbially above the rim like a receiver. So Demings, to me, what do you like about Demings, Jacob? I know you talked to him.
Yeah, so I had the chance to speak with Demings leading up to the draft. He was one of the guys I did the interviews with. And one, you're getting a team-first guy and a really grounded, humble human being. So I think the locker room is going to love him. Second of all, like you mentioned, the physical attributes too. Good size, great leaping ability, great speed, great ball skills. He was a guy who generated interest from Power 4 schools in the transfer portal, and out of loyalty to the program that made him who he is today, he decided to stay at Stephen F. Austin.
That's a rarity in today's
Literally.
college football. A true rarity in today's college football.
And I think that speaks to a high level of maturity as well. I mean, I think that there's some instances where I have some concerns about him as a tackler. The play strength could improve a little bit. Maybe a little bit lanky. I'd love if he could add maybe even just 5 pounds, 10 pounds of muscle to be able to withstand the physicality of NFL wide receivers. But really gifted athlete. The instincts have shown a lot of intrigue in that regard. Performed well at the Senior Bowl against higher level competition too. Dominated the combine. I think this is a good swing to take. I feel like the Vikings should have drafted, had more of a focus on defensive backs earlier in the draft, but I do like this pick a lot for them. I think it's great value to get a guy like Demings, where I don't think he's going to start year one by any means, but if he ends up being a starter in the NFL, it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest.
133rd on your board, Ian, 141 on the consensus. So not terrible value here overall.
Yeah.
They should have hit the cornerback well already yesterday
sure.
or today, but Demings at 163, the Vikings finally do get that corner.
It's later than I would have gone, and even here, Hezekiah Masses is still on the board from Cal. I maybe would have gone with him before, Fink artist, yes. But Charles Demings, man, the ball production at the FCS level was really incredible. And like Jacob mentioned, you got the vertical athleticism, the speed, the recovery speed that was on display at the Senior Bowl. No one could stack him. So you know that he can operate on the boundary. You know that he's physical. He can play a little bit of press man. I think reducing and planning and driving over top comebacks and hitches in zone, he's not the most fluid. I don't think he has the best hip sync. And also in run support, I do think he can be a lot more consistent, engaging blocks and making tackles. So mainly a coverage guy right now, right, with the playmaking, with the athleticism, the recovery speed. But the physicality's there and the length as well, having 32-inch arms. I think he's a guy with the upside to be a potential impact starter down the stretch, but right away will probably factor in the rotation.
Yeah, so and I want to give a shout out and a call out here to we talked about how excited we were for that Emmett Johnson selection to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
He had the second highest graded running back season we've ever had since 2019, the second highest graded running back season. The only other one, Ashton Genty.
That's
Oh
bananas.
my God.
So Johnson
go.
and rarefied air, obviously
Wow.
Ashton Genty, a first-round pick.
Yeah.
So the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock here at 164. They make their selection. Former MAC tight end, above the rim, low red specialist, now obviously coming from Houston, Tanner Koziel, the
Whoa.
tight end off
Yeah.
the board
Whoa.
here to the Jags. Not a need for the Jaguars, but honestly a guy that if you're Trevor Lawrence, you're going to fall in love with this dude in the low red.
I will say, Nate Borkircher and Tanner Koziel,
It's pretty
they're like exact polar opposites.
so
Basically,
different.
like,
Look at the size profile.
Totally different.
6'7", 247. I mean, this dude is
What'd you say?
6'7",
Oh
247.
my! Okay. What?
Oh!
We got it.
There you go. There you go.
I'm not doing it again.
Do it for the camera, Cam. For the views. Ah, there you go.
Yeah, no,
There
Tanner
we go.
Koziel. He is 6'7", you jackasses. Go watch his highlights. Go watch his red zone ability, his ability to high point the ball. Go back to his MAC days as well. So shout out to the
it's
MAC
nuts.
football
Yeah.
here. But Koziel, 224 on your board, Ian, 151 on your board, Jacob. So I want to hear from you about Koziel and the love you have for him.
Yeah, well, I don't know if I'd word it like that. It's a little.
You made me do this, and so you're
Fair
higher,
enough.
You're
Fair
higher
enough.
on your board
Touche.
than the consensus. You love him more than most.
Touche. But yeah, shout out my good pal from Ball State, John Matthews, who told me, hey, you're going into 2024, Tanner Koziel, he's a beast. Obviously a tremendous athlete, elite size, or at least elite height for the position. I think arguably the most productive tight end in this class. You look at what he's done over the last 2 seasons, a combined 168 catches between 2024 at Ball State, 2025 at Houston, led the Big 12 with 74 catches, had 94 catches as a tight end in 2024, a combined 1,566 receiving yards and 14 touchdowns. Look, is this the most explosive, twitchy route runner? No. Is his center of gravity way too high as a run blocker and he's a little bit thin in the lower half? Yes. But he's such a consistent pass catcher, just knows where to be, how to work himself open against soft spots and zone coverage, has that large catch radius to work with, can win above the rim. I'm very intrigued to see what he and Borkircher can do together in Jacksonville.
Yeah,
Because
Bretton Strange as well.
that's true. That's true. It's a very unique group of tight ends in Jacksonville, and I'm excited to see what they can execute.
Yeah, I think Tanner Koziel is a guy who, if you want to look for an archetypal fit, Mike Gesicki is a potential one, right? A really tall, kind of gangly tight end, right? Who's long, who's not going to be very good as a blocker just because the leverage profile is so poor, but he is pretty fluid as a route runner for his size. The body control, the hand strength, those things are all there. Red zone weapon. So I think that rotation, the Jaguars are full believers of the tight end revolution, and they're getting one of every mold that they can get. Brenton Strange is kind of the do everything rack weapon, right? Borkircher is the elite blocker, the heavy personnel guy, and Koziel is the seam threat, the red zone threat. I do like what they're doing with this personnel, but Cam, I know we've got more picks to get to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have the Tennessee Titans, for all those who yelled at us in mock drafts and said they weren't going to draft a running back this year. They go to the running back well here in Nicholas Singleton, which the career record holder for most touchdowns in a career at Penn State history, the guy who did everything you'd ever ask him, felt like a team-first guy, but he broke his foot at the Senior Bowl. So Nicholas Singleton here landing with the Titans at 165. Once thought of as a potential sort of maybe first-round pick after his freshman season, what we thought we could get. Never quite materialized, and yet arguably the most productive running back career in Penn State history by the sheer volume numbers that he was able to produce in 4 years.
Yeah, and he and Katron Allen were a lot of fun to watch together. Singleton, well built, big body, type of runner, very tough in between the tackles. I think that it still comes away with some concerns. I think that maybe not the best on passing downs as far as a receiver goes, but he's a capable blocker, a tough runner, coordinated athlete, good contact balance. As a pure runner, I like what he brings to the table. I like some of the upside he's shown as a blocker as well.
Yeah, he's a guy who, the explosion, the vertical ability, that's very compelling. I do think he has some understated receiving versatility as well, where you can at least use him on Texas routes. He's got the ability to get out in the flats on swing routes, right, and screens and get upfield with that speed and that kind of bowling physicality too. As a creator, again, I think he'll probably max out as a rotational runner, though, and for a couple reasons. One, the hip stiffness. I think he's a little stiff in the hips on redirections, mainly a linear athlete. And then I don't trust his vision and his creative instincts. There were times when he had to try and process gaps and congestion where there was hesitation, there were pauses, there were misreads. I think Nicholas Singleton operates best with a runway, with space to operate. So get him out in space, weaponize that speed and physicality, and let him go to work. That's kind of where I see him.
So I'm counting up the tight ends here. Because we had another tight end, obviously. We've had a run on tight ends. We've had the tight end board be decimated and smashed across the board. So the most tight ends ever drafted in a single draft is 26 tight ends, by the way, in a single draft. So we're not even close to that. So let's go to the Chicago Bears and let's go full frame for his analysis.
All right.
As I set him up here.
All right.
He's going to try to sell it. He can't be a believer in Ryan Poles anymore, though. Keyshawn Elliott, the linebacker from Arizona State, at 166 to his Chicago Bears, he was 368th on your final big board.
Yeah. No, look, I understand. I know there are some people who are a lot higher on Keyshawn Elliott than I am. I think he's going to contribute on special teams pretty quickly in the NFL. I mean, he's a sturdy linebacker, 6'2", 231 pounds, low center of gravity. I like what he brings to the table there, but missed tackling percentage maybe a little bit higher than I'd like. I like what he does, the disruption that he can cause in the into opposing backfields as well. 7 sacks, 14 tackles for a loss as well, and he's shown that he can rush the passer as a blitzer. I think part of that is a low center of gravity and good pad level that he can use to take blocks head on. I don't think his agility in space is particularly wowing to me. His ability in coverage, I think, could certainly use some work as well. But he's a hard hitter. He can blitz. It's rich for me, especially with such a massive need along the defensive line. I still think there's pretty good value of defensive tackle here. I would have gone there instead. But I do think Keyshawn Elliott's going to contribute on special teams for sure.
Ian, he was 163 on your board, though. So at 166 to the Bears, 163. Jacob just cut open a wound. Seal it for him, these Bears fans. Poor guy. Why is Keyshawn Elliott a good pick here for him?
I think, and listen, there are a couple top 100 defensive tackles still on my board that I would have taken. I like Landon Robinson. I know he might not be a scheme fit for Dennis Allen. Renee Conga, though, from Louisville, I think would be a scheme fit with that explosion, the length. So some other options that I would have gone with, but I do like Keyshawn Elliott a lot as a day 3 linebacker. You look at the explosiveness, the range, 4.57 speed. He's 6'2", 231, decent proportional length. And then also the blitzing utility, the pressure rate over 60% this past year on blitzing reps. He is one of the best blitzing linebackers in this class, and he's really intelligent too. I think he's a really good processor. I think he can process and run chase sideline to sideline. I think he's got the ability to oscillate in congestion and flow to gaps with physicality. And I think he can make tackles to, an okay degree at his max. But again, the 18% missed tackle percentage this past year is pretty concerning. So he's got to be a little more controlled. He's got to focus on fully wrapping up and driving with the shoulder. But getting in position, the range, the physicality, the blitzing utility, and I think passable coverage ability too, those things are all strong elements with him. So I could see him being a spot starter potentially down the stretch, but special teams utility in the immediate timeline.
Special teams, but I mean, this is what day 3 is all about, right? But if you get a splash or you get an absolute a potential steal, somebody that gets in there and plays, I do love the stats that are misblown out of proportion when they say that 63% of players last year were rounds 4 to 7 or undrafted players. Of course they are.
Yeah.
The majority of the makeup of the rosters, there's only 100 round 3 or above picks every season. Let's face it, that's not even 2 full NFL rosters. So those stats are obviously out of proportion, but this is where you build up the most of your rosters, is these day 3 selections. And so the Buffalo Bills, for the second time in as many rounds, have back-to-back picks. They went UConn receiver Skylar Bell, TCU linebacker Caleb Elam's Orr of Cal, formerly of Cal. And now they have 2 picks in a row here as well. So the Buffalo Bills, knowing what we know with head coach Joe Brady being in his first season, there's a couple of needs. They have 3 picks remaining, these 2, and then they have to wait a little bit to make their next selection down in round number 6. So Bills, needs, picks, board, how we're shaping up.
Yeah, I think looking at what they've done to this point, they're a team that has, for the most part, addressed needs. And I know we've really liked the value that they've gotten. I think looking at the nose tackle board, there are maybe a couple guys left that I would maybe consider for them. I know DeMonte Capehart went off the board. Nick Barrett went off the board. Those are a couple guys that I would have liked. But, Dante Corleone, we'll see where teams value him. I know there are medical concerns as well. So defensive tackle could be an option. I'd love a nose tackle here. But at the same time, you could get a safety. So we'll see.
Yeah. Your Matt's not here to make him mad, but the latter. Safety, Jalen Kilgore at 167.
That's a good pick.
South Carolina
that's
safety, Jalen Kilgore
awesome
to the
value,
Bills here at 167. Consensus top 75 player, 73 overall on the consensus board. It gets an A+ grade for us here with their first in back-to-back picks. Jalen Kilgore, though, 73rd on your board, Ian, spot on with the consensus.
Yeah, and he's a guy who, has a lot of tools and versatility, right? Nickel safety flex. And I know they got D. Alford from the Falcons, who, in my opinion, is a little underrated. He had some good reps last year. I think he'll probably be heavily in the rotation. But Jalen Kilgore, 6'1.5", 210, near 33-inch arms as well. He's got 4.4 speed, 37-inch vertical, 10-10 broad jump as well. So explosive. He's a guy who could be the pole runner up the middle of the field, but he can also trigger downhill and run support. 87.2 DB impact last year. Obviously listed as the CB because he played the nickel for South Carolina a lot. He's got the versatility to play a multitude of different roles. He had 5 interceptions in 2024, showing off that ball production and a lot more pass breakup production in 2025. So again, using that length to occlude at the catch point. He's a guy who, there are times when I feel like being a taller guy, being a little bit more muscle bound, there is a little bit of stiffness in the hips, right? But I do think from the safety position, I love the processing ability. I love the explosiveness and the closing speed. The physicality can be hit or miss. And I think that's the big thing where he stands to improve as well. He's a pretty sound tackler technique-wise, but there are times when I'd like him to be a little bit more go, go, go. Sometimes he can be a little inconsistent with the play pace and the urgency and the physicality coming downhill, which for a guy who's a little bit bigger, you'd want him to play up to that. He doesn't always, but in coverage, he's incredibly versatile, dynamic, and the upside is there. Alongside Cole Bishop, I like that a lot.
Yeah, we're talking about the Bills here. We're talking about how they had multiple back-to-back picks. However, they just traded their next pick, 168. So we'll get official confirmation here on what the compensation is. The Detroit Lions trading up to 168 to draft Kentucky wide receiver Kendrick Law.
So yeah, that's the second year in a row they've traded up for a wide receiver. I mean, granted, this is the 5th round, and Isaac Tesla was round 3, but it's interesting.
It is interesting. He's a 81.3 on our PFSN wide receiver impact. He was 80th on your board, Ian, and 270th on your board, Jacob. I want to hear why there's the discrepancy.
It's a gap.
Yeah. So I like what he brings to the table on special teams for sure. I think he's going to be an effective gadget weapon for Detroit. I just don't know if a gadget weapon is particularly a guy I'd use a super high pick on. 5th round is fine. The 5th round to take a shot on a guy like that, in my opinion, is totally well and good. But I think you're looking at a guy, he's pretty unproven. I mean, 2025, he was a solid producer. Didn't wow anybody in particular with, his 53 catches, 540 receiving yards in 12 games for Kentucky. Solid, not elite. Before that, in 3 seasons at Alabama, he was a backup, so not a gigantic sample size to work with there. He's got some kick return ability, especially from his time over at Alabama. I like the athleticism he brings to the table. He's got solid size for a true speed weapon. Good ball skills. I like what he brings to the table in that regard. He can change direction well after the catch. Good ball carrier vision. And pretty good hands, all things considered. I was impressed. His drop rate at the collegiate level was only 3.4. But at the same time, I think, there's a lot of questions about why wasn't he more productive. I think his route tree at this stage is too thin. Kentucky didn't utilize him on too many intricate concepts. I think as a route salesman, he's got a ways to go. Physicality, working through his stems, working against press coverage in particular, doesn't really wow me. I don't like how he doesn't really use his hands super well to create subtle separation against man coverage in particular. And look, I'm not at all surprised that he went higher than where I have him on my board. I mean, it makes sense. You have a guy who's as athletic as he is. He's got good hands, and you're betting on the upside. I just happen to have him lower because I'd like a little more proven production and a little bit more of a deep route tree. as a receiving prospect. So no hate to this pick. I know it's not going to grade incredibly well, but I understand why they made it, and I think there's special teams value with him here too, which kind of plays into the
And
factor
we have
as
official confirmation as well for the compensation. The Bills receive 181 in round 6, pick 213 for the Lions to move up to 168 in draft law. We do have the Browns pick already at 170. So before we get to there, we're going to get to the Steelers at 169. You had Kendrick Law though at 80th overall.
Yeah. And I think, the Lion. Oh, that's an interesting pick. I like that.
Just rock right into 161
there
there for, or 169 for us there too.
Real quick, touch on Kendrick Law, because Lions. I'm from Michigan. I'll touch on the local pick for sure. He's probably going to be the receiver 3 or 4 with Amon-Ra, Jameson Williams, Isaac Tesla, but I think he can do a lot of what Tesla can't do yet. And I do think Kendrick Law, again, 80th prospect on my board. I think that Kentucky offense, right? The QB play was a little inconsistent. The scheming was not always the best. A lot of, end arounds, bubble screens behind the line of scrimmage, right? So I think it's a case of just because he was utilized a certain way doesn't mean he can't do certain things, right? 6 foot, he's going to play at over 200 pounds. And look at the analytics with this guy. Again, like Jacob said, a 3.4 career drop rate, near 10% catch rate over expectation in 2025, speaking to the ball skills. And then the run after catch, man, 4.37 yards of rack over expectation per reception. Yak per reception, 9.5 yards. Insane rack threat. Explosive, fluid. And I think that fluidity lends well to the route running upside too. When a guy is 200 pounds, you look for some stiffness, but he's very fluid both in his hips and the ankle mobility too. Those corner routes, those speed outs, there's no speed loss, very efficient on those route breaks. So I think there's upside untapped and yet to be unleashed as a route runner. I think he can be a really dynamic movement threat for the Lions. So I like him a lot. I think this is a phenomenal value add getting him in the rotation, and alongside, especially with Amon-Ra St. Brown drawing attention, Jameson Williams stretching the field, there's a lot of space underneath for Kendrick Law to eat.
I like that. So now we have the Pittsburgh Steelers as well. Talking about a guy who can do just about anything on a football field here. Former Wisconsin tight end, H-back, fullback, whatever you want to call him, and now national champion. Tight end. We'll lump him in a tight end from Indiana. Our boy, Riley. Nowakowski?
Yeah.
I've been saying it as Nowakowski. I don't know if it's Nowakowski.
I mean, let's put up for debate.
I mean, technically, if
let's
we're
football
going,
debate club it.
If we're going full Polish, it's Nowakovski. But I doubt that
he lives in
Polish.
Chicago, yo.
Yeah, I'm half Polish. I know that. I know the game, but no. So I'm intrigued by this pick for sure, and he's somebody where, he's a sure-handed pass catcher. I really like what he brings to the table as far as his ability to make catches away from his frame. Consistent, check down option in that regard as well. Targeted passer rating in 2025 of 131.6. So you think about that. Fernando Mendoza was very efficient targeting Riley Nowakowski in the passing game. As a blocker, I like the mentality he plays with. Undersized for a true tight end, which is why I have him more as a fullback. But I like the pad level he brings. Being a little bit shorter, he has that lower center of gravity.
Short Kings,
yes sir.
Grow up.
Yeah,
Literally.
The tenacity, the churn that he gets in his lower hands is really impressive. I don't think, if you look at him as a tight end, I don't know if he has that true field stretching capability. And obviously him being a little bit shorter, I think that as an inline blocker, it might hurt him a little bit. But you get him against a linebacker, and
it's terrifying. He's
winning.
a huge dude. So
it was the Steelers. It was the Steelers. Right?
It was this very
Yeah.
Steelers.
So
pick.
it's probably gonna be a Connor Hayward replacement.
Yeah, it looks literally almost that same type of architect.
Yep.
Archetype in the Big Ten. Let's go from a former Big Ten player. Now the Cleveland Browns drafting Cincinnati tight end Joe Royer, who transferred from Ohio State to Cincinnati, just shot down 71 through the Hell is Real Turnpike. That is 71 south from Columbus to Cincinnati. Blew up in 2024 with the Bearcats. Had a great year, 50 catches. A little step back this past season despite Brandon Sorsby, but that talent that they had at receiver sort of makes sense why they were featuring the outside receivers. But Joe Royer here to the Cleveland Browns at 170.
Yeah, it's a good pick, and a pick that I had pinpointed as for a lot of teams as a potential, day 3 option. Joe Royer is one of those guys who, I will say for the Browns, right? I think the blocking projection is a little uncertain in the early stretch. I don't love his blocking ability. I think the floor is lower. The want to is there. I think the size projects well, but he needs to refine his game. He needs to improve his sustaining blocks and acquiring leverage and driving his base through and staying balanced in contact too. He can also get a little bit stronger. But as a receiver, this is a really strong pick because you have a guy who can operate inline as a flanker or as a big slot, and he was one of the more natural separators that I saw on film. I think for his size, being a well-built guy with good compact mass, he's shown that he can, bend and cut tight angles on route stems. He's got really good foot speed and short area energy, right? I kind of, I know it's not a comp by any means, but I think you think about a mid-round guy, and this player obviously went a lot higher, but a Sam Laporta, right, who was a little under the radar in his cycle, right, but ended up emerging and being a really solid player because he is that natural separator. I see that kind of separation ability with Joe Royer. I think he's fluid, explosive, and I think he's really smooth and nuanced as a route runner too. So I think that's where he's going to make his money.
Yeah, I want to go back real quick too to Riley Nowakowski because the announced as a tight end on the broadcast, but the social post from the Pittsburgh Steelers official account have him listed as a fullback.
That makes me so
There's
happy.
that Connor Haywood replacement.
Connor Hayward.
So now we have a first come up here. The New England Patriots at 171. Not a first for the player, not a first for the team, not a first for anything like that. The first
Special
player. No, we have the New England Patriots. This is the Super Bowl runner-up, drafting Wake Forest cornerback Kayron Prunty. Now, the first player on the consensus board for 400 or above, 413. The first player not on one of our boards. So Jacob Infante not ranking Prunty on your final big board here. I'm not going to throw to you because of it. That would be really neat of me.
I appreciate that.
So I'm going to throw to Ian Cummings, 323rd on your board. The lowest grade possible we're going to give to us a day 3 5th round pick here is a C-, but feels to me like a bit of a reach, perhaps. Maybe it's one of those Belichick picks of old that we used to see where he would go to one practice and say, that's a guy I'm going to draft no matter what. But Prunty here at 171 for the Patriots, despite being 413 on the consensus.
Yeah, and he's a guy who had really good Pro Day results. Explosive, good agility numbers as well. And he was a guy who, interesting tidbit, 2020, he was with the Kansas Jayhawks, and he was a very productive freshman. 10 pass deflections as a freshman, ended up taking a little excursion out of the FBS and then returned to Wake Forest in 2025. Had a good year, 8 pass deflections, 2 tackles for loss. He's long, he's athletic, he's pretty fluid for his size too. I think there is some inconsistency in his game, but again, a pro day darling who has the experience, a little bit older, but I think he'll fit in as a depth guy right away with the Patriots and has some zone ability where he's efficient as a mover. He's fairly quick to come downhill, over top route breaks. So I like the pick. Again, not the name that I would have expected, and over has high masses as well.
Yeah.
But
So I was going to look at that actually, Tyler, if we could get our cornerback, our best cornerback up on the board here. But we can talk Lorenzo Styles maybe first, perhaps, as he lands to the New Orleans Saints at 172.
Yeah.
This is Sonny Styles' brother, the second pick North player from Ohio State, Lorenzo Styles Jr., landing with the New Orleans Saints at 172 from Ohio State.
Yeah, and so I will say on Kayron Prunty, I always like to play the game of, who's the first player pick that I don't have a formal grade on? Lasting in the 5th round, not bad. I've done worse. I've certainly done worse. The Bears with Ruben Hippolyte in round 4 last year really got me. So of course I had to be the Bears.
Your Bears. So to me, the corner's still on the board. I know Devin Marshall there. His Massis is still there as well. There's a lot of corner talent on the board. Brent Austin. I mean, you have think artists both from Cal.
You say good things about him. Yeah.
Devin Marshall, one of our highest graded players. He ripped the hearts out of FSU fans last year as well in that double OT game. I mean, there's a lot on this cornerback board that Kayron Prunty must have done something right.
It's a representation of, you get to this point in day 3, the variance fans out at an exponential factor.
It's unreal.
All 32 teams have 32 different boards, 32 different pecking orders, and we're going to see a lot of weird picks. But for the Patriots fans who are watching, because I know you want more information on Kayron Prunty, some pro day numbers: 6'1.5", 190 pounds, near 32-inch arms. So yes, long, a little bit lean, just 190, but a 4.45 40-yard dash, 6.82 3-cone is really strong, and then some decent explosion numbers too, a 10.3 broad jump. So athletic, long. I think he fits the scheme. I think he's going to be an interesting depth guy early on, maybe some long-term upside.
So now let's go back here. New Orleans drafting Lorenzo Styles Jr. from Ohio State, the safety, Sonny's brother. 344th on your board. So you're back to having a draft grade or on your board here.
Yippee.
Not really high.
Yeah.
The Styles, though, obviously, this incredibly athletic family
For sure.
that
Yeah.
produced both these brothers here to be drafted in this draft class.
Yeah. And so I will say I had I did. I'm looking back on it now. I don't know if it updated. I moved Styles up ever so slightly.
Okay.
210. I
All right.
that is ever so slight. That's still a reach on my board as I consider it. But I did get a little bit more lenient on him as the draft process, like very last minute. But Styles, I'm impressed with his athleticism for sure. I think he has the ability to. I think in theory he could play corner. He could play safety. You could play in the slot there as well. I think you see ideal effort with him as a downhill tackler, which especially at safety would suit him well. One of the top performers of the combine in terms of the 40-yard dash and showing off that speed that you see with him on tape, the athleticism, the fluidity that he brings to the table in coverage. Very inconsistent, I think, as a processor. He allowed a passer rating when targeted of 100.7 in 2025, so definitely some more room to grow as a processor. You have some instances where he's a split second too late, and sometimes he can take advantage of it because he's more athletic than other guys, but sometimes he can't. In the NFL, I lean more towards he's not going to be able to do that as often. I think that playing closer to the line of scrimmage, he's got decent size, but I think the physicality needs to improve a little bit. If he's moving to safety, I want to see him add a little bit more weight. But the speed's there, the coverage the coverage promise is there with how well he moves, and it helps to have the bloodline that he has.
For
so
sure.
Teams for one, they like that, I suppose. But
Yeah.
Styles, really good athlete.
I think the main thing is probably special teams, right? At this point, probably special teams early on in his career. Maybe has some spot starter upside potentially, but I agree with you. I think the instincts, I think the applied physicality, those things are very much a work in progress, right? So 4.27 speed, he's going to be an elite gunner, I think, right away, right? And maybe you could pay a premium for that, but to me, not. Yeah, he's got some work to do before he can be a full-time starter at the NFL level.
Yeah, it's this is an incredibly athletic family.
Yeah.
Hailing myself from Pickerington, Ohio, here as well. We're both Lorenzo and Sonny are from and played their high school ball. So the Baltimore Ravens on the clock, back-to-back picks here. The tight end run continues. So I'm gonna let the pick come in to give us our data. But that is Josh Cuervo. I was going to go Jose Cuervo. I was going to make a Jose Cuervo joke, but no. Josh Cuevas, the tight end from Alabama, is off the board here to the Baltimore Ravens. This is now giving us a lot of tight ends here, but again, nowhere close to the tight end record here unless we get to that 20 total. 26 is the record for most tight ends in a draft. So long time ago when tight end played a different era of football. 198 on your board, though, for Cuevas. 219 for you, Jacob. Maybe not a need since they've already got a tight end.
Yeah, but at the same,
where are we going?
Yeah, at the same time, though, I will mention, they've doubled down now at tight end. You still have Mark Andrews on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
My thing is loading, so I don't have him in front. Who the Ravens took earlier at tight end?
It was Matthew Hibner, I believe.
Matthew Hibner, yeah, your guy.
Hibner.
So, like I mentioned, though, they used Isaiah Likely a good amount in the passing game. They used Charlie Kohler as well a good amount, especially as a blocker. I think with Cuevas, he's got some athletic juice to him. He's maybe not an elite level athlete on tape, but I think you see some fluidity more so than electricity, if that makes sense. To where he's got the body control. He's a smooth operator across the middle of the field. You can sing the song if you want to. As a run blocker, he does
I did
a
it
good
yesterday.
job.
I'm not going to go again.
What's that?
I did it yesterday. I'm not going to do it again.
Fair enough.
He's used up his smooth operator token.
Yeah,
go back and watch last night's stream.
I respect it. As a run blocker, I like the control that he shows at the point of attack, working through blocks, rolling his hips through contact, being able to create open running lanes and take precise angles, blocking on the move. I think he stretches the field vertically a little bit better than some of the other tight ends of this class. A 4.65 40-yard dash. Not very big, more on the shorter size for a tight end for sure. So not necessarily somebody you're going to go to consistently on the 50-50 ball. You see there his contested catch career percentage, only 36.4. So again, you talk about a 50-50 ball, that's closer to a 40-60 with the 60 being in favor of the defense. Yes. Absolutely. Yes. So, you're not going to go to him on the goal line fade very often. But at the same time, I think he's got some movement skills. He's got some, body control as a run blocker. Not the biggest guy in the world, but I think he's someone who should see some playing time as their tight end 3.
Yeah, the word that came to mind when I watched Josh Cuevas, and going back to his Washington days as well, because he transferred from Washington to Alabama, following Kalen DeBoer, workmanlike. I think he's got a. I think he's got a high floor. I think Matthew Hibner is your seam splicer with a lot of upside. He's got the upside as an inline guy too. Josh Cuevas is your gritty, just dirty work tight end, right? Again, it's not an elite inline blocker, but he can do a lot of different things at a passable level, not an elite level. But again, I think he's a good route runner, an intelligent route runner for his size. He's reasonably explosive and fast for his size. He's got a pretty nice route tree. He's got decent enough hands to take rack passes, even though some drops in contested situations, right? You're not going to go to him in the red zone or up the seam, but he's got some blocking ability too, inline, out on the move, right, from the slot as well, and off motions too. I think the pre-snap motions, the ability to utilize them like that, it's a good pick for a tight end 3. I think getting Mark Andrews, Matthew Hibner, Josh Cuevas, that gives you a lot of versatility in the tight end room, right? Hibner is your upside guy, but Cuevas is more of your utility player who's willing to do anything and is very physical.
Yeah, the second time now they've doubled down on a position. Two receivers, Jacoby Lane, Elijah Surratt, and now Matthew Hibner and Josh Cuevas as we wait for their second of back-to-back picks here at 174. It's a new era of Baltimore Ravens football, obviously with Jesse Minter as the head coach now. A unique approach, perhaps, I guess, but I guess it does make sense, signaling the changing of the guard, so to speak. Obviously now we asked if Isaiah Likely is likely gone, and now it seems more solid.
That's his name.
That is his
I
name.
still go back. Oliver Hodgkinson's favorite.
Shout out
One
to
of,
Ollie,
one of
yeah.
Ollie's favorite pictures to use is when Javon Heiling and Isaiah Likely were on the same Coastal Carolina team back in the day, and it says highly likely on their background. So highly likely. And also shout out to our man Oliver Hodgkinson back home in Matlock, England, giving us some nuggets of information and doing everything possible that he can from across the pond. So now the Baltimore Ravens, they're 174, drafting Clemson running back Adam Randall. So maybe not the running back we thought would go next with a guy like Katron Allen on the board, but Adam Randall, plenty of juice, plenty of size.
Damon Claiborne's still available, right?
Claiborne is still available.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think Randall, it's an interesting case because he was a former 5-star recruit at wide receiver.
Yeah.
So very much newer to the running back position compared to some of the other backs in this class. The ceiling is really impressive. I mean, just a giant human being. Tough to bring down. 6'3", 232 pounds. I mean, that's, very high percentiles in both height and weight for the running back position. The wide receiver experience shows up on tape. You see, pretty solid hands as a receiver. You see good, a solid enough route tree. Maybe not insanely deep for what you'd expect as a wide receiver, but still good enough to where you can, have him in the slot. You can put him out wide sometimes, and that size and the athleticism he brings to the table is going to stress out some teams by default.
Man, him in the backfield with Lamar just in general.
Man.
And
Imagine like an
also-
option type offense
Yeah.
with him and this new tight end group.
The upside is really intriguing with this pick because ideally, he could be a really nice pass game flex option where he can split out a little bit sometimes or run routes to the backfield. But Ravens fans are going to immediately make the comparison with Derrick Henry because Adam Randall, you look at the size, 6'3", 3/8", 232 pounds. He actually trimmed down for the combine. I think he's been up to 240 before. 4.5 speed, 37-inch vertical, 10.4 broad. So the 9.49 RAS right there, like the dude has the size and the speed. I have to pour a little bit of cold water. He is only this was only his first year full time at running back, like Jacob said, and it showed. The vision is not there yet. The processing is not there yet at the running back position, and that's okay. That's going to come with time. I think he's got the receiving versatility. He's got the size, speed profile, the physicality. I think this is a developmental pick for sure, but the pass down upside and the size, the speed, the athleticism, all of those things are very intriguing.
If I can point out too, you mentioned Derrick Henry, and you now have two gigantic running backs with really good straight line speed. Obviously, Derrick Henry's got a lot better vision. He's much more proven, but I think there's got to be a fun nickname for the tandem of Derrick Henry and Adam Randall. I don't know what you could put together. The first thing I think about is to nerd out on my wrestling knowledge. I think about the Hurt Syndicate, where you look at out in AEW, Bobby Lashley, Shelton Benjamin, MVP, but their theme song, like their chant is "We hurt people," and that's what I think with this Baltimore Ravens backfield, where you've got two gigantic human beings who can run fast in a straight line. They are going to run you over. And it's like, oh, well, just when you think Derrick Henry's run you over enough, now comes a super fresh Adam Randall who's going to do literally the exact same thing. I do not envy those defensive backs that are playing those Baltimore offense. So my proposition is the Hurt Syndicate for the Baltimore backfield. If it catches on, it won't. But yeah, that's what I'll be referring it to, at least internally, because that's a fun backfield right there.
Listen, you get wrestling knowledge, deep wrestling knowledge. You get unparalleled analysis of these draft picks instead of Brett Michaels and Wiz Khalifa on stage right now on the other broadcasts. So
yeah, and you get some geology nuggets.
We're gonna get geology. We're gonna get cloud formation knowledge here as well.
Do you want to learn about Cretaceous outcrops? I got you.
All right. We're gonna talk metamorphic rocks here in round 7. No, kidding. We're here to talk NFL draft prospect analysis. Hezekiah Massis. Okay, so I've used the term now, Fink artist. So Massis is your pick, 175 to the Las Vegas Raiders from Cal. Him and his teammate, Brent Paco Austin, Fink artist. What do I mean by that? Forced incompletion artist. Guys that can force incompletions not in other ways other than pass breakups or interceptions. That's tight coverage, that's strapping down, that's doing what the proverbial seatbelt is, celebration that they do. It's forcing wide receivers out off of their route stems, off of their read keys from a quarterback, and it's forcing them out of bounds at the catch point. I mean, it's guys that don't necessarily have to get a pass breakup or an interception to force an incompletion, hence forced incompletion rate, and Fink artist. Hezekiah Massis does it better than all but his own teammate, Brent Austin.
Yeah, and Fink artist, that's cool. I think that'll stick, personally. But, yeah, I love what the Raiders have done in the secondary in this class, getting Jermon McCoy at the top end of day 3, but then also getting Dalton Johnson, getting Traden Stooks. This is like 3 or 4 of my favorite defensive backs in the entire class. So Hezekiah Massis, man, he is, again, the production this past year was incredible at the catch point. You're looking at one of the most lockdown CBs in the league, and the numbers back it up. 86.8 PFSN impact, 18 forcing completions.
Look at those Finks.
2020. Look at those Finks. Oh, my God. We got Finks. We should give him like a mink coat for Finks, like as an award or something.
All right, exactly.
Minks for Finks.
Minks for Finks. There we go. Trademark it.
Sir.
But yeah, this is a guy who can play press man. He can play a little bit of zone. John Spytek really knowing what to look for in these corners, because Hezekiah Massis, man, the coverage mobility, the fluidity, the foot speed, and I think he's explosive enough. I think the vertical speed isn't elite, and he can get stacked a little bit by faster receivers. But at the end of the day, he is quick to react. He's got a really good mirror motor. He's got great route intelligence in zone too, and he's physical coming downhill in support. So at this stage, this was a top 100 guy on my board, I believe, if not top 100, close to it. Getting him at this stage, he's a potential starter for you down the stretch. I know the Raiders have some veterans in the mix already, but I would not be surprised if Massis eventually takes starting reps and excels.
Yeah, I like it, and I'm super excited because his teammate Brent Austin as well, another one of those guys that's a true Fink artist, one of those guys that honestly dominates at the catch point. So 108 on your board, 115 on your board, Jacob as well, 107 on the consensus. So right there at that top 100 mark. Would not have been surprised if Massis was a day 2 pick. I also would not have been surprised if this guy, after coming from Louisiana Tech, would have been a day 2 pick. I know we saw the drop off in some of the production throughout his career, but having arguably his best year since Louisiana Tech, Cyrus Allen landing with the Kansas City Chiefs, a lid lifter, seam stretcher, a guy who can take the top off the defense. Cyrus Allen with incredible speed and great catch radius, landing with the Chiefs at 176.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, a little bit smaller for the wide receiver position, but I love how twitched up he is. I think he's got a lower center of gravity. I think that helps him. He sinks his hips well coming in and out of his breaks. The explosion that he has laterally, the ability to create some vertical separation as well. He's got good deep speed. I'm surprised he didn't get invited to the combine, because to me he stood out as this guy's definitely getting drafted. I know that's usually the point of the combine, so the draftable players are going to be there. Cyrus Allen was probably the biggest snub to me, where it's like, what are we doing? So good ball carrier vision with the ball in his hands, reliable pass catcher. Sometimes you get worried, the smaller receivers, are they going to have as good of hands? Only dropped 2% of his targets in 2025. And Ian, I know you were there, so I'll let you speak
Yeah.
to that. But everything that I've heard about him at the Senior Bowl is he was a late addition, but consistently stood out in those one-on-one drills.
Yeah, the Chiefs need someone who can beat man coverage, and I think at the Senior Bowl, especially Cyrus Allen proved that he could beat man coverage. What you look for is lateral mobility, short area quickness, right? Lateral range as well to offset with those crossover moves too, and then the hip fluidity to sink your hips and make really tight, acute angle hip transitions. Redirect on those whip routes as well, return routes, and then also stem up guys on the vertical plane and make quick transitions without losing speed or acceleration through those transitions. Cyrus Allen has one of the best coverage beating profiles in this class, and the numbers, the Pro Bowl, I keep saying Pro Bowl, Pro Day. He's not played a Pro Bowl yet.
Cyrus Allen, a Pro Bowl athlete coming up. You heard it here.
There you go. But at his Pro Day, some of the numbers, he's 5'11", 183. So yeah, a little bit smaller, sub 31-inch arms, but 4.49 speed, 6'9" 3-cone, and then 11-foot broad jump. So explosive, twitched up, fluid, and like Jacob said, pretty consistent at the catch point in spite of his size. I love this pick for the Chiefs. I think it's a great value add, and a guy who can play movement Z. I know that was one concern with Jalen Royals, who admittedly I was high on. He only played on one side of the field. Cyrus Allen can move around.
He's like one of those wind-up cars when you pull back right to the point where they start clicking. You feel like the tires are going to break.
Yeah.
No, that's Cyrus Allen at every single snap. And I want to go back to Adam Randall, the selection for the Baltimore Ravens, a nominee for the All-State Good Hands team. And so what that means is his work in the community and his work that he does with other unfortunate misfortune people in his community. And so Adam Randall, a consummate professional already coming from that Clemson program under Dabo Sweeney, and a guy who I think Baltimore Ravens fans in that community in the Baltimore DMV area will fall in love with. So the Miami Dolphins now on the clock as well. The pick is in, so we'll get to the Dolphins here. The Dolphins have had as the pterodactyl. What's the noise back there that we're hearing?
Everyone, there's a pterodactyl.
There's a pterodactyl. It's Jurassic Park down in Miami. If you didn't know, they're bringing back Jurassic Park, and they're putting it in Miami.
Really?
Yeah, with Snowflake.
Oh,
the
okay.
dolphin. The bottlenose
That's
dolphin.
cool.
No, I'm kidding.
Oh.
This is, I'm going to go full-on Ace Ventura nerd out if we let me go any further. So I'm going to... Beer man? I think that's where we're at now. Before I go
Yes.
full-on. Beer man?
Just
Juice?
Fine.
Beer
Peer pressure.
Listen, it was a while ago that we reached the final 100 picks, about 20 picks ago. So we're
That's
down to that
true.
final 80 picks here. So you're here, and you're here for one thing. You're here for in-depth analysis. You're not here for puppies. You're here for knowledge that you're going to get nowhere else from these prospects, from Jacob Infante, Ian Cummings. And you're here for updates on the PFSN NFL Mock Draft Simulator, which is fully updated, live and up to date with every single pick to this moment, including 177 overall, the Miami Dolphins selecting wide receiver from Missouri, Kevin Coleman Jr. I'm throwing to you, Jacob Infante, the Missouri guy down here.
There
Tell
you
the
go.
Dolphins fans what they're getting in Coleman and why they should love this pick.
Also, another thing I will say you're here for is actual updates on the picks that have been made instead of showing highlights of a player that hasn't even been selected yet. Like certain...
We're watching Nussmeier right now on TV on the
like
broadcast.
certain worldwide leaders on television right now. Cough, cough. But no, Kevin Coleman...
Sleeping during meetings? We're not sleeping here.
We are not sleeping.
Anti-orange. Go ahead.
We never sleep. Anyway.
We don't.
But anyway...
You both do.
Yeah.
Come on,
They
man.
don't have to know that. But no, so Kevin Coleman, I thought was a tremendous addition to Missouri's offense. Obviously, losing Luther Bird, and a lot of the thought was, okay, how's the passing attack going to look in his absence? And part of that hurts with the fact that Bo Pribula was absolute cheeks throwing the ball. But Kevin Coleman, though...
It took to pick 177 to get cheeks out of Youngins. I'm happy
Yeah,
about that.
I was going to say donkey ass again, but I figured I already used that.
Ass.
I'll
square.
use some different nomenclature. But Coleman, I really like him as, he's a little bit undersized, but he's an athletic slot receiver. I think he's a pretty consistent separator.
Mm-hmm.
I like the twitchiness he demonstrates, the sharpness coming out of his breaks. Only had a career drop grade of 3.4%.
Very good.
Sure-handed wide receiver. You throw him the ball, very few times he's going to drop it. Does a good job of tracking the ball in the air. The ball skills, the high point capabilities are really impressive. He can make those over-the-shoulder grabs, on the goal line fades and stuff like that. The slot fades, you talk about. The production, over the course of his collegiate career, he was a solid, steady contributor, never necessarily true wide receiver one numbers. Only had one touchdown for Mizzou this past year, and obviously being a little bit shorter, a little bit lanky.
Yeah.
he's never going to wow you in contested catch situations, but I like him as a lot as a slot receiver. I think this is really good value here in the 5th round. I think he's someone where if he gets the right opportunity, I think he'll outperform his collegiate production with his NFL production. So we'll see.
He was your pick in that question we asked on Football Debate Club. Which receiver?
Yeah, I love me some Kevin Coleman.
Yeah, so this is now the 3rd wide receiver. We knew the Dolphins needed to go at least 2. They've now gone 3. Caleb Douglas from Texas Tech, Chris Bell from Louisville, and now Kevin Coleman from Missouri.
And Kevin Coleman was the top 100 guy on my board.
Yeah,
I
75th.
believe. So I used some numbers as well to add to Jacob's 81.7 career PFSN wide receiver impact score, 2.55 yards per route run the past 2 seasons, and I'll be a little bit more. I can attest the QB play was very inconsistent at Missouri last year. Kevin Coleman Jr. was one of those guys, kind of similar to Cyrus Allen, right, who was at the Senior Bowl and was just chewing up guys in man coverage, right? He's got the fluidity, the quickness, the ability to stem guys up, and the nuance of knowing how to get them to overset vertically and then capitalize with in-breakers, out-breakers, double moves, everything under the sun. And then he's pretty solid at the catch point too. He's composed. He's got that toughness for a smaller guy too. I think he can be a great slot receiver for the Dolphins. Doesn't have the elite vertical speed, so I think he might be confined to the slot. But in that realm, you're looking at a natural separator with that gritty toughness that expands beyond his size and the production. I think if you give him good QB play, we'll see if Malik Willis can live up to it. But you're giving him weapons. You're giving him a lot of reliable weapons. I like it.
Can we talk about QB play here real quick? Because the Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock at 178. And
Whoa.
deja vu.
There we go.
A North Dakota State quarterback being selected by the Philadelphia Eagles.
I like that.
Cole Payton.
Interesting.
Cole Payton is your selection at 178 by the Philadelphia Eagles. That is North Dakota State quarterback Cole Payton landing with the Eagles. Deja vu, perhaps. 219 on the consensus, 270, so not nearly as high as Carson Wentz. Obviously, 270 on your board, Ian, 194 on your board. Jacob, quarterback Cole Payton in that Eagles offense. Take it away.
Yeah, this is an interesting pick because I didn't think the Eagles would go quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean,
they got Tanner McKee and Andy Dalton. So
absolutely,
Yeah.
It makes me think. Tanner McKee's shown some really encouraging flashes and in spurts that makes you think maybe they try and sell high, try and trade him. I mean, Andy Dalton you have as a backup. You're not going to get anything for him in a trade at this stage in his career, but he's just a valuable guy more of a mind type of guy to have just as you're paying him to be a player coach essentially. But Cole Payton, I'm intrigued by the physical tools that he brings to the table. So you're looking at a 1-year starter at the FCS level. That's a pretty big concern, and you can see sometimes on tape pretty raw. Honestly, I think at his stage as a left-handed quarterback, there could be a slight adjustment with how the ball spins off his hands compared to other quarterbacks that receivers catch passes from. The ability to go through his progressions and to make full field reads is a little inconsistent. I think generally at this stage he's best suited as a one-read quarterback. Don't have him think too much.
Yeah.
He gets a little too much air on underneath the deeper passes sometimes. I think that could result in more incompletions and more interceptions with better coverage against NFL defensive backs. But the ceiling is really high. Prototypical size, 6'3", 232 pounds, dense, well-built frame, really strong arm. And even when you think about Cam Mellor from not to be confused with Cam Mellor, our brave host for the weekend. Cole Payton was used pretty heavily as a rushing threat.
Yeah.
And they found a way to get him on the field even though he wasn't the starting quarterback. You see really good athleticism. Relative athletic score was impressive, at his size, well over the 90th percentile at quarterback. Good arm, good movement skills. The flashes of touches the flashes of touchdown the field is really encouraging. Not all the way consistent yet, but the physical tools are enticing. I'm not surprised he got picked in the 5th round here. I'm just more surprised the fact that he went to the Eagles.
I want to throw to you for your take on him in Mobile at the Senior Bowl, obviously, but it was a record-setting season.
Yeah.
Not from a passing standpoint. Yeah, those were good. Yards per attempt, first in North Dakota State history. But it was a single-season record for passing efficiency, yards per pass attempt, but also total offensive yards per game, averaging 268.9 per game in that. With that illustrious quarterback, but also offensive skill position that they have with the Bison up there, the dude did everything. And, yeah, the Tebow comps needed to chill out there when we reached the fever pitch of people overreacting. They see a left-handed quarterback throwing the ball and running as well as Peyton did. Peyton's faster and better athlete, in my opinion, with the ball in his hands.
I would agree. No, in terms of athleticism, raw athleticism, one of the best in the class, in the last 5 classes, right? The internal clock is really slow, and that was the biggest takeaway at the Senior Bowl, is that he's a 1-year starter, right? So obviously doesn't have the experience. But I don't know if NFL experience is going to help him, because he needs to acclimate to that level of pace. At the Senior Bowl, you saw a guy who was, again, he's a great guy. And you hear him talk. He's very humble. He was happy to be there, and he was taking advantage of the opportunity for sure. But watching him process in structure, he's late to reads a lot. He's kind of slow to work through progressions. I think you're looking at him as a developmental guy for sure. Probably going to slot in as the QB4 for this team, unless a trade for McKee happens. But I think he's 2 to 3 years away from even taking live reps.
It's a pretty solid duo to learn from if McKee's
For
not
sure.
in the fold. Even if
Yeah.
McKee isn't in that fold, but if you're learning from Andy Dalton, and you're learning from Jalen Hurts, who did also maybe suffer from a lack of top-end quarterbacking skills from a passing standpoint, Peyton, it's a great situation for him. So the 49ers are on the clock here, 179. They do make their selection. It's Kansas offensive tackle Enrique Cruz Jr. Maybe you didn't hear about Enrique Cruz Jr. this past season. That means you probably weren't following myself and Oliver Hutchinson, because we watch more college football than anybody else in this world. Cruz did not allow a single snap on 660 snaps. No sacks allowed. So offensive linemen are only heard from usually, for the most part, about 99% of the time, if they do something wrong. Cruz did very little wrong, yet not high on the consensus. 304 on the consensus board, 340 on yours, or Ian, 291 on yours, Jacob. A guy who's great in pass protection, clearly, but I think there's physical, maybe perhaps fundamental
I would say
detriments maybe here.
I would say more fundamental. He's a very good athlete. 6'5 and a half, 313, 34-inch arms, and then at the NFL Combine ran a 4.94 40-yard dash, 1.74 10-yard split is very, very good for the position. 35-inch vertical, 9'8 broad. I mean, those explosiveness numbers are off the charts. And he's got the size, he's got the length, he's got swing tackle experience too. Snaps at left tackle and right tackle, dating as far back to 2022 with Syracuse. So the swing tackle, and I think that's where he's going to slot in right away, is swing tackle, right? I think you could project him inside to guard as well with the explosiveness and the length and the power profile. And I think that length and athleticism helps him a lot in pass protection. And he's got pretty good knee bend for his size too, so he can match and redirect and stay square to guys, and then just force them to take longer to get to the QB, right? More counters, right? He's the guy who's kind of bend don't break in pass protection. But I think there are times where the balance can suffer. There are times when I would feel like his anchor can get a little bit stronger against power. And in the run game, I think the leverage acquisition, the pad level maintenance, those things can be improved too. So I think raw in some areas, but as a depth guy, right? As a guy who can have some developmental upside and positional flexibility, that's a very good thing to get on day 3, and I think it's a good value. So again, a little high on my board personally, but we're at the stage of day 3 where the variance is taking hold full well, so you're willing to hear these types of picks out.
Could you imagine, as an offensive tackle being drafted, if you know full well you're a developmental player at tackle and you get to play underneath or with Trent Williams?
Yeah,
arguably the greatest tackle of all time.
Sweet.
If I'm him, if I'm Enrique Cruz Jr., I'm psyched out of my mind to land with an offense like that, to land with a player like Trent Williams.
And the fact of the matter is, the athleticism, we've read off the numbers here, in that scheme, he can be unleashed. It's going to be a lot of fun to see how he pans out.
Like I would not be surprised to see him learn some and then eventually hear from him, or not hear from him, but know he's starting in the lineup. So the Miami Dolphins are on the clock here with 2 picks left in round 5 as we close out round 5 here with the Dolphins on the clock at 180 and the Bills on the clock at 181. After that, a pick they traded down to receive. A reminder, PFSN's NFL Mock Draft Simulator is updated, but I also want to call a shout out to our NFL Draft HQ, and I want to say this as well. We're getting to the point where round 5 is coming to a close. Round 6 and 7 will be here. We're going to go quick. Obviously, it feels like we're going to go very fast as time is winding down. It's almost 4 o'clock local time for the NFL Draft. We're powering through.
Yeah.
We're doing great.
Yeah.
Proud of you boys. Proud of everybody behind the scenes here again. But of note, after that last pick, after pick 257, the PFSN NFL Mock Draft Simulator is going to flip over to 2027's draft class.
Boom.
You have to know what goes into something like this, and these two over here have been incredibly in tune with the 2027 class, getting a beat on it. Arch Manning is going to dominate conversation, as he should, as a Manning should. Where he lands on the board, though, is interesting. We can give either a sneak peek at where Arch Manning is going to land on that board, but ultimately the quarterback class is going to be the talk of the town for this 2027 draft class. So be sure to find out an early look. You heard it here from Ian. He said Mendoza was his 1A, 1B with Kate Klubnik last year as we flipped to 2027's draft board. So you would have been drafting Mendoza first overall, or questioning why the hell you'd be drafting Mendoza first overall, a middling Cal quarterback who transferred to Indiana, and Kurt Cinetti. why you'd be drafting him first overall and yell into the abyss. Let's do that with 2027. We're going to do that right after 257 is announced, and also new features in the MDS, the mock draft simulator here, redrafts. We've gone back to 2020, and we've re-ranked the class. And I say we. I did it. I re-ranked them. So yell at me if you want to. Shout out to Ben, our product, Ben Rolfe, our chief product officer, James Fergoza, our product lead, Dan Tamero, and our developers across the world on making that happen. 2020, 2021, 22, 23, 24, 25 has been re-ranked based on their NFL success in relation to their drafted players at their position, not in relation to their NFL success across the board. So quarterbacks in each draft class ranked among each other. Is Burrow still QB1 in his draft class? How low does Trevor Lawrence fall? Where are you putting a guy like Zach Wilson? Hint, it's like in the 167s. BYU fans, do not come after me. I'm sorry. I just spit cold, hard data facts. So it's a lot of fun. You can look and see what could have been. We're going to go all the way back to 2002 on our redraft rankings as well. So we're going to slide a guy like Julius Peppers into number 1 overall in 02. And you can go back and redraft as you're the Houston Texans in their first ever draft as an expansion franchise. So a lot of fun, cool stuff happening. You're going to hear a lot more of our redraft talk and our 2027 draft talk as well. The Dolphins on the board. One of my favorite players in recent college football history, Seydou Traore. An Englishman is off the board here to the Dolphins.
Interesting.
I could take it. We should throw to Ollie, who knows Seydou here very well as well. Mississippi State by way of all over the board. Wait till you look at Traore's trajectory, his path that he took in college, but is drafted from Mississippi State, an incredibly gifted former soccer player, a tight end from Mississippi State, though.
Yeah, he's an athletic freak, and I'm going to read off some of the pro day numbers. I finally got
there
it
it
right.
is.
I've been saying Pro Bowl the whole day. Like, why? Like, what are you doing, Ian? I don't know. Anyway, 6'3" and 3/4, 244 pounds, 33-inch arms, so really good proportional length as well, lean mass, 4.64, 40-yard dash, 7.09 3-cone, so good agility, 40-inch vertical, 10.7 broad jump. So you're looking at a guy who's probably going to be mainly a receiving threat in the immediate timeline, right? I look at what the Miami Dolphins were trying to do with that Darren Waller acquisition, late last season. Obviously, it didn't work out, but I think Seydou Traore can provide a little bit of a receiving game catalyst in the pass game as a blocker, a little bit less consistent. You can see that in the blocking score for 2025. Not the strongest and needs to improve that if he wants to have a shot at being inline capable, but the 80.2 PFSN impact is a very strong rating. The 9.42 RAS is a culmination of the numbers that we just read off. And you're looking at a guy who's explosive, fluid. I think he's got the route running building blocks in terms of ankle and hip mobility. And he's a guy that I think has the catch radius too with those 33-inch arms.
Yes,
so a lot of upside.
To me, you want to talk about a guy who knows and has ball skills. This guy was a goalkeeper. He was a goaltender.
Yeah.
Over across the pond here, raised in London. But he moved to Clearwater Academy. Shout out the best beach in the United States, Clearwater, Florida, north of Tampa. Please go to Clearwater. Please travel to my great state of Florida. Clearwater, the best beach in the country, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But Arkansas State blows up in the Sun Belt with the Red Wolves, transfers to Colorado in the opening of the Coach Prime, Deion Sanders era. Last a semester there, spring football semester. Obviously, some things might have happened there. And then he moves and he has to sit out. Sits out his first year at Mississippi State, finally finds his footing and has a great 2 years, 3 years there, but 2 seasons with the Bulldogs. So Traore, though, a former goalkeeper, a guy who has ball skills for days.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, you mentioned the goalie experience, the ability to make grabs away from his frame to, jump and contort yourself in a whole bunch of different directions. And essentially you're high pointing the ball as a goalie too when you're playing soccer. So I think that experience definitely shows up with Traore on tape where maybe, I think his best tape came in 2022 during his time at Arkansas State.
Arkansas State season was
unbelievable. He was phenomenal. I had really high hopes, and then didn't play at all in 2023. 24 and 25, was able to bounce back a little bit, for Mississippi State, had some solid production, but I really think that 2022 tape really showed what he can do. I'm impressed with the explosiveness coming off the line of scrimmage, his ability to stretch the field vertically. I mentioned the ball skills as well. Good burst coming out of his breaks. Pretty unproven. I don't want to say unproven at this stage because he's played enough now, but still a little bit raw.
We're still learning.
Yeah, still learning. Yeah, we're all still learning. It's life is a learning
we're all
process.
just humans in this crazy world after all.
We're all kids.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So he's still a major work in progress as a run blocker. I think as an inline guy, there's going to be a little bit of a learning curve there for him. But I think the athletic upside is there. He's shown he can produce at the collegiate level. Good ball skills to work with. There's upside there, even if he's very much inconsistent. The tools are worth betting on there. So even though I didn't have a draftable grade on him, I'm not surprised that he got picked.
This is what day 3 is all about. This is what round 5 is all about. So we have the last pick of round 5 coming up, and I'm gonna tease the first pick of round 6 with the Cleveland Browns drafting one of my favorite players in this draft class.
Wow.
Positional. I don't know about his position, however, but one of the guys that I want on my team if I'm a fan of unique football playing ability. We'll get to that in a moment here. 181 though with the Bills is not quite in yet. So the Cleveland Browns, I'm going to jump to it. We're going to talk Taylon Green, quarterback from Arkansas by way of Boise State, to the Cleveland Browns at 182 with the first pick of the 6th round. We'll come back to 181 with the Bills once we get that information. But Taylon Green dominated with the pre-draft circuit with the measurables and the NFL Combine, historic Combine performance.
Combine was unbelievable. I mean, you're looking at one of the best Combine performances for a quarterback in the event's history, really. I mean, you're looking at a guy 6'6", 227 pounds, just a physical, well-built individual. I love the arm talent that he puts on display. The zip that he gets behind his pass is really intriguing to me. He has the ability, the raw talent to stretch the field vertically with a lot of distance velocity behind his throws. 9.99 relative athletic score. If I point out the testing, 4.36 40-yard dash, 43.5 inch vertical jump, 11'2" broad jump. All 3 of those testing that I put together, 99th percentile for the quarterback position. So is he a consistent passer? Absolutely not. Is his accuracy solid? No. I kind of get Logan Thomas vibes coming out of him. When he was coming out of the collegiate level.
That was actually my comp too, yeah.
Oh, great minds.
Imagine Taylon Green adds 20, 30 pounds here and plays as your move tight end who can now, if he can catch the ball, who knows, but...
I mean, he has a phenomenal arm, so maybe it makes sense.
He's got 35-inch arms too.
Dude,
so
I mean, he's a dude. That's where it's
the
like
physical upside at tight end is wow.
Unique football player here. No, is he accurate? No.
Can I expand a little bit because I was at the Senior Bowl watching him in person.
Yes. In person. What was this?
In person, the takeaways were kind of what we saw in his collegiate career, right? Boise State, he broke out very early, was the Mountain West Freshman of the Year, I believe, right? Yep. And then transferred to Arkansas, and his development, he was a multi-year starter with the Razorbacks, was decent, right, as a collegiate starter, but his development from an NFL perspective, you felt that it kind of stagnated, right? And in the pre-draft circuit, right, the tools are very alluring. He's an elite athlete. He's got very easy velocity and arm elasticity, angle freedom, and he's also very natural working off platform on boot action rollouts, working out of the flats as well. He came to the Senior Bowl, and it was him and Cole Payton above everyone else in terms of raw tools, right? And the first day, Taylon Green was making some pretty nice flashy plays, especially as a runner, had a really nice deep completion to Malachi Fields on day 2, but it was also very up and down. There were reps where he would miss underneath defenders in intermediate windows, right? Skylar Thomas from Oregon State had a really nice pick on him, but that's been the moral of the story for Taylon Green, is that he's got this hyper elite physical skill set, but the operational consistency has not been there. It has never really been there, right?
Yeah.
And the field vision to me is too inconsistent. I feel like the read recognition, the progression speed. There is one thing that I will say though, and this is a very interesting note for the Browns at this point in the draft. One thing that I heard in Mobile regarding Taylon Green is that he's very receptive to coaching. So if you see a guy with this hyper elite physical skill set, you have to ask yourself, what is the mental makeup, right? How is he going to respond to coaching? Is he going to be receptive to it? It seems to be the belief that he would be relatively perceptive to it. So you look at that QB situation. We talked about it a little bit on day 1 and 2, the KC Concepcion pick being a pick for the future, right? Taylon Green, is he the future? I would lean toward no at this stretch, but Shadur Sanders, you got Deshaun Watson. The world is Green's oyster. I think he can win that job potentially. Well, not in the immediate timeline, but
oysters
long
are delicious,
term.
Tyler.
I will say, it's going to be an interesting conversation because the physical tools are there. If you can be receptive to coaching, if you can develop on the mental side, we know that doesn't always happen. It's a little bit harder to develop that, especially when you're taking live NFL reps, but a really intriguing name entering that QB room.
Yeah. And real quick on Taylon Green, sorry to barge in here. I think this is kind of overcorrection from the Anthony Richardson situation, to where it's like, all right, you take Anthony Richardson way higher than he had any right to be because you're betting on the upside, the tools, the size, the arm strength, the athleticism. That didn't work out, and now Taylor Green falls all the way to the 6th round. I mean, I don't know if that's fair. Like, at least as far as positional value goes, I would have taken him higher. Again, very raw as a prospect, but I think it's a little bit of it feels like overcorrection, where it's like, okay, this guy's incredibly raw, but I mean the tools are out of this world.
All right, so I want to get to something here. We missed pick 181. We promised analysis for every single pick. So 181, Buffalo Bills to end round 5 went Zane Durant, the defensive tackle from
Good
Penn
pick.
State. So before I go on, I want to say 182. So 182 was traded. Pick 182 was traded 6 times. So it started out. The Browns had it last year, traded it for Javon Briggs, or they received it, and then they traded it and Greg Newsome to the Jaguars last October for Tyson Campbell. The Jags then sent it to the Raiders at the deadline in the Jacoby Myers trade. The Raiders then sent it to Buffalo last month for Teron Johnson. The Bills dealt it to the Broncos last night, and now here we are. The Broncos sent it back to Cleveland today in the Justin Jolly trade. So there you are, 6 times. Wow. It's the walking embodiment of the Fresh Prince gif. How come they don't want me, man? So here we are. But Zane Durant, we've got a lot of picks coming in, so we're gonna go a little bit rapid fire here, and this is what we thought for round 6 and round 7. Zane Durant, though, to end round 5 for the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, it's not the exact archetype that I would have liked for them. He's not a nose tackle. He's more of a disruptive 3-tech, a 1-gapper who can penetrate upfield. Very raw in terms of pass rush production. Good pursuit speed, and it's reflected in the athleticism. 6'1", 290, 32-inch arms. So again, natural leverage, proportional length. He's got that combo. 4.75 40-yard dash, 1.66 10-yard split. Insane explosiveness, good natural leverage, decent but not elite flexibility, and that limits his skill set a little bit. But a good rotational ad behind Ed Oliver. That's kind of where I'm seeing him.
Yeah, he's a top 100 player on your board, though, Jacob. So Zane Durant, 91 on your final board, it looked like there. So
yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of value in defensive tackles who can rush the passer. Zane Durant fits that mold. I mean, he's going to have his struggles in run support because he's a smaller guy. But like Ian said, good proportional length. The explosiveness, the craftiness, and how he uses his hands. He can stack and shed. He can string moves together, win in a variety of different ways. I like the pass rushing value he brings to the table. I think there's tremendous value for Buffalo.
Yeah, so then we move on now. We obviously, to start round 6, we had Taylor Green, we just talked about, to the Cleveland Browns, and a pick that apparently nobody wanted, and the Browns got twice, and then wound up getting Taylor Green at 182 to start round 6. The Arizona Cardinals then were on the clock at 183. Carson Shire, linebacker from Iowa. I want to say this. There's a lot of these Iowa guys that seem to be overdrafted, and I'm going to say it's one thing. It's Kirk Ferentz. The way that this program has been run for now 20-plus years, 25 years, even longer. But with a wise man once told me that I greatly respect, if ever you meet an Iowa player who played for Kirk, ask him what their favorite KF story is. And we did this with Carl Davis at the PAC event. I'm wearing the shirt. And I promise you, I can't do it. It's not safe for work. The story that we talked about with Davis, but it's the stories you receive and the lessons learned from Coach Ferentz when they're playing for them. It's a pro program essentially. It's a professional team out there in Iowa at Iowa. So Carson Shire, though, linebacker from Iowa, landing at 183. He was a 349th on the consensus big board. Yeah,
if I can bring up real quick, I think this is a special teamer. I talked with Iowa kicker Drew Stevens leading up to the draft, and it's special teams as opposed to defense. But even still, Carson Shire played 503 special team snaps over his 5 seasons at Iowa, so it kind of applies. I asked Stevens, what is it about the Hawkeyes that does special teams so well? And it applies to all aspects. It's like, I think it's the attention to detail that's been forced out of us. I mean, we don't really get the recruits that an Oregon or Ohio State or a Georgia gets. We don't bleed out 5 stars, so we have to pay that much more attention to detail. I think special teams is the epitome of having close attention to detail just because there's so many small things that go into being successful on special teams. And he also said, we need the nitty gritty. We want to take you into deep water and just win games that way. So, I mean, I think Shire is going to have a pretty big impact on special teams right out of the gate. I don't think he's going to start being this late of a pick. But I 100% agree. Iowa prepares guys. They treat their program like an NFL team. They have their guys, from an intelligence perspective, ready to roll. And Shire, maybe he's not the rangiest linebacker, doesn't have sideline to sideline, capabilities as a tackler. Straight line speed on tape is pretty average, but he's a hard hitter. He's got a dense frame, good pad level, nice pop in his pads. He can hit pretty hard. and his ability to shoot up the right gap as a downhill tackler is intriguing to me as well.
Yeah, so we have a couple other picks here. 184, the Tennessee Titans select Baylor defensive tackle Jackie Marshall. 185, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select LSU tight end Bauer Sharp. And 186, the New York Giants select Auburn defensive tackle Bobby Jamison Travis. So we've got 3 to get to here. Let's start Jackie Marshall though. 184, 3. He's the highest of the highest of those last 3 on the consensus at 322. However, so Jackie Marshall didn't play in 2023, flashed a little bit in 2022. Only had, I believe, 6 career sacks for the Baylor Bears, though, however, defensive tackle, but still has some tools.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's tricky, right? Because he's built like a 3-tech disruptor in Robert Sala's scheme. He's probably going to be more of an even front, 3-tech. 6'2.5", 293, 32-inch arms. So good natural leverage, proportional length. Ran a 4.88 at the NFL Combine, 1.69 10-yard split. So explosive, twitched up. At the Shrine Bowl, there were definitely flashes, but for a guy who's built like a disruptive 3-tech, again, the pressure rate below 5% in 2025 is not ideal. Very raw in the pass rushing phase and can get moved off a spot in the run game too. It's a developmental pick. He's got the athleticism and the profile, but to me, not much right now beyond that. You can build up his game. So to me, it's a little bit of a reach. Renee Conga is still on the board, top 100 guy for me. I'm kind of surprised here.
Yeah.
Kind of surprising. So now I need to know. We have a lot of Bucks fans watching. Shout out to the Mellor family, the Mellor clan, who is watching. So we need to know. They need to know about the well-traveled Bauer Sharp, William Bauer Sharp, tight end from LSU.
Here we go.
By way of Southeast Louisiana, 2 years with Southeast Louisiana, a year with Oklahoma, where I thought that there was some flashes of something to come, and then has a 10.5 yards per catch season at LSU with Garrett Nussmeier still on the board available, by the way. But LSU tight end Bauer Sharp to the Buccaneers.
Yeah, I mean, well-traveled is a great way to put it. I mean, he was a first-team All-Southland Conference at Southeastern Louisiana, played at Oklahoma 2024, and then LSU this past year. I think you're looking at least on tape, the athleticism to stretch the field. Collegiate drop rate, 7.1%, not too shabby. All things considered, I think he's got good alignment versatility. Most of his reps come as an inline guy, but he's played 32.9% of his career reps in the slot. Good fluidity as a route runner. I think his ability to, his feel across the middle of the field is pretty good, adjusting the tempo of his route and kind of sensing the soft spot of the defense and work himself as a security blanket. I can't talk today. Going up against zone coverage, I think is a very valuable asset for a tight end to have. I think he's got a little bit of a fumbling issue. I think that's an aspect that you have to consider with him. That's not ideal for a tight end. Not tremendous from a technical perspective as a run blocker. So, have him in pass protection sometimes. He's not incredible in that regard as well. So not really going to wow you as a blocker, as an inline type of guy at the point of attack, but he's got some receiving upside to work with.
Yeah, I don't love the pick for the Buccaneers. I thought there were better tight ends on the board. I think Dallin Bentley is still on the board, which is crazy, man.
Yeah.
Daquan Wright from Ole Miss. Look, the Buccaneers scouting tight ends, they got Cade Otton, who was a great pick. Keeft was a really good blocking tight end for them. But the Payne Durham pick has not really worked out. I feel like they're kind of hit or miss here. And Sharp, I would lean more of a miss, right? 6'5", around 253, but sub 32-inch arms. You mentioned the fumbling issues, also drops, almost a 10% drop rate this past year too. So not a very good blocker, I don't think. I think he has room to get stronger and implement more power in his game. He's a decent athlete with good agility and fluidity for his size, but I don't love him at the catch point. I don't love him as a blocker. I think Dallin Bentley, Daquan Wright, even Carson Ryan from BYU. I think there were better options on the board.
Yeah, I want to look at that. I think because we're looking at the
Commanders. Oh my gosh,
defensive tackle board. Yeah, we're going to talk Katron Allen here to the Commanders in a second. But the New York Giants, if you wanted to feel a little bit better about Malachi Fields, the selection of Malachi Fields, I know there was some maybe discrepancy or some fan divisive selection there with Malachi Fields. Go back to the UVA tape when he was there. Anthony Colandrea throwing a pass to Malik Washington, and Malachi Fields is downfield blocking for like 35 yards.
He's such a good blocker.
Malik Washington for a long touchdown. That's Anthony YOLO Colandrea, as well as I like to call him. So to feel better, New York Giants, though, I don't know if you're going to feel all that good about Bobby Jamison Travis, 1 career sack as a true nose tackle, but a massive man at that, though.
Yeah, he's a true nose tackle. 6'4", 322, 34-inch arms. I gave him a near elite grade for play strength. So I think he's got incredible upper body and stacking strength. The lower body strength and power absorption is also really good. But again, he's going to give you pretty much nothing as a pass rusher. He's got average flexibility, not a ton of counter work as well. He's mainly just a guy who's going to be in there on early downs and occlude gaps and occupy double teams and combo blocks and hold his ground and limit displacement. And he's very good at that, but he's not very multiple, not very variable beyond that in terms of what he can do in different situations. So
Yeah.
it's a clear pick. It's a clear archetype, and you need to have at least one in your rotation. So I'm cool with it in round 6. But yeah, he's a little limited, but I think very good in his nose tackle.
And
lens.
interior pressure is more valuable than exterior pressure on the defensive front. So I like getting a guy who can disrupt and be maybe that guy at nose tackle.
Even if he doesn't disrupt, occupy double teams,
Occupy,
so
that's
someone
why
else has a
that's why it's so
one-on-one. Yeah,
important.
exactly.
That's why it's so
Yeah.
important. So it allows for the splash plays from your guys. So Katron Allen, we mentioned it, 187 to the Washington Commanders. This is the second of that Penn State duo in the backfield to be selected. Nicholas Singleton obviously breaking his foot at the Senior Bowl. So hopefully he's back as soon as he possibly can. But Katron Allen should be ready, juiced up, rocked up to be inserted into that Washington offensive backfield. They're 98 on your board, 119 on your board. So great value here for the Commanders.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little surprised that he went after Nicholas Singleton.
Yeah, me too.
Honestly, I thought Allen was pretty considerably the better running back on tape. I mean, you see, obviously the production stands out, what he's been able to do at the collegiate level, but I like, good ball security with him. He's someone you don't have to worry about too much as far as fumbles go. He's got a low center of gravity. He's sturdy. He's an effective one-cut runner. He can hit the open running lane with, effective, good precision, good toughness, nice balance, contact balance, rather. Once he engages with, in contact against tacklers, he's very unproven as a receiving back, which I guess is part of why he fell here, to where he was never going to be like a first round or a second round pick. Maybe in a running back you want to take a little bit later than that. You want someone with more passing down value, but I think the ball carrier vision in between the tackles are there. I think he's a solid enough athlete. He can get the job done there and accelerate through the open hole. And his toughness, I think, is going to help him as a rotational back for the Commanders here. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I don't know if it's going to happen, but it wouldn't totally shock me if he becomes running back 1, at least for 2026. I don't know about long term, but at least for this season, if he leads the team in rushing.
Yeah, and I know Commanders fans will be very curious about this pick because running back has been kind of a sore spot for them. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt coming back in year 2. I like Katron Allen a lot, and Cam, you mentioned it, top 100 guy on my board. So Commanders fans, I'm going to say it. I think he could become your volume back in short order here. Comparing him, because I remember I was close to the Commanders when they drafted Brian Robinson Jr., right? So I can provide a little bit of a comparison. I like Allen better than I liked Brian Robinson Jr. And I think Robinson was taken earlier. But to me, Katron Allen, man, you watch the film. As a receiver, he's a little unproven, although I do think in glimpses that he's shown flashes. He's got a really nice Texas route. I think his hip fluidity lends well there. I think he can expand beyond that. He's a dutiful pass protector too, but in the running phase as well. Really good volume runner where he's got the size at 5'11", 216 pounds, the density as well, the physicality. But I think his vision, his spatial feel, his cutting flexibility for his size is really appealing as well. He doesn't have elite vertical speed. I don't think he has elite burst off field either. But you have a guy who's really thick and rocked up in his midsection that helps with the contact balance and driving physicality. And then his cutting flexibility is very, very underrated. He can offset. He can cover ground laterally to create space for himself. And then he's got the ability to stack quick cuts in rapid succession in congestion. So Katron Allen, big fan of the creative instincts combined with his physical build and physicality, the tenacity as a upfield attacker. I think the Commanders, they've done such a good job playing the value of the board, man. And with limited picks too.
Yeah.
It's
a good draft class. So the Jets obviously made waves on night 1. 3 first-round picks. We're now at the Jets here. If you're watching the broadcast, saw their needs. Not what they land here with offensive guard Anis Cooper from Miami. Massive man.
Huge.
Cooper is a huge guy. 220 on your board, though, Ian. 301 on your board, Jacob. By all accounts, 252. So a fringe day. I mean, this is what it is. We're talking about a guy like I subscribe to your level of thinking, Jacob, where taking an offensive lineman on day 3, I like it. Just blanket, I like it because you don't have enough depth. But Cooper himself, a massive man, stout at the point of attack, though.
100%. And, you're talking about a guy who measured in, he's 6'6", 334 pounds. He was listed at 350 by Miami this past year, which
Him and Bell.
that is
Him and Markel Bell. It's unbelievable.
it's no wonder they made it to the national
Good
championship.
Lord.
Their offensive line's just way bigger than everybody else. But yeah, I mean, obviously, there are strengths that you'd expect for a guy that big. I think the power is tremendous. He's got heavy hands. Once he gets his hands right, he can lock you out at the point of attack and just drive you into the dirt. The hand placement's good. The lower body churn is impressive to me. The Mauler mentality as well. There's some big guys where they don't want to maximize their traits, their physicality, because they just don't want it enough. That's not the case with the Nez Cooper.
Look at those percentiles too. Height,
Yeah.
weight.
Dude is big.
He's
Dude's
huge.
big.
He's ginormous. There are definitely concerns about him as far as athleticism goes, and I think that's part of where the penalty concerns come in, where he doesn't change direction very well. He doesn't have elite lateral quickness and pass protection. The explosiveness climbing to the second level isn't all that good. So, there are some instances where he can get beat by speed, whether it's along the interior or he gets out in space, and he has to try and make up for it, and then he ends up getting called for a holding penalty. So, definitely not a fit in every single scheme, so to speak, but at the same time, the size, the physicality, the play strength, it's all there with him. He's got good, uses his hands well. So I understand drafting him. And again, I like the value of adding offensive line on day 3. And if you're taking a guy with an undrafted grade in round 6, I mean, it's splitting hairs. There's such a variance between the undrafted guys and the draftable guys at this stage in the draft, where I don't think you can overreact one way or another with any of these picks. So I get why Cooper went
I'll
here.
stick with you though, Jacob, because
Yeah.
I want to overreact to this one because I'm super curious about this pick. The Cincinnati Bengals at 189, drafting Duke offensive tackle Brian Parker the second, but everybody listing him and having him as center.
Yeah.
And I believe that vaulted up his ability. An incredibly high grade Brian Parker did.
Yeah.
So you had him at 84th. And Ian, I want to hear you. I believe, was he a Senior Bowl guy? And was he in Mobile? And I can't remember that.
He was
the
the
Shrine Bowl.
Shrine Bowl
Yeah.
guy.
Yep.
Shout out Eric Galco for being on a pull guy like Brian Parker. But 84th on your final board there. Brian Parker, a tackle at Duke. 3 years of starting experience at St. Xavier High School down in Cincinnati. So he's been playing against top tier competition since his days in high school, and then obviously at Duke. So
Yeah.
and an incredibly highly graded player though for us in our PFSN O-line impact grade at Duke.
Yeah, and I think honestly here he's going to slide in at guard because they took Connor Liu earlier today in the 4th round. So to get Brian Parker here as well as, projecting as an interior convert, I think is incredible value. I mean, we talked about it earlier. You need to protect Joe Burrow. Parker's a guy who's going to be able to do that. And especially as a backup early on, he's going to have the versatility. Like, he's another guy I talked to in the, leading up to the, my interviews leading up to the draft, where he took a lot of reps at center. He's comfortable snapping now. He took some reps at guard as well, working out for teams, the Shrine Bowl, I believe, as well. I think the ability to play all 5 positions along the offensive line is very valuable. I mean, graded very well by our O-line impact scoring. Intelligent football player. Like, he's a good athlete. He's not a great athlete. The upside maybe isn't out of this world with him as a, pure explosive offensive lineman, but he's coordinated blocking on the move, and even more importantly, he's precise in his movements. I think he gets to the second level. He's an effective, down blocker, reach blocker. Someone who can take precise angles, roll out and, seal off defenders in the run game pretty well, uses hands pretty well. The play strength, not bad, not elite.
Yeah.
Athleticism, not bad, not elite.
I like that he's coming home.
Yeah.
Played at St. X, and now he's back home playing for the Cincinnati Bengals. So,
For sure.
Ian, quick take on Brian Parker, but then I want to talk about Barian Brown, who was just selected by the New Orleans Saints at 190. So, local scouting, New Orleans drafting a Baton Rouge kid by way of Kentucky, Barian Brown. But Brian Parker the second on the kick in here, tackle to center, or it seems like guard for the Bengals.
I would think guard because they drafted Connor Liu at center. But Brian Parker the second. Again, I think the rotational torque, the physicality, good athlete as well. I think those are the main appealing qualities with his tape. And again, he gives you a 5-position flex depth lineman. We know the Bengals, they got Jalen Rivers. They've got Dylan Fairchild as well at guard, and someone else who I'm forgetting off the top of my head here. I know they had Volson, but he moved away. So depth guy who can, I think, compete for a starting job potentially with who they got, and has the versatility to play anywhere in a pinch. I would also like to say I would have taken Parker over Nez Cooper with the Jets. I think Cooper is very schematically limited, heavy-footed. He's going to dominate in a phone booth, but that's really all he can play. He's not super rangy, can't really get out in space, not flexible, not explosive. So, there's options here. But Barry and Brown going to the Saints.
Brown.
This is an interesting pick. This is a pick where probably going to give you return value.
I think first team All SEC and as a true freshman at Kentucky for his return ability.
Exactly.
And then 2 years at Kentucky, transfers to LSU.
Mm-hmm. Yep. As a receiver, very inconsistent. I'll say, he's got great twitch and explosiveness, but the deceleration is very inconsistent. And also the STEM IQ, he'll be drifting past breaks a lot. The flashes are really appealing with double moves and stop and goes, but he's not the most nuanced, refined, or precise as a route runner. And then the hands can be pretty inconsistent too, some drop problems as well. So I think, he can be a rotational weapon for you as a receiver. The run after catch ability in open space is really fun when you scheme touches, but the main thing is going to be that return ability. And we saw, I can't remember who exactly it was, but Caden Wetchen went very early as a return specialist. Barry and Brown going a little bit later. I think the value is good here for the Saints. I think he fills the rotation, but mainly that special teams value.
All right, so I'm going to go with it. Special teams value for Barry and Brown makes a ton of sense. That 2023-2024 receiving class with Dane Key at Kentucky and Barry and Brown, it's amazing that they didn't have more field stretching ability. But let's go to 191. The Jacksonville Jaguars trade up. They trade picks 196, 245 to move up 5 picks to the Patriots pick at 191. They draft Baylor wide receiver Josh Cameron. 131st on your board. Jacob, we're a little behind, so I want your take quickly on Josh Cameron here with the Jaguars.
Yeah, so I'm a little bummed that we didn't get a relative athletic score on him because I think he's a really good size-speed combination. Rounds up to 6'2", 220 pounds. I mean, just a really big, physical, well-built wide receiver. I mean, definitely raw as a route runner, and being as heavy as he is, you're not going to expect super explosive, sharp cuts coming out of his transitions. But at the same time, he's got good deep speed, the ability to stretch the field. He's an experienced punt returner. He led the Big 12 with 290 punt return yards in, I believe, 2024. 20.7 yards per return, led the FBS that year. Effective run blocker as well. Somebody with that size and that length, he's going to be effective in the run game as, a rotational sort of guy. Very raw, but again, I think I'm surprised someone didn't take a swing on him earlier because of his upside. We've seen, in my opinion, inferior receivers with inferior tools drafted as quote-unquote toolsy receivers before Josh Cameron.
Fair
so
enough.
I think this is a really good value, especially considering the size.
We're looking at the picture there. 34, number 34 as a receiver was very fun to watch. When you thought you were watching something different on tape when you're watching the Baylor Bears.
Yeah, it's like maybe they lined up a running back out wide.
Yeah,
Why is he so big?
All right, so let's get now. We have the Giants, 2 picks in a row here. They both have been announced. So 192, J.C. Davis, tackle from Illinois. 139th on your board, 155th on Ian's board, but 139th to you. It gets a B+. It's going to be on the higher end of what we're giving here because we're substituting variance for quality of picks for need. And so not quite a need, but also a pick of great value based on your board.
Yeah, I mean, a 4-year starter at the collegiate level, dominated at New Mexico, made the switch to Illinois for 2024, and put together a solid 2 years there. I like the pad level he demonstrates. He does a good job of getting good bend in his knees, getting his weight underneath him, winning with leverage at the point of attack, sturdy anchor, strong lower body, good grip strength. I think it's above average. I think he has the ability to play guard if you need him to. I mean, a little bit shorter for a tackle, but he has the length to stick out there. I think he's a good backup quarterback. Good backup offensive lineman. Not the highest athletic ceiling. I mean, the testing wasn't necessarily incredible with him. Relative athletic score 6.53. So, not in that elite range you typically like out of a draft pick, but still good enough. He's functional enough. So I like him as a backup option. And then Jack Kelly, the other selection.
I'm going to bang the table for Jack Kelly, actually.
Here you go.
This is not just because I'm a surrogate BYU fan. I've been indoctrinated into the BYU, the holy war, the BYU versus Utah rivalry, circa 2019. This is for my Cougs fans, though. The New York Giants selecting Jack Kelly, a linebacker from BYU, with the 193rd pick. So I've got to read off some stats here because it's incredible, actually. So after 3 years at Weber State, this guy comes into the BYU defense, racks up 106 tackles, 15 sacks, almost 24 tackles for loss.
Yeah,
Throws up a 9.72 relative athletic score.
very nice.
You want to talk about experienced players. You want to talk about a run and chase linebacker who can also produce in coverage, play the flats, play deep, come down as a down, run the alley as a true run stuffing linebacker as well. 3-down guy. I'm going to stay on the table for Jack Kelly. I'm going to say the New York Giants got a 3-down linebacker this late with great value at 193 here. I know he was only 270 on the consensus, but I think that people overvalue or undervalue this experience that these BYU Cougars have, especially a guy who's not going to have a lot of injury concerns, being a little bit older of a rookie.
Yeah.
So Jack Kelly to the Giants. I love the pick here for them as well. Despite being 270, it's a need that they needed to fill at linebacker. And then, I mean, this gives them 3 picks in the last 9 picks. Bobby Jamison Travis, a defensive tackle from Auburn. J.C. Davis, offensive tackle from Illinois. Jack Kelly, linebacker from BYU. So now I want to jump now to 194. The Indiana Hoosiers are back up.
There you go.
The Tennessee Titans drafting their center, Pat Coogan. Who? I love this pick. This is a kid who, how can you not love the national champion center?
Yeah.
So Pat Coogan, 215 on your board, higher than the consensus at 250. Coogan, one you like.
Yeah. I mean, I like Pat Coogan a lot. I mean, obviously, he's not going to wow you as from an athleticism perspective. I think the explosiveness coming off the line of scrimmage is just okay. Climbing to the second level is not going to wow you or anything. The flexibility is a little hit or miss. Sometimes he doesn't have the proper leverage you want, but he's an experienced offensive lineman. I mean, started and played a key role for that Indiana offensive line. He was the anchor up front there for the Hoosiers. And he also had 26 starts at Notre Dame before that as well. Nice punch at the point of attack, good play strength, quick processor as a run blocker, good awareness of what's going on around him and pass protection. I think it's the big question is he going to be able to play guard? What's the flexibility from a positional perspective look like? Because that might impact how much playing time he gets early on in the NFL, but high floor sort of blocker, not the flashiest, sexiest athlete in the world, but
No.
he's
I mean, the
powerful.
experience,
He's
the
intelligent.
experience with 16 games alone this past season, right? And
Absolutely.
all those starts at Notre Dame. So that gives us Logan Jones, your first center, off
Yeah.
the board. And then they center on Trey Zune at 91 to the Raiders. And then we picked up a little bit here with the center class, Connor Liu, despite the ACL injury, Sam Hecht, Parker Brailsford, Jagger,
Burton.
Jaeger, not Jaeger.
Jagger.
Should we get some Jägermeister in the building here? Or should we just stick with the Super Punch? We got Super Punch shots coming up at 210 in honor of our host city, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Do we
Super
know?
Punch, the drink of choice. I don't know if it's of choice. It's an Italian Amaro. The boys had it on night one. We're going to have it again here to celebrate Pittsburgh as our host town. The Las Vegas Raiders are up at 195 right now after the Titans draft Pat Coogan.
Yeah, I was gonna ask for another beer, but if we're doing Super Punch,
Beer, man!
What? Pause, beer man.
That's like 15 picks, bro.
Yeah, the picks are flying in though.
On God.
Yeah.
All right.
For real.
Hang on, I gotta take this one here because I got a story about Malik Benson.
Okay.
Malik Benson drafted to the Las Vegas Raiders. If Jaden Kennedy was my favorite pick, Malik Benson is now my favorite pick for the Las Vegas Raiders. I want to yell, but I don't want to yell too loud.
Okay.
And I'm gonna yell. Sorry, kids. Safe for work here. Malik Benson, an incredibly well-traveled receiver, landing at 195 to the Las Vegas Raiders, a junior college transfer to the Alabama Crimson Tide. There is the story of Nick Saban visiting Malik Benson at JUCO at least twice. The third time is up for debate, whether he went there in person. JUCO film is incredibly hard to get. Saban clearly intrigued. Benson transfers to Alabama. Dude sets records at the JUCO level for his production that he puts on tape on the field. Doesn't quite pan out at Alabama. Transfers to Florida State. Doesn't quite pan out at Florida State. Moves on to Oregon. Takes him a little bit halfway through the season. All of a sudden, you're looking at why Nick Saban visited Malik Benson as much as he did. This is an immediate value pick, in my opinion. This is a guy who I think should have been higher on the consensus board. I know Ian had him at 136. Look at the yards per reception here at 16.7. I know he didn't test as well as he could have. Maybe not the best athlete, but there's football speed, game speed, pad speed. This guy, you put the pads on him. And Malik Benson is a true lid lifter. A guy who is going to be able to beat any defender in his path, line him up anywhere. There's versatility. Throw him at punt returner as well, because I think that there's a lot to like about his in-game speed and in-game athleticism. So I will get off my soapbox for the former Seminole, former Crimson Tide, former JUCO, former Duck. This is the new age of college football, though, where you have 4 different colleges that guys have played for. So if you want that kind of analysis and insight, PFSN College, Oliver Hodgkinson and myself as well, unparalleled college access. So until we can get a college draft show, we'll talk to the boys here about what Malik Benson does on the field for the Las Vegas Raiders at 195.
Yeah, he's a guy who is one of the. I was gonna say he could go fringe top 100, so I'm honestly surprised that he is still on the board here. But you look at what he brings to the table from a physical skill set perspective, right? You mentioned that he was a dominant JUCO producer, and I think a big reason for that is the athletic foundation, right? 5'11 and a half, a little bit lighter with 185-pound frame, but over 32-inch arms, right? Has really good vertical burst and acceleration and vertical speed as well, and then also the agility and twitch, nice hip fluidity too. So I think the upside is through the roof. And then he had a 2.3% drop rate in 2025, along with 2.58 yards per out run. So the analytical metrics are very promising. He's got the frame, the catch radius, the athleticism. At the very least, he's a good rotational wide receiver. I think he could be a little bit more consistent as a blocking threat, which he's going to need if he wants to get playing time and maintain that utility value. But a really nice late round investment with the physical tools to, I think, potentially be a really solid spot starter or maybe a mid-level starter down the line.
This is quite the draft so far for the Raiders. Yeah. I'm going to go. It's easy to say this because they drafted their quarterback, who they hope is the quarterback of the future. This is a franchise-changing draft class so far for this Raiders team. I really like what they've done, not just because Benson's the pick here at 195. So the New England Patriots are on the clock, the Super Bowl runner-up. Patriots having a unique class themselves here as well. Maybe not drafting as what the consensus would say they should be doing here across the board. But New England, with the way that the board has fallen, I don't know if we have the chance to do such a thing, but the best available players on the board, it's there's still some value to be had at some areas of need for teams, especially like the New England Patriots.
Yeah, I think there's looking at some of the offensive linemen that are still on the board. They could reinforce the interior if they wanted to. I think maybe a linebacker as well. I think, you look at what the Patriots have addressed so far, right? They've gotten some talented players at positions of need. I know Karan Prensey getting in the secondary at this level. They could take a safety as well. I think the depth of the class, there are positions that were a lot deeper that had more volume in the day 3 range, and I think there are still options there for them. So it's going to be interesting to see where they go, but they've done a good job so far, and we'll have to see. I mean, you're getting down to the stretch here where, again, we've already seen some names that we didn't expect. I expect that to continue to be the case.
Yeah, it's on this board here too. You're looking at safety. We have Lewis Moore, obviously the highest.
Yeah,
the highest.
That would be a phenomenal
left.
pick for them, alongside Craig Woodson, who was one of the best rookies in the league last year. Lewis Moore, an intelligent player. I know teams probably won't be high on him because the long speed isn't very good, but again, spatial IQ, route recognition, the ability to play downhill, physicality on click and close as well. And that's kind of what you're getting at this point. You're getting options, guys who might be overlooked because they don't have a certain physical skill. But hey, we know the NFL is just as much about intelligence, right? And smarts and football IQ. And some of these guys have it in high demand.
And the pick is in. And the pick is a pick we've been talking about multiple times here, saying I can't believe this guy has been picked over in this tackle class. Demetrius Crownover.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Offensive tackle from Texas A&M.
Okay.
There we go.
So 130th on your board, Ian. I'll let you take over, but is 163rd on your board, 134th on the consensus here as well at 196 to the Patriots.
Yeah, well, this was a pick that I honestly, I'd mocked a couple times in the top 100 to, various teams, with the Patriots being one of them with a need for a long-term right tackle. Once Morgan Moses, he's the Iron Man. He's been a starter for such a long time, even going back to my days at Washington.
Yeah,
but
there you go.
Eventually they're going to have to move on, and Demetrius Crownover has the size profile to really, get built up, and I think learning from Moses is the best case scenario for him. 6'7", 319 pounds,
did it.
over 35-inch arms. Ran a 5.14, not a 4.14. Come on, 5.14 40-yard dash with a 1.79 10-yard split. So really good explosiveness for his size.
That size, that fast.
Yeah, it's impressive. And he was a guy who was kind of a late bloomer. He only started 2 games in his first 3 seasons, redshirting in 2021, but then was a full-time starter at right tackle for Texas A&M in 2024 and 2025. Homegrown, never transferred, built his game up, and was an asset for Mike Elko's offense in 2025. So power capacity, explosiveness off the line of scrimmage, and he flashes a pretty clean pass set too in pass protection. I think he has good knee bend and leverage acquisition for his size. At the Senior Bowl, he was a really impressive player because of that mobility for his size, because of the power in his hand strikes, because of the anchor strength as well. Obviously, I think the pad level management later in reps can be a little more consistent. He's fairly rudimentary with his hand usage right now, but this is a pick that I would have made fringe top 100. So getting him at this value, this is a tools-rich tackle with a lot of potential.
Yeah, and if I can jump in on that too, like I felt like I was lower on Crownover than the consensus because I look at him, it's like, all right, he's so raw. I didn't think he was anywhere close to being a first year starter at the NFL level, and I saw him going as high as day 2, honestly. But at the same, I think that taking him in round 6, I feel like it's a no brainer to me, honestly, because you're looking at like you mentioned, the tools, how big he is, 6'7". I said foot, so
there
I
you
didn't
go.
have to,
That's
so
smart.
as a way to work around it, because I've already done the thing too many times. But recruited as a tight end coming out of high school, you could see that athleticism, that raw mobility, and the burst coming off of the line of scrimmage, that length, that pops to you on tape, and the redirectability is much better than anyone gives him. He has any right to be at that size, but. Very raw. I think the hand placement needs work, especially point to that game against Miami where, Ruben Bain and Akeem Mesidor absolutely had their way with him on a consistent basis with him being the right tackle there. Had 11 penalties in 2025 alone. So definitely not a pro-ready day one starter. But the physical tools are out of this world. I think that my tone, if we did this like 100 picks before, would have been totally different. But now to get him in the 190s, I think that's tremendous value to take a shot on that.
It is so the shot that we're taking here, the segues. We're not lacking on segues. Now we get to round 6.
I know, right?
The shots that the Los Angeles Rams have taken so far in this draft, they made up for it by drafting Keegan, highest graded host, as their 3rd overall pick.
MIZ.
But Ty Simpson 13, Max Clare is their 2nd pick. It's their draft class is a little all over the board. So the Rams at 197, the pick is in. We don't have it yet officially yet, but the Rams, do we have any inclination of where you want them to go at this point?
Well, this is a team where they have some leeway because they don't have a ton of severe needs, right? I feel like the roster is pretty well set. I would maybe go linebacker here. Aiden Fisher is still.
It is official.
It's official. They went a wide receiver.
I'd go wide receiver, and I'd go CJ Daniels if I could, if I were them.
Actually,
I wouldn't quite do that. Although I will say this, I'm going to sit it up here. Our boards are a little different. Jacob, your board says 153 for CJ. And I prefer Nostradamus. I believe that's Nas's most underrated album that he produced.
Yeah, fair enough.
Instead of Nostradamus, Illmatic, obviously one of the greatest of all time, Stillmatic up there, but then Nostradamus, his probably 3rd best and one of the more underrated albums of all time. CJ Daniels is the pick, however, though. But Ian, 280 on your board, 153 on your board, 201 on the consensus. So really in between there, both you guys are on the high end or low end of this consensus. 153 though for you, Jacob. CJ Daniels landing with the Rams at 197.
Yeah, so I see some, I see above all else good size and good hands when I look at what CJ Daniels brings to the table. A guy who, listed around 6'2". I think that for a guy his size, he works the stems pretty well. He's got a good understanding of how to manipulate leverage working through his routes and disguise his route patterns and work the blind spot pretty well. Good ball skills, good, like I said, reliable hands, has the ability to win on the 50-50 ball. I don't think he's going to wow you as an athlete. I mean, you can see right there the 4.58 40-yard dash, but I think you've seen other instances of guys who maybe don't have blazing speed who have already gone long before CJ Daniels. But I think, ask Carson Beck, he's a pretty consistent pass catcher. You throw him the ball, he's going to come down to it. Big-bodied ex-receiver, great hands, great ball skills. I mean, even if the athletic upside isn't through the roof, I think that he's got an opportunity to, stick around in the NFL for a while. I mean, at this stage, it's probably as a backup, but who knows? I think that he could be solid depth at that position for quite some time.
I will say real quick too, CJ Daniels, watching that film Miami, I feel like he made Carson Beck right a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Like there were times when his body control in his hands. Like he's good at the catch point. I will say CJ Daniels, probably the reason that he's lower on my board is not the most explosive, not the most fluid as a route runner, but good hands, good size. It's a good pick here.
Good hands. You're always in good hands with CJ Daniels. So the Minnesota Vikings trade up here at 198, and Jacob, you mentioned him just a little bit ago. They move pick 234 and a 6-rounder next year to move up to 198 to draft Wake Forest running back Damon Claiborne. This is a guy who was
yeah.
102 on the
That's a
consensus,
good pick.
Yeah.
111 on your board, and 106 on your board, Jacob. So they don't have to give up quite a lot to move up what they
No.
did to grab a guy who was almost a fringe level top 100 prospect.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to factor into the offensive rotation. Even if it's not right away, I think eventually he'll work his way there. Like, you're not looking at the biggest, most physical running back by any stretch of the imagination, but I think he's got, one, in pass protection, good pickup instincts. He processes, which defenders to pick up that are coming in his direction. I like the low center of gravity he plays with, proper pad level, and that helps him change direction really well. And even if the play strength isn't elite, he has good enough contact balance because of the pads that he, having lower pads. Fumbles are a little bit of a concern, but he's an electric athlete. He's a 4.37 40-yard dash. That breakaway speed on tape really shines, and he has not just the agility, but the ball carrier vision, both in between the tackles in a vacuum, and once he gets out into space, he has that full field vision to know how to extend the play, how to pick up big gains. I'm intrigued by this for sure. Definitely not an every down back. I mean, Ian, I'm sure you can agree he doesn't have the size or the physicality to take on that workload at the NFL level, but I like this pick a lot for Minnesota. As much as it pains for me to say it, they've made some questionable picks, in my opinion, but I think Claiborne's probably one of the better running back values that you could possibly get this late.
Yeah, for sure. He's not going to be an every down guy, but he was a fringe top 100 guy just outside it for me for the reason that you said. And the way that I could word it, he's got a really good illusion fusion, right? He's got the short area change of direction,
all right?
right?
Okay, I see.
Yeah. That's why we're rhyming now. We're expanding, but he's got the spatial awareness too. I think the ability to navigate congestion is strong with him. The contact balance for a guy with that size is pretty strong too, and he's reasonably explosive. So I would not be surprised if he produces at a decent clip with Minnesota, and at the very least is a strong rotational ad. We've got Emmanuel Henderson Jr. as well going right after him to the Seattle Seahawks. An interesting pick here, Jacob. Emmanuel Henderson, kind of a depth receiver, I think. He's got special teams value. He had a kick return touchdown in 2025. And the size, 6'1", 185, 31-inch arms, 4.44 speed. Pretty good explosiveness, too. Decent analytics as well. In a smaller sample size, looking at a guy who had a 5.9% drop rate. So, again, not the most natural hands, but getting better there. Had a catch rate over expectation of 11.5%, and then also 2.64 yards of rack over expectation per catch. Jacob, what do you like about Henderson here?
Yeah, so Henderson, I'm really impressed, honestly, with the, like you mentioned, too, the special teams aspect of his game. I think he's going to be able to contribute pretty quickly. As a kick returner, you mentioned, he was a 5-star recruit at running back for Alabama, made the jump to Kansas this past year. 25.3 yards per return in 2025. And you see the breakaway speed really shows up on tape. The agility once he gets the ball in his hands. We talk about with Claiborne too. The full field vision is really impressive as well. He's a little bit of a skinnier receiver. He's got some height to him, but I think the play strength needs a little bit of work. I think if he's going to consistently shine along the perimeter, I think that making sure that he refines his hand usage a little bit is going to go a long way for him. But I like what he brings after the catch. I like the athleticism. I like the special teams value. It's a valid pick to make here this late. So I'm good with that for Seattle for sure. I mean, you have a guy like that in Rashid Shaheed. If, for whatever reason, if he goes down due to injury, not to say he's going to be that good necessarily, but you have a similar skill set, a guy who can replace him as the returner, a guy who can bring a similar element of athleticism and shiftiness now in Henderson. As we go to the next pick,
Yeah,
DJ Campbell.
I'll jump in here. I'm gonna leave that with you. I want to go back to the Rams pick because I didn't get to talk about it. I didn't have confirmation. Les Snead, general manager of the Rams, truly living up to his moniker. The shirts they made out in Los Angeles, where it says "F them picks." This guy trading up 207 from 207 to 197, 10 picks, and trading up 251 and 252. So it's like he didn't want to have to draft in the back half of round number 7. This evening. So 3 picks to move up 10 spots to draft C.J. Daniels. So, yeah, here we are. The Miami Dolphins grabbing 166 on your board. Offensive guard from Texas, DJ Campbell at pick 200.
Yeah, I mean, Campbell, I'll admit, I think with this selection, I wasn't necessarily anticipating him to be a Miami target. But, I mean, I guess it's a new coaching staff. It's a new system in place. I like the physicality. I like the play strength he brings to the table. I at least on tape, I don't think the athleticism is all that stellar. I mean, the relative athletic score not bad at 7.9, but I think it shows it's not quite in that elite range, and I think that kind of shows sometimes where he can struggle with changing direction as a pull blocker. It can be a little bit late coming off the line of scrimmage, but physical mentality, powerful hands. I like the grip strength he plays with. Once he gets his hands inside, it's very tough to get him off of your chest. I'm impressed with the effort, the intelligence that he shows on combo blocks, double teams, things like that as well. So
is it
solid
true?
enough depth for me.
Is it true they could call holding on every single play?
Potentially.
Not on DJ Cable. I'm just mean in general. They always say that. They say you can call holding on every single play. I feel like it is.
I
feel like it's the best offensive linemen are just not getting called for.
There is a
Yeah.
level of
Reasonable.
ambiguity,
Yeah.
not ambiguity to it, but like everything's
Yeah.
happening so fast, and refs are humans; they're imperfect, right? So
Yeah.
we always
For now.
see, yeah, for
AI
now,
is
that's
coming
true.
for him.
AI is coming for him.
Coming
But
for
watch
him.
out.
All
But
right.
real quick, DJ Campbell.
DJ Campbell.
Natural leverage, proportional length, 6'3", 34
Yeah.
inch arms. He's stiff in the hips, but resetting the contact point. That's what the Dolphins, Packers South, that's what they're trying to do.
Packers South. The segue. Thank you, Ian, for setting me up. The Green Bay Packers at 201. So, with the 201st pick, they select cornerback Damani Jackson out of Alabama by way of USC, by way of Mater Dei High School. The consensus 5-star recruit once upon a time in his life, the 5th overall prospect from the 2022 recruiting class. To say he never really lived up to the billing of a consensus 5-star probably doesn't even do that saying justice. There is a lot of traits or potentially there's a ceiling that we could lift for him. I don't know about the floor, though, with Damani Jackson, seeing what we've seen at both USC and Alabama.
Yeah, listen, heading into 2025, there were flashes on that first Alabama tape. You know, I was very bullish on the athletic upside. The physicality can be a double-edged sword for a guy who doesn't have a ton of discipline situationally, right? And that got the best of him a lot. And I think we saw that really hit the nail on the head in 2025, where he ended up losing his starting reps to Dejon Lee down the stretch, right? So, you know, I think the situational discipline needs to improve. I think mainly the speed, the size, the physicality, the lean mass, those things are going to help him in the special teams phase. But as a starter, I don't see it. I think Brandon Cisse is going to be one of your starters, right? I think you're going to use the veterans that you have in that room right now. Damani Jackson, yeah, he's got a ton of upside. He is very explosive. I love how twitched up he is. I think he's pretty fluid for his size as well. But the situational discipline, the awareness, it needs to improve if he's going to take live reps.
So I'm going to then flip it over here now because we have the Los Angeles Chargers pick. It's Logan Taylor, a guard from Boston College, who
Here we go.
208
Love that.
on the consensus,
Love that.
116 on your board, Ian. So I want to hear why we love it. But Jacob, not as high on him, on Logan Taylor, 326. But again, this is the round 6, round 7, and the antithesis of what we're talking about. Swinging on an offensive line, you can never have enough depth, and
sure.
the Chargers are buying in.
Yeah, I mean, especially for a guy who has starting experience at both guard and both tackle spots over the course of his collegiate career, like, I'm never going to complain with something like that. Like, I think there's such thing as good value on day 3, but I don't think there's such thing as terrible value this late. I mean, because everybody's got differing opinions on, okay, this guy's worth taking a shot on in round 6. This guy's taking a shot on in round 7. And yeah, I mean, I have some concerns about Logan Taylor. A lot of them come down to agility and flexibility concerns, but having that versatility, that positional flexibility really helps. The physicality, the size he brings to the table, that play strength, the anchor that he has. I think he's got a wide base, and the footwork and pass protection. There's good temperance there, even if the change of direction and explosiveness isn't all that great. So I mean, I'm fine with it here. I know that my grade probably isn't as high as some others on him, but at the same time, I mean, he's got the versatility, he's got the experience. 4-year starter at the collegiate level. You played at Virginia in 2022 and then Boston College for 3 years. This pick makes sense.
And real quick, why I'm high on Logan Taylor, 6'7", 314, 34-inch arms, right? So a big dude who can overwhelm in the trenches. He's reasonably explosive for his size. He's got elite power element on my grading scale with leg drive as well. Good core strength, good flexibility, really good awareness as well, physicality, and decent footwork and hand usage as well. I think, honestly, I could see him and Jake Slaughter as the 2 starters at guard. Obviously, I didn't want to see Jake Slaughter as the guard starter. Would have liked him to play center where he played all his collegiate career. But I could see Logan Taylor and Jake Slaughter potentially being that combo. We've got an interesting pick here for the Jaguars.
Yeah, I kind of like it. This is a guy who flew under the radar because of Stanford's passing attack not being what maybe it once had been or once wanted.
I did not get a chance to have him on my board. Jacob, did you have him on?
C.J. Williams.
I did not.
From Stanford.
Oh,
I believe. Hang on a second.
The first one we're stumped on.
I'm not 100% certain, but even the consensus board is going to be all over the map here because I don't know how many people actually had him on their board as well. So a Mission Viejo kid, shout out the Viejos out there in Southern California, my brother and his whole family, and Elisa Viejo, just over the mountain there. But CJ Williams played at Stanford. Decent production, all things considered, in this Stanford offense. So I'm gonna let the boys here look like they sound smart. And get their eyeballs on C.J. Williams here really quickly. Clearly, the Jacksonville Jaguars got the footage of a 6 touchdown season, 12.5 yards per reception. His best production as a collegiate athlete as well this past season. So C.J. Williams not on the consensus board is what we're finding out right now. So we're doing a little bit more investigative research here.
I will say the Jaguars certainly have a type at the wide receiver position. They drafted Josh Cameron, who's 6'1", over 220, big dude. CJ Williams is 6'1", 203 at his pro day as well, so over 200, strong built, kind of the Parker Washington type, right? 4.53 40-yard dash, 35-inch vertical, 10.8 broad, so good explosiveness numbers, but that 7.4 3-cone is a little bit concerning to me. So I would question the agility and the hip fluidity, but hey, the production, the size profile is intriguing.
I'm gonna help us out here too. The NFL.com also didn't have a headshot for CJ Williams.
All right,
there we go.
Well, that makes me feel
we're not the only ones.
We're not, we'll
Jaguars have been doing something really strange stuff this draft.
We'll be better than that next year, and we're not gonna miss a guy like CJ Williams next year. So CJ, we apologize. Just like everybody else should be doing the same thing, but CJ Williams here. To me, however, if we're this uninitiated in CJ's game, crash down over here. The pterodactyl's dropping stuff. You would think with short arms like that and a massive beak,
should have known
it
the
makes sense.
pterodactyl didn't know how to use a computer.
But with a guy like Lewis Bond on the board, the Jaguars maybe obviously a different athlete, different archetype, different size, but
Definitely.
204 Houston Texans grabbing Boston College receiver Lewis Bond. That's 2 Eagles in the past 2 picks. But Lewis Bond here, 140 on your board, Ian, 273 on your board, Jacob, but 192 on the consensus. So we're back to having numbers for our guys here. Lewis Bond to the Texans.
Lewis Bond is one of my favorite day 3 receivers in the draft, and he had really good production early in his career. In his 3rd year, I believe he was a redshirt sophomore, 52 receptions for 646, 7 touchdowns. This past year, 2025, he almost reached 1,000 yards for Boston College, was a target funnel, 2.29 yards per route run, 13.88 catch rate over expectation, just a 2.7% drop rate. And at the Senior Bowl, he was one of the guys that was, again, kind of like Cyrus Allen and Kevin Coleman, dicing guys up in man coverage, right? So obviously for a guy who's a smaller player, right? 5'10 and 3/4, 190, 29 and 1/4 inch arms, 4.59 speed. So not an ideal speed profile or explosiveness profile, but I think he's agile and fleet-footed for his size, pretty fluid as a route runner too, very, very nuanced, and just very sturdy, composed at the catch point. The Texans, you look at Tank Dell, right? He's coming back from an injury. Jalen Knoll, I liked him a lot, but he hasn't quite filled that full-time role yet. Lewis Bond, I could see fitting in as a really good slot receiver for them alongside Nico Collins and Jaden Higgins. That's
as long as you know your role and shut your mouth. Shout out to The Rock for back in the day when he would shut people down with his candor. The 4th defensive lineman for the Texas Tech Red Raiders in that oil money has been drafted. So we had David Bailey, Romello Height, Lee Hunter, and now here we are with Skylar Gill Howard being selected at 205. I like the pick. I think he fits that Detroit Lions mauler mentality if you watch Gill Howard play football.
Yeah, and I'm very surprised. Renee Conga is still on the board. That to me, the athletic profile is a little bit superior there. But Skylar Gill Howard, looking at what the Lions needed in their rotation, right? They have Tyleek Williams, who's we'll see what the long-term future is there. I know injuries have been an issue. Ali McNeil, my apologies. I got them flipped in my head for a second. But Tyleek Williams, they got him in the 1st round last year. they needed a 3-tech. They needed a disruptive 3-tech in their rotation. And Skylar Gale-Howard, it was Northern Illinois. It was a MAC school, right, that he played at earlier?
Yeah, and then moved down.
Exactly, yeah. So 6'1", 280, sub 31 inch arms. So again, the size profile, going to be undersized there. But when he is healthy, very explosive. I think he's got good compact power for his size too. He's a sawed-off, motor monster on the trenches as well. And then he's got a pretty good rush arsenal too. You've got swim moves, you've got club rips as well. He can leverage his body mass and leverage to get guys off balance as well. And then the motor always runs hot. So if he can stay healthy, really good rotational fit for them as a 3-tech. I think sawed-off, the leverage game is near infallible, and he is a workman-like player in both phases.
Yeah, if you want to know why the Texas Tech Red Raiders also competed and were a team to beat in the Big 12, what they produced this past season, that's now 7 Red Raiders being drafted.
They've got more next year, too.
They've got more next year. So
for sure.
Shout out again. We did it yesterday, day 2, but Joey McGuire and what they're building in Lubbock, Texas. If you're not watching the new era of college football, Texas Tech is the prime example of why you should be and who you should be watching. So we're moving on to the Los Angeles Chargers. The time is almost running out on their picks. So while we do that here,
are we actually not behind anymore?
We're not behind anymore.
Let's
we
go.
Are, we caught back up.
Let's do it.
Yep. So we're moving forward. But I will say at 206, 205 picks in. Shout out 205. We do have the scouting page. We can pull up the scouting page for CJ Williams.
Let's do it.
All right. Scouting report. We can move down a little bit. Wisconsin is Stanford. We have some.
Go to the traits tab up top.
We're all learning as we can here. We don't have traits. We have testing comps and his impact grades. So let's talk about the college football impact grades. Maybe I know a thing or two. Here we're gonna abscond with this because if you look at this, I believe this looks like the top of that board there. 2 guys coming back. Where does Wyatt Young feature in your 2027 draft board?
Wyatt Young, oh my gosh. I guess we'll give a small spoiler. I do have him as a top 50 guy.
Oh,
maybe.
All right, this is North Texas transfer to Oklahoma State following head coach Eric Morris and his quarterback Drew Messmaker to Stillwater.
Yes.
Wyatt Young, wide receiver.
Yep, he is very fun. He's got inside-outside versatility. He's a very nuanced route runner as well. I going off of, again, last year the competition, it impacts the interpretation a little bit, but I think athletically he fits the bill, both with explosiveness and short area twitch, fluidity, nuanced route runner, incredible rack numbers. Yards after catch, monster. And then at the catch point, too, for his size, being a little undersized, very reliable, too. Tuning up to Big 12 competition, Power 4, that's going to be the next test for him. But Wyatt Young, I like a lot. Really fun name to know early on.
Malachi Tony up there as well, not eligible next year, but a guy to know for the 2028 NFL draft class. Mario Craver there as the next highest graded, returning with Jeremiah Smith. So guys that are going to factor heavily into the 2027 draft board. We'll get back to 2026 in the next pick up here, 206 in the 2026 NFL draft. 2027 draft board will be updated in the PFSN mock draft simulator this evening after we go with the last pick. But back to it, 206 in the 2026 NFL draft to the Los Angeles Chargers. It's Oregon guard Alex Harkey. So a guy 234 on Jacob's board, 235 on the consensus, and 261 on your big board at 206 here for the Chargers.
Yeah, he's a guy who came over to Oregon from Texas State and is a very intriguing, I'll say, athlete for the position, right? You look at his size, obviously, being a heavy-handed guy, around 6'6". He was, I think, a little bit lighter when he tested, being just 308 pounds, but I think he'll play a little heavier, maybe even up to 320. Shorter arms for the position, so he played right tackle for Oregon when he was healthy, but will probably shift inside to guard at the NFL level. And look, the Chargers, they already got Slaughter, they already got Logan Taylor. Harkey, to me, is probably a depth guy. But that offensive line, with the amount of injuries that they've had, investing in depth is never a bad thing. I think he's pretty athletic. He gets out in space well. And when he's at the point of attack, he's got a pretty nice compact power profile. You see flashes of really nice rotational torque. And at the same time, too, the play strength is pretty solid, too. The anchor can align more consistently. I think the balance and pass protection, the upper-lower sink and pass protection, very inconsistent. So, again, I had him as a late day 3 guy. I kind of expected him to go off the board in this range, but a depth guy with some measured upside.
Yeah. That offensive line, Isaiah World, still on the board.
I know.
From that Oregon offensive line.
Yeah.
Pregnon go already. Harkey now gone.
Harkey went before World. Never would have guessed
in
that.
what world?
Heyo.
All right, so we're going to bring it back here. We're going to focus. The Philadelphia Eagles draft class so far, wide receiver Mekhi Lemon from USC is their first-round pick in 20, noticeably, famously now, sniping their cross-state rival, Philadelphia, the Steelers, by sniping and grabbing Lemon here at 20. They then go Eli Stowers, and not necessarily a shock pick, but maybe how early they did draft Eli Stowers. We've thrown out the TE value of the TE big board because it's just crazy at this point.
Yeah.
And then they went, Markel Bell, bit of a reach as well for such a big offensive tackle who is raw and unrefined at this point. And then they went Cole Payton earlier this afternoon, the left-handed quarterback from North Dakota State, a one-year starter. So the Eagles now, the pick is in. We don't have it yet officially, but this Eagles draft class is shaping up to look unique in that sense, I guess we could say.
Yeah, I mean, it's all offense. And, like, I get it. I think I would have gone with an offensive approach myself. But, you know, I don't think anyone could have predicted the first 4 picks all going on the offensive side of the board. Maybe they changed things up with the defender here. But, you know, Mekhi Lemon, Eli Stowers, both 2 athletic weapons who are going to add a dangerous element to that Eagles passing attack. Markel Bell stands out as good depth now as the picks coming in for
Update. It's
the
not
Eagles.
Defense. It's offense.
It's still
Okay.
offense.
Okay.
I
It's
like
still
this
offense.
pick a lot. Though.
So I have something of note here. On the board on ours, I believe there was some center guard discussion. So we're going to stick with guard where it was announced, I believe. Micah Morris from
Yeah.
Georgia. So Jacob noticeably 104 slots higher on
Yes.
your draft board, 155 compared to Ian's 259, 193 though on the consensus, a B+ grade for us here for Morris.
Yeah, so I think a lot of it comes down to he impressed me a lot more than I was expecting in terms of his athletic testing. I mean, he's a thick dude, 6'5", 334 pounds at guard, and you turn beef. You turn on the tape, you see. I mean, he's got starting experience at both guard spot. He's played a little bit of left tackle as well. I don't think he's going to play there full time by any means, but he's an effective pole blocker. You see the acceleration coming off the stance, and the build up speed getting to the edge, and the nastiness shows up on tape. The physicality at the point of attack, the play strength, and the heavy hands, the stout anchor that allows him to absorb contact and pass protection. Really has that Mauler mentality. I wasn't super impressed, honestly, with the lateral quickness or the flexibility on tape. But then he goes to the combine and 9.96 relative athletic score. Yeah. I mean, he has, huge hands, good length for a guard, tested very well, 96th percentile in the broad jump at 9'4", also a 5.09 40-yard dash. I mean, I know as an offensive lineman, you're never running 40 yards in a straight line, but to have that level of athleticism as such a big dude, pardon me, I think there's a
Beer man.
no, beer man, yeah, not yet. But I think Micah Morris, he fits that kind of bill for me that I look for in offensive lineman, where if you see the physicality, you see the play strength, and they test incredibly well, even if that athleticism isn't always apparent on tape. To me, that points to athletic upside. And so if they have pro-ready strength, if they have pro-ready physicality, and they have the testing numbers to go along with it, then that's someone I'm going to take a chance on. I would have taken him, probably round 4, honestly. So to get him in round 6, again, I know we've talked about Jeff Stoutland isn't there anymore, so you don't know if the Eagles are going to be as good with developing offensive linemen, but Morris is a really intriguing pick here this late, so I like that a lot for Philadelphia.
The swing on offensive line
Yeah.
at this point, where I'm happy to take these swings. If I'm gonna, it's not a fun pick. I get it if you're a fan of a franchise, but in day 3, you're not really getting those top tier skill players. Grab these guys that are going to be playing for you, or potentially vying for you in your roster and adding to the depth.
I will say real quick on Michael Morris, it's an interesting dichotomy because you do see a lot of times a player will test a certain level and then you don't always see it on the film. He was that for me. The testing was incredible, but I look at the film and I see more of a heavy-footed athlete. I don't see really good recovery ability. I think he's pretty raw with his hand usage. He's not overly flexible. How Micah Morris wins is being just big, strong, and powerful. A 6'5", 334 with near 34-inch arms. So more of a depth guy in my opinion. I don't see the athletic upside translating on the film because he's explosive, but he's really heavy-footed and slow in recovery and doesn't have the best full field range either, getting on space. So we'll see. But I think a good depth signing either way. But we got another pick to review here.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear what we have to say about this. It's
Yeah.
Ontario Thompson.
Ontario
I'm
Thompson.
gonna read off his college career path: Iowa Western Community College, Iowa, Western Michigan, University of Washington. So drafted out of UW here, enrolled in 2025, played in all 13 games, started only 3 though for Washington, and yet here we are with Thompson as the draft pick for the Atlanta Falcons at 208.
Well, his pro day numbers are insane.
Yes.
6'2", 306, 33.5-inch arms, so really good proportional length, natural leverage, again, that combination that we want. 4.73 40-yard dash at 306 pounds. Insane. And then
Nuts.
also a 29.6 vertical and 9.6 broad jump. Again, he's a guy that doesn't have a very large sample size, not a lot of starting experience, but at this point, Jacob, I think that's the type of athletic profile that you're willing to gamble on.
100%. I mean, you watch him and very rough around the edges. Don't get me wrong. I think as a technician, his pass rushing bag is not very deep. He's an effective bull rusher, and that's about it at this stage. But him being shorter, he has that low center of gravity. He can win with leverage. The freak athleticism can show up on tape. He does a good job of, standing his ground in the run game, having that anchor to plug up gaps. Even if the hands aren't all the way there, I feel like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. I feel like his mind knows what to do, but his hands don't quite
All
yet.
right.
But
Is that coachable?
I think it can be, absolutely, especially with a guy who's that athletic. And you also mentioned 30 bench press reps at his pro day. I know you guys are stoked about the
Dude.
Commanders pick,
I
so
love
I'll
this
get to
next
that,
pick.
but-
I'll let the Michigan
yeah.
State guy do it, but
yeah, Thompson, not a lot of pass rushing production proven at the FBS level. So very, very raw. But it's a moldable ball of clay you're looking at with that level of athleticism as a potential 3-technique defensive tackle. I think there's a lot of upside with that as a 6th-round pick.
all right, so we're going to get to it. I want to also, we talked about the Eagles, and we talked about the Eagles not going all offense. They did make the trade for Jonathan Grenard on the edge.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to like Adam Grenard in that 4-year, $100 million extension as well. So they did address at least one position on the defense. So the next pick up was 209, the Washington Commanders. Great value again. Not great value from Walmart. They are actually getting great value in this 2026 NFL draft class. It is Matt Golban, center for Michigan State.
Yeah.
And let me put something in perspective here. Sonny Styles, they got at number 7 overall. He was my first overall player. Antonio Williams, the Commanders got at 71st overall. He was my 33rd overall player. Joshua Joseph, they got at 147. He was a top 100 guy for me. Katron Allen, they got at 187. He was a top 100 guy for me. And Matt Golban, they get at this 209th pick, was my 94th overall prospect.
Yeah.
The value gains for this Commanders team has been insane, and they didn't have a ton of capital to work with. But Matt Golban played guard earlier in his career at Wake Forest, transferred to Michigan State for his final season in 2025, was an immediate starter at the center position, transitioning inside. He missed the final game due to injury, but a 92.
Look at those numbers.
PFSN OL impact grade.
Wow,
He's got a ton of experience, just 2 hurries allowed in 2025. Obviously, the relative athletic score is not very strong, and he's not the best athlete. That's where it stands to be a limitation, but I had him as my 5th overall center. I think he has such a translatable skill set. You look at the strong anchor and pass protection, vice grip hands and core strength as well.
Yeah.
And then he's very intelligent and angle sound in the run game again. Doesn't have the range the other guys have, but this guy is going to be a dutiful, assignment sound player. He's going to do his job, and he's going to make others around him better. Commanders fans, I'm just going to say it. You got your starting center. And I think he's going to be a very good player.
I love it. The Golban family as well, also highly involved and in their community, and a family that you're going to love as part of your franchise. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. The pick is in. And if you didn't know and didn't watch our consequence episode from night 1, round 1, we're making everybody now suffer the proverbial consequence of Super Punch, the Italian Amaro drink. For those of you that are uninitiated, that rivals Sambuca. We're going to give everybody behind the scenes as well. So if we see some slower clips here, boys, as they say,
Good golly.
not
Miss
Keegan
Molly.
Prost. We're gonna cheers
In the eyes. My father-in-law
To,
tried to get this in the
to our host city, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The Pittsburgh
Nostrovia.
Steelers being on the clock. Nostrovia. Here you go. Let's cheers.
Cheers.
Bottoms up, boys.
Can I get in touch with my creator first, please? Godspeed.
What?
Hurts so good.
Woo! Oh, you know, I will say,
Tyler, do you have that too?
guys. Fair enough. I will say, I think it tastes better the second time around than it did the first time. I'm not gonna lie.
If
Maybe it's
second is better, what would third be?
The third, no. I think
I'm going for some water here.
I
Need some
think-
water.
Yeah, I think we're gonna save the third until after the draft ends.
All right. Before we
But
fall
we'll
off
see.
the
I'll
rails,
report back on that.
before we fall off the rails, and make everybody that's working remotely for us very jealous. Trust us, that was not pleasant. They call it super punch for a reason because it does feel like you're getting punched in the throat. All right, so the Steelers, Pittsburgh, their draft class so far. What do we like? Where are we going now? And with this board, the way that we're falling, do they have a quarterback yet?
Technically, yes, but
They have three.
technically
Like
no.
on the roster, yeah.
Yeah, they're present.
A good one.
They're
Do
present.
they
That's
have a
different
serviceable?
story.
Look at you, we're coming around here. No
Yeah, you
offense.
got a
Obviously,
shot.
there.
We got a shot in
Will
us, so
Howard,
now we're
Mason
gonna-
Rudolph, and Drew Aller are better at me at throwing a football. But
Yeah.
I believe there are 31 other starting quarterback situations, maybe 30 other starting quarterback situations that are a little bit better. So Pittsburgh needs some help here. I like what they're building though. So our most recent Steelers pick now at 210 we'll get to, but we like the move tight end or fullback Caden Wetjen as well. So we're drafting for some unique positions. The selection is in defensive tackle Gabriel Rubio from Notre Dame. I need to confirm if there is relation to Marco Rubio, but we'll get there.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Wait, I need the Marco Rubio meme where he's sitting down on the couch where he now has to go play quarterback for the Steelers.
Like me.
I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna see if they're all right.
Is it me?
Get off me because I'm gonna see if we can make this meme happen.
Okay, so I will say this is now the third guy that I personally don't have a formal grade on. I have a good friend of mine who works on the Notre Dame beat. Shout out Jack Sobel.
Jack Sobel, good
Jack
guy,
Sobel,
good guy.
the guy. I talk with him about like, hey, are there any Notre Dame prospects? Yeah, literally before every year, I'm like, hey, who should I pay attention to? Like, who's getting buzz? I don't think Rubio was brought up once. So that's not to knock him That's not to knock Rubio specifically.
Yeah.
I'm just I'm not very knowledgeable about what he brings to the table, and two, this does come off as a bit of a surprise pick. But again,
Now-
it's day 3.
Yeah.
You can't have you can't jump to conclusions in that regard of this is a terrible pick. It's the 6th round. I mean, the stakes are so low, but I'm a little surprised here.
I did a rapid fire research with Gabriel Rubio, looking up his pro day numbers: 6'5", 321, 33 and 5/8 inch arms, so a really long player, 10-inch hands too, so heavy-handed guy. 5.26 40-yard dash, just kind of average explosion and agility numbers. So again, I don't think you're looking with too much like elite talent, but not a ton of pass rush production either. I think he looks like a one tech in the Pittsburgh Steelers scheme. We know they've got Keanu Benson, they've got Derek Harmon. I have to believe he's going to be a rotational player and will probably play closer to the fulcrum, where he's got that forklift power profile. He can at least reset the contact point, at least prevent displacement in the run game, and allow other guys to play off him. Probably not going to be a great double team eater because he's a little bit taller, a little bit upright, but the physical build is intriguing. So I think at this point, I can see it being a good rotational ad.
And I will say here, in live time, I am getting updates from Notre Dame football beat writer Jack Sobel, who is contacting me right now.
Oh my
He says, this is crazy. I think he's good enough, but he's just been hurt so much. Shocked, though, no buzz about him at all. Run stuffing defensive tackle, played really good football before he got hurt again this year. So,
Yep, so run stuff.
All right,
Yeah,
I need
there's
to know
potential
now.
there.
I need to bring it back in because at 211 we missed something.
oh,
So 211 to the Baltimore Ravens, the first specialist off the board. Ryan Eckley, the punter from Michigan State. So we almost need the phone line to be able to call Oliver Hodgkinson to hear his honest reaction about Ryan Eckley being our first punter off the board, our first specialist off the board.
Here we
so
6'2", 207.
I will say, though, I do think that Thorson is the best specialist.
I'm shocked actually that it
In
wasn't
this class.
Thorson off the board here.
Literally. I mean, normally you see, okay, maybe somebody in the 5th round is going to be available. Thorson, big body, thick punter, listed at 235 pounds. you see significant raw leg talent. It just booms differently coming off of his leg. I don't know if that's the best way to describe it. It booms
that works.
off his leg.
That
Shout
works.
out AJ Big Justice and the Rizzler. But there's good touch down the field as well as
The
a punter.
Riz?
And
The Rizzler.
no, granted, he's older as a prospect. He's going to he turned 26 in January because a lot of those Australian punters
Yeah,
are
I was
typically
going to ask,
older.
is he one of those Australian football
Yeah.
guys? Yeah.
But at the same time, I mean, a punter, you have a
Football.
much longer shelf life because you're not getting hit all the time. So I'm not as worried about that. To me, he was the best specialist in this class, so I'm not surprised he was the first specialist off the board. I'm just more surprised it took this long
I
for
will-
a specialist to come off the
The,
board.
I
uh,
will say with that Michigan State offense, he had a lot of practice punting. 'Cause
Experience.
that was not.
Are we worried about his leg being worn out then? No, that's only running backs and the amount of carries they get.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep us going. New England Patriots at 212. Linebacker from TCU, Nnamdi Obiazor. So I need to 398
Okay,
on your
all
board,
right.
371, 380 on the consensus.
There you go.
A reach for a run and chase linebacker, maybe not necessarily the most athletic guy we've got. TCU, their second linebacker though, off the board in this class.
I would
So,
say he's athletic.
athletic, but we never saw it really come to fruition at TCU.
No, we didn't. And he's 6'3", around 230, 4.53 speed, 37-inch vertical, right? 6'7", 2.4, 3 cone.
So
and he
instinctual.
actually began his career at Iowa Western Community College, so went the JUCO route. And yeah, it was
That's
actually
two
former-
Iowa Western.
Exactly. Represent.
Yeah, Ontario
But-
Thompson and now Obiazor. So.
Yes, sir. But Obiazor, former safety, and transition to linebacker.
Thank you,
later
Tyler.
on.
Sorry, we're interrupting. This is Marco Rubio realizing he has to play quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I need that image. That image has to go on our social media accounts now. You can quote me as well if necessary to take the blame off. Sorry, we got off
That's
of
good.
Obiazor
That's
here with the New England Patriots. And also at 213, though, the Bears trading up.
Yeah, these Obiazor mainly
Wait, hold
run and
on.
chase, special teams value. That's honestly probably what you're going to get, I think. He's got some athleticism, some long strider speed, but honestly, probably going to be a depth guy, I would say, rotational. I maybe he challenges for starting reputation down the line, but even then he's sub 230, so he's got to beef up a little bit. He's pretty lean for his size. So yeah, I would say developmental at the most. Fear.
Yep. So we have the Bears trading up. So we're gonna cue in, I'm sure, here when we get the pick officially.
Yeah.
So the Bills trading down again.
Yeah.
So it's 213 for 239 and 241. So
yeah, I mean, so very clearly being willing to part with two different selections, there's clearly somebody obviously that they want on the board here that they feel comfortable with. It's like, all right, we are going to secure this guy before undrafted free agency hits and we get into a bidding war. So the pick
Yeah.
is in. Let's see who it is.
it feels very much like, okay, 2 7s for a 6.
Yeah.
I mean, the Bills are just stockpiling back. The Buffalo Bills were
Dude,
hey,
let's go!
all right, we're proud of you.
Let's go!
The pick for the Chicago Bears, Georgia Tech defensive tackle Jordan Vanderberg. If you don't know, now you know, but if you don't know, we're going to let Jacob Infante inform you about Jordan Vanderberg.
I adore this pick. And look, I think I'm kind of getting shades of last year where everyone's like, oh, why aren't the Bears taking a running back earlier? They get Kyle Monangai in the 7th round. He ends up being an impressive contributor. All things considered, for a 7th round pick, I get similar vibes from this off of Jordan Vandenberg. Now, you're looking at a high-level athlete at the defensive tackle position. I really don't understand why he fell as far as he did, and also why he didn't get a combine invitation. I mean, you're looking at a physical specimen. He was a first-team All-American at the JUCO level before spending 3 seasons at Penn State, and then eventually moved to Georgia Tech. I love what he brings to the table athletically. I mean,
Look at that Raz.
Look at that.
Look
Look
at that Raz. Look at that
Perfect
Raz.
10.
10, baby.
Perfect 10.
Let's
You
go.
gotta love it. He rushes with a high motor. He maximizes that athleticism, just how quick he is coming off the line of scrimmage. The agility on stunts is effective as well. I love him a lot as a 3 technique. He was very good for that Georgia Tech defensive line. And I'll admit, I think as a technically sound defensive tackle, still a little bit of a work in progress. You know, the bag as a pass rusher isn't all that deep, but at the same time, freak athlete. I think you're looking at what Dennis Allen historically likes a defensive tackle. Jordan Vandenberg fits that to a T. I will keep in mind, you know, I'll note he's a native of Johannesburg, South Africa, so a nice little interesting tidbit there. But most importantly, though, the explosiveness, the athleticism, the raw strength that he brings to the table. This was a couple of years ago where he bench pressed 455 pounds with a back squat of 690 pounds. And when he was at Penn State over the course of the offseason, he ran a 4.74 40-yard dash with a 4.20 shuttle time. So
Freak athlete.
Unbelievable
Unreal.
athlete. Yeah. We've been talking, as I speak to my my Bears community here, whoever's tuning in who's a Bears fan, I look right into the camera and I will tell you, how many times have I told you the Bears want to prioritize athleticism and pass rushing value at defensive tackle? Jordan Vandenberg is exactly that. I'm surprised he fell this far given how much of a freak athlete he is. Everyone's like, okay, how long, when are the Bears going to take a defensive lineman? Admittedly, it's a little bit later than I would like as a Bears fan. For those of you who aren't Bears fans, by the way, I apologize. I'm going on my tangent. But I love the value of Jordan Vandenberg at defensive tackle for the Chicago Bears. This is the perfect way to close out the draft. After day 3, where I'm a little bit skeptical on their approach and everything, I have loved day 3. Keyshawn Elliott was an intriguing value. Malik Muhammad was fantastic, and now Jordan Vandenberg, man, I'm so happy right now. Maybe it's the super punch, but also I also had such a
Maybe that
love
should be
this pick.
Jordan Vandenberg's nickname, Super Punch.
Super punch.
My
Jordan,
man has
literally
an
yeah.
incredible athletic.
No,
All right,
I will.
Oh my God.
Real quick, some added context as well, because I do think the athleticism is 99th percentile, 100th
I mean, he's like second all time, right?
Yeah,
Because
but
I
he's
believe
second
we're
all
never
time.
like
Yeah, so it's crazy. But he does need to. The hand usage is definitely a work in progress. I don't think he knows how to use his hands consistently as a pass rusher. So you have the athletic foundation. You have some work to do. I do think the gap discipline and run defense can be inconsistent. He'll shoot upfield a lot and void his gap. So you need to work on that. But again, moldable ball of clay, this is the best option.
this is a guy you wanted. I mean, football's still new to him, so let's get him playing some football. So for our man Oliver Hodgkinson, I am going to read exactly what he sent to me about Ryan Eckley.
Okay.
He is our resident
Let's do it.
specialist. Ryan Eckley has a booming leg. I'm not going to read it in his accent because it's just too good. Averaging 48.5 yards per punt with a 60-yard long in 2025 and 3 successive seasons with a punt over 60 yards. He ended his Michigan State career with 14.4% of his punts down inside the 10. He's a true pin seeker who flips the field with ease. You talk about coffin corners, that's Ryan Eckley. So that's my ad lib for you, Ollie. My man, thank you for all you do for me, for everybody here.
We love you, Ollie.
While I'm giving shout outs
We love all you guys.
We love Ollie. To Kentley
Ollie's
Platty
the man.
as well, Mr. Math Bomb, the creator
sir.
of the Relative Athletic Score, which is so synonymous with the NFL draft, with the NFL Combine, and the pre-draft circuit. Raz has taken over. Raz is officially the unofficial official metric that you want to measure your athletes against. So Raz, our man Kentley Platty, who has a massive impact on our mock draft simulator as well. So
Yes.
we're gonna go 2 picks in a row here. We're going to go pretty quick through these. The Indianapolis Colts at 214 selecting Ohio State edge Caden Curry.
Yeah, this is a rotational player, right? Short arms, not the best athlete either, pretty stiff, but red hot, not even red hot, blue hot motor. I mean, this
All
guy has the hottest motor out there. He's unhinged, and
The
you can see
proverbial
that.
ears pinned back.
Yeah,
that's
ears-
Curry.
This is the lunch pail guy, gritty. He's got all the 11 sacks, 16 and a half tackles for loss, good pressure rate as well. He's got the grit. He's a lunch pail guy. He's a motor monster.
So freed up for favorable pass rush matchups, right?
Yeah.
He had Arvell Reese. They had Sonny Styles around the ball,
Yeah,
around
for
the line
sure.
of scrimmage, and he's on the other side of the ball, and he's getting those 11 sacks. So he can get home the pressure to sack conversion.
sure.
I want to tee you up though, because I want to talk about a guy. This is a guy we could talk about all show. I feel like with
Yeah.
his college arc and where he played 4 DCs, 4 different positions. Harold Perkins Jr., freshman All-American, I believe,
Yeah.
way back when, once upon a time. Being selected to the Atlanta Falcons at 215, linebacker edge extraordinaire Harold Perkins Jr.
Yeah, and it's interesting because they drafted another kind of positionless linebacker in Kendall Daniels earlier on, but Harold Perkins Jr. What are you kids doing back there? My goodness. Anyway,
They're talking about going through tables again.
Harold Perkins Jr., man, he's an interesting player because he came to LSU, he was basically kind of an edge rusher as well, off-ball linebacker who was attacking, run and chase. They moved him to a off-ball, like a star role, hybrid star, where he was more in the nickel spot as well. I liken him to kind of a Josh Metellus type. I think attacking downhill, unleashes as a pass rusher, as a blitzer off the edge with that ankle flexion and explosion. He needs to improve at block take on. He needs to improve with his his technique, because sometimes he'll try and rely on that finesse and that range just to beat guys with pure athleticism and motor. So the talent is through the roof. The blitzing utility is really fun, and I think as a hybrid star, he did show some level of coverage instinct too, but more of a rotational guy, I think, for Atlanta. But if you know how to utilize him, can be a really dynamic player.
All right, yeah. So utilization skills, that's going to be his big thing. I don't know if LSU ever really figured it out. Obviously, they undergoing some changes there this season, but also in previous years with his ability to get to the football. I think there's football guys. Harold Perkins Jr. is a football guy. The Seattle Seahawks are trading up to 216. Sorry, they're trading out of 216. The Packers are trading up. The Packers trade up, sending 236 and 255 to the Seattle Seahawks for 216. And in doing so, they draft Florida Gators kicker Trace Mack. So once again, I've asked our resident specialist to give us his take. So Oliver Hodgkin's going to come in hot with it, but not on the board. 393 overall. I feel like there's maybe a kicker or two higher on the board than Smack.
Yeah, I can't speak to that, unfortunately.
Sadly, not on your board, Ian. It's only the third time we've seen this.
Ollie will lambast me. I don't do as much work on special teamers. I try. I know he's always mad at me every cycle. Next cycle I got to start, but.
If I even come in, I'm off screen right now, so you guys can't see me.
No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do
Here,
it.
you can just walk. You can just walk through. It's fine.
We're cutting through.
I don't mean to.
Slacker.
We're not like these other mainstream networks who.
You mean that are talking about the Raiders while the Cardinals are picking?
Yeah.
About the draft right now.
They're talking about the number 1 overall pick.
All right, so listen.
The number 217 pick just came in. So
listen, we have Trace Mack was the last pick of the 6th round. We are officially into the 7th round.
Here we go. Anyway,
final stretch here.
Here we go. So I do have some notes on Trace Mack. Granted, my special teams knowledge is I shadowed my high school's special teams coordinator for 3 months, and that's about it. It's something. You know, I learned a decent amount from him. Shout out Coach Bastuga, Bennett Academy, go Red Wings. But when I watched Trace Mack, I mean, you're looking at a guy who he ranked 5th in the entire FBS in 2025 in kickoff hang time at 4.16 seconds per kick. He went 5 for 6 from over 50 yards out in 2025, and there's a career rate of 10 from 13 from 50 yards out. So clearly, Florida trusts him from deep. He was a Lou Groza Award semifinalist this past year. He's got a consistent, repeatable 2-step approach. Technically sound as a kicker. He can be a little hit or miss from those wider hash marks, but in the NFL, I'm not as worried about that because obviously
stick him inside.
More narrower. It's more narrow, but the one thing I'm concerned.
He did say
about
more narrower.
More narrower. I'm not very smart. I apologize, but at the same time, though, he usually played in warm weather, so it's the Packers, correct?
Yeah,
so he's going to Green Bay. I'm curious to see from that aspect. It's going to be harsher conditions to kick in. I'm curious if he's going to be able to.
I want to talk about that.
There.
It's incredibly different and difficult to analyze the fact that college kickers kick a different size ball. Than the NFL ball.
That's true.
It's a very minuscule. We're splitting hairs with how different the football is from NFL to college ball, college ball to NFL. However, when it's a little bit heavier and a little bit colder, the weather is going to influence him very differently. So if you look at the difference in Roberto Aguayo, I always go back to this. This dude only kicked college footballs his entire career. Most accurate college kicker of all time, setting all the records at FSU. The worst kicker, probably, to be drafted in the 2nd round ever in the NFL history because the ball got him. It was very different. You thought it was going to be easier. However, all right, so now I'm going to read Oliver Hodgkinson giving us this incredible take. While he wasn't my number 1 kicker in the 2026 NFL draft, Trace Mack has been a consistent and relatively reliable weapon for the Florida Gators. In 2025, he nailed 83.3% of his 50-yard attempts, going 5 of 6 from downtown, and he missed just 1 extra point in his entire Gators career. So you want about reliable. Let's see. I hope it correlates over for them with the cold weather. So let's get to 217. In the first pick of the round 7 of 2026 NFL draft, the Arizona Cardinals selecting Ole Miss offensive tackle Jaden Williams, a guy not high on the consensus board, however.
Yeah, he's a guy who's got intriguing tools, a natural right tackle as well. So you have to think he's going to probably be depth behind Elijah Wilkinson, who has more experience, will probably start in the lead up. But Jaden Williams, 6'4.5", 307 pounds, 33.5-inch arms, 5'2" on the dot, 40-yard dash, with a 29.5-inch vertical, 8'11" broad jump. So decent athletic measurements. I got to see a little bit of him watching Diego Pounds on the other side. And Jaden Williams, I think, has decent technique, has decent knee bend as well, but operates a lot, just kind of relying on that measured athleticism, the leverage acquisition, and the ability to play with proper leverage, being a lower to the ground tackle, a little bit shorter at the tackle position, but also having good proportional length, right? Rudimentary hand usage a little bit, but a decent anchor, decent athleticism, a modest upside all around the board, but I wonder if he'll probably max out as a backup spot starter.
It is Diego Pounds, I believe, still on the board.
He is still on the board, yes, and I had him higher than a decent amount of people. Day 3 still, but I'm kind of surprised he's still on the board here because he's big, he's got length, he's got heavy hands, and is a guy who I think the strong anger helps too. So we'll see when he comes up the board.
Diego Pounds, Diego Pavia also still on the board. We're going to talk about Diego Pavia here, perhaps, hopefully. Soon. So talking about actually the other way around, the Dallas Cowboys at 218 selecting ECU wide receiver Anthony Smith. If you don't know Anthony Smith, we're going to talk about a 6-year college football veteran breaking out. Dude is huge, from Maryland, played in a pretty high level football in high school. 6'3", 190. Dude broke out for 64 catches, 1,053 yards, and 7 touchdowns this year. He also had jet sweep ability. This is a guy with speed, with a rack, but also yak. Ability, whichever way you look at it. However, not high on the consensus. 446 and drafted at 218 to the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, and speaking honestly, this might have been a blind spot. Maybe we'll go back and analyze honestly, and he'll be a little bit higher on the board. Has the production and has pretty good athletic traits too. 6'2", 197, 32-inch arms, 4.4 speed at his pro day, 6'9", 4.3 cone as well, and the decent explosiveness numbers too. The production, the athleticism, the size. It's all intriguing to me. And we know the Cowboys, if anyone can find gems at wide receiver, Ryan Flournoy has become a solid rotational player for them. I'd have to think Anthony Smith factors into that as well, and probably gets reps early on in his career.
No stranger to drafting G5 receivers, even though Jalen Tolbert is now with the Miami Dolphins, a future All-Pro. Still hanging on tight to Jalen Tolbert. They clearly believe in their receiving core as they've drafted 3 of them this weekend. All right, 219, because I will not stand for the Jalen Tolbert slander. TJ Hall off the board, Iowa cornerback to the New Orleans Saints at 219. We finally have both big boards ranking here. 258, Jacob, just outside of that drafted range.
Yeah, just there.
225 for you, Ian, but TJ Hall, tenacious cornerback, very physical at the point of attack, very physical at the line of scrimmage for the Hawkeyes, going to the New Orleans Saints at 219.
Yeah, he's an interesting player. Definitely the right range for him, I think. Kind of a limited athlete. He ran a 4.59 at the NFL Combine, 7.193 cone as well, 36-inch vert, which points to decent explosiveness. But at the Senior Bowl, I think he got exposed a little bit athletically. You have a guy who doesn't have great vertical speed, and he can get stacked as a result. He's pretty fluid for his size, being 6'1", 189, but also 30-inch arms, so not the best proportional length there. He's dutiful and willing coming downhill in support. He has good playmaking ability at the catch point, and I think technicality-wise, he's pretty sound and variable with his technique. He can play press man, can play in zone. He's got good route vision and intelligence, but the ceiling is kind of limited here. So I think, for the Saints in particular, they don't have a ton of depth at the corner position. I could see him taking reps early on in his career, but the ceiling is capped somewhat. I think probably a good spot starter, low-level starter, replacement level starter.
Yeah, and I think specific to TJ Hall, look at some of the numbers here. He broke up 8 passes in 2025, allowed a passer rating of just 51.0 in coverage in 2025. No touchdowns allowed, a 44% completion percentage and 289 coverage snaps. And look, I think the upside is not amazing, particularly because of that athleticism. I think the deep speed isn't all that much to write home about. Some of the foot speed in his back pedal at corner makes me think, okay, maybe he's better suited at safety. But I do think that there's something to work with here. I think the instincts are there, the route recognition capabilities are there. So specific to the Saints here at 219, you could do worse. I don't anticipate he's ever going to be a world beater or something like that. As 220 comes in,
we're gonna stick with you here. Yeah,
here
Buffalo Bills at 220.
Here we go.
We'll get to the best available after this one, but I definitely want to talk about this because as our resident Missouri guy, Toriano Pride Jr., cornerback from Missouri, landing with the Buffalo Bills at 220. We'll get the data when it comes in here momentarily. But Pride Jr., what do we got for the Buffalo Bills fans?
So well, first and foremost, I'm very happy for Toriano Pride, just as a dude. But at the same time, I think he put a lot of people on notice with how well he ran his 40-yard dash and how well he performed at the combine. He's definitely undersized. He had his ups and downs over his time in Clemson, but I think at Mizzou, especially if you look at that second half of 2025, there's a lot to like there. I mean, you see good patience in his back pedal and the explosiveness needed, longitudinal agility.
Yeah, there we go.
Drink.
Yeah, I'm not.
Beer, man.
I'm not asking for another super punch shot. No, thank you. But
I did not own that.
absolutely not. But I
Fallen
think
soldier.
he's a competitive corner. I love the urgency he shows moving downhill, whether it's in coverage or as a tackler. I think that he's comfortable in terms of processing kind of those cover two sort of shells. I think would be the best fit for him. Little undersized, but the athleticism is there. The route recognition is there. Even if he does have a limited catch radius and a little bit of a lighter frame, and he's not the flashiest corner in terms of how he's going to jam receivers off the line of scrimmage and press coverage, I do think there's a lot of athleticism here for Toriano Pride. I'm happy that he ended up getting picked because he did deserve it. Even at Mizzou, I feel like he didn't get enough credit. Especially down the stretch, there wasn't enough buzz in the fan base about what he was doing because he put together very quietly a strong season. And with the speed that he brings to the table, I'm really intrigued here.
Yeah, 4.32 40-yard dash, 37.5-inch vertical, 10.8 broad jump as well. I'd have to think they drafted Davison Igbinosun to play the boundary potentially and be a long-term fit there. They signed D. Alford in free agency, can probably play the nickel, but Toriano Pride can be a really nice depth piece at the nickel. And if Maxwell Harrison can stay healthy, that's a lot of speed at the boundary and the nickel, and a lot of depth as well. So cornerback, you can never have enough guys. I like this pick.
How many cornerbacks is too many?
8.
You sound like Daniel Stern from Home Alone. How many fingers I got? 8. That's after he gets hit in the head with a couple of bricks, aka taking a shot of super punch. All right, so the Cincinnati Bengals are here. I want to talk about the best available, I believe, because we're looking at the Washington Commanders coming up here in 2 picks, and I want to talk about. We're going to tease our football debate club episode that's coming up after the draft.
Yes, sir.
We're going to do this thing from here. We're going to film out our best draft class, best draft grades. The Commanders with one more pick, and with the positional value they've been able to pull off with their draft, the only team with an A+ grade right now is those Washington Commanders. So the Bengals on the clock, followed by the Lions, followed by the Commanders. So if you're the Bengals, I mean, where are you going? I still can't believe that Lewis Moore and Isaiah World are on the clock, and we're getting down to a point where Dallin Bentley, I can't believe, also still here. So of this group, where are you taking if you're the Bengals here before we get the pick officially?
Well, they got edge with Cassius, they got corner, and they got a wide receiver 3 candidate, depth guy, center, guard. I could see them going nickel. Honestly, I think Brent Austin. Oh, well, they picked a tight end.
They went. They didn't go nickel, but they went another tight end. The Texas Longhorns off the board again. A lot of Longhorns here today. So Jack Endries, the tight end,
Endries, though.
going 190 on your board. So value here. 140 on the consensus. 112 on your board though, Jacob. So Jack Endries to the Bengals here at 221.
Yeah, so Endries, again, another guy that I talked to leading up to the draft process. I think that he spoke very highly of his time at Texas, but in my honest opinion, I think that he looked better at Cal. And, you look at his tape in 2024.
The grades said that exact same thing.
Absolutely, sure. Yeah. And at 2024 in particular, I think he and Fernando Mendoza had really good chemistry. I know he said he was a little bit late to join the program, so maybe he didn't have as much time as he wanted to kind of develop chemistry with Arch Manning. But the athleticism is there, honestly. The production at Cal is very impressive. He's a natural athlete, a good mover, good fluidity across the middle of the field. He flips his hips well coming out of his breaks, and even if he's not the most sharp and sudden mover, I like the fluidity that he shows and the coordination whenever he has to work across his frame, whenever he has to work across his body as a route runner. There's intrigue there, good ball skills. He attacks blind spots well going up against man coverage if he has to be in the slot or if he's in line and there's a guy directly on him in that regard. He's not going to wow you as a run blocker. I think as an inline tight end, he's still got a long way to go. His grip strength, his physicality, his technique, nothing really to write home about, but I like the receiving upside here. I think that if he were able to put up Cal numbers at Texas, we'd be looking at him as a top 100 pick in this class. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. but I do like what Endries was able to do as a receiving tight end. I think there's a lot of tools there and developmental upside, honestly, as a guy being selected this late in round 7.
I think for the Bengals, having Mike Gesicki as their starter, I do like investing in a tight end that has some two-phase upside. And I would agree. I think he'll look better at Cal. But very explosive player, working up seams, a seam splicer, certified. He's got some
Certified
rackability.
seam splicer.
That's my favorite term for tight ends. I love the seam splicer mold, and Jack Endries has
I'm
got
gonna
that.
steal that.
It's
Dude,
it's,
a good one.
it's delightful
It's a good
because
one.
they're usually lined up in the seam no matter what. I mean, just by virtue of where they
Yeah.
start
Yeah.
at their position. I mean, it's a beautiful term.
Yeah, but he's got a ton of upside. I love the pick. I think at this value, he's got to add a little more play strength, a little more mass to his frame. He's got to improve his technique in blocking. I think losing leverage and pad level alignment can be a little bit of an issue for him. But again, up the seam, he's an immediate threat, boxing out. I think he can make catches over the middle of the field. He can generate rack when he has a runway, and there is some blocking upside too. So the Bengals, to me, tight end is a much bigger need than they've insinuated. They get a guy in round 7 who I think could have been a value even earlier.
Yeah, I like that. Now, a guy that Jacob doesn't have on his board, so we're going to stick with you, Ian. Tyree West, the longtime player at the Tennessee Volunteers.
Yeah.
They have him listed as an edge, but at 6'3", 290, I sort of liken this guy to moving inside, or at least playing maybe a 5 or 3 in this Detroit Lions defense. You would know better than I would, though.
Yeah, and this is not a surprising pick at all. The Lions have kind of they were really interested in him throughout the process, and they hosted him on a visit. You could tell that this was one of the late round targets for them. Again, he's more of a tweener for sure,
Yeah.
and they got Derek Moore as a pure edge. They got Skylar Gill Howard as a pure DT. So I think you can take some liberties and get this guy in your rotation. He's 6'2", 283. That was his official pro day measurements, but 33 and 3/8 inch arms. 4.84 40-yard dash, 33-inch vertical, 9.3 broad. So again, the guy who played on the edge and inside for Tennessee, moving around the front. He's definitely got the natural leverage and the proportional length, decent explosion. Not the most refined player, but I think a guy who at least rotationally, can fulfill a multitude of roles, can at least reset the contact point with that natural leverage and explosion. It's a decent pick. It fits what they want.
Decent pick and fitting what they want. I need to know about this next pick because the Washington Commanders might have just thrown away their A+ draft class with the selection that they just make. At 223, so we'll talk to Ben Rolfe about how much this will actually influence their overall draft grade.
Yeah.
A+, though, they're drafting Athan Kaliakmanis.
Athan Kaliakmanis.
So hang on a second. Shout out to Matthew Infante, our CFO, the first Scarlet Knight off the board. New Jersey's own Matthew Infante. Athan Kaliakmanis, though, from Minnesota to Rutgers. There were flashes, though.
There were.
There were, yeah. And I will say, too, shout out Matt Infante as well. To clarify any of the rumors that are out there, we are not related to any of our knowledge. I think that was something when I got hired here full-time at PFSN where it's like, oh, is that guy related to Matt Infante? We are not related. Great guy in spite of our lack of similar blood DNA. But Athan Kaliakmanis, though, is interesting. So he got on my radar because he had a visit with the Bears, I was told, and there's definitely a lot of late round interest in Kaliakmanis. I am a little surprised that he got drafted, though. I'm not necessarily wowed by his tools. Obviously, him being a 7th round pick, you're not, taking the strongest arm, the most athletic guy in the world, but I do think he's an effective game manager. Honestly, I think there's a good sense of timing. He's got a compact throwing motion. He demonstrates poise in the pocket. Again, not the flashiest passer in the world. I think he's still got some room to grow in terms of his decision making on top of not having an elite arm or elite athleticism, but it makes sense. I personally would have gone with Luke Altmaier. I'm a little surprised that he's still on the board. I think if you're looking for a game manager, Altmaier's a little bit more refined as a decision maker, making full field progressions. But Kaliakmanis, I mean, if you anticipate this late, especially in round 7, if you anticipate there's going to be a bidding war for him in undrafted free agency, I guess it makes sense to take a shot on him.
Yeah, secure the quarterback you do want to learn and develop, or you want to teach and develop.
Yeah.
As well, Kaliakmanis coming from that Minnesota offense where he learned from Tanner Morgan once upon a time. Tanner Morgan, shout out to you and what you went through in your college career and what you were able to put forth. But Kaliakmanis, this is a guy. I mean, there were those flashes.
No, there were. Yeah, early in his career, he caught my eye because he was really volatile earlier in his career, right? With accuracy and decision making. But the arm talent is real, in my opinion. I think he generates good velocity. I think he has really good arm elasticity in terms of angle freedom. Sidearm. He can get off platform as well and still operate in that phase. And I think this past year he toned down his risk risk propensity.
Yeah.
A lot. Yeah, very few, a lot less turnover worthy plays. I think a little bit greater accuracy profile as well. Still a day 3 guy, but the arm talent is there for a backup role for sure. And not the best athlete, but again, I think a guy who has a decent operational profile and has some angle freedom, some window manipulation skills to back it up. So a guy who I think is a good draftable player. It's kind of surprising the names that he went over. Garrett Nussmeier has not been picked yet, right?
I'm surprised.
Yeah.
No, we're not showing you Garrett Nussmeier stats again as well, like some other broadcasts might be doing right now, despite not being picked. Now it's like the 7th time.
Yeah.
I've seen Nussmeier being
Yeah.
talked about despite not being picked, and we could be talking about Calic Manis right now.
The difference is we've actually done the work and they haven't.
Oh, from the top rope, the wrestler.
Nailed on the
my gosh.
Just don't put a table in the way. So the Pittsburgh Steelers at pick number 224 of round 7, the Pittsburgh Steelers draft Robert Spears Jennings, Oklahoma safety, a guy 294 on the consensus, but one of those guys again where it's like you fall in love with him or you fall in love with what he said and what he produced at one of your meetings or one of your teams. You saw him at Robert Spears Jennings, so higher on your board, Jacob.
Yeah, so you're looking at a versatile defender, a guy who's taken, according to my notes here, 648 career snaps as a deep safety, 584 snaps in the box, 236 snaps in the slot. A very good athlete for the position. You're looking at a guy who's an aggressive tackler, good closing speed, the physicality as a tackler as well, not just whenever he's lowering the shoulder for the big hit, the hit stick, so to speak. You see the high motor in pursuit, the ability to wrap up. I don't think that there's a true ball hawking mentality in coverage. I think he's more of a disruptor than a guy who's going to truly make big plays and create turnovers, at least based off of what we've seen from him at the collegiate level. I'd like to see him change direction a little bit better in space, but at the same time, I think there's good straight line speed to work with, tested well, good size, instincts and coverage still working, still a work in progress, but the speed and the physicality have me think he could be a really good special teamer, which is good value in round 7.
That's kind of where I'm thinking too. Special teams backup, maybe a rotational strong safety who can play in support with the 4.32 speed and the range. Good size, right? A lot of experience as well. I look at the Steelers safety room. They got Deshaun Elliott coming back, Jaquan Brisker. They signed him free agency. I'd have to think Robert Spears Jennings is probably a depth guy at the most. But he's got experience, so he can be a quality backup. And then, like you said, the special teams value is very, very appealing here.
All right, so we're here in Columbus, Ohio. Pittsburgh's hosting. Pittsburgh just drafted. I got confirmation that Athan Calic-Manis' selection to the Washington Commanders is not going to affect their grade. So barring any crazy outside chances here from a round 7 pick, it's not going to happen. The Washington Commanders are going to have our highest graded draft. It looks like. So we will debate this on Football Debate Club after the show.
Yeah.
We'll have that out for you tomorrow or Monday, I believe, a Football Debate Club special where we debate the top overall draft class from the 2026 NFL Draft. I do want to call out, I said it, we're here in Columbus, Ohio. Officially now, the OSU defense that started and won the national championship game against Notre Dame a year ago, every single one of those starters has been drafted, none lower than the 5th round. And that does not even include Arvell Reese, who was rotating in as a sort of a start, not quite starting for them that year as well. So that entire team, that was that Jim Knowles recruited team that won the national championship for them with Will Howard.
And even thinking, like, they've got guys coming next year, too. Kenny Allen-Jackson Jr. It's insane.
I mean, I wish we weren't there. It wasn't graduation. It was a symposium that we went down to campus yesterday and saw how busy it was. We saw the shoe. We saw what they're producing. Wish we could have seen some of those 2027 kids that we're going to see on this OSU defense. We will see them soon enough. So the Tennessee Titans are here. The pick is in. This is a guy, the tight end class keeps getting weirder, but Jaron Kanak, who did not start his career at tight end, being selected to the Tennessee Titans, who did lose Chiga Kwankwo this year in free agency as well, a guy who shined and put on a show at the Shrine Bowl a few years back. But Jaron Kanak, a guy, again, linebacker to start his career. at Oklahoma.
Yeah, linebacker to start his career, shifted to tight end. He's a little bit smaller than your traditional tight end with not a great catch radius either, but really good size adjusted speed and quickness. I think he's a guy who can operate as a big slot potentially. He's got some rack potential as well, and he's a very willing blocker operating from space, but again, in line, the capabilities aren't really there being a lighter, smaller player. So I look at him as kind of a rotational component alongside Gunnar Helm, probably going to be kind of that, flanker, H-back type a little bit. I think you can utilize him there. He's got some projected versatility. I do think the hand technique can be a little bit inconsistent as a catcher, especially over the middle of the field, but you are looking at a guy who's got some intriguing athletic talent and the toughness, the competitive mentality. You can't question that. So intriguing pick at this point.
You don't want to put tight ends on special teams. So let's face it, you got to have in a roster of 53 people, you're going to have players, usually you want your coverage men on your kick coverage team or your punt coverage team to be maybe those defenders. But this is a guy who I think can slide into a 53-man roster spot with ease because his ability to probably play special teams, play on the punt. Imagine him on a punt coverage team.
Oh, yeah.
And you're looking at your tight end 3 right there on punt coverage. Are they doing a fake? Are they running a fake? So I like this pick for them. I like what he's able to put forth. One of our highest graded players, maybe not for the season grades at tight end last year in the SEC, but certainly his game by game, it wasn't as consistent as you want to see, but it was certainly up there with some of the higher graded games that we saw this
and
past year.
that might be partly a John Mateer stat too, not being as consistent as you would want.
John Mateer, a very expensive quarterback to not be as consistent as you wanted him to be this past season in Norman. So we'll touch on that later in other future football debate club episodes. So the Cincinnati Bengals are back on the clock. Jack Andrews was their last selection. I'm curious at where we go now. If you're a Bengals fan, this is their last pick of the 2026 NFL Draft at pick 226. So what's their biggest need at this point? Where do you want them to go?
I would want them to go safety. Lewis Moore is still on the board. I know that they signed Brian Cook. They like Jordan Battle. Battle is going to be up for a contract soon. Don't know what the long-term situation is there. Lewis Moore, to me, the instincts trump. I would go with the Indiana defense, either Lewis Moore or Aiden Fisher, because they're both still on the board. I know athletically they don't pass the desired threshold for a lot of teams, but the football intelligence is too high for me here. I really would be comfortable taking a gamble at this range.
Yeah, and I'm interested too. I like Lewis Moore a lot, but I also like the defensive tackle value that's still available. I mean, if you're looking for a true run stuffer, you've got Tim Keenan III out of Alabama, Dante Corleone out of Cincinnati, Rayshon Benny out of Michigan, but you also have some quicker guys. You can rush the passer a little bit. Landon Robinson out of Navy was incredibly efficient. I mean, against lesser competition, but freak athlete. Renee Conga, I know a guy you've mentioned a couple times, tested insanely well. The upside with him is tremendous. Xavier Harris, too, where, okay, maybe, he's got some off the field issues, but he's a gigantic individual who can stop the run really well. He's got really high potential to work with. So I'm a little surprised that some of those guys, especially Harris, I think even factoring in the off-field concerns, I think Harris has a high enough ceiling that I would have expected him to be gone by now. Even if I'm not as high on his tape as some others seem to be, I still think there's really good D-tackle value here.
And we will see what they do here. The selection is coming in, but we're getting to that point.
We can recap where we've been with them too. Jack Andrews, tight end from Texas, just a minute ago. Brian Parker, tackle at Duke, perhaps moving in, guard, perhaps after they did select Colby Young, Connor Lew at center, coming off the torn ACL as well. So they've Takario Davis, and then they hit Cassius Howell again, who broke the record. Or him and David Bailey set the record for quick pressures in our system, which is our pressures within 2.5 seconds of the snap. So the Bengals here hitting across the board. It feels like a lot of different needs, a lot of different positions of value that maybe they sought.
I like how much better their trench outlook is now on both sides.
It is a unique outlook. The Bengals fans, it feels like, so Boye Mafe as well, signed the big deal on free agency.
Dexter Lawrence
trade as well. And so if you're Joe Burrow, though, are you happy enough? This is a debate for the other day, perhaps.
We will see. Yeah, I mean, the best thing you can do is fix the trenches, because I think that's been the biggest issue for the Bengals. And getting Brian Parker, the second, who can play guard as well, and getting Connor Lew, who's the successor to Ted Karras, I think you can put that to bed. Like, he's going to be the starter once Karras moves on. I feel like having that security is a good thing. And I feel like, maybe next year they'll have to look at tackle across from Amarius Mims. But to me, they did everything that they could. Cassius Howell, a polarizing pick. But I do think within this rotation, with Miles Murphy, with Shamar Stewart, with Boye Mafe, they have every skill set that you could ask for, and I think they can play off each other well.
It is, again, it's shout out to my redraft rankings. I believe I put Burrow back up at number one, but after the redraft ranking system was ran, Burrow was not QB1 anymore, at least not even player one. So,
There
Jacob,
he
you
is.
did
There
just
he is.
mention it.
There he
Landon
is.
Robinson is the selection, the
Love
defensive
it.
tackle from Navy to the Cincinnati Bengals. We talked about trenches. So, Ian, you had him at 67th, though. So I need to hear your take. And this was this. Where did you have him? Where did you have him before his pro day, which he tore it up?
I still had him pretty high. I think he was in my top 100 even before then. Shrine Bowl, he was a standout there. He was a Feldman freak as well. So, I mean, the athleticism, the pro day confirmed it, but it was well known either way before that. I think he's got some Puna Ford to him in terms of NFL comps. I really like.
Bengals fans will like that?
Yeah, and in terms of, the context of Al Golden, he had a lot of fun using Howard Cross at Notre Dame, a sawed-off, gap invader who can play with infallible leverage, but then also Landon Robinson is a lot more explosive and twitched up. And I think he's got a really strong center of gravity. Again, shorter arms, smaller, so you'll see him in the pass rushing phase. He's got a pretty good pass rush arsenal, but he can't always get off blocks or break extensions because he's got shorter arms and just a little bit smaller. But motor guy who can reset the contact point with his explosive compact power, and the leverage play is just so strong with him too. So I think getting this type of player in the rotation, DT, is very fun. And then he can play alongside Dexter Lawrence in the rotation. That's a fun pick. I think it's a phenomenal value. I think he has the potential to be a rotational spark plug.
And it's interesting too. You bring up Puna Ford with Landon Robinson because not to keep plugging my interviews, but I think when I talked to him, one of the things he mentioned, I talked to him. It's like, okay, what do you do off the field? One of the things he said is, I like to watch tape. Where it's like, okay, that's a true football
thing,
guy.
yeah.
I asked him, I was like, all right, well, who are some of the guys you like to watch? And he mentioned, all right, I like to look at guys with similar body types to my own. Obviously mentioned Aaron Donald, Geno Atkins. Puna Ford is one of the guys he tries to model his game after. And, like you said, I do think that shows up on tape. You see the quickness. Obviously, he's shorter, but he's, lower to the ground. He wins with that flexibility, that pad level, that elite explosiveness coming off the line of scrimmage. I mean, I get the concern about his size and the fact he's not a power 4 type of, prospect, but I'm a little surprised he fell this far. I think his tape is really, really impressive.
So we have our next pick as well. I'm surprised he slipped as well. Our midshipman, Landon Robinson, the first from the Navy midshipman to be selected. So the Carolina Panthers at 227 are drafting Miami, Ohio linebacker Jackson Kuwach. And so this is a guy, first-year starter for the Red Hawks. This is a Chuck Martin linebacker, if you've ever seen one before. Blew up in his first season, over 100 tackles, multiple tackles for loss, a guy who was always around the football. He knows for the football. I don't know about the athletic traits, so I'll leave that up to you guys, the draft analysts. But Jackson Kuwach, to me, there's upside because we've only seen 1 year of him in the MAC where he did exactly what you wanted him to. But what those first 2 years, not playing as a spot player, but this past season, 2025, was dominant for him.
Yeah, and he began his career at Ohio State, I believe, right? He was a recruit there and transferred to Miami, and yeah, it was a productive year. My foot fell asleep. Oh my God, it's tingling so bad. Okay,
My
I'll push through.
my children
okay.
call them tinglies.
Tag me in.
My children call them
All right, here we go. Okay, so
What a cop-out to not have to talk about a Miami, Ohio linebacker.
I had stuff pulled up.
hey, that's creative, but no, I like what I saw with Kuwach. I mean, by all accounts, he really dominated at the Hula Bowl, and then as a result, he earned an invitation to the Shrine Bowl with his top performance. I'm so sorry, Ian.
It's okay.
I think I like him as a will linebacker. He's got good size, arguably better than kind of what you typically see at a will linebacker. The athleticism shows up on tape. The range as a tackler, he changes direction well. Good straight line speed, calculated angles as a tackler. Good fluidity and body control across the middle of the field in coverage. I think the instincts can improve. I mean, obviously with him being a 1 year starter, that can kind of, it's not necessarily surprising. He's much more reactive than instinctive at this stage of his career, where he can be a split second too late to process what's going on in front of him. But the athleticism is there. I'd like to see him be a little bit more physical, taking blocks head on as well. But the athleticism's there. The precision and the angles that he takes in pursuit also there, and obviously performing really well in the All-Star circuit. There's a lot to like there. So Kuwach, I mean, I'm not surprised that even though he is a 1 year MAC starter. I'm not surprised that someone took a shot on him with that athletic profile here in the 7th round.
Yeah, and real quick, I can tap back in. My foot has recovered.
Here you go. I'll tag you in.
Thank
Here
you.
you go. Boom.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's not legal. It's not legal unless you tag him back in, right?
Oh, of course.
Exactly,
Yeah.
yeah,
So
yeah.
I had to.
It has to be
yeah.
confirmed.
Wrestling 101.
But yes,
Yeah, we'd get disqualified otherwise.
that's
you
true.
know? Yeah,
I don't,
we have
want to be DQ'd, man.
Yeah,
That's not,
5-second
that's not
count.
good.
Yeah,
there we
yeah.
go. Anyway, okay, I know I have to go quick because the
We
picks
do.
are
We've got a
moving
couple
along.
of picks here,
But
actually, yeah.
Jackson Kuwach, 6'4", 232, 30.5-inch arms, so shorter proportional length for a guy who's 6'4". He needs to add a little bit more mass. 4.64 40-yard dash, 6.95 3-cone, which is really strong in the 36.5-inch vertical. I agree with most of what Jacob said. I think instinctively you can see that his processing, he's a tick late sometimes to process through congestion, run angles, right? Discern play direction, right? I do think also the physicality, and part of that probably comes from the shorter arms where he's not always able to engage blocks effectively. Definitely has to improve the play strength, but athletically, the speed, the size, that does fit the special teams profile, and I do think as he gets more experience being a one-year starter, you could be looking at a guy who exceeds capital down the road.
You're coached by Chuck Martin on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
I'm happy. It's almost like the Kirk Ferentz. I'm happy taking a Kirk Ferentz guy. I'm happy taking a Chuck Martin linebacker like that he vouched for. So, real quick, the Pittsburgh Steelers are getting to their last selection. VJ Payne, safety from Kansas State, was the selection at 228 to the New York Jets. Jacob, I'll let you take this one. 156 on your big board.
Yeah, so I see an intriguing combination of size and straight line speed. I mean, you're looking at a team captain at Kansas State. He's a guy who hits really hard as a run defender. I love, the fact he's a 3-year full-time starter, big body, just a gigantic human being. 5.3% missed tackle percentage. As 230 comes in, I love this pick.
Hang on. So can we? I'm
We'll get to it
gonna
later.
take over. I'm gonna completely go sideways here.
Go ahead.
We're gonna go as Eli Heidenreich is crying as he's walking up to the podium.
Oh, I love it.
The Pittsburgh Steelers, no stranger to drafting gadget players. Antoine Randall, LA college quarterback,
Yeah.
and then all-time great wide receiver for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Eli Heidenreich being selected here at 230 to the Pittsburgh Steelers. 16 receiving touchdowns, most in Navy history. He's a running back. He's a wide receiver. He's
What
a
is he?
fullback.
What
He's
is
a tight
he?
end.
He's
It doesn't
everywhere.
matter. Eli
What position
Heidenreich
does he play?
is
Yes.
the most talented, the gadget player of the 2026 NFL draft. And I don't care who knows it. I don't care who doesn't believe me. Watch what this kid does with the football in his hands. Manufacture touches. Get him. I mean, his athletic numbers say it for what it is. His athletic ability was on display if you watched any Navy football this past season or even last year. So Eli Heidenreich to the Steelers. We're going to take it from there, and then we'll go back to VJ Payne, and we'll go back to Brandon Cleveland as well to the Raiders at 229.
Yeah, I love this pick. He's honestly, we make the joke running back receiver. What is he? He's both at the end of the day, but he's got the athleticism. He's got, I believe, the agility, the explosiveness, the change of direction. As a route runner, I was really impressed by his STEM IQ and throttle control. I think he is truly a nuanced separator, and you can see as well as a running back, 80.5 RB impact, boomer bust rate, 16.1%. He's a long strider in space. I do think he operates a little bit better in space, and that's why I like him as a receiver a little bit more. I don't think he's the best navigating through congestion between the tackles, but you get him out in space with a runway, that speed can take over. And then as a receiver, 3.5% drop rate, for reliable at the catch point. I believe he's got the versatility to operate inside, outside, off motions, really any way that you want to utilize him. This guy has that framework. And then as a running back too, I think there is enough creative instinct as far as getting outside the tackles, pressing DBs behind blocks, and capitalizing with explosiveness. This is a pick where I would have taken him much earlier.
Much higher.
And also, as a bonus too, he's an amazing blocker for his
Oh,
size.
yeah.
He is so
Love this
aggressive,
kid.
so willing. He's going to find his way on the field no matter what.
I mean, it feels like this is like a pick that they would have made in round 3, and I would have been perfectly fine with them saying like, okay, hey, we're going to feature him in our offense this season. I won't make the joke I've been making all day. Marco Rubio going to be their new quarterback. I'll give it up there. But this is a kid. I mean, he is Navy's all-time leading receiver in receiving yards. This is a kid. Just get him the ball. He can also run between the tackles. He can. I mean, this is a guy you want to do anything, and he'll do everything you ask of him. So let's go back though. VJ Payne, you were in the middle of talking about him. He was 156 on your board. Wrap that up, and then we'll get to Brandon Cleveland. the
Yeah,
defensive tackle at
I wanted to
229.
make a quick nerdy wrestling joke. Eli Heidenreich is now the most famous Heidenreich in history. Now that in second place was John Heidenreich, who was in the WWE for 2 years. His whole thing was he had a a questionable segment with one of the announcers where he pinned him up against the wall and was coming is there from behind pinning him against the wall. It was a real weird thing. He also had a thing where he like talked to an invisible little Johnny was his name, little invisible guy. I don't know.
Was this a Triple H era
No,
catastrophe, or was this way previous?
This was like 04, 05.
All right.
This was John
All right.
Heidenreich, little Johnny. But anyway, nobody cares about that. I just wanted to say it because
I cared. I thought it was cool.
Thanks, Ian. I appreciate that.
I didn't. One too many 6-7 jokes.
He's got a really cool name, a really cool theme song where it's just him saying his name over and over again over like a rock beat. It's like Heidenreich. Anyway,
I love that.
I think
get
about
down.
that anytime I
I'd get
watch
down.
him. But anyway, okay, VJ Payne, the straight line speed, the physicality, the willingness to come downhill, the elite size, the catch radius he has to work with. A little bit stiff in the hips, but I'm intrigued with what he brings to the table as far as his ability on special teams. Reliable tackler as well. He's someone where maybe the interception totals aren't elite. If I recall correctly, my laptop is dead now. But
14 career forced incompletions.
yeah,
but
so
around the ball enough.
The ball skills are there. Even if the interception, even if I don't know about the interception numbers, the ability to make his impact in coverage is certainly there. So he's not a guy you're consistently going to have in slot. Having the slot in man coverage going up against some of your top receivers. But he's somebody who can lower the boom when he's charging downhill. Love him on special teams, which I think in round 7, that's about as much as you can ask for.
I will say with VJ Payne, I honestly was more impressed with his coverage than his run support, which is interesting for a guy who's 6'3", right, who has the size profile that he does. I do think, yes, he can lay the boom with the size and the explosiveness. He's got the potential, and you see the flashes. I think he can be a little more consistent with that disposition. And he's not the most natural playmaker in coverage either. So it's very much an upside-minded pick. He's still got to reach it. But, size, length, range, fluidity, he's got all of it. So
then let's go to Brandon Cleveland. He defensive tackle from North Carolina State, NC State, drafted 229 to the Las Vegas Raiders. We'll go quick through this one.
Yeah, 6'2", 5'8", 305, 32 1/4 inch arms. Average athlete around. I think he's more of a run defender than a pass rusher, right? I think he brings a good motor. I think he's got good stacking strength at the point of the attack, really good leverage profile as well. He's going to be a guy I think will be kind of an even front nose or maybe a 2Y, 3-tech on a situational basis. Like if you're on the strong side, put him on the 3-tech and he can encumber combo blocks and double teams while moving his base. Again, the upside is a little bit limited, but at this stage of the class, you're going with heavy-handed, well-leveraged blockers with good functional play strength and power, and I think Brandon Cleveland brings that, even though he's not the most dynamic mover.
Yeah, so dynamic movers. I think that's a great segue. It was almost like you knew who the pick was at 231, the Atlanta Falcons drafting Ethan Onyanwa.
Yeah.
Former Rice guard, Ohio State guard, landing with the Atlanta Falcons at 231. Jacob, 294 on your board, 410 on your board, and 340 on the consensus. I'm going to call out. I'm going to give us a little sneak peek. The New England Patriots are drafting a quarterback at 234. So we'll talk about that in a couple of picks. So very intrigued that it's not who you might think it might be. So I'll leave it at that.
I'm very
segue
excited.
to keep you watching.
Very excited.
TV 101, baby. TV 101. But
Well
Ethan
done.
Onyanwa to Ohio State guard to the Falcons at 231.
So, I mean, he's got starting experience at both tackle spots. I project him better at guard. I think he has tackle size, but the athleticism kind of worries me. I think he doesn't have the range necessarily or the lateral quickness to thrive out on an island there. But I do think there's good hand placement as a run blocker. I think that's going to suit him really well if he does kick inside at guard like he was listed here at the draft. For such a big offensive tackle, he does have some good short area quickness, even if the long speed isn't all that great, even if the lateral quickness isn't tremendous. The sturdy anchor, I think he absorbs contact pretty well. I mean, the pad level could improve a little bit being as tall and as big as he is, but I think there's a lot of raw strength to work with. So, I mean, here in round 7, I'm good with that.
Raw strength.
I will
Raw
say-
strength. You called it out, Tim Keenan, earlier.
Yeah, Onyanwa, 6'6", 333, 34.5 inch arms, almost a 7-foot wingspan. But he played mostly rotational. He was not a full-time starter
It's
for
interesting.
Ohio State and was a guard when he was shifted in there. So he's got tackle experience, guard experience, depth guy with a domineering skill set, but a lack of long-term experience at the inside spot. So depth guy, tools to mold, heavy-handed, but the size I think is what you're really buying there.
Yes, so strength. I'm going to talk about that. Tim Keenan III, defensive tackle from Alabama, drafted by the Los Angeles Rams at 232.
Boom.
Another Crimson Tide off the board here. Jacob, I'll stick with you. 169 on your board. So much higher. You mentioned him earlier.
Yeah. So he stands out as maybe a little one-dimensional, but I like what he brings as a run defender. He's stout, he's physical, he's strong. Missed a little bit of time due to injury. He didn't have the full 2025 season that I was hoping he'd be able to build off of. I thought, if he continued to improve off of his 2024 season as a technician, there was a chance he could have gone round 3. But, I mean, obviously, with the injuries and stuff, that wasn't the case. But I do think that there's intriguing physicality there. The want to engage at the point of attack is there. The hand placement, the heavy hands, the grip strength, the sturdy anchor, the low center of gravity, that's all going to help him out in the run game. I think there's a very limited pass rushing value here with him, but I do think he's someone who's going to disrupt run plays and he's going to plug up gaps. If you want him to 2-gap, he should be able to do so at the next level. So I'm intrigued with Tim Keenan as a 7th round pick. Maybe not as much more than a run defending backup, but I think he's someone who could crack a rotation and carve out a nice niche for himself.
Feels like one of those picks to me. So I do want to call out 2 different things here before we move on to the Jacksonville Jaguars at 233. Brandon Cleveland, another one of those all-state good works, good hands nominees.
Yeah.
So a guy in his community that you're going to want on your team. And this is the first time we saw Landon Robinson, we saw Eli Heidenreich. First time in the common draft history that 2 Navy players have been selected in the same draft. So it happened back in 1950. It happened back in 1956, not the common draft. So here I'm gonna skip over, unfortunately, here because we're gonna I teased it. 234, 234 to the New England Patriots is Beran Morton. Texas Tech quarterback, battle injuries his entire career.
Yeah.
There were high-level flashes of what Morton could do with the football in his hands, but there were also some of those low-level throws where you look at it, it's the head-scratching moments, whereas even as a coach, you look over at the coaching staff and the clipboards are in the air because of a throw that he made. But high-level, there were some high-level throws that he made. 461 on your board, 306 on your board, Jacob. But consensus selection here. A reach for the Patriots.
Just a little bit. Here's the thing. QB, round 7. I'm not going to scrutinize too heavily. You can follow.
When Nussmeier's there, though.
Yeah, when Nussmeier's. Here's the thing. You can follow your board, but if you're going for an operational profile, there were much better operators on the board. I think Beran Morton, has flashes of post-snap processing and accuracy, but woefully inconsistent. Like you said, especially down the stretch this season, dealt with injuries, and I have to think the medicals maybe played a hand sometimes if he wasn't at 100%. The playoffs, man, he was really rough in the playoffs and was borderline a liability under center. If you want an operator, there's better operators on the board. If you want a talent, there's way more talented QBs on the board. Not where I would have gone, but experienced collegiate passer. If you want a backup or a QB3.
What does that QB room look like now for New England?
It would be, is Josh Dobbs still there or no? I have to check.
Because if he's QB2, that's a risky thing to make because there's
say.
no talent, no guaranteeing.
I know, Jacob, you mentioned Altmaier earlier. I would have preferred him there.
Yeah, obviously Nussmeier, you look at him, it's like, oh, why isn't he off the board? But, Altmaier as well, I think that he's someone who operates more, he operates at a higher mental level, at least in my opinion, than Morton, where there's promise there, don't get me wrong. So, across the middle of the field, he's got some pretty good touch. 149.3 passer rating on intermediate middle throws from 10 to 19 air yards out, and a perfect 158.3 from deep middle, which is 20 air yards and further. But there's good timing, there's good placement there. He anticipates receivers pretty well open, but I think outside of the hash marks, he really struggles. The arm strength isn't amazing.
That was the biggest question for me, is outside, his ability to push it outside.
Yeah, that's going to be the concern, where it's like, okay, if you have him execute on an out route or a comeback route, or even just if you have him on a curl route, or have his receivers running a curl route, is he going to be able to hit that? Is he going to have the arm talent to consistently fit it into those tight windows? I don't really know about that.
It's a limited physical talent profile with inconsistent operation.
Absolutely.
It just doesn't make
it doesn't compute. All right, so now we got to go back. We got a couple of picks here. We got 3 that are on the books that we need to discuss.
Rapid fire.
Have 2 that are not on either of your boards. So a first-handed clean sweep, not on the consensus, not on either of your boards.
Wow.
So that is Zach Durfee. Durfee, excuse me.
Edge
from Washington to the Jaguars at 233, and then Gavin Gearhart, corner from Cincinnati to the Minnesota Vikings. So they did go back to the cornerback but they left a guy like Andre Fuller on the board. They left a couple other guys on the board. to draft Gavin Gearhart. So let's go to Dupree first, to the Jaguars. Edge from Washington, again, not on either of your boards here at this point.
Yeah.
What can we discern?
Yeah, he's really interesting. His pro day, and he struggled with injuries throughout his career, so that was part of why he didn't produce at the highest level, right? But 6'5", 247, 31.5-inch arms, so not the best proportional length. But at his pro day, at 6'5", 247, ran a 4.58 40-yard dash, 39-inch vertical, 10.3 broad jump, and a 7.01 3-cone. So really good agility, explosion, and speed for his size. Again, not the best proportional length, a little bit taller, a little bit leaner, so he's got to add mass to his frame. He's got to stay healthy as well. The run defense probably does not matriculate well from that, but a tools-rich player at this point. I think it's very intriguing.
And then Gavin Gearhart. So Cincinnati, sure, known for their cornerback play since Sauce Gardner, but not really. Kobe Bryant as well out there. But to me, Gavin Gearhart flying under the radar of the consensus board as well without a ranking. We'll get to Andre Fuller in the fact that they could have, the Minnesota Vikings could have selected Andre Fuller, who went to the Seahawks at 236. But Gavin Gearhart, what can we glean? What have we learned from Gearhart through this process?
Yeah, I think he's an experienced player for sure, but a little bit limited in terms of the upside. At his pro day, 6'4", 309, 32.5-inch arms, 5.21 40-yard dash, 1.84 10-yard split. Not a great number, and then below average explosiveness number as well. So I think a decent size profile, decent strength, but below average athleticism. I'd have to think that limits the upside. I'm surprised Delby Lemieux is still on the board. He had a good Senior Bowl. He had great testing, versatility. That's where I would have gone here personally.
So I did tease it. They could have gone back to the defensive back wall. They did not go back to the defensive back wall for some reason. The Seattle Seahawks did. This is a Seahawks pick, Andre Fuller.
I love this pick.
So the question that we're going to talk about on Football Debate Club this summer is, who is the group of 5 DBU? Who produces the best defensive backs from the group of 5? It's probably an age-old question now, because in the new era of the transfer portal, we're not going to have a lot of G5 cornerback prospects and defensive back prospects being drafted. They're going to be drafted by a bigger P4 school, P5 school before they ever make the NFL. But however, Andre Fuller joins Emmanuel McNeil-Warren as the second Toledo defensive back drafted. The Seattle Seahawks taking him at 236. He's 166 on the big board, 144 on your board, Ian, 217 on your board, Jacob. Either way you look at it, either way you splice it, it is positional value.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, we still have like 20 more picks, give or take, in round 7. I wouldn't be surprised if Avery Smith out of Toledo, another corner, gets selected as well. So we'll see. I think at the very least he'll end up as an undrafted free agent. Andre Fuller, good size, 6'1", 200 pounds. In 2025, he allowed a career passer rating of 56.5. I think for such a tall cornerback, I think he moves pretty well. Good speed for the position, maybe not elite, but enough to the point where, given that size, given that, the explosiveness, the ability to defend vertical route concepts, it's an intriguing combination for sure. He uses his size to, compete at the catch point. He can enter opposing receivers' catch radius pretty well with that, the want to, the effort, the physicality. The arm length may be a little bit lower than you'd expect for a guy of his size. 34th percentile arm length for a guy who's 90th percentile height, 82nd percentile weight for a cornerback. But still, 9.04 relative athletic score, tested really well in the broad jump. He's a 6-year player, and I think, that kind of shows. That experience at the collegiate level shows. He's got some solid timing behind how he jumps his routes and coverage. Again, I like this pick. I know, Ian, you're even higher than I am on him, so I'll defer to you, but I do like the selection this late.
Yeah, 6'1", 200, like you said, below average proportional length. I like him in press man schemes better than off man and zone. I think when he's working in zone, sometimes he can get tied up between 2-on-1 route combos and late to react. But in press man, the mirror motor is strong, the agility, the twitch, the fluidity, and the explosiveness closing downhill. Again, the physicality to dictate and disrupt it releases. So, there is some work to do with extraneous physicality and improve his discipline, situational discipline. But to me, honestly, I thought he would go earlier. I would have had him as a round 4, round 5 guy. The Seahawks add depth. They also got Julian Neal earlier, correct? So I believe, getting more depth at the corner position on the boundary. This is a guy who has the right disposition and traits in press man and additional upside to win a lot.
It feels like we're going on the board here. We're going with the consensus rankings of the top big board players left. So to 237 we go after the Seahawks draft Andre Fuller. The Indianapolis Colts select Kentucky running back Seth McGowan. So a guy also that you
Yeah.
got as a round 4, round 5 type of guy, early day 3 at least, where we in now the waning stages of day 3. So we'll go quickly through the next few here because we have Seth McGowan running back from Kentucky to the Colts at 237, and the Miami Dolphins back on the clock, and they drafted Iowa edge Max Llewellyn. So McGowan first, you had him at 138, Ian.
Sorry, and we have Buffalo's pick as well.
I don't want to talk about Brett Thorson. The Brett Thorson slide has happened. Tommy Dowman, the punter from Florida,
Put in a
making
request for Ollie.
both specialists
Yeah.
from the Florida Gators being drafted.
That's impressive.
When
But
you're not that good and all you can do is kick and punt, I guess it's I have no room to say anything as a Florida State grad. Sorry.
Seth
McGowan.
McGowan, 6 foot, 223, 449, 40 dash, 42.5-inch vertical, 10-11 broad. At the NFL Combine, explosive, fleet-footed, really quick and fluid, in my opinion. And he's a guy who, early in his career at Oklahoma, I'm going to try and go quick, but early in his career, he was dismissed, obviously, for a robbery incident in Oklahoma, and kind of resurrected his career at Kentucky. He obviously had to go the small school route first, but then at Kentucky, resurrected his career, had the most productive year of his career in 2025, and then at the Senior Bowl, he was one of the best runners there, showing off instincts, quick reaction ability, explosiveness off the field, foot speed, and then being 220 pounds plus. He's got the physical profile too. You hear him talk about the incident in Oklahoma, and he talks at length in interviews about how he matured, how he learned from that incident, and by all means has turned a new leaf with Kentucky. So happy to see him off the board. I think he's got the two-phase ability to be a really good rotational threat for the Colts, and I think if he has to take volume, he could for sure.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm confirming my thoughts, but when he was a recruit, he was a high-level recruit,
Yes.
which led him into there as well. So where we go with this, we'll see with him. I hope, like you said, we see this. So Max Llewellyn, the Iowa edge, the Miami Dolphins. We made Miami Dolphins fans mad enough this draft class. Jacob Infante, tell them why Max Llewellyn is a great pick. Also, if you're an Iowa fan or an Iowa State fan, I'm sorry to the Cyclones. The Iowa Hawkeyes blowing out their interstate rival in draft picks 7-1 this draft class. So the 7th Iowa player drafted, Max Llewellyn, to the Miami Dolphins at 238.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see anybody other than Dominique Orange from Iowa State getting drafted this year. I mean, I had Jeremiah Cooper on my watch list, but he transferred to Penn State, followed Matt Campbell over there, right?
Correct. Well done.
Okay, just making sure.
He knows college as well.
Yeah, I know college. I know ball. But Llewellyn, I think, is good value here this late. I think you're not looking at the twitchiest edge rusher in the world necessarily, but you're looking at a guy with 6'6", 258 pounds, solid length, good physicality. He can set the edge well. I like the activity in his hands, the diversity as a pass rusher of moves he can use and string together to shed blocks. I like. I see spin moves, swim moves, push pulls, cross chops. He's got a lot of different ways he can beat you at the point of attack. I don't think the athletic upside is incredible, which is part of why I think he fell this far. I don't know how the size matches up, but it kind of similar vibes to Kenny Willekes coming out of looking back at Michigan State, where Kenny Willekes was never necessarily the most explosive athlete. And granted, he didn't have a super lengthy NFL career. He's more playing at the UFL, USFL, XFL, stuff like that.
Spring ball legend.
Spring ball legend, Kenny Willekes. But Llewellyn, I think maybe a little bit, a tad. He's bigger, at least based off what I remember. He's got nice length. He's able to deflect passes at the line of scrimmage. Has good awareness to be able to put his arms up, as those 10 career pass deflections show. So Llewellyn, he's an intelligent player. He plays hard, good size, good physicality, just limited athletically. So I don't think he gets I don't think he's going to be the highest ceiling guy in the world, but I am a little surprised that he fell this far in round 7.
All right, I'm going to talk here for a little bit because I'm going to give Oliver Hodgkinson's thoughts on the next pick. This is 239. The Buffalo Bills selecting Florida punter Tommy Doman. Surprising selection here for the Bills with better punters still on the board. He's talking about Brett Thorson, let's face it. Decent leg with 71-yard punts in 2 different seasons across Michigan and Florida, but less than 40 yards of net per punt in his career. Just 4% of his punts landed inside the 10. And he's not going to be a guy who pins any opponent deep with his consistency.
Thank you, Ollie, special teams expert.
I'm not going to lie. This is a little bit of a shocking pick, knowing what we know about Brett Thorson as well, being their Georgia punter. So
yeah,
I'm going. Do you have anything?
I do have some stuff.
Jacob Infante.
I do have some Tommy Doman content. So, I know, crazy, right? But yeah, as check it. So 2 years of Michigan starting punter, transferred to Florida in 2025. Big dude. Yeah, I mean the people here in Columbus are going to be really pissed off to hear about that.
Michigan and Florida here. You're talking
Yeah.
to Michigan State, Florida. Where you're in Columbus. This is Tommy Doman is not our kind of people here.
This is a pick that everybody in this block vicinity would hate, but there's a lot to like there. I think that he led college football this past season, a 4.52 second per punt hang time. He's experienced on kickoffs, so if you have a kicker, you're not necessarily wowed by his leg strength. You have Doman, who's good in that regard. 6'4", 218 pounds, repeatable approach with consistent mechanics. Has a little bit of experience on PATs from his time at Michigan as well. So, I mean, he's not going to be doing that in the NFL, but he has a good enough leg to be able to do so. Big punter, naturally good leg strength. He had 6 touchbacks, though, in 2025, which is the highest percentage of touchbacks he's had in his career. The yards per punt average wasn't bad this past year, not particularly awesome. Yeah, it's all right. So
he was mid.
He was mid, as the kids say.
No
On
cap.
God, no cap, all facts, no printer.
I'm taking over.
Yeah, go ahead. All right.
No, do you have anything else on Tommy Doman, the punter? Which this
No,
is
that-
why you watch this, is for
Yeah.
this in-depth analysis of a punter.
Yeah, so I mean that's basically about it. Big leg. I'd like to see his touch from inside the 10-yard line improve a little bit, but he's got good size. He has the the kickoff ability, which is really intriguing and helps him out a little bit here at the next level. Big leg, good mechanics. It's just the touchdown field I want to see a little bit better.
Coming soon to a PFSN impact grading system near you, punter and long snap grades.
Oh.
And kicker.
Oh,
so
yeah.
working on those at the college level especially, but we're going to
There
do
you
long
go.
snapper accuracy. The long snappers have been far too glossed over.
Thank you.
We have 0 drafted this year, so I can't really help that. I'm going to go to the next pick, though, 240 at the Jacksonville Jaguars. It is Middle Tennessee State linebacker Parker Hughes, a high school running back, a state of Tennessee, Mr. Tennessee Player of the Year from the Tennessee Titans. Over 3,000 career yards at running back in his high school career. I mean, dude started at Middle Tennessee State as a Blue Raider since 2021.
Yeah.
This is a guy who is as experienced as they come at the Group of 5 level. Stayed true to home at Middle Tennessee State. What do we have on Parker Hughes? And then we'll go down to the Buffalo Bills next selection as well after that.
This is a legendary James Gladstone poll. Former high school running back, former safety to start his collegiate career, switched to linebacker in 2024. In 2025, he had 100 tackles, 3 TFLs, 2 interceptions. So not the best production, but the athletic profile is really appealing. 6'1", 228, 31 3/8 inch arms his pro day. And get this, guys. 4.39 40-yard dash.
This kid is special. I'm not gonna lie. I love this guy.
That's freaky, man. So really good speed, really good range as well, and also had 25 bench reps as an additional anecdote. The 3-cone, the other agility testing, not the rest of the testing isn't great, but the 4.39 that pops late in the draft. That's special teams value, and hey, if he can exceed that, maybe get on the field on defense.
I mean, we'll see. I'd like this kid to get on the field in Jacksonville. I'm not gonna lie. So 241 to the Bills. We're about 4 picks behind. I want to get to 243 here, but we'll get to 241. Buffalo Bills drafting Texas A&M guard Armaj Reed Adams. This is a guy who we had a little bit higher on the consensus as well. 233 on the consensus. 201 to you, Jacob, though, on your big board. Reed Adams from A&M landing with the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, so I think he was a little better in 2024, at least to me, than he was in 2025. I had some high expectations. Didn't fully live up to it, but still had a pretty good season. I think pass protection is still a little bit of a work in progress. I mean, he has good awareness, but the lateral quickness isn't all that great. He's got, he had 20 penalties between 2023 and 2024. I think if you're executing a stunt against him, he might not have elite lateral quickness. But I do think that there's good physicality there. He has starting experience at both guard spots and at right tackle as well. Definitely think he's more of a guard than he is a tackle at the NFL level, but having that experience can certainly be helpful for him at the next level. Heavy hands, impressive grip strength, strong anchor, some sneaky good short area quickness. I don't love the overall athleticism, but I do think that in a vacuum, his quickness is good enough. So as ESPN shows Patrick Mahomes highlights while the NFL draft is still going on.
So here,
we're breaking down the in the 240s here. So there you go.
We're at 242, the Seattle Seahawks. This is a very Seattle Seahawks pick. Minnesota defensive tackle Devin Eastern at 242 to the Seahawks. A guy 235 on your board, Ian Cummings. I want to hear why the Seahawks made this selection. Right on par. 242, 235. Devin Eastern, though, defensive tackle from Minnesota.
Yeah, again, kind of fitting the Orbit DT mold, but a different type, right? You know, some guys are stout. You know, I think he's a good even front nose, being 6'6", over 300, can probably get up to 315 or 320 playing weight, and then I think over 34-inch arms. So long forklift power profile. He can stack in the run game at a high level, violent tenacity as well. And then at the Senior Bowl too, there were really bright flashes of initial explosion and gap penetration too. You know, I think for him, the pad level management is going to be key. I think he can drift upright far too often. The center of gravity can be inconsistent, and he doesn't have the best pass rush arsenal. 2.5 sacks, career high in 2025, but the pressure rate was never very high for him. I think he's going to be an Orbit DT. They have a lot of depth in that rotation. He adds to it, and hey, if he develops, he can be a really solid alignment versus top player.
You heard it here first. Orbit DT. We'll maybe get into what that exactly means for the layperson. But I got to go 243 Houston Texans. Our man, Aiden Fisher, finally off the board. You both have him as a top 156 prospect. The consensus, actually, higher than you guys.
Really?
138 on the consensus, 156 for you, Ian. 142 for you, Jacob. So I want to hear from both of you.
I was lowest.
Why?
Wow. I'm surprised by that.
Why the Houston Texans made the right decision here to pull the trigger on Aiden Fisher, making him the 8th Indiana Hoosier. And then actually we have Cole Wisniewski right behind him here at 244 to the Eagles.
There you go.
So Aiden Fisher will go both of you here as well.
Yeah, so Fisher, I see just maybe not the highest athletic ceiling, but he's just a rock solid linebacker. He's a 3-year starter. Started at James Madison, one of those guys who carried over from the Dukes over to Indiana once Kurt Cignetti took that job. He's a high motor linebacker. You see, quick processing speeds, and once he makes those diagnoses, he's able to act upon his reads very well with relentless abandon, with very little care about what happens to his body. Much like me whenever I'm eating an entire Jets pizza by myself, but it's kind of a different thing. I wish, that was pretty good. That's pretty good, I think. But
Jets pizza is really good, though.
Bro, literally.
I would hog that for myself,
oh,
too.
absolutely. Yeah, but I mean.
That turbo cross, insane.
Oh, it's so good. It's a game
Insane,
changer.
man.
It's my favorite fast food. Like the chain pizza, my favorite for sure. So Aiden Fisher, the Jets pizza of prospects. I love it. But yeah, I think, not the biggest, not the tallest, doesn't have the biggest wingspan. I think athletically he's definitely has his limitations, but he takes precise angles in pursuit, and, he's got good instincts and coverage. For as much as he might lack as far as elite athleticism, he does process pretty well across the middle of the field in zone coverage. He's comfortable going through those progressions. I like this a lot in the 7th round, where even if the ceiling isn't incredibly high, I just think he's a damn good football player.
Yeah, I'll go one step further. You say he processes pretty well. I say he's one of the best processors in the class.
There you
none.
go.
I think his football IQ is through the roof. Super intelligent player. Yes, an average athlete, and that's part of what was the negative correction on my board, after the testing. You see it on the film. He does max out in space. He doesn't have the elite sideline-to-sideline range. Doesn't have the elite burst, but I just love his play style. He's so intelligent, so spatially aware. He's physical coming downhill. He's willing to engage blocks, like you said, with that reckless abandon. And then in coverage, even though he's kind of an average athlete, he's so sound in coverage. I think he had the lowest passer rating allowed among linebackers in draftable range on our board. So a guy who's just so sound, again, spatial aware, but fluid for his size too, has really good blind spot awareness. I expect him to exceed his draft capital for sure. I know the Texans have potential long-term questions with turnover at the linebacker position. He's going to be a special teams contributor right away, and I think starting potential is on the table for him. So. But we are moving on to the next picks. So that was the Texans pick. I have to reorient with the board here, so I'm going to reload my screen here. But Jacob, we're getting close to the end of round 7. Are there any guys that are on your board are still available that you're surprised are still out there?
Yeah, so Lewis Moore, I know we've talked about him a decent amount of times. It's kind of surprising he's still available. I think even as an older prospect, I know he has a torn ACL to his name. I just think the tape over his time at Indiana was just way too good for him to be falling this far, or even to fall undrafted in general. Another guy, maybe not my top overall prospect still available, but one of them with elite physical attributes, Jeff Caldwell out of Cincinnati, where, okay, yeah, sure, the production at Cincinnati wasn't as good as it was at Lindenwood, which, shout out the St. Louis, Missouri area, but the size, elite speed, I think, you have all these you always fawn over, oh, this guy's super tall, he's got a large catch radius, and he's got game-breaking straight line speed. Caldwell's one of those guys. He hasn't been picked yet. That makes me think, like, you know, what's going on there? Because he has an elite physical profile. It's just okay. As raw around the edges as he is, I'm definitely surprised he
It
hasn't.
reminds me of
been
Matt
picked here.
Landers a little bit from Arkansas.
Yeah,
a couple
yeah.
cycles ago, where he had
Sorry,
those-
from Toledo, by the way.
Yes.
Toledo to Arkansas. Matt.
Yeah, where he had the
there you
sub
go.
4.4 speed and the size profile, but went undrafted anyway. So it's unique. It's similarities. But now we get to Cole Wisniewski.
And we have Cole Wisniewski and Jam Miller.
Jam Mellor to review.
Nice.
So I like the Cole Wisniewski pick a lot. I honestly think he could factor into the starting rotation for the Eagles. More of a strong safety as opposed to a free safety. Range is not the strong suit with him on the full field level, but he is a guy who, again, 6'3", I think over 210, so really good size profile, really good coming downhill into support. He's physical, engaging blocks. He takes good angles, and I do think even though he's not the best coverage guy, like in the full field single high, he can play a little bit of single high. He's pretty quick in response downhill. So an experienced physical player with the size and the instincts to match up.
Experience. I mean, in that Eagles defense, I'd be very curious to see where he does land and where he does play.
Yeah.
But then at 245, the New England Patriots grabbing Alabama running back Jamori Miller. So 236 on the consensus, 229 on Jacob's board, 267 on yours. So on that fringe level, it makes sense. If you like this guy, go ahead and grab him. So Jam Miller, though, what he was able to produce in Alabama, mixed bag. I think it's probably the best way to put it, but Jam Miller landing with the New England Patriots.
One thing I love about Cam Mellor, when I was reviewing his 2024 tape in the lead up to 2025, he's a very, very willing blocker in multiple phases. Pass blocker, as a lead blocker in the run game too. He's like a homing missile. Yeah. So I think the utility there is part of what adds to his value for the Patriots here. But also, you know, a guy who can run routes as a receiver pretty well. You know, I think he's got good explosiveness. He tested better than expected at the NFL Combine, but I think you see that springy athleticism. He's got a long-limbed lower body, and what comes from that is the explosiveness to get upfield, but a little stiff in the hips sometimes. And he's not an instinctive creator.
No,
he's
I think
really
it's those long limbs in general. Like it's sort of he's laborsome to get in and out of his breaks and out of his cuts. So
so a limited runner, but a good utility player.
Yeah. So then we move on 246. George Payton, the Denver Broncos, selecting Illinois safety Miles Scott. So I would say decent value. We'll want Jacob's take on this one because he was 177th on his board, 216 on the consensus, 278 on yours. Miles Scott, obviously going to be a consummate professional coming from that Illinois program. Those defensive backs, they just get acclimated very fast to NFL because that's what they're used to in that Illinois program as well. So then Quintavious Hutchins as well, edge from Boston College, going to the New England Patriots. So Patriots grabbing Jam Miller, Hutchins as well. So what do we know Miles Scott in general? And we'll definitely pull Jacob back in for 177 on his board. Miles Scott, though.
Yeah, Miles Scott, he's instinctive. He's not the best athlete, 6 foot, 203, 31 inch arms, 4.62 speed, 37.5-inch vertical. So, you know, reasonably explosive, but maxes out in space, right? Probably best in split field looks as a safety. Has a little bit of nickel versatility, but mostly split field safety. I think he does a good job with angles coming downhill and run support. He's got some playmaking ability too, but I think it's mainly just the limited athletic ceiling that probably makes him drop to this point. But solid special teams profile, and I think does have some measured starting utility as well.
All right, I like it. I mean, anybody from this Illinois offense or defense, that backfield is going to be ready and have starting capability eventually if they can get acclimated to the NFL speed. So we talk about Hutchins, Boston College edge defender, landing with the New England Patriots. That gives them, again, Jam Miller and Hutchins. And then we go to the Cleveland Browns, and this is for my man, Tyler Sobchak. In the back, Carson Ryan is one of those tight ends. BYU.
They got Carson Ryan?
Carson Ryan to
Let's
the Cleveland
go.
Browns. 162 on your big board.
Love
Harold Fannin and Carson Ryan. I don't think I like a tight end room
And
better
Joe
in the NFL.
Royer.
Joe Royer. I don't think I like a tight end room better in the NFL right now.
That's a great tight end room. And listen, Carson Ryan is a very underrated player in this class. I had him as my 162nd overall player, like you said. And, you know, he's a guy who, on my grading scale, he earned a trait bonus in every category.
Every category.
But size. 6'3", 3/8", 255, 31 3/8 inch arms. So not the longest guy, a little bit smaller than average, but I think he's reasonably explosive. I think he plays catch point positioning really well. He's got great hands working over the middle of the field. He's a dutiful blocker. Again, doesn't have the inline size profile, but is very willing and competitive. And then he's got a really good route running profile where he's got an elite route tree, the versatility to play out in the slot or from inline or a flanker position, all-encompassing versatility there, kind of similar to how they utilize Fannin this past year, actually. So the rack profile is there. The agility and twitch, the hip fluidity. I'm a big fan of what he has to offer at this point. And hey, Tight ends, the revolution continues.
The revolution continues. It's such a weird class because, again, we're not even going to get to that 26 mark in terms of where the most tight ends drafted. But Carson Ryan, a unique career arc here as well. 2 years at UCLA, a year at Utah, and then a year at BYU. So he split the Holy War in half, playing a year at each of those programs. Over 1,000 yards, 7 touchdowns, though. By far his best year of his career, though, in that,
For sure.
that BYU offense with Bear Bogmeyer throwing him the football. So as Jacob makes his way back to the set here, a consummate professional that he is, Miles Scott landing here. You feel free. Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm happy. We're happy to bring you in.
Oh, thanks for having me. Pleasure.
I need you next time you come down the what do we call it, the runway?
The runway. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, sachet down the catwalk.
Sachet down the
The
catwalk.
red
I was going
carpet.
catwalk. I was going to go wrestling
yeah.
term, and I was going to say, who is it that fell running to the rumble?
Oh, Titus O'Neil.
Titus O'Neil.
Yeah,
Yep.
his gimmick it was Titus Worldwide, and then he tripped down the ramp and then fell underneath the ring.
Underneath the ring, right?
They called him Titus World Slide.
What
They
is
say wrestling is fake.
what is?
Yeah,
so hang
yeah,
on,
they
I
say-
have a question. What is the worst ring entrance? Titus O'Neil's slide,
Yeah,
or Vince blowing both hammies?
I think Vince
quads,
blowing.
right?
I think Vince blowing both hammies.
But
He is-
so okay. Now I have to double down on my question.
Yeah.
Vince at least acted through the whole thing. Got
Yeah.
back in that ring, sat there, and started doing this, right? Like, what did O'Neil do after that? And then what I mean, Vince's, it's terrible.
He just kind of he had a look on his head. He's like on his face. He's like, oh man. And then he got back in the ring and continued the fight. Vince, okay, Vince was kind of funny because you got to see. All right, the whole purpose is all right. These two guys get eliminated at the same time in the Royal Rumble. How are they going to break the tie, right? So Vince comes down. He's storming. He's pissed off. He slams his suit jacket on the ground. He tears his ACL. He tears his
Was it
ACL,
hamstring or quads?
Achilles,
One of them?
he quad. He tears his quad coming down the ramp, and then he slides into the ring, tears the other quad, and then he's like, "All right, well, I can't stand." He's sitting on the ground on the mat. Good pick here, by the
Yeah.
way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's get to that. But
So
Vince is pretty
we'll talk.
funny.
We're giving ESPN shit for not talking about the prospects. We did talk. We'll talk Miles Scott, 177 on your board, but we're going to talk Garrett Nussmeier.
Yeah.
249 to
Finally.
the Kansas City Chiefs. So finally, a guy who we thought would have been QB3, not QB3, but landing in a unique situation with the Kansas City Chiefs. So give me Garrett Nussmeier, who we had Jacob Infante 132 on your big board.
Yeah, and I think we've talked about it a little bit. I think that Nussmeier going into 2025 was one of my top quarterbacks in this class. I've been on record for saying that his 2024 tape was better than anybody in the 2025 draft class not named Cam Ward. So I think Nussmeier, at least on tape at LSU in 2024, was better than Shadur Sanders, was better than Tyler Shuck, was better than Jackson Dart, which is saying a bit. Unfortunately for him, it didn't necessarily carry that over. The high volume as a passer, you got to see some big plays. The passing yards were pretty high, but the efficiency definitely dropped. And I think part of that came down to, just inconsistency.
He was dealing with the oblique injury too, which was a big part of it. Yeah.
That is true. Playing through injury, I think definitely affected his play. But when he's healthy, and especially in 2024, you see the ability to create, to extend the play, to throw off platform. There's some solid arm talent there. Maybe not elite, but enough. And I like some, the natural touch and the accuracy he has behind some of his throws. I think that
Here's the thing.
I'm surprised he fell that far.
Yeah, for a guy that doesn't have elite physical talent, I do think he's pretty crafty as a creator, right? Like he can get off
Absolutely.
platform. He's got the arm angle ability. The head scratching decisions are still there for a guy who's such a good processor, right? An experienced player. But he was gonna be drafted. He had to be, right? I feel like especially in this QB class. Kansas City Chiefs, interesting. Justin Fields is their backup right now, but I actually like Garrett Nussmeier better as a passer. I think that he could be a solid depth guy, spot starter.
Yeah,
Good
it's
man.
interesting to me.
Shake my hand. Thank you.
I'm super proud of Kellen Moore. Why? Because his OC QB coach Doug Nussmeier, Garrett Nussmeier's father, gave him the day off to go be with his son today.
That's cool.
Really?
So
That's cool.
Garrett
Oh, that's
Nussmeier's
cool.
father was able to share in that special moment with Garrett as he's in tears when he does hear his name selected. So Kellen Moore giving him the day off, saying family is more important.
That's pretty sweet.
A lesson to all of you out there: family is more important than anything else. Baltimore Ravens on the clock. at 250, drafting Michigan.
Miles Scott, by the way, we still need to get to.
We'll get to Miles Scott. We're going to get to Rayshon Benny, too, here as well. It's fine. Both much higher on your board than anybody else's. Actually, you beat the consensus on both of them. So give me Miles Scott to the Denver Broncos at 246, and then Rayshon Benny, Michigan defensive tackle, to the Baltimore Ravens at 250.
Yeah, so Miles Scott, you're looking at a guy, very experienced at the collegiate level, played a big role for Illinois on defense for, a good handful of years. 2,419 career defensive snaps. Traditional deep safety, but he can play the box as needed. 3-year starting safety and a team captain. He's an intelligent safety, just good route recognition capabilities. All that experience he's had at the Big Ten level. He's seen every look, every formation. He knows what's coming. He has a really just quick mental trigger. He's comfortable enough, and from an instincts perspective, and he's fluid enough. He can play as a single high safety in that center fielder overhang kind of role if need be. Good ball tracking skills as well. He takes precise angles and run support. I don't think the physical upside is all that great, which is part of why he fell here. At least on tape, I'm not wowed by the straight line speed, the closing speed on tape or the sideline to sideline range necessarily. I think he's got a high floor. I mean, he's not the flashiest athlete in the world, but he's intelligent. He can make plays on the ball. I like you mentioned, Cam, I had him higher than where he ended up getting selected. So I think it's pretty good value. All
you
things
have Benny,
considered, for
Rayshon
Denver.
Benny, Michigan defensive tackle as well, higher 164, landing to the Baltimore Ravens at 250.
Yeah, Rayshon Benny. There are tools there for sure. So I like what he brings to the table. I think he's going to be able to contribute pretty well as a run defender right out of the gate. Not just the physicality, but I think the intelligence, the spatial awareness to know, all right, a runner's coming up my gap. Now I need to know when to free up my hands, how to free up my hands, and then be able to make the tackle. I think Benny's pretty good in that regard. I like him as a 3 technique or a 2 tech in the run game specifically. Seems to have pretty solid length. I mean, solid overall quickness. When he gets his pad level right, he has pretty impressive recovery strength. So even if a guard or a center, depending on his alignment, is able to knock him back at the point of attack, he's able to stand his ground pretty well and regain that control. He did suffer a broken fibula in the Rose Bowl back in the 2023 season. I don't think the athleticism on tape is all that elite, but as a run defender, I like what he brings to the table. And if he can just tighten up his hand usage a little bit, I think he's a little too loopy, if that makes sense. His moves are a little too
inefficient, maybe.
I
like loopy.
They're not
Loopy's
compact.
We're at 250. I mean,
Yeah.
Loopy sounds great
Loopy's fine.
to me here.
Yeah, he's a little loopy. Oh, a little cuckoo.
Yeah,
but
here's yeah, I agree with
I don't
Rayshon.
know.
No, he is a little loopy for sure. But like 6'3", 298, 33.5-inch arms. So to your point, the proportional length is definitely there. My question is, this is an exciting one. My question is, better get the athletic numbers out, but
I'll pull up for you.
Rayshon Benny, experienced, but really stagnated with his development, I feel like. Never quite hit that upper echelon as a pass rusher. He's a good run defender. The stacking strength is very, very formidable with him. And like I said, a 3 tech as a 1 gapper. I think he can establish half-man relationships and peek around blocks and then include gaps for runners. And the power profile, the quickness, he flashed in spurts at the Senior Bowl. You still need to see it manifest to a greater degree, but a good pick this late.
So you heard us react, and we can talk about it here as well. I'll give you the floor. Ian Cummings, if you want to pull up the measurables, the athletic testings here.
I hate to be a bother. I do have them up as well.
Okay.
Jacob Infante going in it. So the pick at 251 to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Uar Bernard. I don't know if that's how you pronounce his first name, admittedly, but
Defensive tackle from Nigeria.
Defensive tackle from Nigeria. He has never played a down of American football.
That's the downside, yeah.
In an actual game, that's a pretty big downside. That's something where it's like, all right, you want your picks to have played football before, but just a tremendous athlete. 9.90 relative athletics score. You're looking at a guy 6'5", 306 pounds. That's a 4.63 in the 40-yard dash
with a 1.58 10-yard
with
split.
a 1.58 10-yard split. Both the 40-yard dash and the 10-yard split, 99th percentile for defensive tackles. As they're mentioning here, a 39-inch vertical jump, 31 bench press reps, and then snaps of football played, 0. I think that's probably my favorite stat that we have the graphics that we've shown in our tremendous graphics team that we have. But 100th percentile vertical, 100th percentile broad jump. Just a freak athlete. We don't know. We have no idea what he's going to be as a football player.
Here's the thing. This is the same team, the Eagles, who did the same thing with Jordan Mailata in his class in the 7th round.
That's
right?
true.
He had never played football. He was a rugby star. They drafted him in the 7th round. He develops into a Pro Bowl. He's never made a Pro Bowl, but he's essentially been a Pro Bowl caliber. He was a second-team All-Pro in 2024. That's the kind of upside that you have here potentially with Bernard. He's got the just rare generational explosiveness at his size and with the length too to generate power. And I think with that level of athleticism, there is some alignment versatile upside where maybe he can be 3-tech, 5-tech, just unleash him. He's got to learn how to play football first. But once he does that, we can get excited about it. But I love this 7th round, great dart throw.
So they draft Bernard at 251. At 252, they go to a guy who needs no indoctrination to the sport of football. It's Keyshawn James Newby, the edge from New Mexico.
There you go.
Former Idaho Vandal, great.
That's good.
Mind you, this is Keyshawn James Newby, one of the higher graded players we graded in the group of 5, dominating at New Mexico under Coach Eck. A guy that I love, a guy that I can't believe, to be honest with you. I just like the upside that he's been able to present with a well-traveled college career and incredible production in New Mexico. That New Mexico defense this past season was a sight to behold. Should be this next year as well.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too, where you get 2 Eagles picks in a row. One is a toolsy defensive tackle who's never played a down of football in his life. And then you have, the following pick is Keyshawn James Newby, a defensive end who had an incredible year for New Mexico in 2025. Also had 10.5 sacks for Idaho in 2024
a
as
Vandal
well.
great.
Former Vandal. Yeah, led the Mountain West with 9 sacks in 2025. Also had 15 tackles for a loss. Good athleticism, too. You can see the explosiveness coming off the line of scrimmage, that flexibility that allows him to take precise angles at the top of his arc and really close in on a quarterback while keeping that high level of momentum around the corner. Little undersized. I will say I think the shorter frame that he has for his position helps him stay low to the ground. It helps him win with leverage and, helps him, in the bend game a little bit more than other typical edge rushers. Definitely doesn't have elite play strength, length. I think in the run game, he's not all the way there yet, but I do think as a rotational pass rusher, he has some upside. As a 7th round pick, it's worth taking a shot on a guy who's quick like that and someone who's been as productive as he's been at the collegiate level.
He's very, very productive and 6'2", 238, 33-inch arms as well. So proportional length is there.
Yeah.
4.53 40-yard dash. So again, explosive, low to the ground, proportional length, bend, motor, pass rush tools. I like it.
Yeah, you watch him what he was able to produce this past year too against, I believe it was UCLA as well. So playing the P4 conference game, he did exactly what you wanted him to do and play up to the competition. So we have 5 picks left, and I want to remind everybody that just because the 2026 NFL draft is about to be over doesn't mean that the mock draft fun needs to stop. The 2027 draft board switches over after the 2026 class has been solidified, and we get to the UDFA, the undrafted free agent market. So the 2027 draft class will be unveiled here momentarily. It's sort of like one of those moments where we're like counting down the hours. Just call me Ryan Seacrest or Dick Van. I'm pushing my limits here. Call me Ryan Seacrest as I count down to the 2027 draft class reveal. Ian Cummings, give me who is number 1 player number 1 right now on your 2027 board.
It's probably not a surprise, but Jeremiah Smith, Ohio State wide receiver. Look, he is the wide receiver of old that we've seen in the 2000s, right? The old 6'3", 220 plus physical phenom, right? And that is the prime selling point, that he's got the athleticism, the size, the length, and the play strength. But also, I think he's a very nuanced route runner for his size, too. I was very impressed with his STEM IQ. I think he's a naturally manipulative route runner who understands how to ordain actions from defensive backs and capitalize on it. So really fun player. You've heard the hype that, oh yeah, he's a potential generational. I won't go that far, but I will say
Not yet.
He has a chance to be my highest graded receiver prospect ever.
Yeah, so it's another, what we have Carnell Tate this year, Marvin Harrison Jr. the year prior. We have J.S. Sanders, that massive contract he's got now as well. We've got all these Brian Hartline recruited players Shout out to the USF Bulls and our man Alex Kennedy down there in Tampa.
There you go.
New head coach Brian Hartline recruiting this incredible talent. Jacob Infante, who do you have on? Maybe not your number one player, but a player, the top prospect you want to watch and you want the fans to know more about in 2027.
Yeah, so I mean, Jeremiah Smith's my top prospect in the class as well, so I won't touch as much on him. I think Ian summed it up perfectly. I'm looking at Colin Simmons, though, the edge rusher out of Texas, as my number 2 currently. Super productive his first 2 years at Texas, 21 sacks, 29.5 tackles for loss, 6 forced fumbles in his first 2 years of the Longhorns. Measured in as having over 34-inch long arms going into his senior year of high school. I love, the explosiveness he shows, the effort, the diversity in how he can win at the point of attack as a pass rusher. Really impressive to me. The flexibility at the top of his arc is strong. He can drop back in coverage if need be. Quick hands, good finesse. Like I said, deep arsenal as a pass rusher. A little bit smaller, but I mean, we saw David Bailey, not the biggest edge rusher in the world, go number 2 overall. I think Colin Simmons at this juncture is a better prospect than David Bailey. So if he went number 2 overall, I think Simmons certainly could go that high as well. But it's at this stage, it's also supposed to be a better 2027 class. So there's a chance that maybe he falls a little bit further than that.
The Simmons-Stewart argument will be very fun to watch.
Oh, yeah,
That's going to be
unfold
nuts
this year.
For sure.
Both studs.
So 2 picks here. South Dakota State alum,
There you go.
Northwestern guard, Evan Berenson.
There you go.
So to me, one of our highest graded guards the entire season for Northwestern. So if you did not watch Northwestern ball, he was pretty high on the consensus, 348, but landing to the Baltimore Ravens at 253. 286 on your board, though, Jacob. What do we need to know about our newest Baltimore Raven guard? Double dipping at the guard pool.
Yeah, I mean, I think like we've talked about, at the end of the day, there's totally nothing wrong with just stacking up on offensive line talent, especially on day 2. 3-year starter at South Dakota State. He was a big part of anchoring that offensive line that won 2 national championships. Shout out Mark Gronowski as well. I mean, he hasn't been drafted. He'll probably sign somewhere in undrafted free agency as well. But Berenson, he has some center experience in addition to his time at guard. Lands his strikes properly, good hand placement, good power, keeps his head on a swivel in pass protection, good spatial awareness, what's going on around him. He missed the entire 2021 season. He redshirted in 2019, and he had a 4-game shortened 2020 -2021 season. It's spring
That
2021.
COVID
Yeah,
year?
the COVID FCS season was shortened, so he's essentially he's a 7th-year senior who's going to be an older prospect heading into the league. I don't think the athleticism is out of this world necessarily, but I think he's a polished prospect. He's battle tested. Did a good job making the jump from South Dakota State to Northwestern. Didn't seem overwhelmed from an instincts perspective. He's not going to wow you athletically on tape, but he's going to get the job done. And he's an intelligent football player. I think can play both center and guard.
I liked how high he graded in our impact system, but I feel like that Northwestern team was always getting the benefit of the doubt. So I want to move on.
Yeah.
Because we have a top 150-ish player on the consensus board, landing at 254 to the Indianapolis Colts. It is Oklahoma wide receiver Deion Burks. 3 years at Purdue before transferring down to Oklahoma to Norman. 131 on the consensus board, getting one of our highest grades here at the back end. This is to the Indianapolis Colts. So Deion Burks, the slide ends. He does get drafted.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool to see him go, and I think you look at the Colts, Josh Downs. If there's some long-term uncertainty with whether he's going to get a contract extension or hit free agency, this is a great pick late in this draft to get a potential successor. And I think Deion Burks, obviously the production was never reaching that elite tier at Oklahoma right after that strong breakout at Purdue. But again, we can argue back to the offensive inconsistencies at quarterback, especially. I think Deion Burks separated a lot more consistently than the production would indicate. So he's a guy who's a natural route runner. I think he's really good at capitalizing on space and understanding spacing and zone coverage as well. He's got the bend and the hip fluidity and the ankle mobility to splice through while maintaining acceleration, but also the twitch and the quickness to offset against man coverage as well too. So the body control in really tight spaces. He's got that toe drag swag, that composure
Yes,
under
sir.
pressure as well. So I like Deion Burks a lot, and you can see the RAS 9.11, just a 4.5% drop rate across the 2024 and 2025 seasons. Catches per missed tackle 5.9, so a really good rack threat. The receiving yards per target 6.66.
Yo, I love the
obviously
stat we've
production.
created here. Catches per missed tackle. I'm a big
I love
fan
that.
of that.
I
one.
love that. Yeah,
Well
maybe we'll
done.
see more of that. Yes,
well
sir.
done.
Yes, sir. But
As
Deion
an
Burks,
analytical guru myself. All right.
very good value.
The Denver Broncos have the last two picks of this draft, 256, 257. However, we have one more. The defending Super Bowl champion, Seattle Seahawks, pick at 255. They pick the fourth Arizona Wildcat defensive back in this draft class.
Very, very impressive.
So we have Michael Dansby here. I don't know who to say is the sole benefactor or who's the reason in which this Arizona Wildcats defense was that good because of the way that Jed Fish left that program where we've had to then rebuild. So to recap, I want to recap here. We had Traden Stukes to the Las Vegas Raiders at 38 at cornerback. Hyundai Genesis Smith
Yes.
to the Chargers at 131 safety. Dalton Johnson to the Raiders as well, 150 their safety. And then now we're sitting here at 255 with Michael Dansby, cornerback from Arizona, landing with the Seattle Seahawks. I'm not 100% certain he was on our consensus board. Having trouble with our thing here. But the fourth Wildcat to fall off the board, fourth Wildcat defensive back to land. I believe that gives us four Arizona State. So not breaking any ties here.
I mean,
Actually,
technically,
that.
if you want to get technical with it, Jonah Coleman and Takeru Davis started at Arizona. I don't know.
Followed our man Jed Fish out there
Yeah,
to Washington.
I'm sure there are a couple other people who started at Arizona State. who got
Wasn't
drafted. We'd have to
Ephesians
check.
Prysock there? to
Yeah,
start
as well.
too?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, I believe
there
that,
you
that
go.
Arizona roster probably takes the cake
So
here. but
technically,
Kenny Dillingham will win this battle, so I don't think that we can.
But I got something real quick on Michael Dansby.
Michael Dansby,
He
yeah.
did not test at his pro day, so we don't have athletic numbers. 5'11", 1.5, 185, 30-inch arms. So short-armed, lighter, leaner, not the biggest guy. But he was a multi-year starter at San Jose State before transferring to Arizona. 2 interceptions, 10 pass deflections this past year. We know Arizona's defense, very zone-heavy, right, with Traden Stukes and Genesis Smith. So I think that zone defense, I think there's an affinity for the Mike McDonald scheme. But they've already, I think that's the third corner that they drafted. So they're just getting depth at this point, probably.
Depth, and again, at this point, they're the ones who won the Super Bowl with this draft strategy, with their hits that they're able to make.
Exactly.
Tariq Woolen, obviously one of the bigger ones. Okay, so one of our favorites off the board.
Finally.
Local
Let's go.
scouting at its finest. George Payton and his administration drafting Dallin Bentley, however you want to pronounce it. Dallin. We'll figure it out. It doesn't
I've been
matter.
saying
The
Dallin. I don't know
man,
if that's
the
right.
man runs routes like
There's
a
two
Bentley.
L's.
The man runs routes like a Bentley drives.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, that's
This
good.
is incredible. I
good.
love his catch point prowess, his
Yeah.
low red zone ability.
Yeah.
Bentley, Utah tight end, going to 256. So before we get to Mr. Irrelevant, 256 to the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, I will say real quick, I'll let Ian touch on him because I know he's brought him up a couple times now. 76 targets in 2025, didn't drop a single one.
My
that-
man.
My man.
Doesn't do much. He had 48 catches though, so it doesn't say a whole lot for Devin Dampier's accuracy. But we'll move on. We'll move on.
It certainly does not, but I love the fluidity. I love the ball skills, how comfortable he is working the seam across the middle of the field. Good deep speed for a tight end. Even if the physicality or play strength isn't elite, I like the coordination as a run blocker. So I like this pick a lot. Ian, I'll let you touch
I
on
love
that.
this kid. He was
but
70,
yeah.
76th on your or 72nd on your board, Ian.
Yeah,
And
and
105 on the consensus.
The bold prediction here, I would wager that he outperforms Justin Joly, and I'm saying I do like
Alright.
Justin Joly a
Ooh,
lot.
okay.
But I think Dallin Bentley has the better two-phase profile. I think he's the better blocker. He can block in line actually on the move as well. 6'3", 260, 33-inch arms. You mentioned the drops, and I do think he has a low drop percentage. I do think he can improve his hand technique a little bit. In spite of that, there is some instability sometimes working over the middle of the field, but like you said, Cam, he can run routes like a Bentley. He's got that acute angle freedom.
I love
He's
this
got that
guy.
hip fluidity, and even though he's not the most explosive, I think he passes that threshold for explosion and speed. And he's a rumbling rack threat as well. So a really big fan at this value, getting down Bentley, boosting up that tight end room because they had nothing last year.
And I will say too, I just checked my phone. Some of the undrafted free agent signings are starting to come in. Do you want to hear them?
We will let's get to them because I want to get to Mr. Irrelevant first before the broadcast does because it's one of my favorites from this entire draft class and one of Omari Brown
All
also
right, you start.
signs with us.
Yeah, go ahead.
Buffalo linebacker Red Murdoch is Mr. Irrelevant landing. I'm not
Red
gonna lie.
Murdoch.
This Broncos class has now. Okay, fine. 256, 257 is not going to take you over the cake, but
Yeah.
Bentley and Red Murdoch landing with you, a VHSL legend, a Virginia high school football legend, and then a run and chase linebacker with an incredible coverage ability. Red Murdoch. So Mr. Irrelevant, I want to hear thoughts from both of you, and then we'll
Yeah.
get to on Red Murdoch, because I think this is a guy who should have been drafted earlier. These Buffalo
Absolutely.
linebackers, Sean Dolak, Red Murdoch. This is
Yeah.
an incredible team. MAC football greater than sign every other league in the world.
Red Murdoch was a 3-year starter for Buffalo. He broke, interestingly enough, it used to be Khalil Mack's record, also a Buffalo Bull. He broke the record as the FBS all-time leader with 17 forced fumbles.
This
at
guy
the
is
collegiate level.
this guy is a ball hawk. I love this kid.
He's the man. I love this guy. Yeah, he's not the tallest. He's not the lengthiest. Maybe he's not the most elite athlete, but the high motor is there. He's a physical run defender. He takes precise angles and run support. He's a capable blitzing defender. He takes blocks head on. So much fun to watch. I mean, he's just such a good college football linebacker. I get why he fell a little bit further, but I think he should have been picked earlier with his instincts, his physicality, and the ability to force as many fumbles as he does. Like this guy,
Yeah,
he plays
that's
like a
fun.
bat out of hell.
This is Red Murdoch's draft, and we're all just living in it. So shout out and credit to this Denver Broncos organization for being able to pull out Bentley and Murdoch here with the last 2 picks of the 2026 NFL draft. We will get to the UDFAs here.
Yes.
Jacob Infante with some news for us as well, but I will say go to PFSN and search UDFA tracker, I think, and that'll be the easiest to find. We'll be tracking every single UDFA signing that's undrafted free agent for the uninitiated. So, Jacob, who you have right now? What do we got UDFA wise?
Yes, so we have a couple that have already come in. So I'm going to read them off here. Hold on, my phone's acting also. So Jack Stonehouse, Syracuse punter, going to the Texans. SMU wide receiver Jordan Hudson going to the Cowboys. Joey Aguilar, former Tennessee quarterback, signing with the Jaguars.
Sorry, that's former App State quarterback.
Former App, yes.
Joey Aguilar.
Okay, we got to
former JUCO college transfer.
Of course.
to App State, Tennessee. Sorry.
We got to respect the path they took to get there. Absolutely. Kyron Drones, Virginia Tech quarterback, signing with the Packers.
Okay.
Let's see. Haynes King signing with the Panthers.
There's a lot of quarterbacks.
Georgia,
going up
yeah, a
real
lot of
quick here.
quarterbacks flying off the board early. Dylan Bell, Georgia wide receiver, signing with the Vikings. Cincinnati linebacker.
There it is on the screen. The UDFA tracker. Look at that.
Oh yeah, Cincinnati linebacker Jack Dingle. That's his real name. Tested well, signing with the
Yeah,
Bengals,
good
so he's
tester.
staying in Cincinnati. Jalen Daniels, the former long-term Kansas quarterback, signing with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Love
Jack
that.
Strand. Jack Strand
Our
signing.
man.
Yeah, our man, Jack Strand, signing with the Falcons.
Good landing spot for him. I like
Absolutely.
that. I like that.
And finally, the last one that I have is John Carroll, wide receiver, Tyron Montgomery, playing at the D3 level, dominated there.
I definitely thought we'd see him get drafted.
Tennessee Titans.
All right.
Tennessee Titans.
I'm a big fan. All right, so I do want to call attention to a couple of things here for all of those who watched night 1, night 2, or day 3, and now turning into night 3 as well. For anybody who watched, tuned in, who stayed with us through the whole thing, who dealt with us through the consequences of night 1, thank you to my boys over here for putting up with my crazy ass idea. No one had to say yes to it, but everybody seemed to like it. So now here we go. We've gone 257 picks of full analysis, a full grade. Honestly, I feel like I could go another 257, but I'd owe my wife and my family a little bit more time after that. Probably that I don't have enough to give back to them. So on behalf of all of us at PFSN, we want to thank everybody for watching, everybody for chipping in, chiming in on social media, on YouTube as well, being a part of the journey. But now, 2027, the 2027 NFL Draft is officially on the clock and officially in your mock draft simulator near you. ProFootballNetwork.com/mock draft. It is officially loaded with the 2027 NFL Draft Board.
I love
So be on the lookout for a round 1 mock draft on social media based on Ian and Jacob's draft board for 2027. Redraft all your favorite draft classes as well. We're going to preload the 2026 redraft with what just happened. You can go back and redo it how you'd want to do it, how you'd want to draft for your favorite team as well. So I want to kick it over to you guys, though. We're going to recap a little bit of this 2026 NFL draft before we get a Football Debate Club episode out that is grading this NFL draft. I do want to talk about your favorite draft of this class. So I'll give you a moment to think about it. We're also going to talk favorite and least favorite. So pick a winner or loser. And then we already talked 2027 top prospects, but I'll go a little bit deeper than our favorite prospects. So I do want to talk about our favorite class. Me as the host, I try to stay unbiased. I'm going to say I love the Commanders draft and I love the Bucks draft.
Yeah.
So off the top of my head, obviously that Commanders draft class being an A+, I don't fault you for using that as your favorite. So either one of you, if you've got a favorite draft class, give it to me.
Yeah, I think the Colts are close. I liked what the Lions did as well, but I am going to go with the Washington Commanders. Look, they didn't have an excess of capital, so the margin for error was extremely thin, especially for a team that made headway in free agency, adding a few high ticket names, but they really needed to capitalize on the capital they had. Getting my first overall prospect in Sonny Styles at 7th overall, getting my 33rd overall prospect in Antonio Williams at 71st overall, getting two top 100 guys outside of the top almost 150 in Joshua Josephs and Katron Allen, and then getting a starting center, in my opinion, and Matt Gulbin with the 209th pick. Athan Kaligmanis, not the pick that I would have made in the later rounds, but again, I can see why, just solidifying the QB position. The fact of the matter is, I think they got, at the very least, 2 high-level rotational prospects, 2 starters at the very least. I think 3 starters at the end of the day. And I think they filled a lot of holes for this team to get back to contention. So I think the Commanders, they got the most bang for their buck with just 6 selections. I'm going with them.
For a team that was maybe a game or 2 away a year ago, or a play or 2 away, and then obviously an injury away from being not in contention last season to Jaden Daniels, I love what they're able to produce. So your favorite draft, Jacob Infante?
I'm going to go with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think, yes, sir. I think that Ruben Bain is potentially elite value at number 15 overall. If that, if the off the field ends up clearing up, which by all accounts it sounds like that's something the NFL knew about to begin with. Josiah Trotter, an NFL ready run defender who's extremely advanced in that regard for his age. Ted Hurst has an intriguing combination of size and speed that I think is going to make him an effective vertical threat. Keontae Scott, just a high-motored, versatile, athletic defensive back. I think he's going to see decent playing time just about anywhere, honestly, in that defensive secondary for Tampa Bay. DeMonte Capehart tested really well. He's a pro-ready run defender, just a space eater who tested a lot better than I think a lot of people expected going into the combine. Bauer Sharp's got some good mobility, but Billy Schroth I like as a high-floor, intelligent offensive lineman who's technically sound. Even if he's not an elite athlete, I like what he brings to the table in the fundamentals game. So Tampa Bay really impressed me with what they did in the draft. I think that coming off of that down year where that second half of the season was a pretty big collapse for them, I was really impressed with how they attacked the draft this year.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. Heard from my little brother as well, a big Buccaneers fan, that he loves the draft class. Loved the analysis as well. So I want to talk now. I'm going to flip the script proverbially here, and I want to ask who the least favorite draft. Doesn't have to be the worst draft, just who you thought could have drafted a little bit better, who you thought could have drafted a little bit for need. Obviously, when you look at it on the surface, the grades are going to be one thing, but if we just went through it, we just went through 257 picks in a matter of 70 hours ish, and so looking at it at that angle, who could have drafted who? Maybe not necessarily the question I'm going to ask you guys here, but who, what we just went through, who could have had a better selection, or 2, who's your least favorite draft?
Yeah, so I mean, I can start off. I think it's only fair because
Yeah, go for it.
Ian started off, and then I'll give him a little time to do his thing.
Snake draft.
Snake draft,
We went snake
absolutely,
draft.
yeah. So I'll go with the Rams here. And maybe this is wrong on me to be like, oh, I'm doubting what Sean McVay and Les Snead what they're doing. But Ty Simpson I thought was a reach at 13. Max Clare, I mean, it's not bad value at 61 overall. I just don't know if the positional focus is all that great, especially after you draft Terrence Ferguson in the second round. Last season you're bringing in a tight end to that already crowded room to begin with. I liked Keegan Trost a lot. Tim Keenan was a good pick. CJ Daniels, not bad. As just a depth wide receiver. I just don't know how much of an impact you're going to get out of this rookie class this year, to where, you were a game away from the Super Bowl this past season, and I don't think you added a single impact player for 2026. And by the way, I should say Renee Conga, Ian, signed with the Miami Dolphins.
Ooh, let's go.
As an undrafted free
Making
agent.
amends.
I should bring that up.
I think the Dolphins get a steal in Renee Conga. There you go. There's the pterodactyl celebrating.
That's a pterodactyl.
That was too deep. That was deeper than the
He
pterodactyl.
didn't want to go as
What
loud,
was
though.
that? What was
You know what that is? Is that's like that hybrid they made in whatever these like new age
all right.
movies of the Jurassic Park era is when they're like genetically modifying.
Jurassic World Dominion sucks.
Oh,
Didn't they like
oh.
genetically modified like
Going on right now?
we're already talking about bringing back dinosaurs in one, like
Yeah.
that's as fictitious as it could be, but then now we're talking about genetically modifying dolphins, dinosaurs with dolphins.
Dinosaur dolphin hybrid. Oh my god. Okay.
A dinosaur.
We've
Maybe
lost the plot.
maybe dolphins evolved from dinosaurs.
Maybe that's true.
It wouldn't surprise me.
It wouldn't. No.
They
You're
kind of have dinosaur-esque tendencies. All right, least favorite draft, Ian Cummings.
okay. Well, first off, we know birds are descended from dinosaurs.
We do
so
know this.
We
This
do
is
know
amazing,
that.
yes.
That's confirmed. But anyway, my least favorite draft. We're gonna go with the Jacksonville Jaguars. You know, and again, James Gladstone is the Gen Alpha GM. So I have a a conflict of interest here. I have an invested interest in him succeeding. But Nate Borkercher, to me, was a day 3 guy that got a 56. Again, I'm all for investing in elite blocking at the tight end position. I think it's very important. But I also think you have to have some receiving value, and I still need to see more from him on the film. Getting Albert Regis at 81. Again, I had a lot better DTs on the board. Even if, I take in my personal preference, like Renee Conga, I liked a lot. He ended up going undrafted. Grayson Halton was a top 75 guy for me. They passed over him as well. So I think they had better options. They got an immediate starter at guard, in my opinion, in Emmanuel Pregnon. But even on day 3, Jalen Husky, I wasn't a huge fan of him. I think his support play can be better. I don't think he's an elite athlete either. And then you got guys like Wesley Williams, Tanner Koziel, Josh Cameron. All of these picks are decent, but I think they could have gotten more instant impact players in their draft class. And at the end of the day, with their early capital, I think they heavily reached. Now, they were in a position to do it. The roster is fairly solid, but I think they could have done a lot better. In particular for the interior defensive line, I think that's going to end up being a major issue for them down the road.
It did feel like that was something they needed to go to, and I don't know if Albert Regis does enough for them for us to say they did enough this offseason to impact their interior defensive front. I'm going to ask, and I'm going to bring it in. Winners and losers, and this is something I don't care if we go off the wall here. Winners and losers could be a team, could be a unit, could be a player, could be a coach. So give you a minute here. Winners and losers, we're gonna have to figure this out. Winners and losers commonly referred to as maybe the team that drafted the best, but that's not always the case. So I want to talk about winners specifically here, and whoever's ready to jump out at me, winner again could be player, unit, team, GM office.
I've got one if you don't have one.
I don't right now because the Bears just signed the Vanilla Gorilla, Katie
Hey.
Barnett.
Oh my
out of
God.
There we
Wyoming.
go.
So I'm pretty stoked about that. That got
Let's
my
go.
attention for a second there.
Let's
so I might
go.
need a second to regroup. I love the Vanilla Gorilla.
Dude, that's such a good pick. I love that. I love that. Upside of guard, athleticism, power as well. I'm going to go CJ Stroud. I think CJ Stroud, what are the 2 reasons that he hasn't been able to reach his ceiling? He had that Pro Bowl rookie season, and then it's been a little bit downhill from there. First thing they do is they insulate the offensive line with Keelan Rutledge, who I think, has really, really impressive upside, tone setter, athleticism, power. They get Fabechi Wee-Woo. Wee-Woo. They get Fabechi Wee-Woo, who I'm sorry for mocking your last name, Fabechi. But
No, he loves it, I'm sure.
He loves it, I'm sure. They got Fabechi Wee-Woo, who has guard and center versatility, who I think has starter utility as well, solidifying the interior line. And then they get a slot receiver in Lewis Bond, who I think at the very least factors into the rotation, adds to the weaponry. And Marlon Klein as well, who even though we thought that was a little bit of a reach, again, adding to the depth, I think he improves your ability to play from heavy personnel sets, 1-2-11-3, or 1-2-1-3 personnel. And then also Aiden Fisher. I know it's not CJ Stroud related, but I just like the pick. But at the end of the day, getting CJ Stroud more weapons, insulating the interior offensive line. That offensive line has been such a big issue for them in recent years. It played better than expected last year, but investing in it was probably the highest priority for them, and I think they hit the nail on the head.
Aiden Fisher knows where the football gets the ball back to
Yes.
CJ Stroud more
Yes.
often, where he
Good
thrives with the ball in his hands.
Good point.
All right, Jacob Infante, winner for this 2026 NFL
Actually,
draft.
I identified a loser first. If you don't,
Hey-o,
mind, if
we're
you
gonna
don't-
go.
If you don't mind
Just
me
read this transcript. We're
breaking
fine.
the mold here, I'm gonna go with RJ Harvey as a loser here. So
my.
a little bit off the wall, but I look at it as coming off of his rookie season, didn't necessarily live up to expectations. J.K. Dobbins thoroughly outperformed him, and now you bring in Jonah Coleman into the mix, where I'll admit I had a higher grade on Jonah Coleman as a rookie heading into the NFL now than I did with RJ Harvey last season when, I thought he was a reach in the second round. There's a very real potential that RJ Harvey as a second round pick in just his second year in the NFL is going to be a third string running back, which I think it's a little, I don't know. It's a little worrisome to me, I think, for him, where you bring in Jonah Coleman, a guy who has the physicality that, ideally I think Denver was hoping for out of Harvey when they drafted him out of UCF. Pardon me.
You good.
Yeah, no. Whatever happens, I just had a Celsius too, so all the the fizz and the bubbly and everything. But
Fizz in the bubble.
I don't know. I think that's the only time that's ever been described to.
No, I like
about.
it.
But anyway, I think there's a very real chance that Harvey, where, especially if you play fantasy, maybe a lot of people were expecting him, as like an early dynasty sort of pick. Oh, this guy could be the starter at running back for the Broncos in the long term. Now you're looking at him as a potential third string running back in just his second year as a second round pick. I think Coleman has the superior contact balance, superior power, superior vision. I think that's going to see him usurp Harvey at least, if not Dobbins, in that backfield in Denver.
All right, so we have a winner from me and Cummings and C.J. Stroud, a loser in Jacob Infante and R.J. Harvey. Ian, do you have a loser?
Yeah, Monty Ossenfort.
You said it multiple times, yeah.
I didn't like the day one getting Jeremiah Love, putting the cart before the horse. Now, he did make up for it a little bit by getting Chase Pasantis, one of my favorite guards in the class, but I still think right tackle is a need. I still think that the other guard spot, potential stopgap that they might need to move on from pretty soon here. Carson Beck, 65 overall. You could have gotten a trench player who could make an instant impact there. You could have gotten an edge rusher. And they got Caleb Proctor again. It's weird. They went back and forth a little bit, made up for the first one with Chase Pasantis. And I'm a big fan of Jeremiah Love, but I would like to insulate the trenches first. It's been such a big issue for the Arizona Cardinals. They had an opportunity to at least make some inroads there. Carson Beck at 65 overall. Massive reach for a guy that I don't really think is going to factor in as a starter for them, even long term. And then day three, Reggie Virgil, to me, was a borderline draftable guy. Carson Sherrard, Jaden Williams, those picks, lower, but don't move the needle for me. Special teams, depth tackle. They should have, and they could have been able to do more, and I don't think they did.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Shoulda,
We're going to
woulda,
throw it over
didn't.
now to you, Jacob Infante, for your winner.
There you go. So we're bucking the trend here. I'm going to go with the winner, NFC North wide receivers.
Oh.
Because the Minnesota Vikings ignored their secondary maybe to an egregious amount. The first couple picks, there's not bad value necessarily with Dominique Orange in round 3. Caleb Tiernan at 97 I thought was pretty good value as well. Jake Golday I like a lot. Caleb Banks I thought was a pretty big reach. Obviously, we've touched on with the number 18th overall pick. They ended up getting Jacoby Thomas in the 3rd round. Charles Demings, in the 5th round as well. I think there's a chance he could end up being a starter. I don't think he's ready right away. That's a pretty big jump to expect out of a 5th round pick from the FCS level. What was a weakness heading into the draft for the Vikings is still a pretty big weakness coming out of the draft. So I'm curious, maybe they try and make a trade or something, because when you bring in Kyler Murray, that makes me think, all right, you're trying to push to make the playoffs. But now you've ignored, arguably, your biggest need, both in free, for the most part in free agency and in the draft now as well. I'm a little concerned about that back end, even if they brought some solid defensive line talent into the mix, bringing in Caleb Banks and Dominique Orange there. So my winner is going to be the opposing wide receivers in the NFC North that have to play that secondary twice a year.
Fair enough. I like where we went. I like where we went off the wall here a little bit. All right, and so we talked about the top of the board here in the 2027 NFL Draft. If you have not yet gone to it, and if you're interested in doing a mock draft, doing a 2027 NFL mock draft, now that we moved on, you can always now redraft all the way back to 2020, and very soon you will be able to redraft back to 02. I'm talking David Carr era draft, Houston Texans, Jaguars 3rd year, Texans 1st year, Julius Peppers. We're going to go that far. But right now, 2020 is there. 2026, you can go redraft. But 2027 is the live default mock draft you can go to. I want to throw now to you guys. We talked Jeremiah Smith. We talked Colin Simmons. I want to give a little bit of a preview here. Arch Manning, Dante Moore, how good is this 2027 NFL draft quarterback class on paper right now?
It has potential. We are always predisposed to say the grass is greener on the other side, right? I will say the potential energy is there. There's a lot of volume at the QB position. A lot of guys who have the upside, who've been up and down in their careers and have the potential to rise. Dante Moore, to me, is the only one graded as an early first-round pick right now, right? So I think we still need to wait and see who fills in the gap behind him. But I liked Dante Moore a lot last year. I would have taken him round 1 this year if he declared. Has some C.J. Stroud to him. Arch Manning has that potential. But I do think he still needs to improve a little bit more as a processor. He's got the physical talent for sure. I think he's got the toughness. He's got the arm talent, the athleticism, all of those things in high order. So I will say this class has the potential energy. I do think we need to avoid jumping too far ahead of ourselves because we don't know if it's going to be a historic QB class. There's a lot of potential energy, a lot of returners who have the potential to rise. Darian Mensah, Brendan Sorsby, Byron Brown going to Auburn. I feel like there's a lot of natural talent, but we still need to wait and see how it plays out. So I'll say it has the potential to be very good, but right now there are a lot of guys who still have a lot left to prove. Andrew Messmaker from Oklahoma State. Almost forgot him.
Shout out.
Oh,
But he's my QB3 right now as well. So
Mean Green.
yes, sir.
Listen, it couldn't have gone any worse last year for the Oklahoma State Cowboys. The era, the I'm a man, I'm 40 era had to end. It just happened to end when you had to be 50. So Mike Gundy and now new leadership, Eric Morris and Drew Messmaker, Caleb Hawkins, Wyatt Young, everybody from that North Texas team in Stillwater. Very excited to see what happens. You heard it here first, so Drew Messmaker. So Jacob Infante, I want one more quick, tiny little bit of preview that you have for the 2027 NFL Draft. Who you have on your watch board for this summer?
Yeah, so I want to use this opportunity to spread my University of Missouri agenda. Ahmad Hardy. Currently my top running back in the 2027 NFL draft class. There's talent there. Ole Miss running back Kawan Lacey is another guy. Interestingly, started his career at Mizzou as well. Transferred to Ole Miss.
RBU question mark?
Yeah,
RBU?
potentially. Yeah, methinks. But yeah, once Hardy came in, Lacey transferred to Ole Miss. He had an incredible year for Ole Miss there as well. With that loaded offense. But Ahmad Hardy, I think maybe doesn't have the breakaway speed as a guy like Jeremiah Love, but I think a lot of the other traits are there. The vision, I think his contact balance is out of this world. He's one of the toughest runners I've ever seen at the collegiate level. His low center of gravity, his ability to bounce off of defenders, keep his legs churning, it's unbelievable. And as a Mizzou fan, I recognize there's definitely some bias there on my end, but whenever I'm watching him live, and especially too whenever I get to the All-22 and like actually break him down specifically, you can see so many runs on tape where it's like, how did he stay up through that? How did he keep his legs churning? How did he bounce off of this defender? How did he run over this defender? It's just nuts, and he fights for every yard that he can possibly get. So he wasn't super highly touted as a high school recruit, signed with Louisiana Monroe as a freshman, dominated there, went to Mizzou, dominated there as a sophomore, now entering his junior year. I don't anticipate he's going to be at Mizzou past his junior year. I think at this rate he'll be an early declaration, but I mean, we'll see. That 2025 tape with Hardy is unbelievable.
So that 2024 tape is also unbelievable.
Oh, absolutely.
Our ULM Warhawks. That was an
baby.
incredible season they had there. An incredible offensive line they had there at ULM. Also now they're all dispersed and they're all elsewhere, cashing bigger checks. We love our Warhawks. So, however, you heard it here first. Ahmad Hardy. We're talking maybe potentially a generational QB class, at least on paper. No, we need to see them play. Colin Sillins, Dylan Stewart, Jeremiah Smith, blue chip receiver. We have another blue chip prospect as well, cornerback from Notre Dame. We'll get into all of it. 2027 draft class is live on the PFSN NFL Mock Draft Simulator. Always free. No need for a subscription. No need for any paying anything. Also, no need to pay for a consensus mock draft, consensus big board anymore.
No, I don't think so.
Once upon a time, there were a lot of free big boards out there that you could get a consensus big board. PFSN is now free, always free, will never be behind a paywall, while as some others are not following that same path. Now, I'm going to bring it in. I'm going to say thank you one more time to all of the viewers, all the watchers, all the contributors, everybody who wanted to comment, everybody who did comment, and everybody who gave us some marginal insight as well across the board, whether it was feedback on my hosting skills. Thank you very much for keeping it at bay. Our analysts as well. I'm going to thank our families one more time. I'm going to thank our coworkers who are all behind the scenes, even more so than just behind us, Tyler, Matt, and John behind us over here, helping produce the whole show. Our entire team at PFSN writing articles, giving us facts, helping us produce our pages, and our UK brethren as well as our Indian brethren helping us out throughout this whole process, this whole procedure. This would have not been able to have been put together as eloquently and as nicely as it was. We were just the faces, but everybody else, we wouldn't have looked as good as we did without everybody behind the scenes. So for the 6 of us here on set, I'm going to ask that we go full screen to the whole show here. I'm going to bring in Matthew Kanata, our CEO, John, our runner, and our table breaker, Tyler Sovchik, our producer. We're all going to come in here, and we're going to toast to the great city of Pittsburgh, the great city of Columbus, Ohio, in which we are here. And we're going to all dominate
CEO down.
Oh, no.
and take a tequila shot
Here
to
we go.
celebrate.
Oh,
I'm
brother.
going to turn
All
the
right.
mic up.
Wait, this is tequila?
The night has gone downhill already.
I was
So I'm
wondering
going to
what
cheers.
this
This is a cheers to our viewers, cheers to our families, cheers to our fans, cheers to our friends, cheers to everybody back home. I wish you all a fabulous 2026 NFL season, as the night will go off the rails for us after this. But to all those who celebrate the NFL draft, this was an incredible, incredible event. Come back next year for 2027's NFL draft. Come back next season as well. But also be sure to tune in. We're coming back with NFL draft grades on Football Debate Club later this week. We are going to take a couple days off to recoup from whatever happens tonight. And we will do what we can to ensure that we give you great Football Debate Club episodes.
Draft Day is
coming
the
up
greatest
here.
movie ever.
Draft Day is the greatest movie ever. He's only
Cheers.
that is our CEO. He's only ever seen. Cheers to 2026 NFL Draft, boys.
In the eyes.
There you go. Wonderful.
2026 season.
All right. Down the hatch.
Well done.
I did not do that.
Whoever bought the tequila, thank you. Well done. Hurts so good. No, that was delightful. What were we drinking? Oh!
Breaking tables, breaking glasses.
Mazel.
Yeah,
Mazel.
Oh, dude.
Did you get it all the way?
I got it all the way.
I applaud you. That's bad.
That's.
I remember my first tequila shot.
Happy draft day, everyone. Thank you, everyone, all of you. We love you guys.
To all of those who did watch, we do want to say thank you in all seriousness, and all of our guys back home at PFSN who did make this night, this day, last night and Thursday night possible. Thank you guys. The night will go downhill from here. Catch us out. But no, PFSN, go to our UDFA tracker, check all of it out. There's a lot more to be seen, a lot more to be had. The NFL never sleeps, and nor does college football in this new age. So for all of us at PFSN, thank you for watching. Signing off for the 2026 NFL Draft.